Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Su-mu found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had traversed into a world where Pokémon existed. As a champion of the Pokémon competitions in his previous life, he harbored no qualms about this unexpected journey. Could it be that I have truly arrived in a realm inhabited by these fantastical creatures, he mused. I, Su-mu, hereby vow to traverse the entire world with the girl I cherish, embracing a life of unrestrained freedom and adventure. Chapter 1. Is the initial Pokémon a Froakie? Awakening once more, Su-mu remained in a daze. What had transpired in this world? As he integrated the memories of his former self, a sigh of relief escaped him. Thankfully, everything was well within his grasp. This was a world where Pokémon coexisted with harmonious existence. Given his status as a reigning champion in the Pokémon competitions of his previous life, Su-mu felt entirely at ease with his current predicament. Could it truly be that I have arrived in a world where Pokémon thrive? He pondered. I, Su-mu, solemnly declare that I shall journey across the globe with my beloved, living a life of unbridled joy. What? You speak of being the strongest trainer? Nonsense. Only a fool would pursue such a path. Having finally arrived in this extraordinary world, why would one choose to become a trainer? The toil is immense, fraught with peril. It is well known that being a trainer is among the most hazardous professions in this realm, if not the most perilous. Young ones, the dangers of the wilderness are beyond your imagination. To possess strength sufficient for self-preservation is more than adequate. Why strive for anything greater, only to exhaust oneself for little reward? Such endeavors are devoid of meaning. With these thoughts in mind, Su-mu began to slowly sift through the memories of his predecessor, this very Su-mu. He was 16 years old, the sole child of an ordinary family, with nothing particularly remarkable about him, save for the mysterious disappearance of his father many years ago. According to the customs of this world, upon reaching his 16th birthday, Su-mu would be deemed an adult and eligible to officially possess a Pokémon. What shall I choose as my initial Pokémon? He contemplated. The rare ones are beyond my means, yet the common ones do not appeal to me. Perhaps I shall visit the hatchery later and see what unfolds one step at a time. Having mulled this over, Su-mu decided that the matter of his initial Pokémon could wait. There was, however, a far more pressing issue that demanded his attention: his intention to drop out of school. Why attend school? Su-mu possessed more knowledge about Pokémon than the experts of this world. Attending classes now would be nothing but a squandering of his existence. Instead, he could devote that time to finding a lovely partner, marrying her, and embarking on a journey around the world with his cherished Pokémon. The idea of attending school was utterly out of the question. Son, this is a gift from your father, meant to celebrate your coming of age, came a gentle voice as the door to his room slowly creaked open, and a middle-aged woman, her face adorned with faint wrinkles, stood at the threshold. Su-mu paused, realizing that this must be his mother in this world. Yes, mother, he stammered. Please get ready, I shall take you to the hatchery soon to select a Pokémon egg, she said with a warm smile, gently urging him. All right, Su-mu replied, still somewhat dazed. Once his mother departed, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, suddenly addressing a stranger as mother left him feeling quite disoriented. However, she is indeed a pitiful woman, Su-mu muttered to himself, picking up the small parcel sent by that scoundrel of a father who had been absent for many years. Since I have come here and taken possession of this body, you shall be my mother. If I ever encounter that scoundrel, I will certainly give him a good thrashing. Su-mu grumbled as he swiftly unwrapped the parcel. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback once more. A Pokeball? Indeed, this so-called scoundrel had sent him a Pokeball. Goodness, was he aware of how challenging it was for his mother to manage alone, and, considering their modest financial situation, had he intentionally sent him a starter Pokemon? Deep down, Su-mu remained skeptical that this irresponsible man would send him anything of rarity. With a disdainful pout, he opened the Pokeball. In a flash of light, a deep blue Pokemon stood before Su-mu. Cool frog. What the? Both Su-mu and the Pokemon exclaimed simultaneously. Greninja? Su-mu's brain momentarily froze. What on earth? This man who had vanished without a trace actually sent him a Greninja. Could it be that Su-mu harbored the potential to be a wealthy heir? This fellow, he couldn't possibly have gotten himself into trouble out there, could he? Cool frog. Seeing Su-mu standing still in confusion, Greninja looked on with curiosity but promptly extended its hand, or rather its paw. Hello, I am Greninja, your initial Pokemon sent by your father. Of course, Su-mu could not comprehend Greninja's words. However, Upon witnessing its gesture resembling a greeting, Sumu instinctively extended his hand as well. Greninja, hello, I am Sumu. At the moment their hands made contact, an ethereal voice resonated in Sumu's mind. The Pokemon sign-in system has been activated. The shocks Sumu experienced today surpassed all he had encountered in his previous life. Transmigration, a world of Pokemon, a scoundrel father sending him a Greninja, and a system activation. After a moment of bewilderment, he gradually acclimated. Sumu slowly withdrew his thoughts, setting aside the matter of the system, and addressed Greninja. So, you were sent by my father? Look at that, this is reality. Just moments ago, he was calling the man a scoundrel, and now he referred to him as father. Cool frog. Indeed. Greninja nodded affirmatively. Sumu swallowed hard. So, you were my initial Pokemon, then? Cool frog. Yes, precisely. From now on, I shall be your initial Pokemon, Cool frog. Sumu pressed the button on the Pokeball again, abruptly recalling Greninja within. Alright, you wait a moment, I have some matters to attend to. He calmly addressed the Pokeball, preparing to delve deeper into the workings of this system. Cool frog. Sure, take your time, little Sumu. Sumu vaguely heard Greninja's response from within the Pokeball, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of annoyance. This fellow was a bit too lively.as for the exploration of the system. It proved to be quite straightforward. This entity resides directly within Sumu's mind, allowing him to access it effortlessly through sheer will. The fairy sign-in system, in essence, is a superlative tool designed to assist Sumu in his quest to become the most formidable Pokemon trainer. Bah, you claim to be a trainer? Your entire family must be trainers. Sumu remarked casually, continuing his exploration. The system manifests as a virtual panel, adorned with numerous vacant slots. The first slot houses a miniature model of the Greninja. Upon opening this slot, all the pertinent information regarding Greninja unfolds before Sumu's eyes. Pokemon, Greninja type, Water, Dark Strength, initial stage of champion. Ability, Protean transforms its type to match the type of the move it uses. Moves: Water Shuriken, Night Slash, Wave Crash, Hydro Pump, Shadow Clone. Sign-in tasks. 1. Engage in a Pokemon battle with Greninja at Chingqing number 1 Middle School Bond Transformation. 2. Achieve victory in a Morning Dawn Gym battle while carrying or utilizing Greninja Mastery of Ninjutsu. 3. Compete in a National High School League with Greninja and secure the championship Spiral Sphere. Chapter 2. I'm not fooling around. I want to drop out. Sumu gazed at the system, unconsciously knitting his brows. Is it truly expecting me to become a trainer? Huh, what a dream. Becoming a trainer? Absolutely impossible. Casting a disdainful glance at the system, Sumu muttered to himself. As for strength, it suffices to be adequate. There is no need to be overly powerful. With so many formidable beings in this Pokemon world, I merely wish to joyfully travel around the globe with my beloved girl. The rest is of no concern to me. That dog system undoubtedly harbors a sinister plot. It wants me to grow stronger to assist in some nefarious agenda, without a doubt. Huh, I refuse to become a trainer. I refuse to grow stronger. Dream on. With a scornful dismissal of his so-called golden finger, Sumu released his Froakie once more. Cool. Froakie made a flamboyant entrance as always, one hand resting on its head, its scarf billowing in the air. Sumu looked at its ostentatious demeanor, feeling somewhat speechless. Judging by its appearance, one could easily surmise what kind of unreliable father that rascal must have had. Let us go. I'll introduce you to my mother. And then we'll make a trip to school. After freshening up and changing clothes, Sumu addressed Froakie. Froakie paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. So soon to meet the esteemed matron? Young Sumu, you truly place your trust in me. The master is right. Young Sumu is indeed a pleasure to be around. Therefore, rest assured, I shall protect you. Sumu was oblivious to the myriad thoughts provoked by Froakie's words. Leading it out of the room, Sumu spotted his mother, already prepared to leave. He approached her and said, Mom, it seems we don't need to go to the hatchery to buy a starter Pokemon after all. His mother looked up at him, her gaze falling on the upright Froakie. Cool. Greetings, esteemed matron. Froakie pays its respects. His mother appeared somewhat surprised, but as if recalling something, she quickly regained her composure. Hello there, Froakie. She greeted it gently before turning her attention back to Sumu. Since you have Froakie, it's indeed unnecessary to visit the hatchery. Please sit. I'll prepare a meal for you. Sumu hurriedly stopped his mother, who was about to get up to cook. No need to trouble yourself, Mom. I'd like to discuss something with you. Noticing Sumu's serious demeanor, his mother was taken aback, but sat down to await his further words. Clearing his throat, Sumu waited until she was settled before saying, I want to drop out. Cool. What? Froakie and Sumu's mother echoed the question almost in unison. Yes, I want to drop out. Seeing that Sumu was not joking in the slightest, his mother quickly inquired, Why? Did he say something to you? The he she referred to was naturally that unreliable figure who had gone missing for many years. No, Mom, don't worry. I haven't seen him. My decision to drop out is entirely my own. Upon hearing that it was Su Mu's own idea, his mother finally relaxed, though concern still lingered in her gaze as she looked at him. Mother, I believe the school offers me little assistance. I have no desire to become a trainer or a formidable warrior. I simply wish to live a serene life. Thus, I intend to withdraw from school and explore the world in my own way. Su Mu's mother was taken aback, gazing at her son, who was filled with longing. From the depths of her heart, she began to doubt whether that old man had filled her child's head with some sort of delusion. What do you mean by exploring the world? Have you truly thought this through? Su Mu nodded. Very well, then I shall contact your teachers. Su Mu's mother, an ordinary housewife, likely had never ventured beyond Fengsheng in her life. In her eyes, her son was her singular treasure, her hope, her reliance, and her solace. Since Su Mu had formed his own convictions, her duty was to support him rather than obstruct him. No need. Mother, I shall go alone, Su Mu replied, preparing to step outside. Upon seeing Su Mu's intention to leave, the Froki cried out, Cool, little Su Mu, take me with you. Hearing this croak, Su Mu suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about this little creature. All right, I will take you with me. We can register together. In this world, regardless of whether one is a trainer, every citizen possesses the right to have a Pokémon, provided they go through the necessary registration. Otherwise, they risk being treated as participants in illegal Pokémon trade or other dubious activities, leading to an unwelcome encounter with the Alliance. Function number 1 High School. Su Mu's institution. Although it was Saturday, the diligent security guard remained steadfast at his post. Presenting his student ID, Su Mu confidently entered the campus. As for Froki, it had already been returned to its Pokeball. Since registration had not yet been completed, discretion was advisable to avoid any unnecessary complications. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Su Mu knocked on the door. Come in, a woman's voice called from within. Su Mu felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't the principal supposed to be an elderly man? Upon opening the door, he quickly understood. The school leaders were engaged in a meeting. I believe we should strive to secure spots for the upcoming competition, the principal was saying when she noticed Su Mu enter. She paused, puzzled, and inquired, Who are you? Hello, principal. I am a student from class 16 of the 3rd year. My name is Su Mu. Su Mu introduced himself and, not allowing anyone the chance to respond, declared, I am here to apply for my withdrawal. Withdrawal? 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 The room fell silent at his proclamation. Fengsheng number 1 High School. This institution ranked among the top 100 in the nation, boasting exceptional faculty, cutting-edge facilities, and a plethora of educational Pokémon. Countless parents would do anything to enroll their children here in hopes of achieving stellar results in the national examinations and gaining admission to prestigious colleges. Yet now, this young man was boldly stating his intention to withdraw. Are you truly capable of making such a decision, Su Mu? The head of the teaching department approached, casting a stern gaze upon him. You should discuss this with your family. This is not a decision one so young can make alone. You are still a child. Let us consider this a jest, and do not act so recklessly in the future. As he spoke, he extended his hand, indicating that Su Mu could take his leave. Observing the skepticism of those around him, or perhaps their disregard for his presence, Su Mu couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. I truly intend to drop out. My family has consented to it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the vice principal erupted. Absurd. You are not attending school now. What will you do in the future? Do you wish to toil on a construction site, laboring for a meager existence? You have such splendid resources and an environment at your disposal, aiding your growth, yet you fail to cherish it. Chapter 3. The Fury of the School Leaders. The Battle of Pokémon. What will you do if you do not attend school? The vice principal, wearing round spectacles and dressed in antiquated formal attire, presented himself as a quintessential scholar. Witnessing Su Mu's earnest resolve to leave school, he chastised him with palpable disappointment. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback by the vice principal's rebuke. What can I do if I don't attend school? I have numerous options available, you know? Haven't I heard such admonitions countless times before? Even in this new life, I am subjected to such earnest counsel. I plan to travel the world. Moreover, the subjects taught at school hold little relevance for me. This is not what I wish to learn, nor is it what I need. I do not aspire to become a trainer. With that, Su Mu lifted his gaze to the principal. Is my assertion sufficient? The principal remained silent, and a hush fell over the gathering. The notion of not wanting to be a trainer seemed innocuous enough. Dropping out, too, appeared to be devoid of fault. Yet, the pressing question remained. Do you possess the strength to protect yourself? With secret realms emerging globally and new mysteries appearing almost daily, danger lurks at every turn. The ferocity of wild Pokémon far surpasses your imagination. Are you aware of all this? The vice principal inquired. Upon hearing these words, Su Mu recognized that the elder was not merely targeting him. Rather, as an educator, he felt a sense of responsibility that placed him in opposition to Su Mu. I understand, and I possess the ability to defend myself, Su Mu stated earnestly. The head of education suddenly laughed. Su Mu. The Pokémon within the secret realms are inherently wild, often attacking humans without provocation. As a student who has just received a starter Pokémon, what grounds do you have to claim you can protect yourself? In the wild, encountering even an ordinary large dog could spell your demise. The head of education's remarks garnered unanimous agreement from the school leaders present. Indeed, Pokémon realms had graced this world for over 3 centuries. Though humanity has learned to utilize and manage many of these realms and has discovered ways to coexist harmoniously with Pokémon, new realms continue to manifest across the globe daily. The locations, timing, and intensity of these new realms remain shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, danger persists. Which is precisely why being a trainer is the profession with the highest mortality rate. I truly can, Sumu said helplessly, holding a king-level Greninja in his hands. Can you truly question my ability to ensure my own safety? Do not speak of self-preservation. With the initial prowess of a king-level Pokémon, it is undeniably feasible for a Greninja to sweep through minor realms. Very well, let us settle this through battle. No one heeded Sumu's words. As a mere elementary student, recently bestowed with a starter Pokémon, or perhaps yet to receive one, what right does he have to make such grandiose claims? Since this lad is so obstinate, let us teach him a lesson. The leaders exchanged glances. It was indeed permissible. The simplest method to resolve disputes in this world is to engage in combat. Lao Yu, entertain this child, the principal commanded, directing the headmaster Yu Hailong. Yu Hailong nodded eagerly. It was high time for this. This child had been coddled at home. A good education would suffice. All right, since the principal has spoken, let it be so. However, if I triumph over Director Yu, may I then withdraw from school? Observing Sumu's nonchalant demeanor, the vice principal seethed with fury. Enough of this. If you manage to win, I shall personally assist you in your withdrawal, without the need for the principal. Sumu released a slow breath upon hearing this. Very well, let the contest commence. Within the grand gymnasium of Fengqing No. 1 High School, a colossal arena awaited. Sumu and Director Yu Hailong stood at opposite ends of the platform. Each party would utilize a single Pokémon. The match would conclude upon the incapacity of one side to continue battling. The referee, a teacher hastily summoned, stood in the center with 2 small flags. Sumu and Yu Hailong nodded in unison before releasing their respective Pokémon. Lizard King, Greninja, who dares approach? Watch as I cleave you in twain. Cool Kappa, I, Greninja, pledged to serve the Su family through thick and thin. The 2 Pokémon, one azure and the other verdant, faced each other. An atmosphere of tension enveloping the arena. What? Greninja? Nonsense. How could a mere student command such a mature Pokémon? What sort of background does he possess to have been granted such a formidable creature as his starter? This is detrimental to the child. A starter Pokémon is meant to forge a deep bond with the trainer, yet this Greninja is evidently not one that Sumu has nurtured, which will greatly hinder his development. Indeed, what is the situation at his home? How could the adults be so reckless? Upon witnessing the Greninja, the school leaders felt anger outweighing their astonishment. After all, if Sumu possessed such confidence, it implied he must have some foundation. Although a Greninja was surprising, it was still somewhat acceptable. Who knows, perhaps this student is a hidden super-rich heir, with formidable individuals backing him. However, regardless of the family's connections, entrusting an unfamiliar Pokémon as a starter to a student is highly ill-advised. Should the Pokémon refuse to obey commands, it could spell disaster for a novice, impacting their entire future. Sumu gazed at the silhouette of Greninja, unperturbed within. Was he unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the school leaders? It is inconceivable. Sumu is undoubtedly aware of their concerns. When the Pokémon's level exceeds that of the trainer, the likelihood of the Pokémon disregarding the trainer's commands becomes a reality. Yet who am I? I am the reigning champion of the Pokémon Global Tournament. The strategies that reside within my mind are sufficient to outclass every trainer in this world. I am Sumu. Greninja, it seems our opponent is not formidable. Remember to hold back a bit when we strike. Kukui. Understood, young Sumu. The brief exchange between trainer and Pokémon has already solidified their mutual understanding. Especially for Greninja, at this moment, excitement coursed through him. At last, battle is upon us. Come forth and demonstrate my prowess to young Sumu. With this thought, Greninja began to envision a scene where he fought side by side with Sumu. Kukui. Young Sumu will likely give commands, but should I follow them? If I do and we lose, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? But what if I disregard his commands and make young Sumu unhappy? As he pondered these dilemmas, the referee announced, now, the match begins. Chapter 4, The Relentless Vice Principal. Greninja, use Shadow Clone and Water Shuriken. Sumu commanded without a hint of hesitation. During the Fiery Era, Greninja was one of Sumu's key Pokémon. Moreover, with the aid of the system, Sumu had gained considerable insight into the skills possessed by his Pokémon. Kukui. Upon receiving Sumu's order, Greninja instantly fell into battle mode. Though he often indulges in daydreams, once combat ensues, he empties his mind and gives his all. Shadow Clone and Water Shuriken are Greninja's signature moves. Almost instinctively, Greninja conjured a multitude of clones, each one wielding powerful water shurikens in their hands. Lizard King, with a flash of electricity, evaded the attack and then unleashed Leaf Blade. Chamo. Having spent years in tandem with Yu Hailong, Lizard King's battle instincts are unparalleled. In a flash, he darted left and right like lightning, preparing to evade the impending assault. However, bang. The disparity in strength is not easily bridged. In an instant, Lizard King was struck by Greninja's onslaught, sent flying. Grass-type Pokémon may resist water-type attacks, yet, in the face of such a significant gap in power, resistance proves limited. A peak elite Lizard King attempting to withstand an attack of champion caliber is evidently insufficient. Boom. Just as Lizard King was hurled away, Sumu shouted, Dark Pulse. Simultaneously, Greninja launched his attack. The black wave surged forth, striking Lizard King before he could react. As the smoke cleared, the victor was apparent. What? Everyone stood with mouths agape, gazing at Sumu in astonishment. Yu Hailong, too, widened his eyes, fixated on Sumu without blinking. What manner of monster is this? This terrifying combat tempo, this formidable Greninja. Could this boy be a freak of nature? Champion level, early stage. The well-informed old principal immediately discerned the true prowess of the Froakie. His 4 words left the already astonished school leaders in even greater shock. Sumu might have become accustomed to such bewilderment, but they could not. This student was simply unworthy of being labeled as a student. How could someone in the early stages of the king rank bully Yu Hailong? The headmaster stuck at the pinnacle of the elite? It was inappropriate, was it not? Suddenly, a voice echoed, announcing, ding. Froakie sign-in task, 1 completed. Engage in a Pokémon battle with Froakie at Fengqing No. 1 High School to reward Froakie with a bond transformation. Sumu was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? Damn system, you've truly deceived me. I have no desire to grow stronger. What use is this transformation reward to me? Even if you grant me countless transformations, I shall not become a trainer, so give it up. How remarkable that I have unwittingly fallen into your trap. Sumu thought bitterly, continuously berating the system, completely oblivious to his own facial expression management. Yu Hailong, witnessing Sumu's victory, still bore an expression of dissatisfaction, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath, reaching his breaking point. What does this mean? Are you not satisfied with the fight? Am I, a distinguished elite trainer, unworthy of being your opponent? Well, indeed, I am unworthy. Resigned, he recalled his Lizard King and shook his head, preparing to leave the stage. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Froakie, striking a flamboyant pose, suddenly turned and knelt before Sumu on one knee. Cool, it exclaimed. I am Froakie, paying respects to my young master. In that instant, Froakie's address had changed. No longer was it little Sumu, but rather young master. Having just engaged in a brief collaboration, Froakie had sensed Sumu's calm demeanor under pressure, his effortless aura, and the confidence with which he strategized. It must be said that in certain respects, Froakie even felt that Sumu, this young master, might surpass his own father in excellence. Thus, this moment of loyalty represented Froakie's genuine recognition. No longer was he merely following Sumu under his father's orders. He was truly willing to follow Sumu as his master. Sumu nodded and slowly approached, helping Froakie rise. The instant Sumu's hand made contact with Froakie's body, a brilliant white light erupted from Froakie. It was the bond transformation. Hold on, do not reveal this form. Sumu softly instructed, aware that there were many onlookers present. It was unnecessary to expose this trump card so easily. Even if it were to be revealed, it would be prudent to wait until he had a solid foundation. Froakie felt a powerful surge of energy rising from within, instinctively yearning to embrace this newfound strength. However, Sumu's words urged him to regain his composure. Obedience is the fundamental quality of an exceptional ninja. Resisting the allure of the power, Froakie halted the transformation. The school leaders only noticed a fleeting glimmer of white light pass over Froakie, but there was no further change, and they did not pay it much mind. What was there to be concerned about? Can the Froakie evolve once more? Surprisingly, it can. Ahem, can I drop out now? With Froakie by his side, Sumu helplessly spoke before the school leaders. Due to his decision to withdraw, he had inadvertently enhanced Froakie's strength, thanks to the dogged system. Nevertheless, as long as he could leave school, it was a compromise he could accept. After all, Froakie was already quite formidable. A little more power wouldn't be an issue, provided he refrained from becoming a trainer and remained true to his original intent. Drop out. The school leaders fell silent, save for the old scholar-like vice principal who took the initiative to respond. He approached Sumu with a puzzled expression and slowly inquired, "What do you mean by dropping out? Who said that?" He glanced at the principal and then at Yu Hailong. Finally, stroking his beard with a serious demeanor, he produced a small notebook. "I distinctly remember that you came to apply for a 1-year leave of absence, correct? You can return next year to take the exams, if I recall correctly." Upon hearing this, Yu Hailong immediately caught on and quickly affirmed, "That's right, Principal Liu, that's exactly the case." Sumu was left dumbfounded. "Aren't you the scholarly type? Aren't you supposed to be a role model? How can you just retract what you've said so easily?" "Ahem. I believe that a talent like Sumu should not have his development hindered by school. How about this? Let Sumu represent our school in the National High School League, and if he secures a championship for us, then a one-year break would not be out of the question. The principal succinctly pinpointed the crux of the matter. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone eagerly chimed in. Only Sumu stood there, bewildered, thinking, what league? What championship? I never agreed to this. Chapter 5. The Cautious and Brave Charmeleon. I don't want to participate in any competition, nor do I need a year off. I just want to drop out. Sumu expressed his dissatisfaction with the unexpected arrangements. His thoughts were straightforward. 2 words, drop out. Then he could find a girl he liked, travel the world, and relish the wonders of the Pokémon realm. As for the academy and exams, he was utterly indifferent. Sumu, what is so great about dropping out? Look at you now. You don't even have the proper status of a trainer. In the future, if you encounter a Pokémon you like, how will you capture it? Furthermore, to become a trainer, one must undergo various assessments at different academies, which can be quite bothersome. However, our school currently has a spot for a new trainer that allows exemption from exams. If you're willing to participate, that spot is yours. How convenient is that? Yu Hailong remarked that he had never considered anyone so thoroughly in his life. He truly couldn't bear to see Sumu, a clear genius, willingly decline his potential. If it were any other student, as the director of education, he would have reprimanded them. Yet with Sumu, he could only stand by, helpless, trying to persuade him not to act impulsively. Dropping out of school is not as advantageous as it may seem. Remaining enrolled offers numerous benefits. The principal nodded in agreement, indicating that the promised exemption from exams for trainers could indeed be granted to Yu Hailong. Furthermore, it is rather astonishing for a newcomer to possess a champion-level Pokémon. I shall present you with a little companion to accompany you. Such is the nature of a principal. Generosity is a hallmark of leadership. Sumu found himself increasingly tempted by the advantages being offered by these 2 individuals. After integrating the memories of his previous life, he understood that in this world, without the identity of a trainer, one could only have a single Pokémon. For a transmigrator to be limited to just one Pokémon is simply unacceptable. Thus, despite his verbal reluctance to embrace the life of a trainer, he ultimately conceded to the allure of the role. Nonetheless, acquiring the identity of a novice trainer suffices for now. It serves merely as a fade. My aspiration, Sumu thought, remains to traverse the world and meet enchanting companions. Very well, you have persuaded me, he sighed, hands raised in surrender, signifying that they had won him over. The exemption from exams for novice trainers, coupled with a Pokémon gifted by the principal and a year-long leave of absence. What harm could there be in participating in just one match? Upon Sumu's agreement, the old principal beamed with satisfaction. The young man is not entirely beyond redemption after all. Let us proceed. Director, you will assist you with the necessary paperwork for your leave. And then we shall head to my residence where I will help you select the Pokémon from my collection. With that, the principal spoke, leaving the surrounding school administrators envious and salivating at the prospect of the opportunity Sumu was about to receive. The principal, known as Xiao Tianyang, though merely a high school headmaster in Fengcheng, was a person of considerable history and experience. In his youth, he participated in the League's research and conservation projects concerning fire-type Pokémon, and as a prodigy of his time, he was nurtured with great care. As a result, all the Pokémon in his possession are invariably of the fire type. Now that he has aged, his Pokémon have also matured, having spent many years in Fengcheng, and most have left behind offspring. It is precisely these esteemed descendants that have ignited the envy of the school leaders. Standing in the courtyard of the old principal's home, Sumu confessed to feeling somewhat astonished. Several little Charmanders were rolling about playfully on the ground, while a little Chimchar and a Fire Mouse were engaging in a contest of strength. Here, there were many fire-type Pokémon from the starter trio. Master, Blaziken, Charizard, and the second brother, Sumu mused. Principal, are you saying that I may choose one of these little creatures to become my companion? Sumu was enthralled. The principal was indeed a treasure trove. The rarity of the fire-type Pokémon in this courtyard need not be elaborated upon. The principal's yard was filled with the initial forms of the esteemed starter fire types, an extraordinary sight. Go ahead and observe these little ones. See which one suits your temperament, the principal encouraged. With the principal's affirmation, Sumu no longer hesitated. He eagerly approached the playful Charmanders. Charizard, in terms of both aesthetics and prowess, is undoubtedly a quintessential Pokémon for any traveler. Sumu is no exception. He was immediately captivated by these little creatures. However, he still needed to deliberate on which one to take. As he approached the Charmander, the old principal remarked with a smile, all of these little ones possess exceptional qualities, being the descendants of my old companion. Sumu nodded, indifferent to such traits. I have no desire to be a trainer. What need have I for such formidable abilities? Mediocrity will suffice. Observing the playful Charmanders, Sumu began his meticulous assessment. The evolutionary form, Charizard, is among Sumu's favorite Pokémon. Thus, seizing this opportunity, he was determined to select a Charmander. Naturally, a careful selection was imperative. This one won't do. Too lively, undoubtedly overly competitive. This one is also unsuitable. It's nipping at its companions, clearly combative. And this one, how is it practicing its tackle move? Absolutely unacceptable. After scrutinizing each one, Sumu finally discovered a Charmander that piqued his interest. This little creature was gazing vacantly at the sky. A delightful sight. While others played, it remained in contemplation. Such a lack of ambition resonated perfectly with Sumu's standards. You shall be the one. Without hesitation, Sumu chose the Charmander lost in thought. Principal. I believe it is this one. The principal glanced in the direction Sumu pointed and was immediately taken aback. Indeed, everything seemed preordained. Very well, let it accompany you. I hope it meets your expectations. The Charmander, still gazing skyward, tilted its eyes slightly. Am I the chosen one? I now possess a trainer's Pokémon. Accepting its fate, it resolved to reveal its true capabilities and explore the world beyond. As anticipated, just as the Charmander sensed a change, the principal approached. This is Sumu. He will be your trainer from now on. The Charmander slowly opened its eyes and began to assess Sumu. Suddenly, Sumu's Pokeball sprang open, and Greninja appeared unexpectedly. Impressive. The aura of a strong presence was palpable. Sumu, though puzzled by Greninja's sudden appearance, introduced it with enthusiasm. This Charmander will be our partner. What do you think? Greninja squinted its eyes, scrutinizing the Charmander intently, while the Charmander reciprocated the gaze. A worthy opponent. They both silently assessed each other. Chapter 6. The system is always plotting against me. Unbeknownst to Sumu, he was blissfully unaware of having misjudged his choice. The Charmander, initially perceived as weak, was, in fact, a cautious creature that had trained for 3,000 years in the Novice village. Sumu patted Greninja's shoulder and playfully remarked, "Relax. Don't intimidate our new companion." Greninja turned away, acknowledging Sumu's words, and ceased its stare down with the Charmander. Cool. We should have a spar sometime. Upon hearing this, the Charmander instinctively recoiled. What is the situation? Are there truly so many formidable opponents outside? I have yet to leave the Novice village, and already I am confronted by such a powerful foe eager to engage me in combat? No, it seems I must exercise caution. I cannot act recklessly until I possess absolute strength. Steady yourself, little Charmeleon. You can do this. Unbeknownst to Sumu, his two Pokémon were brimming with their own dramatic thoughts, while he blissfully reveled in the acquisition of a rather lackluster Charmeleon. Believing it to be a stroke of fortune, the system absurdly desires me to become a Pokémon trainer. Impossible. I refuse to believe that such a feeble and lethargic creature could ever grow strong under the system's guidance. The more he pondered, the more delighted he became, casually opening the system interface to view Charmeleon's status. Then, his expression soured. Principal, is it too late for me to swap Pokémon? Sumu, holding the Pokeball containing Charmeleon, grimaced in anticipation of a change. The principal outright rejected his plea. Are you joking? This little rascal has only just been sent off. I cannot allow it to return and wreak havoc in my backyard. This Charmeleon had stubbornly refused to leave the confines of the yard for years, content to battle the weaker Pokémon there. Finally, it was gone. Sumu lifted his gaze to the cerulean sky, pondering why the sunlight felt so unbearably blinding. It seems I have fallen victim to yet another predicament. This time, it is not the system's doing, but rather my own folly. This Charmeleon is far from weak. Strength does not necessarily equate to being a competent trainer. I still have opportunities to turn back. I must not grant the system any further chances to ensnare me. Pokémon, Charmeleon, type, fire, strength, pseudo-elite initial stage. Ability, solar power, in sunny weather, attack power increases. Skills, overheat, flamethrower, fire blast, solar flare, heat wave, iron tail. Ancient power, sign in tasks. 1. Carry or use Charmeleon to win in the lava gym battle to obtain the Charizard evolution stone. 2. Carry or use Charmeleon to compete in the National High School League and achieve championship victory to awaken Dragon-type power. 3. Take Charmeleon to the secret realm of Charizard Valley and complete a battle within the realm, achieving victory to earn the Crimson Lotus Flame. Indeed, this is Charmeleon's attribute panel. Its strength is classified as pseudo-elite. You read that correctly. This Charmeleon has stubbornly refused to venture outside for years, suppressing its evolution, all in the name of survival. To endure until the end is its philosophy. Only by lying low can one rise to greatness. Thus, within the Novice village, or rather, the principal's backyard, it has thrived by preying on weaker Pokémon to gain experience, gradually evolving into the current stage of a pseudo-elite Charmeleon. So, if I participate in this so-called National League, does that mean I will passively complete 2 tasks? Sumu's expression gradually darkened. This insufferable system truly spares no opportunity to enhance itself. It is utterly outrageous. Following the principal to the Pokémon Center, after the old principal revealed his identity and presented the necessary credentials, Sumu swiftly earned the honor of being a novice trainer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a novice trainer. The path to becoming the strongest trainer is just around the corner. Keep up the good work. What on earth? What do you mean by keep up the good work? Are you reveling in my becoming a trainer? There is no need for such self-congratulatory announcements. Do you dare to uninstall me? Damn it! Sumu roared internally, but his outburst bore no fruit. The system momentarily emerged, flaunting its presence, and subsequently fell silent. The old principal, noticing Su Mu's flushed visage, couldn't help but chuckle softly. When I was your age, just becoming a novice trainer, I was equally elated. I couldn't even sleep a wink that night. Goodness, the principal's words struck Su Mu like daggers to the heart. Who elated? You're the one brimming with excitement. If it weren't for these wretched regulations, do you think I would willingly accept this miserable identity of a novice trainer? Su Mu felt his temper flaring. Every day felt like a betrayal from behind. Are you all maxed out on backstabbing? After registering his Greninja and Charmander under his name at the Pokémon Center, Su Mu returned home with a scowl. Behind him, the principal called out, "Don't forget. We're heading to Flame City tomorrow. The preliminary round starts the day after." Su Mu walked home without looking back, not wishing to utter a single word. Participating in the competition would fulfill 2 sign-in tasks. It was too much to fathom. His Pokémon were growing stronger, and the system's schemes would inevitably come to fruition. It was infuriating. Heart-heavy, Su Mu arrived home to find his mother preparing dinner. "Have you completed the withdrawal procedures?" Goodness, his mother's gentle inquiry felt like another blow. "Mom, do you know I want to be able to withdraw? Which is why you're so unconcerned about me going to school." "No." Su Mu, feeling quite helpless, lowered his head and silently sat at the dining table. Observing his son's melancholy demeanor, his mother appeared puzzled but refrained from probing further. Instead, she comforted him tenderly. "It's all right. If the school wants to process your withdrawal, we must understand the teacher's intentions. They are looking out for your best interests." Bang! Su Mu felt as if his tender heart had been struck once more. For my own good? Are they truly acting in my best interest? They're preventing my withdrawal merely to force me into participating in the competition. The thought of the vice principal's duplicitous face made Su Mu's anger boil over. "It's fine. If you really don't want to attend school, I can ask for leave on your behalf. As long as you are happy, I will support you." Su Mu, still fuming, looked up in bewilderment at his mother's words. She continued to smile gently, whispering, "I may not possess much ability, but I can certainly ensure that my son lives happily." With tears glistening in his eyes, Su Mu felt transported back to a previous life. Even if he achieved nothing, his mother would steadfastly stand behind him, believing in him. With a tingling nose, Su Mu managed a faint smile. "Mom, it's all right. There's no need to ask for leave on my behalf. The principal has instructed me to participate in a league, and I must travel to Yen City tomorrow. If all goes well, I shall not return until next month. Do not worry about me. I shall bring back a grand trophy to show you that your son is indeed remarkable." Chapter 7. Willing to endure trials for the Su family's generations. Su's mother pursed her lips and exhaled slowly through her nose. "All right, my son is the best. You stay here. I will go serve your meal." In the moment she turned, Su's mother discreetly wiped her eyes. Her son seems to have suddenly matured. On the following morning, Su Mu packed his belongings. In truth, there was not much, only 2 sets of clothes. "I've transferred money to your card. While you are away, do not be too frugal. Do not deprive yourself," Su's mother earnestly advised. "Cool. Do not worry. I shall take good care of the young master." Su Mu had not yet managed to respond when his Froakie leapt out of its Pokeball, thumping its chest and assuring Su's mother. This playful interruption transformed the previously melancholic farewell into a more cheerful occasion. "Well then, I entrust him to you, Froakie," Su's mother said with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Cool. Fear not. I am willing to endure trials for the Su family across generations, without hesitation." Fortunately, Su Mu could not comprehend the Pokémon language. Otherwise, he would have certainly dissected Froakie's brain to discern what thoughts resided within. After imparting a few more instructions, Su's mother reluctantly watched Su Mu depart. A child's journey of 1,000 miles often stirs a mother's worries, indeed. The mode of transportation to Yen City was the principal's small car, with Yu Hailong at the wheel, while Su Mu sat in the back seat with the principal. "How did your Charmander fare last night? Is it adapting well?" The principal initiated a conversation. Upon hearing this, Su Mu cast an incredulous look at the old man, whose face was adorned with a mischievous grin. "Is that even a question? You know what temperament your Pokémon has. Perfectly adapted. It didn't even emerge from its Pokeball last night. When I requested it to join me in sleep, it absolutely refused," Su Mu replied. The principal chuckled heartily at this. Clearly, the Charmander was concerned about potential dangers lurking outside. As an excessively cautious creature, such behavior did not surprise the principal in the slightest. Su Mu merely rolled his eyes, gazing out the window. "Old man, what do you think will happen if I do not win the championship this time?" He felt a genuine apprehension, as the system felt akin to a relentless overseer, monitoring his every move. If this continued, he would inevitably find himself ensnared on the path to becoming the ultimate trainer, only to be assigned seemingly insurmountable tasks leading to his demise. The principal chuckled lightly, not even glancing at Su Mu. "With your current abilities, if you were to lose, even a pig could climb a tree. But what if?" Su Mu asked with a forced laugh, his voice bright. The principal snorted dismissively. "If you lose, I will revoke your leave and make you repeat a year." Hearing this, Su Mu could only smirk in resignation. This life is unbearable. Are you all sent by the system to orchestrate my fate? First, I was coaxed into becoming a novice trainer, then urged to participate in a competition, and finally bestowed with a seemingly initial stage Charmeleon. Headmaster, do tell me, how much does the system compensate you? I, Sumu, would gladly offer double. Along our journey, the old headmaster intermittently engaged Sumu in discussions regarding Pokémon-related topics. With a sense of ennui, Sumu entertained the conversation for a while. They spoke of energy cubes and various Pokémon items. Although Sumu possessed abundant theoretical knowledge, he had yet to encounter tangible specimens. The old headmaster, being well-versed in such matters, enriched Sumu's understanding through their dialogue. This is it. This will be your room. Upon entering the hotel, the headmaster handed one room key to Sumu and another to Yu Hailong. Director Yu, during this period, I trust you will accompany Sumu in the competition. Please remember to save the receipts for any expenses incurred. We shall see if reimbursement is possible upon our return. Yu Hailong, upon hearing this, cast a puzzled glance at the headmaster. Headmaster, how could there be no reimbursement? The headmaster smiled with satisfaction. The only scenario in which reimbursement is denied is if Sumu chooses not to strive for victory and deliberately loses the match. With that, he patted Yu Hailong's shoulder. Thus, Director Yu, your responsibility is of utmost importance. As Sumu is still young, you must guide his thoughts correctly. Resigned, Yu Hailong chose silence and accompanied Sumu as they watched the headmaster depart. Once the headmaster was out of earshot, Sumu remarked, Director Yu. It seems the headmaster took the car back. Yu Hailong chuckled nonchalantly. Quite normal. He worries that you might run away. Sumu pondered, if I wish to flee, would you truly be able to stop me? He sighed, unable to decipher the old man's intentions. For the time being, I shall take care of your meals and daily needs. Just focus on the competition. If you desire anything to eat, let me know, and I shall order takeout for you. As he spoke, Yu Hailong led Sumu back. Behind the hotel lay a vast plaza bustling with numerous trainers. To the south was a training facility. Should you seek specialized training, feel free to visit the gym, but remember to request receipts for any expenditures incurred. After finishing his sentence, Yu Hailong approached his own room. Rest for a while. If you grow hungry, call for me. Otherwise, we shall dine together at 6. With a resounding thud, Yu Hailong closed his door. Sumu returned to his own room, set down his backpack, and summoned his Greninja and Charmeleon. Cool. Greninja, upon emerging from its Pokeball, merely surveyed the surroundings without any excessive behavior. However, Charmeleon, the little creature, immediately darted behind Greninja. Cautiously surveying the environment and confirming that they were indeed within a confined room, it commenced its investigation. First, it searched for any surveillance devices or traces of psychic powers, then conducted a thorough sniffing tour around the room to detect any ambushes. Once assured of its safety, it finally stood confidently before Sumu. Chirp. Safe. Sumu, exasperated, gazed at his Charmeleon, opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Never mind, let it be. Here lies the abode where we shall dwell for the foreseeable future. The day after tomorrow, we shall partake in a competition. Upon hearing the word competition, the Frogadier instantly patted its chest, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Cool. Are we to battle? Count me in. I, Frogadier, pledge my loyalty to the Su family for generations. Stop. Although Sumu could not comprehend the words, he could surmise the essence of Frogadier's fervent declarations. With an outstretched hand to halt the creature's imaginative musings, Sumu sighed, I have but one request. When you compete, please take it easy. To this, Charmeleon vehemently protested. No. To show mercy is inconceivable. Even a lion uses all its strength when battling a rabbit. I shall not grant my opponent any chance of resurgence. Chapter 8. The Pokémon Solo Challenge at the Gym. Charmeleon is the epitome of caution. The notion of holding back in battle is utterly out of the question. If it were up to him, he would prefer never to engage in a match until the day he becomes powerful enough to challenge legendary Pokémon on his own. That evening, Sumu ventured out to dine with Yu Hailong and purchased some energy cubes for his 2 Pokémon. Upon returning to his hotel room, he was nearly overwhelmed with exasperation. Frogadier and Charmeleon were actually training in the room. Were they so driven? After all, I am your trainer. I have yet to devise a training regimen for you, and yet you have taken the initiative? Could you not afford me a modicum of respect? Noticing Sumu at the door, Frogadier, who had been balancing on one finger, hastily stood upright. Cool. No need for praise, dear master. I have always been diligent. Sumu stared at Frogadier for a long moment, ultimately unable to muster any words of reproach. Alas, Pokémon are independent beings, possessing their own thoughts. Sumu could not impose his will upon them simply because they followed him. Very well, if this is what you enjoy, then proceed as you wish. As long as you remain true to yourselves and do not forsake your roles as Pokémon, I shall not interfere with your endeavors. Ahem, you truly are industrious. Huh. Here are the energy cubes and Pokémon food I procured for you. Let us see if they please your palate. Clearing his throat, Sumu endeavored to adopt the most tranquil tone. Upon seeing the offerings, Frogadier eagerly stepped forward to accept them, delightfully pondering. Is my master concerned for my exhaustion from training? Fear not. I shall become stronger and assist my master in becoming the mightiest trainer. Charmeleon, why not have a bite to eat? There is no rush regarding training. Sumu attempted to persuade Charmeleon to pause. Let him eat first. I will join him after my training, Charmeleon replied, showing no inclination to cease its rigorous efforts, perspiration glistening on its brow. Sumu, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. My Pokémon can train independently now. What a challenge this is for me. As Sumu settled onto the bed to engage with his mobile device, Frogadier continued to devour its meal with fervor. The Charmander sniffed delicately, reassured that Sumu had likely not been deceived and had purchased safe food. However, he decided to wait a while longer to observe whether the frog would experience any adverse effects after consuming its meal. Sumu always appeared somewhat unreliable, prompting Charmander to realize that he must not only safeguard his own well-being, but also look after this trainer. Life was indeed challenging for him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Charmander stole a glance at the Greninja from the corner of his eye. He mentally calculated the time, determining that if the frog remained unharmed after half an hour, he would indulge in the food. Alas, this world was fraught with danger, and one must tread cautiously to survive. Unbeknownst to Sumu, the two Pokémon were preoccupied with their own thoughts as he focused intently on the city navigation for Yen City. Yen City was renowned for its active volcano and flowing lava. It boasted the famous secret realm of Dragonite Valley and the most exquisite hot springs in the world. Moreover, the lava gym was situated at the foot of the volcano, making it an absolute must to experience this volcanic feast while visiting Yen City. Enchanted by the soothing voice of the female narrator in the navigation video, Sumu felt a stirring of excitement. Surely, with such a beautiful voice, the narrator must be equally lovely. It was likely sweltering near the volcano. She probably wore little clothing, he mused. It was decided. He would visit the volcano tomorrow. As he nearly drooled at the thought, Sumu resolved to see the charming narrator clad in minimal attire. Meanwhile, the Greninja, engrossed in its meal, noticed Sumu's expression. What is my young master pondering? It wondered. The lava gym? I believe I have heard my master mention it before. As the Greninja contemplated, Charmander approached its side. Half an hour had passed, and the frog was unharmed. The food was indeed safe. Charmander retrieved a can of Pokémon food, opened it, and plopped down to feast. Do you know about the lava gym? He inquired. Yes. I've heard that trainers must defeat the gyms to prove their strength and earn badges to participate in higher-level leagues. Charmander, being the Pokémon of the esteemed director, was well-versed in the fundamental knowledge of trainers. Admittedly, he was motivated by a fear of mortality, which drove him to learn diligently. Indeed, it seems our young master is quite eager about this gym, remarked Greninja. Strange expression he has, given how long we've known each other. I haven't yet done anything for my young master. Shall we practice extra tonight? At the mention of extra training, Charmander was instantly invigorated. Strength was essential, with greater power. One could live longer. Frog, tell me what to do. Remember, do not call me Frog. I am a ninja. Very well, ninja. Are you courting disaster? Charmander conceded his cowardice. All right, ninja. Is strength truly so remarkable? What is so impressive about it? I haven't even evolved yet. Just wait until I do, and you'll see. Feeling a sense of indignation, the Charmander became increasingly curious about the evening training session. Chirp, how exactly do we train? The Greninja smiled mysteriously and shook its finger. You shall find out tonight, Kuga. At 11:30, Sumu was deep in slumber. Two figures stealthily slipped out of the room. At the lava gym, Chingqing yawned and instructed his disciples, close the doors. I doubt there will be any challengers tonight. Master, there's someone outside. No, it's two Pokémon. One of his disciples exclaimed. They've defeated many of us. Chingqing, puzzled by the news, wondered aloud. Are they wild Pokémon? That shouldn't be the case. Let us go take a look. Upon reaching the battle arena, Chingqing was astonished to see a Greninja effortlessly defeating his disciple's Pokémon. Beside it stood an unremarkable-looking Charmander. Are you wild Pokémon? Chingqing inquired, stopping his disciples from further disrupting the battle. Kuga. No, we are here to challenge the gym. The Greninja clarified, shaking its head. With a thud, Chingqing released a fire-type Pokémon from its Pokeball. Boy, they're here to fight. After the fire-type's translation, Chingqing finally grasped that these two had come to challenge the gym. Where's your trainer? Kuga. We don't need a trainer. The two of us can handle you. Chapter 9. So it was you, the monster? 10 minutes later, the Greninja calmly extended its hand towards Chingqing. Kuga. Now? Where's that badge? Hand it over. Chingqing was taken aback, but reluctantly surrendered the badge to the Greninja. As the blue frog departed with the Charmander, Chingqing darkened his expression and huffed, close the doors. We're taking a break tomorrow, no business. The disciples dared not speak, hastily securing the gym. Kuga. Next is the Charizard Valley, right? Having easily dispatched the gym, the Greninja felt a sense of boredom. The Charmander also yawned, expressing its disinterest. Chirp. If we follow the scent, it should be over there. Upon hearing this, the Greninja elegantly waved its hand. Come, let us go. The following day, Sumu awoke to find the Greninja and Charmander peacefully sleeping at his bedside. prompting a gentle, paternal smile. Such adorable little Pokémon. It's wonderful to have come to this world. While he reflected on this, Sumu received a notification from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the Charmander sign-in task. 1. By carrying or using Charmander in the Lava Gym battle, the host has earned a Charizard Evolution Stone. Please continue to strive to become the strongest trainer. Congratulations to the host for completing the Charmander sign-in task. 3. By bringing Charmander to the secret realm of Charizard Valley and winning a battle there, the host has rewarded Charmander with the unique flame of Red Lotus. Please continue to strive to become the strongest trainer. Sumu was instantly bewildered. What is going on? I just took a nap. And the system must be glitching. Do you really think it's necessary to resort to such despicable tactics to make me a trainer? Goodness, I haven't even done anything yet. And you are already eagerly completing tasks on my behalf? Why not take the role of a trainer yourself, then? What do you need me for as the host? Sumu was infuriated, fiercely attacking the wretched system. Please speak cautiously, host. The system will never act in a manner that lacks objectivity. Nonsense. Have you learned to respond to me? Goodness, do you possess intelligence? Are you being controlled by someone lurking in the shadows, observing my every move? Come out, you wretched system. I swear. If it comes to it, I won't hold back. It will be a fight to the bitter end. Sumu cursed inwardly, but the system remained silent, ignoring him completely. After a while of venting, Sumu grew weary of his tirade. As he calmed down, he began to scrutinize his two Pokémon. The more he observed, the more something seemed amiss. Why did these two appear so dirty? Why was there a black mark on Charizard's rear? Had it been burned? Could it be that while I slept, they ventured out to challenge a gym? A terrifying thought took root in Sumu's mind. No, it cannot be. My Pokémon could not be that proactive. After all, I'm just a lazy fish. As Sumu attempted to comfort himself with denial, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Then came a series of knocks. Someone was at the door. Sumu got up and peered through the peephole, and upon seeing Yu Hailong, he opened the door. Yu Hailong entered, placing the breakfast he had just purchased on the table, excitement radiating from him. Kid, do you know? There's big news outside. I just overheard that the lava gym was challenged last night. In the middle of the night, they took on Chingqing, the gym leader. 1 against 6, and he was so overwhelmed he couldn't even face the day. He hasn't opened the doors today, Yu Hailong exclaimed, fearing Sumu might not believe him, and promptly took out his phone. Look, it's even on the local headlines. Sumu, feeling a pang of distress, took the phone and listlessly scrolled through the news. Director, do you know what Pokémon the challenger used? Seeing Sumu's interest, Yu Hailong grinned with pride. Of course. I made sure to ask. Apparently, the challengers had 2 Pokémon. Their trainer didn't even show up. One was blue, and the other was red. Seemed like a Greninja and a Charizard. As Yu Hailong finished speaking, the Greninja sleeping by the bed seemed to stir at the mention of its name. Kukui, it mumbled, groggily raising its head to greet Yu Hailong before burying its head back into sleep. It had been a long night. The Pokémon League at the Charizard Valley was teeming with powerful figures. Observing Greninja's response, a triumphant smile gradually faded from Yu Hailong's face. Upon glancing at Charizard, who hadn't even lifted its head, Yu Hailong suddenly understood. Sumu, noticing Yu Hailong's realization, shook his head with a wry smile. I just found out myself. Do you believe me? Yu Hailong shook his head in disbelief. Do you think I would believe that? You're telling me you're still human? Chingqing is a renowned and formidable gym trainer. And you don't even show up, yet they managed to take him down 1 against 6? Does the dojo master not care about his reputation? Observing Yu Hailong's increasingly peculiar expression, Sumu sighed helplessly. Do you think I desired this? I woke up to discover such news. Do you think I wish for it? Clearing his throat, Sumu inquired anxiously. This won't affect anything, will it? After pondering for a moment, Yu Hailong hesitated. It should be fine. It seems that Master Chingqing is a special guest for this newcomer tournament. But the competition is based on skill, so it shouldn't have any impact. Sumu contemplated this reasoning and found it sensible. Alright then, since it won't affect the match. There's no major issue. A dojo is meant for battles, isn't it? After all the fighting, should I blame my Greninja for the outcome? My Pokémon may strike me from behind, yet I, Sumu, shall accept it with a smile. Fine. I'll keep a low profile these next few days and try not to take them out. Nodding, Sumu took a bite of a bun. Life goes on. One cannot let the defeat of a weaker opponent disrupt their own routine. It's inconsequential. He's merely a dojo master. Let the battles happen. Yu Hailong observed Sumu calmly eating, secretly astonished. This kid, such a significant matter, and he can still eat breakfast with such poise. Truly a genius from our school. So uniquely remarkable. Let me know if you need anything. I'll accompany you to the preliminaries tomorrow, Yu Hailong offered, beginning to explain the tournament process to Sumu. Many participants were set to compete this time, with a total of 4 rounds in the preliminaries, each requiring one-on-one eliminations before advancing to the main event. Sumu nodded, indicating that he was unperturbed. The main event would feature the finest talents from various schools, all of whom were aspiring trainers. Thus, it would be a 2 versus 2 battle format. As Yu Hailong continued, Sumu listened attentively. However, unbeknownst to them, the small Charmander, seemingly asleep nearby, was secretly narrowing its eyes. So many battles await. It seems I must grow even stronger. Chapter 10. Be gentle, don't burn them. The preliminaries commenced. Sumu, accompanied by his 2 Pokémon, entered the preparation area with an air of nonchalance. Casually surveying his surroundings, Sumu was astonished to discover an abundance of beautiful girls. With thoughts of embarking on a world tour after the newcomer tournament, he felt a surge of urgency. He had promised to bring his beloved girl along, yet thus far, apart from his mother, he hadn't exchanged a word with any woman. This simply wouldn't do, Sumu. Attractive girls won't approach you on their own. You must take the initiative. After mentally encouraging himself, Sumu resolved to seek out a charming girl who caught his eye for a conversation. Participant number 741. Please proceed to Arena 6. The announcement echoed. Glancing at his number, Sumu realized it was indeed 741, and he couldn't help but grimace. Alright, once again, I've missed the chance with the lovely ladies. Rising, he strode confidently towards Arena 6. His opponent was a rather plump individual. The referee, having presided over several matches, was now weary from standing. Upon seeing both competitors enter the arena, he wasted no time and promptly instructed them to release their Pokémon. Sumu contemplated briefly and, adhering to the principle of modesty, chose Charmander. Charmander, this is our inaugural battle together. Let us support one another. Chirp, replied Charmander confidently. Rest assured, Sumu, I can incinerate this opponent in a single breath. With a dismissive glance at the opposing Kingler, Charmander snorted lightly. Having recently merged with the Scarlet Lotus Flame, he felt as if he could effortlessly melt even a stone placed before him. Water type? A trivial matter. The rotund opponent, upon witnessing Sumu's selection of Charmander, was momentarily taken aback before erupting into boisterous laughter. Kingler, do you see that little creature? Be gentle when you strike. We wouldn't want to crush it. With both competitors having chosen their Pokémon, the referee hastily announced, you are all aware of the rules. The match commences now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sumu's Charmander unleashed a powerful inferno, striking Kingler directly. The latter was rendered dazed. Its body darkened as if it had been roasted. The match is over. The victor is contestant number 741. Sumu couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. This contest lacked any real challenge. He hadn't even had the chance to hurl a few taunts at the chubby opponent before the match concluded. Charmander, you could have simply used Ember. Why resort to Inferno? Are you not afraid of causing damage? Sumu feigned annoyance as he scooped up Charmander. Meanwhile, the once boastful opponent now gazed at his Pokémon in sheer bewilderment. What just transpired? The match began and ended in an instant? What did I just experience? The referee, witnessing Sumu's merciless follow-up, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The youth of today are truly ruthless. Not only did he annihilate his adversary, but he also delivered a poetic coup de GRC. This style rivals that of the trainer who single-handedly defeated gym leader Chingqing. Contestant number 741 may be classified as a top seed, advancing to the main event group. Speaking into the communicator, the referee observed Sumu standing tall and proud, unable to suppress a twinge of discomfort. Upon returning to the preparation area, Sumu was disinclined to treat Charmander. There was no need. Having just vanquished his opponent, there was no injury to attend to. However, Charmander had other ideas. Spotting the medical equipment in the preparation area, he eagerly tugged Sumu towards the doctor. Leaping onto the examination table, he presented himself, demanding a thorough checkup. Sumu glared at him. You are healthier than a young bull. What on earth do you need to be checked for? Chirp, replied Charmander. Hurry up. I'm already ready. I need to know if there are any hidden injuries, especially in my right foot, which I sprained 3 years ago. The doctor, perplexed, assumed that Charmander had just finished battling and had indeed sustained injuries. With a fleeting glance at Sumu, he inwardly lamented the irresponsibility of certain trainers. Oblivious to the need for healing their Pokémon, Sumu felt utterly exasperated. Was he not the one providing care? Did he not administer treatment? Nevertheless, seeing that his Charmander had collapsed, he resignedly uttered, Please, doctor, would you kindly examine my Charmander? 10 minutes later, the examination concluded that aside from some fur loss on its rear, the little creature was in perfect health, and it wore a contented smile. Striding confidently, with a substantial handful of healing potions in hand, the Charmander trailed behind Sumu. Healing potions? Let us not delve into that. It was a source of distress for Sumu. After the examination, his Charmander had spotted a vendor selling healing potions and had stubbornly insisted on making a purchase. This resulted in a total of 10 potions. Poor Sumu's wallet was in dire straits, as these healing potions were rather costly. With a long sigh, he glanced back at his delightfully satisfied Charmander, managing only a wry smile. Alas, as long as this creature was happy, it was worth it. A little caution would be wise for longevity. The preliminary rounds comprised 4 stages, and due to the numerous participants, 10 arenas were simultaneously in operation, with each competitor participating in one match in the morning and another in the afternoon. The preliminaries could be completed in just 2 days. With time on his hands, as his match was scheduled for the afternoon, Sumu decided to head to the observation area to assess the caliber of this year's female competitors. Ahem. He was merely evaluating their skills. He would never admit to being a lecherous old man. Kukua, what is the young master so engrossed in? Chirp. I don't know. Perhaps he is watching the less experienced clash? Kukua, I am unclear. The two little Pokémon accompanied Sumu throughout the morning, feeling somewhat bored. Kukua, after the matches tomorrow, shall we head to Charizard Valley for extra training? The mention of extra training instantly invigorated the Charmander. Chirp. Yes, that last Charizard scorched my rear. This time, I shall incinerate all of its fur. Unbeknownst to Sumu, while he was preoccupied with watching the female competitors, his two Pokémon had once again devised a training plan. Had he been aware, he would have fervently sought to dissuade these two rascals. It sufficed if their strength was adequate. Why the need to become excessively powerful? It was meaningless, after all. He had no aspirations of becoming a trainer. He simply wished for a moment of peace. Sumu continued to observe the morning matches until they concluded, at which point he led his two Pokémon toward the dining hall. Along the way, a spirited girl with red hair suddenly blocked his path. Sumu was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing that this young lady was drawn to his handsome visage and was seeking his number. Instead, the youthful girl pointed at Sumu and exclaimed, "At last, I have found you." Chapter 11. The Fiery Temper of Miss Yufan. Me? Sumu was bewildered. Wait a moment, what is happening? You have finally found me? What is the meaning of this? Have I wronged you in some way? It should not be so. According to the memories of the original owner, Sumu had been a single, innocent young man for over a decade. He had never truly experienced the beauty of love. The last time he held a girl's hand was likely during elementary school, when the teacher insisted that classmates shake hands for self-introduction. That was his first memory of intimate contact with a girl. Yes, it was you. Do not think you can escape. The young lady glared at Sumu, her expression radiating a fury that seemed capable of devouring him whole. Indeed, in that moment, Sumu felt a twinge of panic. The usually composed Master Su, under the fierce scrutiny of the young lady, involuntarily sensed a hint of fear. After confirming that he had never seen this young lady before, he mustered his courage to inquire, "I shall not flee. Will you tell me what this is all about?" The young lady's wrath did not diminish in the slightest due to Sumu's candidness. She continued to glare at him with fury, exclaiming, "Do not feign innocence. Think of the deeds you have committed." "Deeds I have committed? I have been at the hotel for the past few days, doing nothing. I am quite unclear about what you are referring to. Please speak plainly." As the two argued, several audience members and competitors who were preparing to leave paused, drawn in by the unfolding drama. Some even began to concoct their own narratives. This was undoubtedly a script of a young lady confronting a scoundrel. Very well, then I shall speak plainly. Was it you who caused the trouble at the lava gym? Did my master offend you, prompting you to seek our humiliation in this manner? Do you realize the immense disgrace you have brought upon our lava gym? The young lady accused Sumu, her voice trembling with emotion as she neared tears. In that moment, Sumu came to an epiphany. I knew it. There is no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. Every action has its consequence. I, Sumu, have always conducted myself honorably and have never mistreated a single girl. How could such a situation befall me? The true reason lay therein, the lava gym. Casting a glance at the seemingly indifferent Froakie and Charmeleon, Sumu could not help but smile wryly. Look at the trouble you have caused. Do you not feel a shred of guilt for the predicament you have thrust upon me? This situation arose from my failure to properly oversee my Pokémon, and for that, I sincerely apologize. However, is not the purpose of a gym to challenge? Am I to apologize for succeeding in my challenge? Having spoken in as calm a tone as possible, Sumu chose not to engage further with the young lady and began to depart with his two Pokémon. He felt he was in the right, albeit his method of challenge may have been somewhat inappropriate. The young lady watched Sumu's retreating figure, her hands trembling with indignation. Tears of frustration brimmed in her eyes, nearly spilling over. Very well, I shall await you in the main competition. My name is Yufan, remember it. With that, she hastily left the audience area. Realizing she could not best Sumu in argument, she resolved to settle matters through battle. However, it seems that in her fury, the young lady has forgotten a pertinent detail. Her master, Chingqing, has already been outmatched by Sumu in a 1-against-6 showdown. What could she possibly use to contend with Sumu? The preliminary rounds proceeded smoothly, with Sumu being designated as a seed player after the first match. The opponents he faced were largely novice trainers of mediocre caliber. Upon the entrance of the Frogadier, it swiftly dispatched its foes with minimal effort, securing a place in the main event. On the night following the preliminaries, Sumu was soundly asleep in his room. Let us go, Charmeleon. It's time to set off. A chirp responded, Roger. Two figures stealthily emerged from the shadows, carefully opening the door by the pale light of the moon filtering through the window. Wait for me a moment, I need to grab something. Charmeleon abruptly turned back, rummaging through Sumu's bag. Soon, under the quizzical gaze of Frogadier, Charmeleon joyfully emerged, cradling a substantial stash of healing potions. Why do you need so many healing potions? Frogadier inquired, perplexed by Charmeleon's actions. Charmeleon simply smiled enigmatically. You wouldn't understand. It's better to be safe than sorry. Frogadier, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, left speechless by Charmeleon's timorous nature. Nevertheless, it was prudent to carry a few, as the formidable creatures in Charizard Valley were indeed overwhelming. Even with a type advantage, he struggled against those elite-level Charizards. As for the masters beyond that, the legendary Charizards were too daunting to provoke. This time, I shall defeat that rival from last time. With a resolute goal, Frogadier quietly closed the door. His young master had indeed been laboring tirelessly over the past few days, scrutinizing every opponent's matches and refusing to leave the venue until the events concluded. This league, which meant so much to his young master, was one that Frogadier was determined to help him conquer. From this point onward, he would assist his master in becoming the strongest trainer, unbeknownst to the ambitious Frogadier. The reason his young master was watching the matches was not to gather intelligence on rivals. In truth, he was merely an innocent admirer, enthralled by the captivating young ladies in attendance. As for why he lingered until the very end, it was a simple matter. The audience seating was circular, and Sumu's gaze was fixated on the enchanting lady across from him. Regardless of the competitors' performances, as long as the event was ongoing, she would remain within his view, a selection for him to choose from. Regrettably, Sumu had recently been intimidated by the tempestuous young lady, Yufan, and now hesitated to approach attractive girls, resulting in a lack of contact information from any of them. He had unconsciously come to believe that all beautiful young women in this world were battle enthusiasts. A gentle and beautiful girl like Serena was truly a rare gem. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Sumu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Charmeleon, who was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, feeling somewhat bewildered. What mischief did you two get up to last night? Awakening Greninja, Sumu solemnly inquired while cradling Charmeleon and tenderly unwrapping its bandages. What on earth is this? It appears to be mummified. How many injuries has it sustained? Why did you not take better care of this child? Sumu intended to rebind Charmeleon while assessing the severity of its wounds, contemplating whether immediate transport to the Pokémon Center was necessary. However, the moment he unveiled the bandages, he conceded that this Charmeleon was indeed a fool. What a rascal. Just a scrape on its arm, and it's wrapped up like this? Do bandages cost nothing? Chapter 12. The Opening Ceremony, Chaos in Charizard Valley. Observing the two Pokémon before him, heads bowed in a contrite posture, Sumu lost the desire to reprimand them further. After all, had they committed any wrongdoing? Is it a fault to aspire for strength? Certainly not. Sumu was merely their trainer, not a fetter on their lives. He would not bind any Pokémon to himself against their will, nor would he impose his ideals upon their existence. Such expectations are neither realistic nor feasible. Tonight, refrain from causing any disturbances. The competition begins tomorrow, so ensure you rest well. Kukui. Understood. Tonight's additional training will be cancelled. Chew. But we can't skip practice. How can I become stronger without battling? Kukui. You make a valid point. Without practical experience, how can one speak of growth? Upon reflection, Greninja acknowledged the wisdom in Charmeleon's words. Just yesterday, it had finally triumphed over that female Charizard. This is growth. This is progress. Chew. Exactly. Look at how I defeated that Charizard yesterday. I couldn't have done that before. Though Charmeleon was exceedingly cautious, it grasped the fundamental truth that the strong remain strong. Thus, it would not squander any opportunity for improvement. Currently, Charizard Valley presented the perfect opportunity for Charmeleon, teeming with kindred spirits, allowing it to challenge the formidable without the fear of peril. Should this chance be missed, who knows when another fitting secret realm would present itself. Therefore, Charmeleon cherished this opportunity, resolutely deciding to visit Charizard Valley multiple times during the tournament. Kukui. Very well, you have persuaded me. Regardless, tomorrow's competition would be a mere display of strength, largely independent of their current condition, so Greninja acquiesced to Charmeleon's wishes. Midnight training, let it continue. A night of silence passed. The following day, when Sumu opened his eyes, he was astonished to find Charmeleon once again tightly swathed in bandages. So, you all sneaked out for training again. Goodness. Someone save me. My Pokémon are far too proactive. Your fervor and diligence make me, as a trainer, seem utterly inept. Wait a minute. I am not a trainer. Trainers are those who wish to be. I certainly do not. Today's competition involves the round of 64 to 32, and it should be a 2-on-2 battle. Casting a glance at the drowsy Pokémon, Sumu felt a tinge of helplessness. Given the current state of affairs between the two of you, I do hope you avoid any disastrous mishaps. If you were to face calamity, I can only imagine the fury that would ignite within the old principal. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Presumably, it was Yu Hailong, here to deliver breakfast. Good morning, he greeted as he naturally stepped inside, placing the meal down. Sumu nodded, seated on the bed, and picked up a stick of fried dough. Shortly, the opening ceremony of the tournament would commence, during which dozens of Charizards would simultaneously unleash their fiery breath into the sky, igniting the altar. Sumu nodded in wonder, casually inquiring, is the opening ceremony truly so magnificent? The presence of dozens of Charizards implied that at least as many elite trainers would be taking part. For a newcomer tournament, this was quite an impressive display. Well, it's not too shabby. Given the proximity to the secret realm, there are indeed a considerable number of Charizards here in Flame City. This is a proud showcase for the locals, Yuhailon jested. Once breakfast was finished and Sumu had changed into his attire, the two set off towards the Inferno Volcano, the venue for the main event, to participate in the opening ceremony. However, it seemed inevitable that something unexpected would occur. Sumu had an instinctive feeling that all was not right. As a chosen traveler, he was uncertain if there were others like him. Regardless, he was undoubtedly a central figure in this world. If nothing were to transpire, how could he justify his identity as a traveler? Moreover, he had yet to fully comprehend the specifics of his peculiar system. Thus, if anything were to go awry, it would be entirely within reason. Just as everything was proceeding smoothly, and everyone looked up in anticipation of the 36 Charizards directing their fiery breath towards the bonfire on the altar, a violent tremor suddenly emanated from the direction of the secret realm. The Inferno Volcano was relatively safe among the volcanic clusters of Flame City, which was precisely why the event was hosted there. However, due to its proximity to the Charizard Valley secret realm, the opening ceremony was abruptly disrupted by an inexplicable disturbance. What is happening? Sensing the intense shaking, Chingqing, the strongest local, swiftly took to the skies to gaze towards the secret realm. Curiosity was shared not only by Chingqing, but also by the participating contestants and the bewildered spectators. The secret realm posed risks, but it also held opportunities. Since its emergence, the Charizard Valley had been a source of considerable resources, providing a steady supply of Charmanders for rookie trainers each year. It had become a prominent symbol of Flame City. Should anything untoward occur in the Charizard Valley, it would result in an unimaginable loss for the city. You all go find the city lord. I will descend and investigate. Without further ado, Chingqing mounted his Charizard and sped towards the secret realm. However, before he could reach it, a strange wave manifested at the entrance of the realm. In the next instant, a multitude of Charizards erupted from the depths of the secret realm. The scene transformed into a breathtaking spectacle. Quickly, disperse the crowd. The Charizard secret realm is in chaos. Seek assistance from the Alliance. Chingqing was experiencing a throbbing headache as he shouted commands, urgently requesting the assistance of the guard team to help evacuate the contestants and spectators. Meanwhile, he took the initiative to intercept the rampaging Charizards emerging from the secret realm, accompanied by the trainers of the 36 Charizards and a few elite trainers. What had transpired? Upon reaching the lead Charizard, Chingqing shouted an inquiry. The lead Charizard, bearing a long scar across its face, was in a furious state. It offered Chingqing no chance for communication, unleashing a powerful dragon pulse that sent Chingqing's Charizard flying. Get out of my way. Roar. Where is that frog that attacked my mate yesterday? Show yourself. The enraged Charizard bellowed, revealing the purpose behind its incursion with a legion. It was on a quest to locate a blue frog. To understand this, one must look back a few days. The Charizard Valley had always welcomed outside challengers with open arms, until that despicable frog arrived. The frog's infamy stemmed from its predilection for targeting female Charizards. If it had merely engaged in fair combat, the male Charizards would have had little to say. However, the frog's tactics were utterly vile, inciting profound hatred among every female Charizard it had challenged. Chapter 13. Know your place and wish them happiness. Indeed, it had come looking for me. The Greninja, with a dark expression, voluntarily dove into Sumu's Pokeball. The nearby Charmander, unfazed, simply stifled a laugh. Why would it return? Sumu questioned, puzzled as he looked at the Charmander. The Charmander pointed to the scarred Charizard above, then gestured towards the Greninja's Pokeball. Sumu understood. What sort of grave offense had this creature committed to incite such wrath from the Charizard? It couldn't be that it had taken liberties with someone's mate? Upon this realization, Sumu paused. It was not entirely implausible. Given Greninja's mischievous nature, it was indeed within the realm of possibility. Goodness. Frogs and lizards might actually have something going on, though the scene is rather unsettling, he mused. The Charmander, unaware of Sumu's thoughts, felt an involuntary shiver as it beheld the lascivious grin upon his face. In the skies, the scarred Charizard remained seething with rage. It had caught a whiff of that rogue frog scent nearby, without a doubt. Peering down, the scarred Charizard scrutinized each Pokémon with piercing eyes. It had merely been indulging a favored consort, only to discover upon turning back that its beloved mate had been viciously scarred. Not only that, but the despicable frog had struck with such brutality that its once beautiful mate now bore the visage of a swollen mess. This rogue was no first-time offender. In recent days, numerous female Charizards had fallen victim to its heinous attacks. Initially dismissive of the situation, it was only after witnessing its beloved mate's plight that the scarred Charizard grasped the gravity of the matter. As the sovereign of the Dragon Valley, he raised his arm and bellowed mightily, leading his army forth. That despicable frog, the scar-faced one, must be taught a lesson. It was time for him to experience the agony of disfigurement. With another roar, he proclaimed, "Surrender that frog, or I shall disregard our previous agreement and personally venture to Flame City to capture that scoundrel. At that moment, Chingqing's Charizard emerged from the Dragon Valley. Witnessing the fury of its king, it felt no inclination to resist. Rising from the ground, it hurriedly translated for Chingqing. Was he here to find someone? Chingqing struggled to comprehend, yet he grasped the general situation and inquired with curiosity. His Charizard nodded vigorously, affirming the sentiment. However, it was not a person they sought, but rather a frog. Despite the overall exchange, Chingqing could infer the meaning, but when it came to specific vocabulary, he was at a loss. Not a person? Then what were they searching for? He gazed anxiously at his Charizard. The Charizard, equally exasperated, reiterated, a frog. Roar, roar. Yes, I understand now. But what exactly does he seek? Chingqing still could not grasp the translation of the term frog in the spirit tongue, despite the animated gestures of his Charizard. Roar. His Charizard, growing impatient, repeatedly stuck out its tongue, indicating they were indeed looking for a frog. Realizing this, Chingqing slapped his thigh in epiphany. I see. A big-tongued clam. Boom. The Charizard collapsed on the spot, frothing at the mouth. A frog, a frog. A bizarre croak suddenly erupted from the Charizard's mouth. This sharp, resonant rib bit instantly captured the attention of all the trainers and their Charizards present. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chingqing scratched his head as he watched his Charizard awkwardly retreat into its Pokeball. It was rather mortifying to have a Charizard mimic the sound of a frog. How perplexing was this for a child? Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, Chingqing finally asked the scar-faced Charizard, So, you are indeed searching for a frog? With a confident nod, the Charizard affirmed, Roar. Chingqing, somewhat puzzled, pondered the situation. Why such a grand display to seek a mere frog? Wait a moment. A frog? Could it be a blue frog? Chingqing suddenly inquired of the scar-faced Charizard. Roar, roar, roar. It exclaimed, Yes, that is it. That scoundrel. Good heavens. Chingqing nearly choked on his own breath. It turned out they were both victims of the same plight. What a coincidence. He too was looking for that frog. This rascal had dared to challenge him 6-1 and then simply walked away, never having seen the face of its trainer. From a distance, Sumu observed the exchange between Chingqing and the Charizard, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. The Greninja could not remain hidden forever. It would inevitably make its appearance. If he were to confront Chingqing alone, it would be manageable, but should he refuse, he would be forced to submit. However, this is clearly a master-level Charizard, and Sumu felt a twinge of apprehension. It would be best if this could be resolved peacefully. Director, do you have a flying-type Pokémon to send me over? Sumu inquired of Yu Hailong, who was momentarily stunned into silence. After Sumu shook him a few times, Yu Hailong finally regained his composure. Yes, what do you intend to do? He asked, noticing that Sumu's first reaction was not to flee, which nearly petrified him once more. This kid has quite the audacity. His knack for stirring trouble is simply remarkable. Sun Wukong himself would struggle to match it. In terms of chaos, you surpass even Sun Wukong. Releasing his own Fiero, Yu Hailong repeatedly cautioned Sumu to be careful and to flee promptly if the situation escalated. Sumu waved his hand dismissively, urging Yu Hailong to remain quiet. And then he mounted Fiero, soaring directly towards the fearsome Charizard. Greetings, Charizard. I am Sumu, and the one you seek is my Pokémon. Upon seeing Sumu approach, Charizard let out a laugh. Roar. Hand over that frog, and I shall engage him in battle. Sumu struggled to comprehend the words, but he inferred the essence of Charizard's intent. Gripping the Pokeball of his Greninja, he spoke. Charizard, I understand your anger. Indeed, any man would find this intolerable, especially one of your esteemed lineage. However, I must convey that matters of the heart cannot be forced. Since my Greninja has already fallen for your mate, it would be wise for you to wish them happiness. That is the mark of a true gentleman. Yet, I do sympathize with your plight and hope that in the days to come, you can find peace. There are countless beautiful female Charizards in the world. Do not hang your hopes on just one tree. Sumu's words echoed loudly, reaching not only those on the ground, but also Charizards soaring above. Boss, when did your wife betray you? Weren't you supposed to teach that frog a lesson? How did it turn into you being the one with the green hat? Oh no, the sister-in-law has betrayed the boss. I must keep a close watch on my own wife. Sumu mused, realizing that such a trivial matter should not provoke Charizard to nearly breach an agreement, unexpectedly emerging from the secret realm. Indeed, only the power of jealousy could incite such fury. The frog has bewitched the lizard? Greninja is impressive. Chapter 14, The Bond Transformation of Greninja. Charizard was truly enraged. He swore that no one had ever dared to humiliate him in such a manner. Sumu was the first. Roar, you are finished. He unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Sumu, filled with wrath. Sumu had no time to evade, but fortunately, Greninja appeared just in time. Cool. Touch my young master, and you, big lizard, are in for it. A jet of water intercepted the flames, and Greninja landed atop Fiero, glaring with equal fury at Charizard. Calm yourself, Charizard. What has transpired here? Just as both sides were poised for battle, Lin Haiyuan, the Lord of Flame City, arrived on the scene, riding his fiery steed, and called out in hopes of calming Charizard. However, what can be done? How can a Charizard, unjustly adorned with the humiliation of a green cap, endure such indignity? Witnessing its flames intercepted by the Greninja, old grievances and new resentments surged within. With a thunderous roar, the scarred Charizard unleashed its Dragon Pulse and Inferno. Lin Haiyuan, the lord of the city, was indeed a formidable presence, a true king among warriors. As the scarred Charizard disrespected him, Lin Haiyuan's temper flared. What of being a master-level fighter? If you dare, come forth in battle. This is the domain of humanity. Any audacity here, and not even the divine can save you. Such confidence emanated from the strength of the human race. The clash of Dragon Pulse and Inferno erupted into a fierce wave of energy. After unleashing this blow, the Inferno horse appeared somewhat weakened. Lin Haiyuan urgently shouted to Chingqing, "Act now. This cannot be left unresolved." In the sky, Sumu felt a flicker of emotion. Lin Haiyuan, fully aware of his inferiority against the Charizard, stood resolutely by his side, intercepting its assault. "Senior, enough. Let me handle this myself." Commanding his Chatot to land beside Lin Haiyuan, Sumu spoke with gravity. Lin Haiyuan was taken aback. "What do you mean handle it yourself? This is a Charizard, a master-level fighter. You, a novice trainer, can accomplish nothing. Don't be foolish, young man." He frowned, reprimanding Sumu and releasing his other Pokémon, preparing for battle. "No, I am not being foolish. I can manage this. Please, Senior, stand down. The Charizard wishes to battle my Pokémon, and once we finish, this matter will be resolved. I do not wish to endanger everyone. The wrath of a master-level Pokémon could yield catastrophic consequences. Should Lin Haiyuan, representing humanity, engage the Charizard and fail to defeat it, the toll on humanity would be immense, a fate Sumu desperately sought to avert. Greninja, prepare for battle." "Cool. I've been ready for this." Sumu was not without his own trump cards. Yet, as a newcomer in this world, he felt the need to preserve some resources. However, witnessing Lin Haiyuan's willingness to confront a master-level Charizard for his sake compelled Sumu to forego his reservations. "Everyone, please step back. I wish to face the Charizard in a one-on-one duel," Sumu declared, and the Charizard heard his challenge. "Roar. Very well, for your spirit. I shall spare you a complete demise today." Lin Haiyuan intended to protest, but before he could utter a word, Sumu shouted, "Greninja, unleash your full power. It's time for bond transformation." "Cool." A surge of energy radiated from Greninja, enveloping it in a brilliant white light, akin to the glow of evolution. Lin Haiyuan gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Impossible. Greninja can evolve. Absolutely inconceivable. Yet, the truth lay before him, and he had no choice but to accept it. Greninja's bond form. "Here I come." "Cool. Come forth, great lizard." Transformed into its final form, the Froakie has reached the pinnacle of the champion level. Although it still pales in comparison to the formidable Charizard, who has attained the master level, it possesses a fighting chance thanks to its advantageous attributes. "Youngster, merely reaching the champion peak is insufficient," Lin Haiyuan muttered quietly, feeling a surge of anxiety for Sumu. Meanwhile, the Charizard, with its scarred visage, disdainfully sneezed, roaring, "Insect. Even with a transformation, you remain an insect." As a king, it deemed it beneath itself to exploit its aerial superiority against a weaker opponent. The Charizard held its pride firmly. However, Sumu remained unfazed as he observed the Charizard swooping down, and Froakie exuded an aura of calmness. "Though our strength may not match yours, the disparity between wild Pokémon and a trainer's Pokémon lies here. With my presence, Froakie shall surely triumph over you. For we are united in spirit. Froakie does not fight alone." "Indeed." Froakie echoed. At the moment the Charizard's attack was about to land, Froakie deftly employed Shadow Clone. Realizing the futility of its assault, the Charizard abruptly halted its descent, its mighty wings unfurling like a parachute, enabling it to hover in the air. The counterattack from Froakie was imminent. In a flash, Froakie appeared behind the Charizard, launching 2 water shurikens with precision. The Charizard, without even casting a glance, flapped its massive wings backward, unleashing a scorching gust of wind. The blazing tempest instantaneously obstructed the water shuriken's trajectory, while simultaneously inflicting colossal damage upon Froakie. Under normal circumstances, this combination of moves from the Charizard would yield significant results. Unfortunately, today was far from ordinary. In a state of profound connection, Sumu and Froakie operated with instinctual synergy. Almost instantaneously upon the release of the water shurikens, Froakie executed a swift leap into the air. As the Charizard unleashed its scorching winds, Froakie's toxic strike successfully connected, inflicting a poisoned state upon the opponent, gradually diminishing its vitality as the battle progressed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the toxic attack, the Charizard retaliated with a powerful blast burn. Trapped in midair, Froakie braced itself for the impending impact, summoning a soft green protective shield, a defensive move. From a distance, Lin Haiyuan and Chingqing held their breath in suspense for Froakie. The battles between masters unfold in mere moments. In just a few seconds, Froakie had engaged in its first skirmish with the Charizard, emerging with a slight advantage. Well done, youngster, Lin Haiyuan exclaimed triumphantly, fists clenched in excitement. Beside him, Chingqing was nearly leaping with exhilaration. If Froakie can win, I shall forgive you for that 1-against-6 incident. Chapter 15, Astonishment. Froakie's resounding victory. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of those around him, Chingqing brazenly directed his attention back to the battlefield. As long as I remain unembarrassed, it is you who shall feel the sting of embarrassment. Upon landing, the Greninja did not seek to distance itself from the Charizard. Instead, it unleashed a flurry of water shurikens, followed by a wave of water crashing down upon the ground. Utilizing the cover of the water waves, it executed a stealthy attack, directly targeting the scarred Charizard's vital points. The series of moves flowed seamlessly, devoid of any clumsiness. Charizard, with one hand delivering a thunder punch and the other a flame punch, shattered all incoming water shurikens. Then, it spread its wings wide, unleashing a blade of air. Sharp, scythe-like gusts of wind were thrust from its wings, nullifying the water waves' assault. Simultaneously, Greninja, enveloped in dark energy, found itself compelled to evade as Charizard's air blades pressed forward, abandoning its offensive stance. Seeing Greninja in disarray, forced to dodge its own attacks, the scarred Charizard quickly seized the opportunity to strike back. A dragon rage surged forth, aimed at the Greninja, which was still engaged in a struggle against the air blades. Once again, Greninja found itself in dire straits. At a critical moment, it produced a foam from seemingly nowhere. Tatama Flip, a fighting-type transformation skill. Its effectiveness rivaled that of a protective move, though it could not thwart transformation abilities. This was precisely what was needed to counter the dragon rage. Roar, you bastard. The scarred Charizard, seeing its attack thwarted once more, let out a frenzied roar and charged forward, intent on engaging Greninja in close combat. At this moment, Greninja hesitated not at all, swiftly retreating while continuously hurling water shurikens to disrupt its opponent. The clash of ultimate moves erupted in a series of explosive sounds. The spectators were left in awe. Who would have thought that Sumu, a novice trainer, possessed the prowess to contend with a master-tier Pokémon? Although it appeared that Greninja was struggling and had faced peril multiple times, one must not forget, the scarred Charizard was afflicted with severe poison, its stamina steadily depleting. Hang in there, kid. Victory is within reach. Lin Haiyuan shouted, rallying support for Sumu. Though Sumu had remained silent throughout, astute observers could discern the profound connection between Greninja's performance and Sumu's command. Beads of sweat trickled down Sumu's brow as he gritted his teeth to endure. The initial bond transformation had drained him considerably, yet he could not falter. Should he waver, Greninja would be met with the Charizard's unrelenting wrath. Battle. Cool Kappa. Both human and Pokémon roared in unison, as Greninja was enveloped in a torrent of water. Surf. Without a moment's hesitation, Greninja executed Surf, bracing itself to meet Charizard's Flare Blitz head-on. Boom. Another thunderous sound resonated. The scarred Charizard was forced back several steps by the tremendous explosion. Likewise, Greninja was sent hurtling dozens of meters away. Gracefully flipping in midair, Greninja landed without a moment's pause, leaping high once more. Surf, and attack again. Charizard, fueled by fury, wasted no time, initiating another Flare Blitz that would result in mutual destruction. Bang. The impacts echoed repeatedly. Bang. Bang. As the distance that the Greninja frog was sent flying diminished with each encounter, the scarred-faced Charizard's stamina began to wane. The repercussions of its Flare Blitz, combined with the natural disadvantage presented by the water type and the effects of poison, meant that the damage sustained by the Charizard far exceeded that of the Greninja frog. Realizing that this could not continue, the scarred-faced Charizard let out a furious roar. Suddenly, a blazing beam of sunlight surged towards the Greninja frog. The unexpected onslaught caught both the Greninja frog and Sumu off guard, leaving them with no time to evade. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the protective mechanism activated, averting disaster once again. Damn it, playing dirty? Sumu cursed, immediately commanding in his mind, Greninja frog, circle around him. Employ the tactics taught to us by our great leader, guerrilla warfare. Advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when they advance, and strike when they tire. With Sumu's guidance, the Greninja frog deeply grasped the essence of guerrilla tactics, beginning to dart around the scarred face Charizard in frantic loops. Time and again, it evaded the Charizard's assaults while incessantly launching various water-type skills to harass the foe. Finally pushed to its limit, the scarred face Charizard ascended into the air, preparing to use Roost to regain its strength. However, Sumu was not about to allow this. Now's the time. Cool Kawa. Both trainer and Pokémon shouted in unison. The Greninja frog unleashed Surf, soaring upwards directly towards the scarred-faced Charizard, while conjuring an enormous water shuriken in its grasp. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, shrouding the surroundings in smoke. In the distance, Lin Haiyuan, Chingqing, and Yu Hailong all held their breath, too tense to make a sound. As the smoke dissipated, The scarred-faced Charizard and Greninja frog stood facing each other, both at their physical limits. Neither had the strength to move even a finger. With a deep growl, the scarred-faced Charizard attempted to intimidate the Greninja frog with its kingly presence. Yet, it overlooked one crucial fact. The Greninja frog was weary, but Sumu remained steadfast. "You old lizard, get down now. I swear, if you concede now, I might still forgive you. Otherwise, I'll have my Greninja frog take up residence in your Charizard Valley and seduce all your female Charizards. I'll ensure you remain single for life. Believe it. What are you roaring about with that green hat atop your head? You're ugly, your strength is lacking, and yet you act tough. Now get crawling." Sumu's words were a pure onslaught of shock and audacity. The scarred-faced Charizard was driven to despair, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the Greninja frog turned back in alarm. "Kulkawa, what green hat? What female Charizard? Master, did you misunderstand something? I have no interest in lizards." Unable to contain itself, the scarred-faced Charizard was struck once more by the Greninja frog's words, which hit a nerve. It spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed in defeat. Victory was theirs. Sumu had triumphed. "Did you see that? This kid won. Sumu won. Ha ha. Our genius from Fengqing No. 1 High School has done it. He defeated a master-level Pokémon." Yu Hailong had completely lost his mind, standing in place and shouting wildly alongside the others. Regardless of the surrounding chaos, he was overwhelmed with excitement and had momentarily forgotten himself. Chingqing had plopped down onto the ground, his back drenched in sweat. They had actually won. Lin Haiyuan, equally incredulous, gazed at Sumu from a distance, rubbing his eyes and slowly breaking into a smile. What a remarkable lad. He truly triumphed. From afar, the competitors had witnessed the entire spectacle. A young girl stood there, utterly astonished as she beheld Sumu, unable to believe the scene unfolding before her. Chapter 16. The Ruthless Destroyer of Blossoms, Fengqing Sumu. The scarred-faced Charizard, displaying a commendable sense of honor, refrained from confronting the Greninja and ceased his arrogance. After resting for a while, he led his team back to the mystical realm, bestowing upon them several Pokémon eggs. Among them, one egg shone with particularly vivid colors, a testament to his lineage, the progeny of a master-level warrior. Lin Haiyuan waved his hand grandly, accepting the Pokémon eggs and expressing his forgiveness for Charizard's rashness. Subsequently, he handed the special egg to Sumu. "Young man, you have done well." Sumu scratched his head, offering a calm smile. Witnessing Sumu's composed demeanor, Lin Haiyuan's admiration grew. "Keep striving, the future is yours. You will undoubtedly become a formidable trainer one day." At these words, Sumu's previously jovial expression darkened. Clutching the Pokémon egg, he took his leave. Lin Haiyuan is not a good person. He actually wants me to become a trainer? Does he not know how perilous that profession is? If I hadn't intervened today, who knows how many lives would have been lost? Such a dangerous vocation, and he wishes to thrust me into it. There must be ill intentions at play. Just like that dog system, neither is trustworthy. Sumu muttered under his breath, departing with a disgruntled heart, leaving Lin Haiyuan in a state of bewilderment. Did I say something wrong? This lad truly is peculiar. With a bitter smile, Lin Haiyuan turned to leave, reporting the incident of the Charizard Valley disturbance. The competition continued. Yet the participants' eyes reflected an increased sense of ennui. Sumu had single-handedly challenged the pinnacle of masters, and yet, he was here participating in such a novice league. Was there no sense of shame? Upon returning to the preparation area, Sumu coincidentally spotted the young lady who had previously wished to challenge him. He waved cheerfully, greeting her, only to find that she recoiled at the sight of him as if he were a demon, hastily turning to flee. "Surely not. I have already forgiven you. Why must you be so oblivious to the situation? Just because you are attractive does not mean you can bully me like this. Never mind, never mind. A fruit that is forced does not taste sweet. It is better when feelings are mutual. I cannot become a sycophant." Sumu muttered to himself, finding an empty spot to sit as he awaited the commencement of the match. As fate would have it, in the round of 64-32, Sumu's opponent was none other than the young lady named Yufan. "Hello," he called out, standing in the arena with a sunny disposition. Yufan snorted disdainfully, offering no response. She felt as though she had become a mere jester in this encounter. Sumu, despite his formidable strength, had the audacity to provoke an opponent. How embarrassing. Although he appeared to wear a bright smile, even seeming somewhat humble after the cold huff from Yufan, his heart was anything but sunny. "Little Fire Dragon, unleash your full might against me." Upon calling forth Little Fire Dragon, Sumu displayed a warm smile reminiscent of a caring older brother. Yet his words were laced with an icy chill. The Little Fire Dragon cast a glance at their adversary, a long-tailed fire fox. "Rest assured, I won't grant her any chance to turn the tide." Sumu nodded, maintaining his enthusiastic demeanor. Do not be deceived by her femininity. Oftentimes, the more beautiful a woman is, the more ruthless her tactics. I understand. Even if that fire fox is female, I will hold nothing back. The Little Fire Dragon added. The frogs have taught me, when facing a female opponent, strike hard, strike fiercely, and instill fear to secure victory. Remarkably, the duo was in perfect sync. With such stubborn personalities, if these two do not remain single for life, it would be an injustice. As the referee declared the commencement of the match, the nightmare for Miss Yufan and her mother, the long-tailed fire fox, began. 10 minutes later, as the young lady fled the arena in tears, the audience fell into a stunned silence. The referee stood speechless for an extended moment. Sumu, humming a cheerful tune, returned to the preparation area, collected his belongings, and departed with nonchalance. Yet, women often fall deeply in love, sacrificing their youth without regret, easily becoming ensnared. For a woman, love is her essence. She may devote her entire life to the one she cherishes. Sumu hummed a sorrowful tune within, longing for the day he would meet his beloved. Though there are many beautiful young ladies, none are his, which feels profoundly unjust. Here stands Sumu, remarkably talented, handsome, and scholarly, yet he remains single. What an outrage. Wait, wasn't that the disciple of Master Chingqing? Yes, it was Miss Yufan, our school's flower. To think she was brought to tears. How infuriating. Sumu is truly ruthless. He has made my goddess cry. Sumu, I shall hold you accountable. Such mercilessness raises questions about Sumu's mental state. Does he harbor an aversion to women? I must inform my sister. If she encounters Sumu during the competition, she should promptly concede. On another note, this individual is already a master of the heavenly martial arts. Why does he still participate in the Novice League? Because he has only just acquired his initial spirit this year. However, can we truly categorize such a monster as a novice? It was only after Sumu had long departed that the audience began to react. Some expressed indignation on behalf of Yufan, vowing to teach Sumu a lesson. Others speculated that Sumu might harbor a disdain for girls, which explained his heavy-handed approach. In any case, Sumu had undeniably become a sensation. Without further ado, at the very least, the current generation of female students in Yin City will indelibly remember the name Sumu. Should they ever encounter him in competition, they would undoubtedly choose to surrender at the very first opportunity. The ruthless flower destroyer, Sumu of Feng City, completely oblivious to this honor. Sumu had just returned to the hotel when he was abruptly seized by the exuberant Yu Hailong. You must be a freak. How on earth did you manage to win? Sumu, exasperated, freed himself from Yu Hailong's grasp and plopped down onto the bed. Director, your reflexes are astonishingly slow. It's been ages since that happened. Yu Hailong, speechless, retorted, if I had found you sooner, would I still be this excited? By the way, what do you plan to do with that egg entrusted to you by the city lord? After collecting his thoughts, Yu Hailong sat in a chair and began discussing serious matters with Sumu. He already had a little Charizard, and raising another one seemed rather imprudent. Let me ask him. Sumu summoned his little Charizard and inquired. This egg is the offspring of that scar-faced Charizard. It could be a lovely female. What do you think? Should I find you a mate? Upon hearing this, the little Charizard instantly leaped up and dove into its Pokeball. Women, huh? Whoever wants one can have it. I certainly do not. Chapter 17, The Unremarkable Victory. The little Charizard's reaction indicated to Sumu that it was not keen on having a sibling. Sumu, too, desired not to remain single while the little Charizard paired up with a mate. Thus, he resolved to find a suitable owner for this so-called exquisite Charizard egg. In the ensuing days, life became rather mundane. The Greninja and the little Charizard routinely ventured to Charizard Valley to gain experience, to the point where even the guardians of the secret realm recognized the duo. Meanwhile, Sumu, feeling idle, would engage in battles with the Greninja and the scar-faced Charizard. As the saying goes, it is better to forge ties than to sever them. One must fight to get acquainted. Through these skirmishes, Sumu swiftly earned the scar-faced Charizard's understanding, primarily because refusing to understand was not an option. It simply could not win. The last encounter was when Greninja and Sumu first employed their bond transformation, still inexperienced in its execution. Moreover, this was Sumu's inaugural command of such a high-level battle, and some awkwardness was unavoidable. However, as time passed, Sumu gradually adapted to the rhythm, and his synergy with Greninja became increasingly proficient. Even the master-level scar-faced Charizard had no choice but to accept its fate of being consistently overwhelmed by various cunning tactics. On the other hand, the little Charizard continued to resist evolution, insisting on maintaining its current form, even going so far as to demand money from Sumu to procure a Everstone. In its words, preserving its existing shape would allow opponents to lower their guard, and that was the key to survival. As for the competition, it was utterly lackluster. Due to Yufan's influence, Sumu's reputation as a formidable adversary against female competitors was solidified. The female participants would forfeit the moment they matched with Sumu, while the male contenders were promptly sent packing by the little Charizard with a single strike. The 2-week-long competition concluded flawlessly. As Sumu stood upon the podium as the champion, an overwhelming sense of emptiness enveloped him. Fortunately, the award ceremony hostesses were strikingly beautiful, with long legs, providing Sumu with a modicum of uplift. When it came time for his acceptance speech, he cleared his throat, took the microphone, and tested the sound. Hello. Can you hear me? Receiving no reply, Sumu, with an audacious demeanor, repeated the question, "Can you hear me? If not, I'll ask again later." His antics rendered Chingqing, seated among the guests, speechless. "Sumu, we can hear you," Chingqing interjected, eager to spare Sumu from repeating himself, thereby offering him a gracious exit. Upon hearing Chingqing's response, Sumu beamed with satisfaction. "Now that is more like it. This saves everyone time." He continued, "I have an announcement to make. Everyone present today, you are in for a stroke of luck." Sumu wore an expression that hinted at mischief as he declared, "I am on the lookout for a suitable trainer for a master-level Charizard's offspring." Indeed, Sumu's proclamation sent ripples of astonishment throughout the crowd. Regardless of their wealth or status, all present gaped at Sumu, captivated by his performance. "What a showman you are, Sumu." However, he added, "to become a trainer for this little Charmander, one must possess a certain financial capability, followed by character. I trust that the League's authority will ensure that cases of trainers mistreating Pokémon will not occur with this Charmander." Sumu shamelessly implied that the egg would go to the highest bidder. At this moment, spectators, contestants, judges, and guests alike pulled out their phones, eager to summon others to witness the spectacle. Some were rallying friends, while others sought funds. In short, Sumu had successfully escalated the situation. Before long, noticing that most of the phone calls had ceased, Sumu resumed, "I previously consulted with Mayor Lin Haiyuan, and my method of assisting Pokémon in finding their trainers is not in violation of League regulations. Therefore, you may now place your bids." With a triumphant smile, he had scarcely finished speaking when a voice from the audience rang out, 5 million Alliance coins. This elicited a wave of laughter, for even before hatching, a Charmander egg was worth over 2 million, often with no market available. To demand 5 million for a master-level descendant was sheer folly. 20 million. We at the Lava Gym will take that egg. I hope you all can look kindly upon my offer, Chingqing declared, rising to make his bid. He strategically invoked the prestige of his gym to bolster his position. Just as Sumu furrowed his brow, preparing to voice his objections, an elderly judge interjected. "I apologize, Gym Leader Chun, but my grandson has just reached the appropriate age. I intend to give this egg to him as his first Pokémon. 25 million. The old man, clearly no ordinary individual, upped the ante by 5 million. On the podium, Sumu was nearly beside himself with excitement. "Goodness gracious, 25 million, tax-free. I think I shall reserve 5 million for my mother, and the remaining sum will suffice for a whirlwind tour around the globe 10 times over. 2,600,000, that is all I have." Chingqing furrowed his brow and continued to bid. The old man chuckled, 2,800,000. "Thank you, Master Chun." Just as Sumu was preparing to finalize the deal, another voice interjected. "Old son, my son also desires this egg. I apologize. 30 million. Sumu could only envision a sea of gold coins swirling in his mind. Money, glistening silver. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the elder known as Old Son offered a reluctant smile. "If Mr. Zhao requires it, he should have mentioned it earlier. I shall refrain from bidding." "Mr. Zhao?" Sumu did not recognize the middle-aged man who had placed the bid, but this did not impede the transaction. "If there are no higher bids, shall we conclude the deal?" Sumu inquired, and seeing no further offers, he invited Mr. Zhao to the stage. Mr. Zhao, unreserved, produced a purple card and stated, "There is 30 million within. The password is the last 6 digits." Sumu accepted the card, promptly requesting a card reader from Chingqing. After verifying the balance, he transferred the full 30 million into his account, feeling relieved as he then called for Yu Hailong. "I entrust this child to you. I believe your son will be a commendable trainer." With that, Sumu beamed. Mr. Zhao, equally amused, accepted the little fire dragon egg and remarked, "You are quite intriguing. We may cross paths again." Sumu shrugged nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. "If we meet again, so be it. Unless you have a stunning maiden waiting to marry me. What significance does it hold?" After collecting the champion's reward from this year's rookie tournament, a top-tier flame pearl, Sumu, accompanied by Yu Hailong, boarded the principal's vehicle, returning to Fengchen. Chapter 18. I, Sumu, am set to traverse the world. Throughout the journey, the principal was brimming with enthusiasm. He incessantly praised Sumu's prowess and the accolades he had brought to the institution. Meanwhile, Sumu and Yu Hailong remained composed. "Ahem, are you not at all excited about your victory?" the principal inquired quizzically, observing the duo. Sumu seemed fine, but Yu Hailong appeared utterly unfazed. "Is it so difficult to show some support?" Sumu, with a wry smile, patted Yu Hailong's shoulder. "Director, please share the tale of the Fire Dragon Valley with the principal. It was merely a championship win. Was it truly worthy of such excitement?" The principal, feeling a tinge of indignation at Sumu's dismissive gaze, thought to himself, "I am no small figure. I have weathered storms in my time. How dare this child look down upon me?" He then opted to have Yu Hailong recount the events that had so emboldened Sumu. Without hesitation, Yu Hailong narrated the battle at Fire Dragon Valley. The principal remained silent until they reached their destination. It was not until the vehicle halted at the entrance of the high school that the principal remained utterly speechless. Feeling utterly embarrassed, he thought to himself, "What a disgrace. Sumu did not accompany the two back to school, finding the celebration feast too cumbersome. Instead, he alighted from the vehicle early and returned home. At that moment, Su's mother was watching television at home, and, upon seeing Sumu's return, expressed a hint of surprise. However, that surprise swiftly transformed into warmth in her eyes. "You're back already. Are you tired?" Sumu nodded slightly, then shook his head. He was unsure how to respond to such a question. Was he tired? Somewhat. Yet not really. "Mom, this card has 5 million in it. Please take it." Sumu, bewildered by how to reciprocate his mother's affection, lowered his head and placed the card on the coffee table in front of the sofa. "You have worked hard all these years. This money is legitimate. I earned it during the competitions in the secret realm, so you need not worry. I have plenty more. There's no need to save it for me. Feel free to spend it without hesitation." Sumu spoke in fragments, keeping his gaze downward. Noticing his mother's silence, he continued to speak. After a long while, he finally raised his head slowly, only to find his mother sitting on the sofa, silently weeping. He approached her and offered a tissue. This mother was exceptionally strong. Although she appeared gentle as water, she possessed the innate resilience common to all mothers. After that irresponsible man departed, there were countless nights when she would cry. Yet, to spare Sumu from emotional turmoil, she always wept in silence. Over time, her silent tears became a habit. If one day you encounter someone who cries without a sound, cherish them, for they may have endured pain and once loved deeply. "My child has grown up." Upon noticing Sumu's gaze, Su's mother quickly stifled her tears. With a face full of tenderness, she looked at him, her rough hands gently caressing his face. Sumu felt slightly uncomfortable, yet did not wish to retreat. Maternal love. It had been so long since he had felt its embrace. "Do you wish to travel?" After some time, both mother and son had calmed their emotions. Su's mother turned off the television and asked with a smile. Sumu nodded. This was his dream. He did not aspire to be a trainer, but wished to explore the world with his beloved girl. "Then, please be careful." After a moment's thought, Su's mother imparted a single piece of advice before rising to head to the kitchen. "I will prepare something for you to eat. Rest at home for a few days before you leave." Sumu nodded again, unable to refuse his mother's request, nor did he wish to. 10 days later, Sumu had settled matters at school, gathered the necessary travel gear, and devised a sensible travel itinerary. The first destination was the newly opened secret realm, the Evergreen Forest. Upon waking, Sumu glanced at the two Pokémon beside him as per usual. Not bad. They slept soundly and seemed clean. They probably didn't sneak out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Greninja sign-in task. 2. Carrying or using Greninja in the Dawn Gym battle has earned the reward, Greninja's mastery of ninjutsu. The host Greninja and Charmeleon's basic sign-in tasks are all completed. The next level of tasks is now unlocked. As expected, these two little rascals never let him relax. "Once again, you ventured out for additional training, did you?" Sumu sighed in resignation, accustomed to the betrayal of these two rogues. "Very well, dog system, you have triumphed once more." Since claiming victory in the championship, the Charmander has completed 3 sign-in tasks, resulting in a substantial enhancement of its capabilities. The awakening of the Crimson Lotus Flame, the augmentation of its Dragon-type powers, coupled with the champion's reward of the Flame Orb, has all been absorbed by the Charmander. This creature's strength has indeed experienced a significant boost. The same can be said for the Greninja. Pokémon, Greninja. Type, Water, Dark. Strength, Mid-tier Champion. Ability, Protean. Each time it uses a move, its type changes to that of the move. Moves, Hydro Pump, Shadow Clone Technique. Substitute, Water Shuriken, Night Slash. Water Pulse, Water Cannon, Shadow Clone. Sign-in task, engage in battle against the heart of the ocean while utilizing Greninja and NTI. Upon seeing the new task for Greninja, Sumu chuckled. "Goodness, a battle against NTI? Is the system attempting to drive me to madness? Where on earth is NTI? Ha. I certainly do not need to be a trainer." However, upon reviewing the attribute panel of Charmander, the smile on Sumu's face instantly darkened. Pokémon, Charmander. Type, Fire Dragon. Strength, Pseudo Mid-tier Champion. Ability, Solar Power. In sunny weather, its attack power increases. Moves, Dragon Rage, Draco Meteor, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail, Overheat, Flamethrower, Fire Spin. Solar Beam, Steel Tail, Origin Pulse. Sign-in task. Engage in a master-level battle against the bloodline of the Candle Dragon in the secret realm of the Evergreen Forest while utilizing Charmander. Sumu truly laughed. "Dog system, do you believe I want to venture into the Evergreen secret realm?" The system remained unfazed, indifferent to his decision, for it knew he would inevitably go there. Sumu could not comprehend why the system had directly assigned a sign-in task for the Evergreen Forest, unperturbed by the possibility of his refusal. Soon, a notification from the system arrived. In the secret realm of the Evergreen Forest, the host will encounter his first true love. Fate is approaching, and it is hoped that the host does not miss this opportunity. "Goodness," Sumu exclaimed in delight. "How delightful. I, Sumu, shall indeed go to the Evergreen Forest. Not only shall I go, but I shall hasten my journey. Ah, at last, the dog system has done something human. Evergreen Forest. Here I come, await my arrival. Fair maiden, I shall be there shortly, wait for me. World, I, Sumu, am coming to explore you. Chapter 19. Fear not. Fair maiden, for I am on my way. Bidding farewell to his mother, Sumu boarded the plane bound for Stone City. The Evergreen Secret Realm is located near Stone City, and flying there is arguably the most time-efficient method. Of course, if he had a Dragonite. The journey might have been even swifter. Thanks to the system's notification, Sumu now found himself in a state of heightened vigilance, prepared for battle. Whenever he encountered a beautiful lady, he could not help but wonder if she might be his destined soulmate. Sometimes, a mere glance from the other party can lead one to contemplate everything, even the names of potential children after marriage. Upon arriving in Chingqing, Sumu wasted no time. He hailed a taxi from the airport and proceeded directly to the hotel he had reserved in advance. For him, time was of the essence. He was determined to seize every moment and hasten to find his destined partner. Cool, wow, exclaimed the little lizard. What has gotten into our little master these past few days? He seems utterly distracted. Buzz off. What is it to you? Retorted the little fire dragon, who was diligently searching for hidden cameras in the hotel room. He needed to confirm that no spirits, especially ghost types, were lurking about, and then he would inspect the surveillance equipment. Reclining on the bed, Sumu fiddled with his phone while urging, Little Fire Dragon, are you done yet? If so, we need to head out. The Johto Forest awaits. The little fire dragon ignored him, silently scoffing. Humph. Does he not understand the importance of self-protection? Must I teach him how to safeguard himself while out in the world? At long last, after what felt like an eternity, the little fire dragon completed his inspection of the hotel room. Finding no issues, he intended to take a breather. However, before he could even sit down, Sumu seized him and tossed him onto his shoulder. Are you walking on your own, or shall I put you back in your Pokeball to accompany me? Sumu inquired, glancing back at his Greninja with a grin. Cool, wow. The Greninja replied eagerly, I can walk just fine. He quickly acquiesced and promptly exited the room. Though he couldn't help but ponder, what on earth has happened for my master to be so anxious to venture into the forest? Could it be that he has finally awakened and is determined to train diligently to become the strongest trainer in the world? I see. I must not lag behind. I too must grow stronger. Fear not, dear master. Upon arrival at the Johto Forest, my training will be even more rigorous. I shall not disappoint you. Unbeknownst to Sumu, he was oblivious to Greninja's inner thoughts. He merely assumed that his display of authority had instilled fear in Greninja, preventing any dissent regarding their journey to the Johto Forest. As for the little fire dragon, he would let that slide for now. If his procrastination were to cause Sumu to miss his destined partner, there would be time enough for retribution later. As they traveled to the Johto Forest, Sumu grew increasingly anxious. Presenting his identification to the guards, he dashed into the teleportation passage and stepped into the Johto Forest. Once inside, while others took a moment to assess their surroundings and the individuals nearby, Sumu was different. His keen eyes scanned the area with the precision of a radar, swiftly evaluating each young lady present. No, this won't do. The quality is lacking. As sighs filled his heart, Sumu clung ever more fervently to the hope that the system had assured him his destined beloved would surely be found in this very place. Yet, after a prolonged gaze, he found no young lady who piqued his interest. The women who frequented this locale, aside from those already claimed by another, were predominantly focused on self-improvement, seeking to hone their skills. Who would share Sumu's plight, possessing everything except love, and specifically coming here in search of true affection? Cool, exclaimed the Gekigashira, perched behind Sumu, occasionally employing water-type energy to alleviate his sun-soaked discomfort. Meanwhile, the Charmander was tasked with absorbing the excess heat around Sumu, preventing him from succumbing to heat exhaustion. Chirp, it lamented. You ask me, who should I ask? The Charmander grumbled, gazing at the seemingly dazed Sumu, who was lost in his search under the sun. Internally, it sighed. I fear my trainer may be beyond saving. How unfortunate that I, having just embarked on my journey, must endure the consequences of a trainer falling ill, resulting in the release of all Pokémon. Chirp, it continued. If he remains fixated on the crowd for another 10 minutes without moving, then I'll leave it to you. Gekigashira proudly patted its chest, assuring, cool, you can rest easy. I've got this. Sensing the peculiar emotions emanating from his two Pokémon, Sumu pulled his thoughts back together and relaxed a bit, hastily suggesting, let us venture deeper. This vicinity is merely populated with mundane bug-type Pokémon, lacking excitement. A single phrase could convey myriad meanings to different ears. The Charmander assumed Sumu had returned to his usual self, eager to assist both itself and Gekigashira in their training. It eagerly volunteered to search for worthy opponents deeper within the forest, chirping excitedly all the while. Gekigashira, however, interpreted Sumu's words as an indication that they were to engage in battle. Clearly, Sumu's intent was to temper his temper, avoiding confrontation with the feeble creatures nearby and instead seeking the mightier ones deeper within who could provide a challenge. Cool, it declared, I understand, rest assured. Once we reach the depths, I shall unleash my prowess and demonstrate the fruits of my recent training. Displaying the 2 gym badges it had obtained for Sumu, Gekigashara flashed a toothy grin, trailing joyously behind him. As for Sumu, his meaning was far simpler. The area was rife with weak bug-type Pokémon, unremarkable and unattractive. The young ladies were disinclined to linger here, preferring to avoid play with such creatures. Hence, the quest for his destined beloved lay deeper within the hidden realms. As for the training the Charmander envisioned and the battles Gekigashara anticipated, Sumu had never entertained such thoughts. He remained steadfast in his belief that a Pokémon's strength need not be overwhelming. It sufficed to be adequate. As for being a trainer, that was not a path he wished to pursue. Now, he is solely focused on locating the young lady foretold by the system. All else pales in comparison. Gradually venturing deeper into the forest, Sumu skillfully evades various erratic bug-like sprites along the way. Suddenly, he hears what seems to be a cry for help. Help! Someone! Sumu's heart races. It is indeed the voice of the young lady. Fear not, I am coming. Chapter 20, The Underage Cynthia. The long-desired young lady has finally arrived. And Sumu is overwhelmed with excitement as he dashes deeper into the woods. Ahead lies a small river, its waters less than pristine. It stands to reason that the young lady must have fallen in. Sumu thinks to himself, hastening downstream towards the source of the voice. Indeed, after running less than 100 meters, he spots the young lady struggling desperately in the water. She clutches a frightened round shark, tears streaming down her face as she calls out, "Is anyone there? Help, please." Without hesitation, Sumu, though unable to clearly discern her features, relies on his years of experience to conclude that she is undoubtedly extraordinary. There is no time for contemplation. He must rescue her. Greninja, follow my lead. Truth be told, Sumu himself cannot swim. Having lived in the northern regions, he is nothing short of a landlubber. Fortunately, Greninja is there to assist. Or else he would find himself and the young lady, whose face remains a mystery, embarking on an eternal journey together. Seriously? You can't swim, and yet you jumped in? What a mess. Upon seeing Sumu plunge into the water, Greninja, with an air of exasperation, remarks. As Sumu flounders, Greninja swiftly employs a surf technique, mastering the currents of the river, and then leaps to pull both Sumu and the young lady back to the shore. Upon their sudden return to dry land, the young lady attempts to speak but is interrupted by a fit of coughing. Sumu discreetly glances at her abdomen, thinking to himself, she must have swallowed quite a bit of water. Gently patting her back, he steps forward to examine her closely. The young lady possesses long golden hair. Though dampened by water, it is evident that in her usual state, it must be stunning. Sumu then lowers his gaze, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Sporting sneakers and snug jeans, she wears a commonplace outdoor ensemble. Her outer layer is a black jacket, beneath which lies a light-colored top that seems quite appealing. As he gazes upward, Sumu suddenly feels a wave of embarrassment and discreetly touches his nose. The young lady, having ceased her coughing, now gazes at Sumu with a puzzled expression, unaware of his intentions. Ahem, just assessing your condition. Are you all right? Sumu awkwardly inquires. I'm fine now. Thank you for rescuing me and my round shark, she replies, mustering her weakened body to express her gratitude. However, in that moment of their eyes meeting, Sumu is left utterly flabbergasted. What on earth? This is not just any young lady. It's Cynthia. No way. Is it possible that Cynthia exists in this world? Sumu stands in stunned silence, at a loss for words. As the enchanting Sharona encountered Sumu in such a state, she turned her head in perplexity to gaze at the Greninja. Cool. Greninja promptly waved its hand, indicating its own ignorance of the situation. Hello? Sharona gently waved her hand before Sumu's eyes, attempting to draw him back from his reverie. Ah, my apologies, I just zoned out for a moment. Sumu regained his focus, still unable to believe that the girl before him was the illustrious champion Sharona from the original tale. Upon scrutinizing her features, Sumu discerned that apart from the disparity in age, she appeared somewhat youthful, lacking the commanding aura typically associated with Sharona. In every other aspect, however, the subtle expressions and smiles between her brows were strikingly identical. I am Sumu, and you are? I am Sharona, hailing from the Western European continent. Upon hearing Sumu introduce himself, Sharona quickly responded, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. In that fleeting moment of witnessing Shiona's smile, Sumu acknowledged that he had been utterly captivated. So, what brings you here all alone? Sumu began rummaging through his backpack, retrieving a towel and a jacket. Sharona, feeling a bit awkward, watched Sumu's flurry of activity. Her own backpack had been scattered during the recent water incident. I am here to travel. I heard that a new secret realm has opened in the east, so I came to explore. The east, West Europe. The north and south poles. This outlines the geographical distribution of the world. Sumu found no surprise in Shiona's origins. For where in the east could one find a stunning blonde like her? Traveling alone, Sumu placed the towel on Shiona's head and handed her the jacket, then asked with a hint of surprise. Indeed, I have been accepted into the Eastern Academy ahead of time, and I can enroll directly next year. Thus, I thought to embark on a journey here in the east this year, to witness the splendid landscapes. As Sumu listened to Shiona's account, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Wonderful. Kindred spirits, indeed. Truly, Sharona and I are a match made in heaven. What about you? Sharona, now donning the jacket Sumu had given her, began to dry her hair, curious about his journey. Sumu, unable to contain his joy at her inquiry, chuckled softly. I am somewhat in the same boat. Although I lack a direct admission, my school granted me a year off, and I will return next year to take the entrance exams. Sharona, surprised by his revelation, paused in her hair-drying efforts and quickly inquired, So you are also traveling alone? Sumu nodded. Indeed, we share a remarkable connection. Finding a natural tree hollow, Sumu instructed Greninja to evict the resident Scyther, and he led Sharona inside. Charmeleon, may I borrow your tail for a moment? Holding a bundle of dry twigs and branches, Sumu utilized the flames from Charmeleon's tail to ignite a small campfire. I will step outside for a bit. You should change your clothes. Remaining damp could lead to illness. At last, a makeshift rack was set up by the campfire, and Sumu produced a spare set of clothing for Sharona before stepping out of the tree hollow. Once outside, he inhaled deeply, wishing for a cigarette to calm his nerves. To his astonishment, the destined heroine foretold by the system turned out to be the yet immature Sharona. As a former gaming master in his past life, Sumu was no stranger to Sharona, not to mention as the champion of Sinnoh. Her commanding aura contrasted strikingly with her usual adorable demeanor, garnering her countless admirers. Sumu was among the throng. How intriguing that he had encountered a Sharona who had yet to grasp her full potential. Wait a moment. If she had not yet realized her formidable presence, did that mean the current Sharona was merely adorable? My goodness, I've struck gold. Chapter 21. The Battle of Greninja and Nti. With clarity dawning upon him, Sumu let out a jubilant shout, nearly rushing back into the tree hollow. Thankfully, reason prevailed, halting his impulsive steps. There was no need to rush. Haste makes waste. I will take my time to woo the goddess Sharona. Yes, slowly and surely. Continuously patting his chest, Sumu endeavored to steady his racing heart. No need for such excitement over a trivial matter. After all, I am a traveler from another world, a super transcendent one at that. Is it fitting for me to be so agitated over something so minor? Taking a deep breath, he gradually cooled his fervent blood. Thank you, dear system. Reflecting on the system's previous prophecy, Sumu unexpectedly expressed gratitude. Yet, the system remained as it was, unworthy of his affection. In the very next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A dense fog enveloped the area around Sumu, rendering visibility near impossible. Within that mist, a colossal silhouette began to approach him ominously. What on earth is that? Sumu had no time to ponder further and urgently called out for Greninja. Earlier, in order to facilitate Sharona's change of attire, he had returned his two Pokémon to their Pokeballs. Now, it was the perfect moment to summon them. With a thunderous crash, the enormous figure leaped from the fog and landed before Sumu. He barely had time to assess the situation when he erupted in anger. Doggone system. You must be conspiring against me. To battle Nti with Greninja in the Johto Forest? I thought this task was merely a jest. Are you serious? If I were to be buried here today, I swear I would never become a Pokémon trainer again. Indeed, the silhouette in the mist was none other than Nti. It was so abrupt, so inexplicably surreal. Nti had truly arrived. Sumu felt as if the ground beneath him had crumbled. What on earth is this system? Can it actually control Nti? No. Wait. If it were that powerful, why choose me as a host? It could simply conquer the world on its own. While Sumu was lost in these chaotic thoughts, Nti approached him, offering no respite for further speculation. A howl pierced the air. With a fierce roar, the Flame Emperor fixed his piercing gaze upon Sumu. What could this mean? Is he truly intent on battling me? Surely not. Even as the protagonist, there is no need for such extravagant displays of power. Was the Flame Emperor really so desperate as to seek me out only to be defeated and captured? Goodness. Even novels shy away from such implausibility, for readers would surely unleash their ire. Do you seek me for a purpose? Sumu inquired warily, observing the Flame Emperor with caution. You are formidable. Shall we engage in combat? The Greninja stood resolutely before Sumu, its battle spirit ignited. Unbeknownst to Sumu, his Pokémon had boldly stepped forward to provoke the Flame Emperor, while he mistakenly believed that Greninja was merely warning against any sudden aggression from the Emperor. Indeed, this illustrates the profound importance of mastering a foreign language. Sumu found himself led astray by Greninja's boldness. Then let us fight. I am quite intrigued by you. The Flame Emperor, known for his fiery temperament, would not easily refuse a challenge from a Pokémon. He was not initially there to brawl, yet the mere mention of combat caused him to lose sight of his original purpose. What was I here for again? Sumu, the Flame Emperor, and Greninja had all ignited with fervor, seemingly ready to unleash their powers, and Sumu could not help but mutter a curse at the system. Thus, he resolved to strike first. Greninja, Bond Transformation. No matter his intentions, a show of battle intent signified danger. With this thought, Sumu and Greninja swiftly completed their transformation, preparing for confrontation. Unbeknownst to Sumu, He had unwittingly adopted the overly cautious nature of his little fire dragon. In truth, there was no necessity for conflict. Yet, for reasons unknown, once battle fervor arose, the Flame Emperor himself forgot his original mission. With a thunderous roar, the Flame Emperor unleashed a torrent of flames without hesitation, following it up with a powerful sacred flame as he charged forward. Goodness, he is not holding back. He is truly going all out, Sumu exclaimed, urgently directing Greninja to evade and prepare for a counterattack. The Flame Emperor was likely at the pinnacle of master level, while Greninja, now transformed, had attained the early stages of master strength. Engaging this formidable opponent was not an impossible feat. After all, Greninja not only had the type advantage, but also the tactical acumen of Sumu. Shadow Clone Technique, Water Shuriken. Just as the flames approached, Greninja completed the hand signs for the Shadow Clone Technique. With arms outstretched, it conjured 2 massive water shurikens, hurling them toward the onrushing Flame Emperor. The mastery of ninjutsu acquired previously, combined with the spiraling sphere, enabled Greninja to successfully fuse the Shadow Clone Technique with its ninjutsu, thus creating the Water Shuriken. Now, Greninja had begun to embody the essence of the swift and cunning Naruto Uzumaki from the world of Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. The shadows summoned by the Shadow Clone Technique are not mere specters, they are energetic doppelgangers. It is not just a single Gek Ninja Toad wielding the Water Shuriken, but rather a multitude, dozens of Gek Ninja Toads. In an instant, over 30 shurikens are unleashed, directly forcing the Flame Emperor, who was employing the sacred flame, to retreat. What is happening? The Flame Emperor, taken aback, finds himself bewildered. The sacred flame is a formidable move only a divine beast can wield. How is it that this frog has managed to counter it head-on? Ignoring the astonishment of the Flame Emperor, the Gek Ninja Toads press their advantage. The clones, whose energy has waned and are dissipating after using the Water Shuriken, gradually vanish into thin air. Yet, before they disappear, they form a human pyramid to propel the Gek Ninja Toad into the air. Descending from the heavens, the Gek Ninja Toad, enveloped in swirling water, executes a powerful strike from above. Indeed, it is akin to surfing. The Flame Emperor, caught off guard, is struck directly by the Gek Ninja Toad's attack. Pain. Excruciating pain. A howl escapes the Flame Emperor's lips. In that moment, his head buzzes with agony. You have enraged me, you wretched creature, he exclaims, vowing vengeance. This time, the Flame Emperor will not hold back. With a booming roar, he elevates his presence, stomping fiercely upon the ground. Cracks begin to form across the earth beneath him, and his body ignites with deep crimson flames. Full power mode activated. As the flames blaze more intensely, the Flame Emperor's strength escalates. Master Peak, Sect Leader Early Stage, Sect Leader Mid Stage, Sect Leader Late Stage, Sect Leader Peak. This is the might befitting a divine beast. Typically, the Flame Emperor restrains his power, not out of cowardice, but necessity. The fabled spirits, upon manifesting, evoke celestial phenomena, which in turn expose their positions. Thus, the Flame Emperor refrained from unleashing his full potential initially. Little did he expect that the Gek Ninja Toad would prove so formidable, consistently suppressing him and igniting his ire. With the activation of his full power, a towering pillar of fire erupts, piercing the heavens. The sky is painted crimson, as if ablaze with flames. In awe, the Gek Ninja Toad gasps, "What? You can transform too?" Witnessing the Flame Emperor engulfed in deep red flames, his power surging, the Gek Ninja Toad is astonished. In a flash, the Flame Emperor lunges forward with astonishing speed, sinking his teeth into the Gek Ninja Toad that could not evade in time. Then, with a calm gaze, he glances at the struggling amphibian in his jaws and flings it aside. It's over. I've caused a calamity. I explicitly promised the Phoenix King not to unleash my full power, to avoid drawing human attention to my whereabouts. This is disastrous. Frantically extinguishing the flames enveloping him, the Flame Emperor leaps into the shadows, swiftly vanishing from Sumu's sight. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully completing the task of signing in with the Froakie. By engaging in battle with the legendary NEI while accompanied by Froakie, you have been rewarded with the heart of the ocean. The next phase of the sign-in task has commenced. Please review it at your leisure and continue your efforts. Sumu's expression darkened ominously. It was not the defeat of Froakie at the hands of NEI that troubled him, but rather the feeling of being ensnared by the manipulative system yet again. What was the purpose of NEI's arrival? Was it orchestrated by you? System, do enlighten me. What is the point of such self-directed theatrics? Why not simply assign me a task that allows me to remain at home and become the world's strongest trainer? Then, you could unleash your hidden schemes while I merely observe your display. What is the meaning of this? Out of nowhere, NTI appears, thinking I am oblivious to your machinations? As he vented his frustrations, Sumu felt his anger boiling. What nonsense is this? Without provocation, you conjure up a legendary NTI? Are you simply bored? Is there something amiss with you? Beep. Please refrain from misunderstanding the system. It will never interfere with the host's life. Even the system could no longer contain itself. Typically, it would tolerate the host's complaints, yet this time, It felt unjustly implicated. Why should it bear the blame? NTI's presence was not summoned by the system. It had no relevance to it. It was Froki that insisted on engaging in battle. So how could the system be faulted? Sumu's harsh words towards the system could not possibly be warranted. The system's only intent was to aid in your growth, alas. Sumu was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. What? Do you think I would believe that? Only a fool would trust that NTI was not orchestrated by you. After grumbling internally, Sumu finally turned his attention to the Froki that had returned to his side. Are you alright? He approached to examine Froki's injuries and found that NEI had not truly inflicted any mortal harm. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Cool. Froki exclaimed. I have lost. Please punish me, dear master. With his head bowed, Froki suddenly knelt on one knee, adopting a posture of contrition. Well, it is a divine beast, so its strength is to be expected. There is no need for you to compare yourself, Sumu reassured, believing Froki was disheartened by the loss. Moreover, you are already quite strong. There is no need to constantly strive for greater strength. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Froki appeared bewildered. Not strive to grow stronger? How can that be? If I do not grow stronger, how shall I protect my master? A moment of realization struck Froki. I understand. My master is undoubtedly motivating me, using reverse psychology to ensure I remember this lesson from my defeat. Cool, Froki declared. Rest assured, dear master. I shall remember this lesson, and my foremost goal will be to defeat NTI in the future. I will inevitably become an extraordinary Pokémon. Seeing Froki's unwavering determination, Sumu realized that his words had not diminished Froki's fighting spirit. Rather, the flames of ambition blazed brightly in his eyes as he looked at Sumu with determination. It dawned on him that Froki had either misunderstood his words or had chosen to disregard them entirely. Forget it, the elves possess their own thoughts. Since Greninja aspires to grow stronger, I shall support him. After all, as long as the remaining Pokémon do not share this ambition, I shall not become a trainer. Surely, I cannot expect each of my Pokémon to be exceptionally powerful. What transpired outside just now? Cynthia emerged from the hollow of the tree, her attire now dry and replaced. Upon seeing Sumu and the injured Greninja amidst the chaos outside, Cynthia inquired with curiosity. Sumu was at a loss for words. How could he explain that the legendary NTI had come to challenge him, and after defeating him, had fled? Would she believe such a tale? If it were him, he certainly would not. Cough, it's nothing, have you tidied up? He awkwardly changed the subject, sheepishly rubbing his nose. Does lying truly cause one's nose to grow? Yes. I have changed my clothes. Thank you, Sumu, Cynthia said, extending her hand gracefully to express her gratitude. Sumu quickly offered his claw, and their hands clasped together. At that moment, only one thought lingered in Sumu's mind. How soft. His heart melted. As he delicately caressed Cynthia's small hand, he savored the smoothness that emanated from within. After a long pause, Cynthia blushed deeply. Sumu, could you let go now? Did a handshake really require 10 minutes? My hand is sweating from your grip. Only then did Sumu realize. Clearing his throat, he withdrew his claw. He felt a pang of regret for being so forward, fearing he might frighten Cynthia. He hastily explained, in my hometown, the longer the handshake, the more respect it signifies, much like the customs of your Western countries with cheek kissing. Upon hearing Sumu's explanation, Cynthia appeared to have unlocked a new realm of understanding, lifting her gaze in realization. So that is how it is. Indeed, customs vary greatly across the world. Seeing that Cynthia accepted his words, Sumu was momentarily stunned. Goodness, the adorably naive Cynthia is simply too charming. How I wish to take her home. What should I do? Chapter 23. I am Society, a newly changed name. My goodness, that Salamence is exceedingly arrogant. Just as Sumu was entranced by Miss Cynthia, a Salamence soared low, gliding above their heads. Sumu couldn't help but comment, thinking that would be the end of it. However, the Salamence unexpectedly circled back, hovering beside them. Hey, kid, did you see that fire pillar just now? A middle-aged man clad in a black cloak rode atop the Salamence. I'm not sure, didn't see it, not familiar, Sumu promptly rejected, not even glancing at the Salamence, as he resumed holding Cynthia's hand and headed into the hollow of the tree. He simply wanted to hold her hand. Seizing the chance to take the lady's hand was paramount. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Sumu's reaction before his fury erupted. How dare you show such disrespect to a prospective king-level powerhouse? Young man, you are courting death. With a disdainful glance at the skyward tyrantrum, Sumu Bai retorted, Hey, who among us hasn't secured their chain? Were you released just to seek validation? Coming to a halt, Su positioned himself protectively in front of Sharona, ready to respond with a sharp tongue. A time traveler who cannot defend themselves is hardly a time traveler at all. I, Sumu, possess 100 ways to make you weep without uttering a single vulgar word. You dare to boast here? Who do you think you are? The older man was momentarily taken aback, hesitating with his mouth agape, utterly at a loss for words to counter Su. Indeed, he had merely been captivated by Sharona's beauty, seeking to assert his presence. Furthermore, given their age difference, it was perfectly reasonable for Su to refer to him as uncle. Frogadier. This inept uncle seeking validation is yours to handle. Sue chuckled lightly, summoning his Frogadier, who was busy applying medicine to itself. Cool. Are we about to fight? Frogadier is here. In an instant, Frogadier unleashed its king-level prowess, fixing its gaze upon the airborne Tyrantrum with a grin. The older man was once again flabbergasted. This kid cannot be older than my son, can he? Where does such a king-level Pokémon come from? Clearing his throat, he muttered, well, I have things to attend to, no time to play with a child like you. The older man desperately sought to extricate himself from the situation, fabricating a reasonable excuse to flee. What could he possibly do? The child's strength was overwhelming, leaving him utterly helpless. Sighing, he tightened his cloak and prepared to depart. However, Sue was not willing to let him go. What is this? You can come and go as you please? After putting on a show, you think you can just run away? Not so fast, uncle. The sun is pleasant, the breeze just right. Wouldn't it be delightful to engage in a battle with my Frogadier? Sue's languid tone struck the middle-aged man as ominous as a specter of death. In the wilderness, the weak must respect the strong. That is the rule. Within the secret realm, where all electronic devices malfunction, strength reigns supreme. Disrespecting the powerful leads to inevitable consequences. Those in the know understand. Fighting is unnecessary. My friends are waiting for me, and we have a task to complete. The older man said, cold sweat beading on his forehead, desperately attempting to invoke his own backing, namely his mercenary squad. In this world, the strong often choose to establish themselves in a certain territory, enjoying fame and resources, thus securing a reliable livelihood. After all, being a trainer is not only a perilous endeavor, but also an expensive one. Yet, there are always those who are either unattractive, lacking in intelligence, or simply seeking a quick demise. Unwilling to settle in one place, or lacking the opportunity to do so, they can only form mercenary teams, exploring secret realms and undertaking various tasks to survive. And this middle-aged man, caught in a predicament, clearly belonged to the latter category. At this juncture, it is evident that he is truly a victim of his own pride. Sumu spoke with a tone that pierced the heart and tightened his grip on Shallona's hand. How soft her hand is. Is maintaining one's face truly so vital? When confronting the strong, your respect and honesty fall woefully short. Your friends? Let them come. I shall face them all. Sumu did not harbor a particular desire to confront this middle-aged man. He merely found his arrogance intolerable. In a world fraught with treachery, nothing is less valuable than pride. This elder, despite his years, failed to grasp this fundamental truth, and in his attempt to preserve his dignity after offending Sumu, he was merely inviting further disdain. Ultimately, it stemmed from Sumu's youth. The man underestimated him. Thus, Sumu was unperturbed about assuming the role of the villain, intending to teach this middle-aged man that such behavior would not be tolerated in society and that a lesson awaited him. The elder's thoughts were laid bare by Sumu's incisive words, rendering him speechless as he cast a resentful glance at Sumu. I apologize, sir. I was wrong to speak so boastfully. Faced with Sumu's strength, the elder yielded. He commanded his violent salamander to land and approached the ground to offer a sincere apology. However, Sumu raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Elder, you still do not comprehend. Can you not temper that bitter gaze of yours? Do you take me for a fool or blind? It astounds me how someone like you has lived to such an age. In a drama, you would be the first to perish. Alas, do you even recognize your missteps? To still have the audacity to apologize after such arrogance, do you not find that embarrassing? Sumu concluded, shaking his head in disappointment. This man is a simpleton. With such intellect, he is fortunate to encounter someone as benevolent as myself. Otherwise, he would inevitably be sold off, all the while smiling and asking for his due. I could count it for him. No need to feign surprise. I can only imagine the insults you hurl at me in your mind. Noticing the bewildered expression on the elder's face, Sumu let out a cold laugh. This individual requires a firm lesson, a trial by fire. Alas, what can I say? I am a kind soul. Such opportunities for toughening others are my delight. Shalona, let us take a moment to rest in the tree hollow. The little fire dragon claims he is hungry. The small fire dragon, albeit puzzled, seemed to understand Sumu's gaze. Oh, yes, I am hungry. Shalona, still uncertain of the situation, looked at him with wide, questioning eyes. And what about this elder? Sumu chuckled lightly, taking her small hand as they ventured into the tree hollow. As for this elder, let society teach him a lesson. It is beyond my concern. With that, he led the bewildered Shalona into the hollow. Once Sumu had entered, the Koga ninja frog, who remained behind, finally broke into a grin. Cool. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Society, a name I recently adopted. My young master has instructed me to refine you a bit. Chapter 24. The Master of Tea Arts, Sumu. Within the tree hollow, Sumu, by the flickering firelight, prepared elven food and lunch while admiring the exquisite beauty of Shalona. His heart swelled with joy at the sight. Mother, it seems I have discovered true love. This young lady, I must pursue her. By the way, why is it so noisy outside? Is something happening? Cynthia, with her adorable demeanor, was far from foolish. She merely resembled Ash, possessing a heart of innocence and an undeniable talent for battle. Matters beyond combat did not concern her. Upon hearing a chorus of anguished cries from outside the hollow, Cynthia turned to inquire of Sumu. Ahem, well, you see, outside the hollow. Sumu chuckled softly, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. A towering pillar of fire just erupted in the evergreen forest. Perhaps a legendary Pokémon has appeared, which would explain the commotion. That sound must be the result of a battle, as chaos is not uncommon in such instances. When we venture out, be sure to hold my hand. Should any danger arise, I fear I may not be able to protect you in time. After uttering these words, Sumu marveled at his own cleverness. What a brilliant excuse for holding hands. Cynthia blinked her large eyes, somewhat perplexed. Does danger have anything to do with holding hands? Sumu quickly clarified, of course. If a Pokémon were to suddenly appear and attack us, I would be able to grasp you immediately and shield you from harm. Only then did Cynthia nod in understanding, though a hint of doubt lingered in her mind, her intuition suggesting something was amiss. Yet, she chose not to dwell on it. Overthinking was exhausting. Sumu was such a kind person, having just saved her and now preparing lunch. Surely, a good person would not deceive her. After some time, Greninja entered the hollow, clapping its hands. It's time to eat. We've been waiting for you. Absolutely. Sumu exchanged a knowing glance with Cynthia, sharing a smile. It must be said, despite Sumu's carefree nature, he possessed a fierce temper. His penchant for retribution was one of his more pronounced traits. The older man, showing off in front of the young lady, warranted Sumu's intervention. It was simply unacceptable to let such arrogance go unchecked. Fortunately, Cynthia was indeed Cynthia, and Sumu's formidable strength ensured that the older man's bravado would not tarnish Sumu's impression in her eyes. Thus, Greninja had to set him straight, teaching him a lesson on how to conduct himself in the future. Sumu felt justified in his actions. If your parents neglected to impart essential social survival skills, allow me to enlighten you. How benevolent of me to offer this knowledge for free, without charging tuition. After their meal, Sumu happily took Cynthia's delicate hand, and they set off together. Since you're here on vacation, do you have any plans? He inquired, relishing the smoothness of her hand. Plans? Cynthia pondered, tilting her head. I suppose not. Is simply visiting beautiful places considered a plan? Sumu shook his head, elated within. No plans. That is splendid. This gives me an opportunity. Ha ha ha. As it happens, I intend to travel for a year to behold the world's exquisite landscapes. Shall we embark on this journey together? An open invitation. Sumu understood that when dealing with someone as innocent as Shalona, it was best to be straightforward and candid. All right. Shalona quickly agreed. You are my first friend in this eastern land. Upon hearing her words, Sumu smiled, a smile devoid of any pretense. 3 parts gentleness, 3 parts sincerity, and 4 parts radiance, much like a trustworthy older brother from next door. What an honor it is. Shalona is also my first friend from Western Europe, he said, lifting her small hand. May our friendship endure through the ages. Shalona beamed with joy, echoing, yes, may our friendship last forever. Suddenly, the round land shark leaped up from the ground and bit Sumu on the head. You rascal, I've suspected you for a long time. You are definitely trying to win over my lovely Shalona. I'll have you for this. The round land shark had long harbored suspicions about Sumu's intentions toward Shalona, and now he was convinced that Sumu indeed had ulterior motives. Dare to think of my lovely one, and I shall take you down. Sumu was caught off guard by the sudden bite. Ah, round land shark, what are you doing? Let go. Shalona shouted in shock at the unexpected attack. The round land shark hastily explained. This guy is harboring ill intentions towards you, and I intend to bite him to pieces. We're both men. How could I not know what he is scheming? Damn it. With him biting me, I can hardly speak. The round land shark waved his little hands in excitement, eager to express himself, but unfortunately, he found himself at a loss for words. Even if he could articulate his thoughts, it would be futile, as Shalona wouldn't understand. Let go, round land shark. Shalona, now somewhat angry, stepped forward and grasped the round land shark's body, urging him to release Sumu. Stopped by Shalona's interference, the round land shark could not bite Sumu to death, but left a row of tooth marks on his head instead. Sumu, are you alright? I'm so sorry. The round land shark has always been well behaved. I didn't expect him to suddenly bite you. Shalona's eyes were red and swollen as she looked at Sumu, repeatedly apologizing. Sumu, however, quickly discerned the round land shark's intentions. After all, it was merely a Pokémon. Could it truly challenge him? It's nothing. The round land shark is probably just playing a joke on me. Sumu forced a smile and continued. I remember that the round land shark's teeth grow rapidly, and he often enjoys biting things. Shalona nodded in agreement. The round land shark indeed had a penchant for biting and causing mischief. However, concern clouded her expression as she thought to herself that the round land shark had never bitten anyone before. I'm really fine. The round land shark didn't bite me hard at all. He must like me, which is why he bit me, Sumu reassured her. He feigned nonchalance and turned to the round land shark. Isn't that right, round land shark? The round land shark, sulking, watched as his beloved Shalona was charmed by Sumu's words, completely oblivious to his own plight. As Sumu mentioned himself, Yuan Lushark was about to deny it when suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. It was the formidable Gecko Frog. Kid, think it through. If you speak recklessly, I might as well rename myself Society. In an instant, Yuan Lushark cowered. With a yelp, he transformed into an adorable little creature, leaping into Su Mu's embrace, allowing Su Mu to fondly ruffle his large head. Chapter 25. Everyone is after the Flame Emperor. Su Mu, cradling Yuan Lushark's head, wore a satisfied smile. Little one, can I not handle you? Being a man, you must surely understand my thoughts. Yet, you remain blissfully unaware that your opponent is a master of tea artistry. As my rival, you are hardly worthy. Really? Seeing Yuan Lushark being playfully tormented by Su Mu, grinning all the while, Sharona expressed her confusion. Indeed, you do not comprehend the camaraderie among boys. Su Mu beamed with sunshine-like warmth. Though the row of bite marks on his head did detract from his image, it did not hinder his charm. Gecko Frog, should the opportunity arise, be sure to give him a proper lesson. A knowing glance was exchanged with Gecko Frog, who nodded vigorously. Understood, this kid won't escape. Based on the concentration of residual flame energy, we can deduce that the legendary spirit that has appeared is undoubtedly the Flame Emperor. Alright, I understand. Have everyone head to the Evergreen Forest immediately. Yes, a newly emerged secret realm in the east was manifesting signs of divine beasts. Let us go and investigate. Chief, there are signs of divine beasts in the Evergreen secret realm. Reports indicate it might be the Flame Emperor. An elder bowed as he reported to a man exuding an air of authority. The Flame Emperor, you say? Let a few esteemed ones take a look. This man was the chief of the East, the power holder of the Eastern Alliance. The esteemed ones are individuals who hold a rank above that of dojo masters in the East. It does not necessarily imply that they are stronger than masters, but they predominantly serve the Alliance, frequently executing various tasks, much like the Elite Four in Pokémon lore. Very well, let the esteemed Dongfeng, Haoyue, and Tianchu go and investigate. The chief nodded in agreement, while Su Mu and Miss Sharona were engaging in light-hearted conversation, nurturing their bond. Top-tier powerhouses from around the world were converging upon the secret realm. Cool. Little master, something seems amiss here. In the forest, various adorable creatures would often spring forth unexpectedly, startling passers-by. Under normal circumstances, Su Mu would feel indifferent about wandering through the forest. However, now accompanied by a lady, he thought that holding her hand like this, he could stroll with Sharona for an entire year. What's wrong? Su Mu, in the midst of sharing a light-hearted joke with Sharona, was abruptly interrupted by Gecko Frog. Feeling somewhat displeased, Gecko Frog, in exasperation, thought that with a girlfriend, Su Mu had forgotten about him. Cool. It seems like there's a battle up ahead. Gecko Frog pointed into the distance, gesturing animatedly. Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly. A battle, you say? Sharona, there's a scuffle over there. Would you like to take a look? Turning his head, Su Mu's expression shifted dramatically, and he smiled brightly at Sharona. Perhaps it's best not to go, Sharona replied, her temperament not inclined toward meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Su Mu thought to himself, I knew it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you. In truth, he wasn't particularly eager to go either. When one is out and about, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Cherishing the intimate moments shared with Sharona was far more important. However, despite Su Mu's reluctance, fate had destined him, adorned with the protagonist's halo, to be embroiled in events beyond his control. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated in his ears, and Su Mu grit his teeth, cursing under his breath. I knew I wouldn't be able to escape such trivial matters. Instinctively, he positioned himself in front of Sharona, his gaze fixed on the source of the explosion. A Dragonite lay on the ground, its body marred by burns, clearly rendered incapable of fighting. Su Mu, Sharona exclaimed, her wide eyes searching his face, conveying a simple message. We must save him. Su Mu, at a loss for words, responded with the most fervent gaze he could muster, then reluctantly stepped forward with a grimace. The condition of the Dragonite seemed to suggest it had been scorched by the flames of NTI. Su Mu observed in astonishment that the creature had indeed suffered burns from NTI's fire. Gekuga, are you feeling any better? Kukui, came the response. I am perfectly fine. My master. Relieved to see his companion lively, Su Mu nodded. All right, then you tend to the Dragonite's wounds and treat the burns. And afterward we shall assess the situation. With that, he returned to Sharona's side, naturally taking her small hand in his. What? I'm responsible for the bandaging? But I'm just a Pokémon. It's not easy for me. Never mind. Thank goodness I, Gekuga, am adept in a multitude of skills. Otherwise, what would happen to my master without me? Let us get to work. Charge. Gekuga motivated himself while diligently attending to the Dragonite's injuries. It's merely a burn treatment, a trivial matter. I, Gekuga, have faced battles. Ahem, I have performed burn treatments for Charmanders countless times. It's no big deal. Stealing a glance, Gekuga noticed that the surrounding Garchomp and Charmander were oblivious to his actions, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After a flurry of activity, about 10 minutes later, Gekuga had successfully bandaged the Dragonite. Sumu then led the way toward the distant conflict. Upon arrival, the scene was startling. The assailant of the Dragonite was indeed NTI. Yet, NTI himself was facing a formidable challenge. Surrounded by over a dozen individuals and more than 30 Pokémon. They coordinated their efforts from underground, on the ground, and in the air, effectively cornering NTI. The aura radiating from these Pokémon suggested that the weakest among them was at the champion level, with some even nearing the pinnacle of mastery. Sumu mused. Has NTI truly disturbed the graves of the strong? Beside him, Sharona appeared somewhat bewildered. While she did not recognize everyone, she was aware of the Western European faction that was besieging NEI. Uncle Tattoo, Sister Leona. Upon hearing that Zyrona was acquainted with the formidable beings from that side, Sumu instinctively released her small hand from his large grasp. The thought of being caught in the act by the girl's guardians was rather awkward. Noticing Sumu's sudden withdrawal, Zyrona felt a momentary discomfort. Reflexively, she twisted her wrist and grasped Sumu's hand from behind. Sumu, speechless, conceded. To deceive one is to be a trickster, but to deceive many is to be a sage. Today, I, Sumu, shall take the plunge. Hand in hand it is. Especially since Zyrona was so proactive. How could I, Sumu, cower? Observing the 30-odd Pokémon besieging the Fire Emperor, Zyrona appeared somewhat perplexed. Sumu, are you saying they are all here to capture the Fire Emperor? She inquired softly. Sumu opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, hearing this, Zyrona's head drooped, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. Sumu understood her thoughts, for they were of the same ilk, genuinely fond of Pokémon. Fear not. I shall intervene. He gently tousled Zyrona's hair, standing tall and striding forward. You lot, cease this at once. Chapter 26. The Fire Emperor belongs to my family. One must admit, Sumu is indeed a resolute individual. Before such a multitude of powerful beings, he exhibited no fear whatsoever. Naturally, even if he were afraid, he could not afford to show it. Zyrona, a kind-hearted young lady, felt compelled to act in the face of this assault, her benevolence shining through. A girl with a pure heart is a rarity to be cherished, which is why Sumu resolutely stepped forward. Enough of this. Is it not shameful for so many to gang up on a single Pokémon? Upon uttering these words, the esteemed figures present were visibly displeased. Witnessing this brash young man suddenly leap forth and speak boldly before the Fire Emperor, one powerful individual erupted in fury. You there, leave at once. This is not a matter for you to involve yourself in. The strong man, flanked by a master-level Blastoise, admonished Sumu. His words echoed the sentiments of the other powerful beings present. After much effort in besieging the Fire Emperor, they had finally witnessed him injured and faltering, only for a brash youth to emerge unexpectedly. Who could tolerate such an affront? What if the Fire Emperor seized this opportunity to escape? Who would bear the blame then? Oh, and why should I not participate? Do enlighten me, Sumu retorted, initially feeling uncertain amidst such a gathering of strong figures. A conflict could spell disaster. Yet, when confronted, his anger ignited. What era is this, that all manner of beings dare to speak so boldly before me? Young man, do not be too impetuous. Is impetuosity not the essence of youth? Sumu, being a transmigrator equipped with a system, was undoubtedly destined for greatness. With such a foundation, he had no need to feign superiority, yet there were always those who foolishly stepped forth to play the role of the antagonist. Do you know whom you are addressing? Seeing Sumu dare to retort, another powerful being, incensed, spoke up. Who are you? The King of Heaven? Sumu merely sneered, his disdain evident upon his countenance. He had not intended to stand out, preferring instead to remain inconspicuous and savor life. How splendid that would be. Yet, it seems that many individuals often overestimate their own capabilities. The sweltering heat stirs tempers. I refrain from smiling. My friend, do not provoke me. This esteemed individual is the revered East Wind, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Master S initial stage. Young man, it would be wise for you to recognize your place and depart swiftly. Observing Sumu's unwavering stance, the man unleashed a tirade of furious rebuke. Meanwhile, the East Wind, who had initiated the introduction, proudly lifted his chin in response. Sumu chuckled. What audacity, boasting at the Master S initial stage. You must not lay a finger on this Flame Emperor. With a stern countenance, standing alone against numerous powerful figures, he spoke coldly. Initially stepping forward was not solely for Shalona, but also for the principle he cherished deep within. While Pokémon may be captured, it must be done through rightful means. What does this ambush signify? Must divine beasts be assaulted? Have they desecrated your ancestors' graves, or harmed your kin? If one's strength is lacking, one ought to diligently enhance it. If unable to confront alone, resorting to a gang is merely a display of cowardice and folly. This behavior was intolerable to Sumu. In this world, strength reigned supreme, even as a mere novice. As long as he possessed formidable power, he would not cower before any authority. Perhaps, unbeknownst to me, I have unwittingly fallen into the trap laid by the system. Strength is paramount. Have I truly come to embrace this notion? With a soft sigh, Sumu raised his gaze, confronting them all. The East Wind regarded Su Mu's words as an affront to his dignity, his lips curling in anger as he retorted, "You think you can just stand still? Is the Flame Emperor your private property?" Su Mu, hearing this, flashed a smile. "I beg your pardon, but this Flame Emperor indeed belongs to my household. Earlier, my Pokémon was disobedient, leading to a scuffle, and now it's sulking, contemplating a runaway. Conveniently, you all have arrived. It is time to settle the score for bullying my Pokémon." With that, Su Mu defiantly extended his hand, pointing directly at the East Wind. "Come forth. As the owner, I shall challenge you, esteemed East Wind. I, Su Mu, a newcomer trainer from Fengcheng, hereby issue my challenge." He added, "Of course, if you lack the courage, a group assault is also permissible." As Su Mu spoke, the group of powerful figures erupted into laughter, particularly the one who had introduced the East Wind, who laughed the loudest. "Young man, you truly seem to lack common sense," challenging the East Wind. "You believe you are worthy as a novice trainer?" This individual spoke with a tone reminiscent of a sycophant. Behind him, another sycophant hastily chimed in, "Indeed. Do you really think you are fit to challenge the East Wind? Hurry home, perhaps your family is worried about you." Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Who were these two sycophants? Are you both named East Wind, or have you feasted on the East Wind's hospitality? You open your mouths to flatter. How much does the East Wind pay you each month? With your character, you will never deserve more than a meager 4 dishes in your lifetime. And who are you to declare my unworthiness? What nonsense? Su Mu replied, unrelenting, as he once again directed his finger towards the East Wind. "I challenge you. Let us not linger, strike without delay. Do not hesitate. I shall choose the next one. Let us not squander time." Su Mu declared with audacious arrogance. He stood proudly, his back to the Flame Emperor, his expression one of amusement as he regarded the East Wind Sage. "You, young one, are quite intriguing." The East Wind Sage, already simmering with irritation after being provoked by Su Mu, finally erupted. Initially, he had refrained from retaliating, cautious of Su Mu's youth, concerned about the potential backlash of being criticized for battling a novice trainer. After all, what would it mean for a revered sage to engage in combat with someone so inexperienced? Such news would surely bring ridicule. However, Su Mu's persistent provocations left him with no alternative. "Very well, I shall not bully you. I will simply use." Su Mu interrupted the East Wind Sage's pretentious display. "You will use 6 Pokémon. Spare me the chatter and come forth." With that, Su Mu summoned his Greninja. "Ready for battle." "Cool, let us go." Seeing Su Mu's readiness, the East Wind Sage cast a scornful glance at the Greninja. With an air of false grandeur, he released a Raichu. "This is the weakest Pokémon I have brought, a mere little creature at the champion stage. If you can defeat it, I shall grant you a chance to apologize sincerely, and I might consider forgiving you." The East Wind Sage feigned reluctance, as if battling Su Mu were a source of shame. "Enough. For that remark, even if you apologize, I shall not grant you forgiveness," Su Mu retorted, incredulous at the quality of the so-called strong in this world. Previously, he had encountered a foolish elder, and now there were 2 sycophants along with this pretentious individual. It was utterly exasperating. Chapter 27. I Teach You Humility. Greninja, use Water Shuriken. With the battle commenced, Su Mu wasted no time in issuing commands. Although Raichu appeared to possess greater strength, it was merely superficial. Before the tactical master Su Mu, there were countless strategies to defeat Raichu without sustaining damage. Alright, perhaps countless is an exaggeration. Utilizing the cover of Water Shuriken, Greninja swiftly approached Raichu. Before anyone could react, it executed a surprise strike aimed at Raichu's vulnerable back. "Raichu, use Iron Tail." The East Wind Sage was taken aback, realizing Su Mu possessed the strength of a champion, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time he belatedly commanded Raichu to retaliate, he was entirely unaware that Su Mu had anticipated his moves. In summary, I have predicted your prediction. Telekinesis, restrain him. And do not hold back, execute Dark Pulse. Greninja reacted swiftly, using telekinesis to immobilize Raichu before unleashing a powerful Dark Pulse that struck true. Not enough. Follow up with Water Pulse and a swift return. Greninja's assault was relentless. At Su Mu's command, it executed actions without hesitation, adhering strictly to orders. In an instant, a flurry of attacks left Raichu utterly bewildered. The coverage of Water Pulse obscured Raichu's vision, and the subsequent swift return struck once more at its vital points, compounding the damage. Raichu was left defeated. "Is that all you have, East Wind Sage?" Upon witnessing Raichu's swift defeat, Su Mu chuckled, casting a mocking glance towards the distant East Wind Master. The East Wind Master, taken aback, could hardly believe that his Raichu had been vanquished without sustaining any injury. Logically, his team should have held the upper hand in terms of strength. Infuriated, he thought, "You have provoked me, young man. I shall take this seriously now. Prepare for your demise. Even if you apologize now, I shall never forgive you." With that menacing proclamation, he recalled Raichu and unleashed his other Pokémon. Pidgeot, take the stage. The pinnacle of the Elite Four. As Pidgeot emerged, its commanding presence caused Su Mu's gaze to sharpen. This would be a formidable challenge, yet not insurmountable. Greninja leap. He commanded. Pidgeot, follow up with a quick attack, then execute air slash. The East Wind Master, a formidable opponent in his own right, had underestimated Sumu during their earlier encounter. Now, however, he was fully engaged, showcasing his considerable prowess. Greninja observed Pidgeot darting towards him like a bolt of lightning, remaining utterly calm, as Sumu's next command had yet to be issued. How naive, Sumu scoffed. Did you think I intended Greninja to leap merely to strike you? With Pokémon in midair, evading attacks becomes exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, Greninja could not fly. To reach Pidgeot, it would have to jump high. This was a common mistake among novice trainers, who often commanded their Pokémon to jump against flying types, neglecting the issue of evasion, and often falling prey to counterattacks. Clearly, the East Wind Master believed Greninja's leap was merely an attempt at close combat, relishing in what he thought was an opening. In truth, Sumu had orchestrated everything meticulously. Greninja, let us also employ quick attack, then ride the wind. In an astonishing turn, Greninja, who appeared to be at a disadvantage, executed a sudden reversal, soaring above Pidgeot. Utilizing gravity to his advantage, Greninja landed behind Pidgeot, grasping its head with one hand while tightly clutching its feathers with the other. Greninja had unlocked a new achievement, the Wind Rider. Now, throw him off and unleash Hurricane. The East Wind Master panicked, having not anticipated Sumu's foresight. In this tactical exchange, he was merely at the surface level, while Sumu soared within the stratosphere. For Hurricane, Pidgeot needed to flap its wings continuously, and seizing this opportunity, it sought to shake off Greninja. At this stage, do I need to instruct you further? Sumu remarked, unfazed by Pidgeot's struggles, commanding Greninja to attack. Got it. Greninja responded, unyielding in its grip. Firmly anchored on Pidgeot's back, Greninja unleashed a flurry of water shurikens. Regardless of Pidgeot's aerial maneuvers, Greninja clung tightly, relentlessly assaulting its opponent. In less than 3 minutes, Pidgeot succumbed, plummeting from the sky. Greninja landed gracefully, triumphantly flicking its vibrant red scarf, which also happened to be its tongue. A disreputable tactic. The esteemed Dongfeng, though internally flustered, displayed a facade of unwavering composure. After admonishing Sumu with a sharp remark, he withdrew his Beedrill and summoned the next contender to face defeat, a Venusaur, an early-stage master Pokémon. Upon its entrance, the Venusaur remained blissfully unaware of its perilous predicament. With a loud cry, it directed its gaze toward the diminutive Greninja before it. Venusaur, use Sunny Day. The cautious Dongfeng opted to take the initiative by invoking Sunny Day, intensifying the already pleasant weather, as the sun blazed more brilliantly under the influence of this move. With self-encouragement, Greninja unleashed its shadow clone technique. Thus far, Sumu had refrained from revealing his ninjutsu and bond transformations, allowing Greninja to rely solely on its inherent abilities in battle. After all, Dongfeng still had 3 Pokémon at his disposal, making a total of 4, including the Venusaur. Should Sumu unveil his trump card now, Dongfeng would be on guard, complicating future encounters. Energy Ball. Water Shuriken. At the moment Sunny Day concluded, Greninja completed its self-motivation. Sumu and Dongfeng issued their attack commands almost simultaneously. A thunderous explosion erupted as the Grass-type Energy Ball collided with the Water-type Water Shuriken. Although Greninja had enhanced its offensive capabilities through self-motivation, the sunny weather diminished the effectiveness of Water-type moves. Indeed, upon the collision of the two techniques, the Energy Ball shattered the Water Shuriken, hurtling directly toward Greninja with unyielding force. Dodge, Psychic. Noticing Greninja's attack being overwhelmed, Sumu promptly commanded. With a deft sidestep, Greninja evaded the Energy Ball and retaliated with Psychic, delivering a devastating blow. As the Psychic type counters the Poison type, this strike significantly harmed the Venusaur. Not enough. Keep it occupied with Water Shuriken, then follow up with an Ice Beam at close range. Sumu declared, casting a disdainful glance at Dongfeng. Truly, anyone could ascend to the rank of esteemed one. However, Sumu, in his magnanimity, decided to take it upon himself to teach Dongfeng a lesson today. Chapter 28. The Charmander Evolves. The Ice Beam struck flawlessly. Though Venusaur possessed formidable strength, its size rendered it little more than a target. Thus, Sumu found this battle to be rather effortless. After the Ice Beam found its mark, Greninja unleashed a blizzard, sending Venusaur packing. 1 against 3. When Venusaur fell, the crowd was left in stunned silence. This rookie trainer had managed to defeat 3 of Dongfeng's Pokémon using only a mid-tier Greninja, a prodigious talent in combat. A formidable warrior from Western Europe promptly commented on Sumu's prowess. Such a tactical genius, if not pursuing a career as a trainer, would indeed be a grave loss. Dongfeng's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that a simple assignment would lead to such a threat to his reputation. To be challenged by a novice trainer in a 1 versus 3 battle would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule in the realm of esteemed masters. A jest to be remembered for a lifetime. Venusaur, return, East Wind Master declared, unwilling to prolong the encounter any further. He summoned his ace Pokémon, a formidable Dragonite. its presence eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. This was East Wind Master S trump card, a Dragonite, forced into the fray by this young challenger. Dragonite, evolve. With no hesitation, East Wind Master called forth his champion and, in a remarkable display, initiated its evolution, elevating Dragonite to the pinnacle of mastery. Young one, you may never witness such a miraculous evolution in your lifetime. Noticing Su Mu's captivated gaze fixed upon Dragonite, East Wind Master mistakenly assumed he was awestruck by the Pokémon's transformation. Finally, the moment for ostentation had arrived. He began to boast extravagantly. Su Mu, however, found no inclination to retort. Evolution? I have witnessed far more than your ancestors. Without a moment's delay, his Greninja unleashed its bond transformation. You claim I've never seen evolution? Allow me to demonstrate a method that requires no evolutionary stone. Have you encountered this? The audacity of his words was met with incredulity as he prepared to deliver a resounding rebuttal, ignoring the bewildered expressions of the assembled elite. Su Mu synchronized his mind with Greninja and commenced his assault. What was just a mere Dragonite? What was merely the pinnacle of mastery? Shadow Clone Technique. Water Shuriken. The signature combo of the Vortex Ninja was unleashed. Dozens of shadow clones materialized, each hurling 2 enormous water shurikens directly at Dragonite. Fear not, they are but illusions. Only 2 are real. As Dragonite activated its evasive maneuver, East Wind Master, oblivious to the distinction between shadow clones and mere shadows, believed all the water shurikens to be mere phantoms. He attempted to calm Dragonite while strategizing a counterattack. Yet reality struck once more, leaving him thoroughly embarrassed. The powerful figures behind him chose to close their eyes in disbelief. The slap of reality was as swift as a tempest. With a piercing scream, Dragonite was overwhelmed by a deluge of water shurikens. Just as it prepared to unleash its bullet punch, the attack was abruptly interrupted. Patience. Let it also taste the water pulse. Seeing Greninja gain the upper hand, Su Mu seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. A water pulse coalesced in Greninja's palm, and in a flash, it appeared behind Dragonite. Boom. A devastating close-range strike. The water pulse inflicted tremendous damage upon Dragonite, leaving the assembled masters in a state of shock. What manner of skill is this? Your sudden transformation is one thing, but what is this ability? They marveled at the spectacle. Furthermore, while the opponent's evolution merely provided a modest enhancement, how had Greninja's prowess escalated so dramatically? The bewildered elite gazed upon East Wind Master with a mix of pity and disbelief. 1 against 4? Where is the dignity of a master? Even the esteemed Dongfeng Zuns finds himself in distress, grappling with his own frustrations. Who could have anticipated that this young lad would possess such formidable strength? Had he known that this Greninja was so extraordinarily powerful, he would never have dared to provoke Su Mu with his brash words. Now he finds himself shamed, pinned to the pillar of disgrace by a novice trainer. But wait, can this young man truly be considered a novice? With such prowess, who would believe him to be inexperienced? Silently withdrawing his bag dragon, Dongfeng Zun's expression darkened to an inky hue. Steelix. He unleashed his next Pokémon. Fully prepared for a 1 vs 5 scenario. True to his expectations, within 3 minutes, Steelix was mercilessly battered by Greninja, teetering on the brink of collapse. Self-destruct, he resolutely commanded, determined that this young challenger would not triumph over him 6-1. Su Mu acknowledged his own oversight in not evading the attack. The explosion struck Greninja directly, causing Su Mu, linked to his Pokémon in spirit, to wince in pain. His stamina plummeted, and his transformation state was automatically dispelled. Greninja knelt, clearly at its limit, unable to continue the fight. Witnessing his plan come to fruition, Dongfeng Zuns burst into laughter. He called forth his final Pokémon, the Blaziken. Laugh all you want, but you're being bested 5-1 by a novice trainer. How is it that, at your age, you are outmatched by someone who has only recently acquired their first Pokémon? You've become a burden, a parasite in a position of power, a detriment to this community. Su Mu, taken aback by Dongfeng Zuns' audacity to laugh, felt a surge of indignation. Faced with such a disgraceful individual, who values pride above all else, he was ready to retaliate. Well, who isn't a little rough around the edges? Charmander, it's your turn now, are you ready? Though he summoned Charmander, uncertainty flickered in Su Mu's heart. Fear not, Charmander proclaimed, puffing up its chest with a sly grin. In such a peak showdown, it is my destiny to take the stage. After lying low for so long, this glorious moment is finally upon us. Today marks the opportunity for me, Charmander, to rise to fame and make a name for myself. Come forth, after 10 years in the novice village, I humbly request the chance to battle. Seeing Su Mu send out Charmander, Dongfeng Zuns, who had been momentarily silenced, erupted in laughter once more. You dare to send an unevolved Pokémon into a battle of this caliber? Are you jesting? Surrender now. I fear my Blaziken might be too harsh on your little creature. Su Mu was at a loss for words, growing increasingly frustrated with Dongfeng Zuns' mockery. In his heart, he resolved, if you refuse to learn from your mistakes, then I shall ensure you remember my name. Chapter 29, Evolution, Charizard. Observing the Blaziken flaunting its might, Charmander felt a deep-seated disdain. You're merely at the beginning stages of mastery. What are you trying to prove? Why not face the frog yourself? Taking advantage of the frog's fatigue, who has indulged you in such a foul habit, stretching its limbs, the little fire dragon flashed a sly smile. Slowly, it removed the unchanging stone from its neck and tossed it into Su Mu's hands. It then produced the evolutionary stone awarded by the system for the fire-breathing dragon from seemingly nowhere. Are you ready? I am about to commence the operation. Witness the moment of miracles, the little fire dragon proclaimed, as its body shimmered with a brilliant white light, a light of evolution. This cautious creature, which had lingered in the Novice village for several years, finally chose to evolve today. Since departing from the old principal's courtyard alongside Su Mu, it had encountered numerous battles, both large and small. However, its combat power at the mere pseudo-king level was no longer sufficient for self-protection. Ordinarily, after such extensive battles, the little fire dragon would expect to have significantly enhanced its strength. Yet, due to the limitations of its base stats, it remained at the pseudo-king level, with little improvement. Thus, the little fire dragon entertained thoughts of evolution. Today, under the gaze of many formidable beings, and before the divine beast Cynthia, it seized the opportunity to make its entrance. If not now, then when? With a roar that resembled that of a dragon, a single horn sprouted from its head, and its body visibly swelled several times. Charmeleon. What purpose does evolution serve? Such a feeble creature, even after evolving, would likely be unable to withstand a single strike from the explosive beast. The Elder of the East Wind, an audacious figure, immediately sought to draw aggro upon witnessing the little fire dragon's evolution. It was as if all the enmity in the world was being attracted to him. What is the matter? Has no one dared to strike you? Is it uncomfortable to not be beaten for so long? Su Mu looked at the Elder of the East Wind, speechless. Honestly, rebuking him had become futile. This old fellow's skin was so thick, having been slapped in the face countless times, yet still failing to learn his lesson. Just wait and see. He was about to be humiliated again. The Elder of the East Wind spoke insolently, inciting the ire of Charmeleon. With its evolution, its temper had grown considerably, leading to a more volatile disposition. It unleashed a fiery breath, channeling the blue lotus fire to perfection, aimed directly at the Elder of the East Wind. The explosive beast stepped forward, using Protect to shield against the fiery onslaught, thus sparing the Elder from being incinerated. You dare to attack me? The Elder, nearly struck, broke into a cold sweat while seething with anger. Explosive beast, teach him a lesson. Smoke charge. The explosive beast, ever obedient, despite its trainer's occasional foolishness, began to gather its internal fire energy, preparing to strike. Roar. Stop. Charmeleon suddenly raised a claw, signaling the explosive beast to hold on. Confused, the explosive beast dissipated its charged attack, gazing at Charmeleon, uncertain of its intentions. Just a moment. I am not finished yet. Charmeleon proudly tilted its head, and its body once again glimmered with dazzling white light. Enormous wings, a single horn transformed into a pair, robust limbs, and sharp claws. Behold the final evolutionary form of the Charmander, the Charizard. With a mighty roar, the dragon's cry resonated, imbued with newfound vigor. Charizard, having completed its evolution, first admired its magnificent new physique before stretching its limbs to savor the surge of power coursing through it. Not bad, not bad. I'm at the initial stage of the Elite Four, it mused. With a little more effort, I'll be able to catch up to that frog. Nodding in satisfaction, Charizard reveled in its current might. However, onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, including Su Mu, who was astonished that Charmander could evolve not just once, but twice in succession. Such a phenomenon was indeed peculiar. Aside from the legendary Ghost Stone from the comics, no other instance like this had occurred. I possess a keystone, and you have a stone. How clever of you to devise such a strategy. Truly cautious. Su Mu realized the implications of Charmander's actions. From the moment he had acquired the Everstone, it was clear that this creature had no intention of remaining unassuming. The essence of survival had transformed into a display of prowess. Having lingered in the shadows for so long, it was finally time for Charmander to rise. The keystone in Su Mu's possession was actually a reward from the system, granted alongside the evolution stone. While he felt elated by Charmander's formidable ascent, a lingering sense of the system's cunning calculations weighed on him. It felt as if he were once again ensnared by the dogged system. But of course, Charmander's task involved battling at the master level. Su Mu had initially thought that with Charmander's cautious nature, it would never act without absolute certainty of victory. Thus, completing this task seemed utterly unattainable. He had even relished the thought of outsmarting the system's miscalculation. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside his worries. As long as Charmander was happy. No, it was now Charizard. Come forth, Charizard, and show them something truly spectacular. Su Mu declared with a hearty laugh. Mysterious energy emanated from the keystone, synchronously responding with the evolution stone adorning Charizard. Once again enveloped in radiant light, Charizard continued its evolution, with darkened wings and azure flames. A piercing dragon's roar echoed as Charizard emerged. Sumu was beaming with pride. Empowered by the might of its mega evolution, Charizard faced a fire-type Pokémon without hesitation. Let us go, Charizard. Initiate Dragon Dance, and then unleash a Dragon Pulse. Sumu refrained from instructing Charizard to execute complex combos or overly potent moves, as the newly evolved creature was still acclimating to its body, and mastering the use of its heightened strength was a natural process. Blaziken. Let us charge forth with Fire Blitz. The strategy was straightforward. Fire Blitz would enhance speed, allowing it to utilize Fire Blast to counter the Dragon Pulse. On the battlefield, Charizard and Blaziken quickly became embroiled in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Cynthia gasped in astonishment, watching Sumu and Charizard with wide eyes. She had never anticipated that this new friend, who had rescued her and Garchomp, possessed the power to contend with a master. Of course, she never anticipated that this new friend wished to become her boyfriend. Go for it, Sumu. With her little fist clenched tightly, Sharona earnestly cheered for Sumu in her heart. She was remarkably innocent. Having received the finest education since childhood, Sharona's thoughts were exceedingly pure, rendering her oblivious to the intricate relationships and the dynamics of power and interests that lay beyond her understanding. All she knew was that the Flame Emperor needed assistance, and Sumu was the right choice. Chapter 30. The True Identity of Sharona. After Sumu and his Charizard vanquished the East Wind Sovereign, both he and his companion were breathless, crouching on the ground. This fierce battle had nearly exhausted all of Sumu's mental and physical energy. Meanwhile, the East Wind Sovereign wore an exceedingly grim expression. His two sycophants feigned ignorance of his plight, positioning themselves beside other sovereigns to continue their obsequious behavior. You've been defeated. Now I shall take the Flame Emperor away. Is there anyone who dares to object? Sumu had meticulously noted the East Wind Sovereign's previous disrespect towards him. Typically, a person like Sumu, who harbors a desire for vengeance, would not easily let the East Wind Sovereign off the hook. The only reason he refrained from humiliating that old scoundrel at this moment was due to the fact that his own trump cards were running low. With both of his Pokémon pushed to their limits, should another powerful adversary emerge to obstruct him, Sumu might not withstand the challenge. Therefore, it was wiser to simply remember the matter concerning the East Wind Sovereign for the time being. There would be ample opportunities in the future to seek retribution. For now, rescuing the Flame Emperor took precedence. Speaking of the Flame Emperor, Sumu felt a twinge of guilt. Had it not been for the pressure exerted by the Frogadier, the Flame Emperor's abilities might have remained concealed, preventing his discovery. Ultimately, Sumu believed he bore some responsibility in this affair. Thus, his decision to protect the Flame Emperor was motivated not solely by Sharona, but also by his own conviction. As Sumu prepared to escort the Flame Emperor away, the onlookers were reluctant to concede. However, they could not shamelessly bully a novice trainer like Sumu in the same manner as the East Wind Sovereign, for they were not devoid of pride, making it hard for them to act. The East Wind Sovereign was an egregious example, seeking to maintain a faade of integrity while behaving despicably. The others, however, were not so brazen. Their intent in besieging the Flame Emperor was merely to diminish his strength, and some were merely curious about the disparity between themselves and the Flame Emperor. Their actions were not entirely excessive. It was simply a matter of differing positions. Nonetheless, taking the Flame Emperor away was unacceptable, regardless of who was present. None would permit it. Sumu's bravado was permissible, and his defiance against the East Wind Sovereign was welcomed by all who enjoyed the spectacle. However, now that Sumu intended to take the Flame Emperor, he was infringing upon the interests of the collective. You are Sumu, are you not? A weathered voice suddenly echoed in Sumu's mind, sounding rather frail. Who is it? Unable to grasp the source of this mental communication, Sumu instinctively presumed it was his system and was about to unleash a tirade. Fortunately, he retained his composure and analyzed the situation rationally. His system would not inquire about his name. I am the Flame Emperor, the one standing behind you. A feeble voice resonated once more, and Sumu finally understood that it was the Flame Emperor communicating with him through telepathy. So you can speak after all. Why did you not do so earlier? Sumu began, only to be interrupted by the Flame Emperor. My time is limited. I have descended to this realm primarily to fulfill a task. As he spoke, the Flame Emperor handed a spirit egg to Sumu. The person I seek is likely you. I entrust this little one to you. He is of utmost importance. Particularly so, as the Phoenix King has instructed me to personally deliver him to the boy who embodies the fate of this era. I believe entrusting him to you is the right choice. The Flame Emperor's voice grew increasingly frail. Sumu stared blankly at the spirit egg in his hands, his mind swirling with questions. So, you were sent by the Phoenix King, not arranged by that system? My apologies for the misunderstanding, oh system. Wait. It seems the crux of the matter is not this. Flame Emperor, hold on. Since this egg is so vital, you should not give it to me. I do not consider myself a good person, nor do I wish to bear the weight of an era's fate. I merely desire to live a simple life, to travel the world with my beloved. Please, do not give me this spirit egg. Su-mu, coming to his senses, hastily declined. The mere appearance of the Flame Emperor had already brought forth such considerable trouble. Now, in front of so many witnesses, to hand over this spirit egg to Su-mu? That was unacceptable. He did not wish for his life to be fraught with incessant complications, attracting the attention of all manner of divine beings. Time is short. The energy bestowed upon me by the Phoenix King is nearly depleted, and I must take my leave. The Flame Emperor declared, his form gradually vanishing within the secret realm, as if he had never been there at all. Su-mu was left in a state of shock. Brother, is this how you repay kindness? I saved you out of goodwill, and in return, you thrust upon me a monumental dilemma. Be a person, this is too much for me. With the Flame Emperor's disappearance, the assembled powerhouses, though bewildered, were acutely aware of the stakes involved. The spirit egg entrusted to Su-mu was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. Kid, hand over that spirit egg, it is not yours to possess. The strongest from the West Europe spoke first, a woman named Leona, exuding an aura of imminent aggression. Begone. Those from West Europe dare to come to our eastern lands and make demands. This spirit egg shall remain here. Not a single fragment will you claim. Let us first expel these two from West Europe, and then we shall address the matter of the spirit egg. The eastern powerhouses retaliated fiercely, prepared to unite and drive the two from West Europe away. Leona's expression shifted dramatically. Under normal circumstances, there was no regional prejudice between the East and West. Both parties maintained amicable relations, avoiding conflicts. Yet now, with interests at stake, the Eastern warriors had turned hostile in an instant. Sister Leona, it would be best for you to return. Suddenly, Sharona, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped forward. You should not involve yourselves in this matter. Leona had initially contemplated a daring attempt to seize the spirit egg from Su-mu, hoping to return swiftly to West Europe. To his astonishment, Xylona was also present. And judging by her demeanor, she was aligned with Su-mu. This was unexpected. Xylona's status was exceedingly elevated, even as a revered figure. She had no choice but to obey orders, not daring to defy them in the slightest. Witnessing this sudden appearance of the golden-haired girl, who effortlessly dissuaded the Eastern powers with a mere utterance, the gathered Eastern warriors began to speculate about her true identity. Who was this girl? Miss, do exercise caution. The individuals here should not dare to harm you. However, it seems impossible for this fool to protect that egg, Leona observed astutely. The Eastern powers resembled a pack of wolves, ravenous and predatory. Su-mu's precious spirit egg was already considered prey on their chopping block. The only reason they had yet to take action against Su-mu was the hesitation stemming from their disagreement over the spoils. Once they reached a consensus, Su-mu would inevitably face dire consequences. This is our Western Saintess. If any misfortune befalls her in your Eastern lands, you shall bear the consequences. Chapter 31. This time, she came to safeguard him. Before departing, Leona raised her voice, publicly revealing Xylona's identity. She feared that Xylona might go to great lengths to protect Su-mu, ultimately placing herself in jeopardy. The Eastern warriors were indeed unpredictable in their actions. Su-mu widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Xylona. What? This girl is a saintess? The saintess of the West was akin to a prince in the East, destined to ascend the throne and govern all of Western Europe. Suddenly, Su-mu felt a pang of inferiority. As an ordinary child from a humble background, he was the protagonist, yet he felt unworthy of such a figure as Xylona. Recalling how he had previously charmed Xylona, holding her hand, Su-mu couldn't help but smile ruefully. Indeed, it turned out that the fool was none other than himself. Now, in his quest to save the Flame Emperor, he found himself ensnared in such a precarious predicament, with his life hanging by a thread. It was not merely a matter of embarrassment. The primary concern was his growing sense of inadequacy. Unbeknownst to Su-mu, Xylona approached him slowly. Let us surrender this spirit egg to them. Even if they take it now, it will serve no purpose. I will have my father retrieve it later. Xylona spoke earnestly, for she was not one to lie. The distant warriors, upon hearing her words, exchanged various expressions, their minds churning with ulterior motives. No need for that. This individual is of great significance. It is said he can alter the course of this era. The Flame Emperor entrusted him to me. Yet I question my own worthiness for such a responsibility. Thus, let fate decide. If I am truly unworthy to be this person's companion, it is only natural that he should be taken from my side. Su-mu regarded Xylona with calm resolve, speaking in a measured tone. His words were a blend of truth and falsehood. The truth lay in his reluctance to relinquish the egg. Although he was acutely aware that Xylona could leverage her connections to reclaim the spirit egg, he still refused to part with it. To be treated as mere prey on a chopping block, subjected to the whims of others, was utterly intolerable. Su-mu would rather face annihilation than endure such humiliation. Moreover, no one knows what kind of spirit resides within the egg, nor how long the hatching process will take. If Sharona's father delays too long and causes the egg to hatch prematurely, he may never return. As for the notion of fate, Su-mu has declared that it shall be left to destiny to decide. Nonsense. My life is governed by me, not by the heavens. Sumu has no faith in fate. If traversing dimensions is destiny, then why doesn't everyone embark on such journeys? Trusting in fate is less reliable than believing in a dog system. Quickly, utilize the bloodline of the Candle Dragon for the Charizard. Secretly commanding the system, Sumu endeavors to buy time. Host has completed the Charizard sign-in task. Engage in a master-level battle with Charizard in the secret realm of the Evergreen Forest to earn the Candle Dragon bloodline. This was the system prompt from earlier. Sumu had been preoccupied with the matters of the Flame Emperor and had not checked the rewards promptly. Seeing Sumu seemingly resolute, Sharona ceased her persuasion and stubbornly remained by his side, grasping his hand. I will accompany you. They dare not harm you. Previously, Sumu had claimed he would protect Sharona, using that as an excuse to hold her delicate and smooth hand. Now, the roles were reversed, with Sharona taking the initiative to grasp Sumu's hand. I am glad to have met you, and if fate permits, I hope to be the one who walks with you through life. Sumu murmured softly. It was unclear if Sharona heard him, her large eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and determination. A resounding roar echoed. It was Charizard. The successful fusion of the Candle Dragon bloodline had brought an extraordinary enhancement to its power. Spirit, Charizard. Type, Fire Dragon. Strength, pinnacle of the champion level. Ability, Solar Power. In sunny weather, attack power increases. Skills, Dragon Rage, Draco Meteor, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail, Overheat, Blast Burn, Flamethrower, Solar Flare, Heat Wave, Steel Tail, Origin Pulse. Sign-in task. Host has insufficient number of Pokémon. Advanced sign-in tasks remain locked. Please capture more Pokémon to enhance privileges. Pinnacle of the champion level. Sumu smiled in satisfaction. If Charizard were to evolve into its ultimate form, the Candle Dragon bloodline within would reach its fullest potential, perhaps even attaining the master level. Come forth, you wretches, seeking to snatch from my grasp. Let us see if you possess the qualifications. Sumu gritted his teeth, glaring at the distant assembly of formidable foes, roaring in fury. Roar! All of you shall perish. Charizard, resonating with Sumu's rage, emitted a powerful roar. The strong ones were bewildered momentarily. However, after a brief moment of confusion, they regained their composure. Surely, the Flame Emperor had left behind some treasure that allowed his Charizard to absorb it. Indeed, that Pokémon egg must be that of a divine beast. We cannot afford to let this young man escape. Today, we have made an enemy of him. Should we allow him to survive, we shall face dire consequences in the future. Indeed, let us take action. Let us first deal with this young man. The powerful individuals clamored in unison, unleashing their Pokémon, preparing to confront Sumu. Despite their boisterous shouts, a sense of trepidation lurked within them. Sumu was truly extraordinary. A mere lad of 15 or 16, possessing 2 Pokémon at the pinnacle of the champion level. Furthermore, he had mastered evolution. Should this boy survive today, he would undoubtedly emerge as an unparalleled genius in the Eastern lands, catching the eye of the elite. And it would not be inconceivable for him to be taken as a disciple and crowned as a prince. If that were to transpire, they must act now. Sumu must be eliminated. Regardless of the aftermath, he could not be allowed to escape. His potential was too formidable. If he were not eradicated, it would spell endless troubles for them. As a multitude of champion-level Pokémon surged towards him and his Charizard, Sumu laughed maniacally. This world is indeed a place where the strong consume the weak. Is it so difficult for me to simply live a quiet life? Charizard, evolve. Show no mercy. Eliminate them, one by one. Greninja, transform and fight alongside me. I, Greninja, pledge my loyalty to the Su family, ready to face any peril without hesitation. With a resonant croak, Greninja, despite its weary form, completed its bond transformation once more. What had begun as a jest had, at this moment, morphed into reality. Roar. Understood. Sumu. Though Charizard had known Sumu for less than a month, its ability to evolve signified mutual recognition between them. They fought for the sake of a true companion. Chapter 32. The dazzling appearance of my biological father. Sumu was resolute, accompanied by his 2 Pokémon. Who dares to confront him? Do they truly believe him to be a soft target? Today, the Pokémon egg remains here. Those who desire it may come forth. Those unafraid of death, step forward. Kill him. He stands alone. Fear not. They are merely 2 master-level Pokémon. We shall attack together. Yes, let us unite. The assembled powerful individuals shouted, yet none dared to make the first move. They were afraid, each worried that Sumu would decimate their main force, significantly diminishing their strength and preventing them from claiming their rightful rewards. Driven by greed, they were willing to offend Sumu, yet now, for the sake of profit, they hesitated, reluctant to advance. A group of ineffectual fools, fearing both wolves and tigers. Dare they call themselves strong? Do you know why you cannot ascend to the ranks of kings? It is because you are too weak. Pathetic. Who among you dares to confront me? I shall take 2 of you down with me. Sumu shouted defiantly, unperturbed in the face of adversaries more powerful than himself. Observing Sumu's taunts, Cynthia grew concerned that the powerful might be incensed, and she subtly tightened her grip. Fear not. Even without this, they would not spare me. Since death is inevitable, why not die with honor? I intend to trample upon their dignity. Even if I perish, these scoundrels shall forever dwell in my shadow. Sumu gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with conviction. His voice resounded loudly, utterly unconcerned that the strong could overhear his thoughts. Enough. I can no longer tolerate this. One individual suddenly erupted in fury, commanding his golem to launch a rock slide at Charizard. With his order, the other powerful beings sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of formidable skills upon Sumu's two Pokémon. As for Sumu himself, he remained unharmed. The presence of Cynthia deterred any aggression towards him. Sumu was merely an insignificant character, and while they dared to seize his spoils, they were acutely aware that taking the treasure and continuing to live to enjoy it was a different matter altogether. Cynthia was an absolute taboo. Do you truly have the audacity to strike? How bold you have become. You dare to commit such treachery. Sumu laughed maniacally, simultaneously directing his Greninja and Charizard through psychic commands. However, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. Even though Sumu had been the champion of the Pokémon League in his past life, he had never encountered a scenario like this. Charizard fell first, swiftly followed by Greninja, reduced to its basic form by the relentless onslaught of attacks. In an instant, the tide turned decisively against him. As the throng of powerful adversaries closed in, now within mere meters of Sumu, hand over the Pokémon egg, with the Saintess present. You may yet preserve your life. One individual coldly proclaimed, gazing at Sumu with disdain. Begone, you wretched fool. Sumu scoffed at the man, dismissively snorting. You lack the courage to kill me, you pitiful lot. I have only been a trainer for less than a month, yet I have already reached this point. As long as I survive today, you shall face insurmountable troubles in the future. You are all worthless, your words are futile now. Come, I have memorized each of you. The Pokémon egg is nestled within my grasp. Dare to seize it. Sumu bellowed, the veins on his neck bulging with intensity. Enough of this chatter. We've come too far to retreat. I will make the move, you all restrain him. No, I shall go. Let me handle this, everyone. The powerful individuals dismissed Sumu's threats, wary of one another, just as before. No one wished to be the first to act. Who truly knew what Pokémon lay within that egg? If it were a legendary creature, would the one to first acquire it truly relinquish it? Huh. A bunch of vermin. Do you truly consider yourselves powerful? Sumu derided them, unabashedly hurling insults. Silence, brat. One individual could no longer contain his fury, roaring at Sumu. Simultaneously, his Alakazam unleashed its psychic powers, attempting to snatch the Pokémon egg from Sumu's hands. At that critical moment, a voice echoed from afar. The one who should be silent is you. Boom. A beam of destructive energy struck Alakazam's body. A man clad in a flowing blue robe approached slowly, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. The moment the blue-robed man appeared, all the powerful beings were left dumbfounded. How did he arrive? Wasn't he at the border? No, he was engaged in battle with Team Rocket. How has he come here? This is disastrous. All present gazed in astonishment at the man clad in blue robes, whispering in disbelief. He approached the Greninja frog and gently assisted him to his feet. Cool, master. I apologize, the frog uttered. You have exerted yourself to the utmost. You have performed admirably, the blue-robed man responded, continuing his advance until he stood before Sumu. He paid no heed to the formidable crowd around him, effortlessly parting them as they instinctively created a path for him. Kid, I am of your bloodline, embodying the grandeur of my youth. The man boomed with laughter as he addressed Sumu. Sumu was taken aback, as was everyone else. What happened to the plane? Unremarkable commoner? It turned out he was a second-generation powerhouse. They had agreed to play and frolic together, yet here he was, seeking assistance at the first sign of trouble. Sumu had not anticipated that his long-lost father would return in such a manner. He seemed indeed quite impressive. Sumu opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. What? You suggest I go up and punch this scoundrel? As if only a fool would strike him. This formidable father was already so impressive. Why would I even consider throwing a punch? Never mind. I shall deal with these ruffians first. Sumu's father intended to say more, but reconsidered. Aware that the situation was not appropriate for lengthy discussions, he turned to the assembly of powerful individuals. Attempting to seize my son's possessions? You truly are bold. I shall not waste words. Be sensible and do not resist. I kill without hesitation. As he spoke, Sumu's father savagely licked his lips, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him. Cat boss, unleash your fury. A flash of light blazed through the crowd, darting back and forth. At his command, the powerful adversaries began to fall one by one. Blood splattered everywhere. Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed this formidable father. So impressive? Did these individuals truly dare not to resist? Were they so compliant, lining up to meet their demise? In less than 10 breaths, the only living beings remaining at the scene were Sumu, Sharona, and his father. All those who had previously boasted about seizing Sumu's Pokémon egg had perished. Quite the resilient lot. Worthy of being my son. You performed admirably. Chapter 33. The mightiest second-generation Sumu. To be brief, my dear, could you please step aside for a moment? Sumu's father spoke, signaling for Sharona to move away. Sharona glanced at Sumu, nodded obediently, released the little hand she had been holding, and moved to tend to the Charizard and Greninja frog. Once Sharona had distanced herself, Sumu's father ruffled Sumu's hair. You've grown taller and more handsome, though not as handsome as I. He continued to appraise Sumu. How is your mother? Sumu nodded. She is well. Initially, she cried often, but eventually, she grew accustomed to it. By the way, I encouraged her to remarry, and she bore me a younger brother. Our family of 4 is quite content. Sumu spoke aimlessly, inwardly lamenting. Mom, I can only go this far. If you ask me to strike him now, I truly cannot bring myself to do it. Mainly, I am terrified. This scoundrel is far too powerful. Upon hearing Sumu's words, the old man chuckled, delivering a playful slap to Sumu's head. He scolded with a smile. Are you trying to deceive your father? Do you truly believe I am oblivious to everything? You scoundrel, thinking of remarrying. Why not just claim you are not my biological child? Sumu was taken aback, looking up at the old man in astonishment. I truly am not. He sighed, deciding not to dwell on it further. It has been years since we last met. Let us have a good chat. Once we exit this secret realm, pretend you have never seen me, and do not mention my appearance to anyone. With that, the old man plopped down onto the ground. Sumu followed suit, his body weary from having transformed twice in quick succession. Do you wish to know where I have been all these years? Sumu nodded. I cannot disclose that information. You are still too weak. Sumu fell silent. Bemused by the contradiction, how could one inquire yet withhold answers? The old man chuckled softly, continuing, I will handle this matter for you, and no one will hold you accountable. Rest assured, your father is a man of integrity. Sumu remained speechless, pondering the irony. A man of integrity who kills without hesitation. A man of integrity cloaked in an aura of menace. Did he take me for a fool, or was he the one deceived? Enough about me. I cannot divulge anything, which makes this rather tedious. Seemingly realizing the awkwardness of their conversation, the old man shifted topics. Why have you not attended school? Sumu contemplated for a moment before replying. I have no desire to become a trainer, so I dropped out. The old man immediately erupted in anger. You do not wish to become a trainer? Then why seek me out? This world is perilous. How will you protect yourself, or your mother, if you do not train? Sumu gazed at the old man, calm as ever, and replied, not being a trainer does not equate to being weak. That is unacceptable. You are far from sufficient. Champion, Master, Sect Leader, Supreme. These titles are merely the beginning. If you do not strive, what will become of you should I perish? You would become utterly helpless. The old man spoke with urgency, as if some unspeakable threat loomed that could annihilate the world at any moment. Sumu felt somewhat resigned. Isn't being helpless preferable? I now suspect that this so-called father of mine might be an actor hired by a system. His tone resembles that of a system desperate for me to grow stronger. Indeed, this world is fraught with complexities, surely hiding some grand peril awaiting my intervention, perhaps to save the world. Sumu scoffed. I refuse to partake in such endeavors. Let others handle it. A simple, unremarkable life is quite satisfactory. The old man appeared momentarily dejected, perhaps struck by Sumu's attitude or recalling something, offering a bittersweet smile. In any case, this world is treacherous. You must become stronger, not for any other reason than to safeguard yourself. You must strengthen yourself. The old man raised his gaze, earnestly imploring Sumu. Sumu reluctantly nodded, indicating his understanding. By the way, I had arranged a marriage for you, but upon seeing the young lady by your side, I have reconsidered. The inexpensive father clicked his tongue, surprised that Sumu could attract such a beautiful girl on his own. You've done well, my boy. Engaged? Sumu inquired curiously. Do tell, which family's daughter? The frugal father was at a loss for words, shaking his head. You wouldn't know her. She is the daughter of my comrade. However, I find this blonde girl quite appealing, so let us put that marriage on hold for now. Seeing that he wouldn't divulge further, Sumu refrained from pressing the matter. After all, while one must navigate life, it is essential to uphold principles and boundaries. One cannot covet what is not theirs, can they? Well, there is nothing more to discuss. Knowing you're doing well brings me peace. The inexpensive father mused, seemingly out of words. He patted his backside and rose, turning away from Sumu. Remember, when you are out in the world, fear no one. As long as I am alive, I will be there when you need me. I am out here fighting for our lives at the border. If anyone dares to bully my son, they will surely regret it. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath. You can stir up trouble and poke holes in the heavens. I will shield you. With that, he took slow strides into the distance. Live well. Take care of your mother. If anyone troubles her, don't hesitate, just eliminate them. I'll take my leave now. Come find me when you grow stronger. Or perhaps if you find yourself in dire straits, I will return to rescue you. Upon finishing his words, the inexpensive father whistled, summoning a battle hawk that descended from the sky. He departed with the same fervor with which he had arrived. Sumu looked up, watching as the battle hawk became a mere speck on the horizon, ultimately vanishing from the Changpan's secret realm. Although the inexpensive father had revealed little, Sumu gleaned significant insights from his fleeting remarks. Danger. He had repeatedly mentioned this world as peril. But wasn't this a realm of peace, where the East and West coexisted harmoniously? The border, his mention of fighting valiantly there suggested a tumultuous existence. Moreover, he claimed to be weak, even stating that the Supreme Ones were also feeble. What sort of circumstances necessitated a being beyond the Supreme to confront such threats? Shaking his head, Sumu resolved to set aside these thoughts for the time being. After all, he was still a newcomer, far from the so-called Supreme. Suddenly realizing he was, in fact, an extraordinary second-generation heir filled Sumu with excitement. Did you hear that? The inexpensive father said he could indulge freely. Creating chaos in the heavenly realms was on the table. Indeed, I must be the child of destiny. Look at me, a traveler from another world, equipped with a system. Starting off with a king of the sea Greninja, and my mysterious father is an unparalleled powerhouse. With such strength, who in the entire Pokémon world could rival me? Chapter 34, The Hatching of Arceus Eggs. Cynthia had already applied the healing ointment to Charizard and Greninja. Sumu recalled both of them into their Pokeballs, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Cool. It was no trouble. Serving the Su family across generations is my honor." Roar. This battle was frustrating. It seems I am still not strong enough. I must be more cautious in the future. Two individuals responded to Sumu within the confines of the Pokeball, to which he offered a faint smile. Remarkably, his spirits seemed rather high. "Thank you so much for your assistance just now. I shall treat you to a feast this evening." Securing the Pokeball at his waist, Sumu naturally took Chiron's delicate hand in his own. "There's no need to thank me," Chiron replied, shaking her head. "I didn't contribute much. You needn't express gratitude." Sumu, however, shook his head in return. "Your mere presence here was the greatest support you could have given me." This statement left Chiron somewhat perplexed, failing to grasp his intent. Yet, as Sumu had expressed it, she chose not to contest, allowing him to hold her hand while gazing affectionately at her unrivaled beauty. At that moment, the Pokémon egg nestled in Sumu's arms began to tremble vigorously, perhaps sensing the warmth of affection. Suddenly, it erupted in a dazzling white light. In an instant, a white Pokémon resembling a llama materialized in Sumu's embrace. "My goodness, Arceus!" Sumu exclaimed, utterly taken aback. "Is this some sort of joke from the NEI? Your Arceus hatched from an egg? You summoned a deity of creation without warning? I saved you, and this is how you repay me? Such a precious Pokémon. Simply gifted to me. Is this gratitude or a curse? What kind of Pokémon is this?" "It's absolutely adorable," Chiron remarked, unfamiliar with Arceus but captivated by the little creature's charming appearance. Coughing awkwardly, Sumu found himself at a loss for words. Should he reveal to Chiron that this was the deity of creation, capable of forging a world? Or that this being was the god of gods, the paramount existence among divine creatures? As he gazed at the little one, still with its eyes closed and blissfully unaware, he felt an overwhelming urge to cast it away. This is troublesome. If Arceus were to choose me, would there be any semblance of a peaceful life ahead? "Papa, please don't abandon me." Perhaps sensing Sumu's trepidation, a soft voice echoed in his mind. "Do not call me Papa. Address me as Sumu," he replied sternly. "I am not yet married. I cannot be a father. Anything else is fine, but not that." Suddenly, Sumu noticed Chiron's cheeks flush with a hint of embarrassment. Confused, he inquired, "What's the matter?" With her head bowed, Chiron shyly replied, "He called me Mama." "Indeed." Sumu smacked his forehead, inwardly acknowledging, "Well said. Little one, I accept you as my son, henceforth. That is how it shall be." Though elated within, Sumu maintained an outward facade of resignation, turning to Chiron. "Let us play along for now. He is still young and unaware of our adult world. In time, he will understand." Chiron nodded, oblivious to the depths of Sumu's scheming. As for the inexplicable psychic bond exhibited by this newly hatched Pokémon, she completely overlooked any lingering questions. The utterance of Mom had stripped her of all cognitive faculties. As she gazed at the Arceus nestled in her arms, Sumu was suddenly reminded of the system. "Come on. Let us see how you intend to deceive me this time. Is it merely to make me a Pokémon trainer? Now that I possess the Creator God, what other tricks can you possibly conjure?" Sumu opened the system panel and discovered that Arceus had been recognized by the system as his Pokémon, occupying a designated slot. Pokémon, Arceus. Type, Normal. Power, Early Champion, Newborn. Ability, Multi-type, Arceus can change into any type using plates. Skills, Judgment, Sacred Sword. Sign-in task, please await system upgrade. Upon completion, the Arceus plate retrieval series of tasks will commence. Sumu chuckled, truly deserving of the title Creator God. Born at the champion level, and even compelling the system to upgrade. This little fellow is remarkable. Have you not seen him? Sumu inquired of Cynthia, his curiosity piqued. According to the original narrative, Arceus is a legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, a subject of Cynthia's extensive research. However, it seemed that in this world, Cynthia was not acquainted with Arceus. "I am unaware. I have never come across any records pertaining to him," Cynthia replied, indicating she had not seen this alpaca-like Pokémon. Sumu nodded discreetly. If even someone from a prominent lineage like Cynthia was oblivious to Arceus, then perhaps the legend of Arceus truly did not exist in this world. He introduced Arceus as an exceedingly rare Pokémon. Feeling a resurgence of vitality, he mustered the strength to rise. Let us depart. Night is falling, and we must leave the secret realm. Cynthia obediently nodded and followed Sumu towards the exit. By the way, where do you reside in Stone City? Sumu pondered, considering accommodation upon exiting the secret realm. Cynthia, unaware of his thoughts, responded earnestly, I am staying in a villa, the residence of a dignitary from our region. Her words instantaneously made Sumu realize the disparity between their statuses. Affluent individuals truly lived differently. Big names always resided in grand houses, and fortunately, Sumu was now a person of stature himself. As a top-tier second-generation individual, staying in a hotel no longer suited his level. I too wish to stay in a villa. I am currently lodging in a hotel downtown, but my Charizard and Frogadier are injured, and that room is too small. Sumu wore a troubled expression. At that moment, Cynthia, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped his implication. Then why not stay with me? I can hardly utilize such a large house on my own, and it would be perfect for them to recuperate. Is that appropriate? It's no trouble. We are friends after all, and helping one another is only natural. Really, is it all right? We have only recently met. It truly is fine. I cannot possibly occupy such a spacious house alone. Very well. Sumu reluctantly accepted Cynthia's generous invitation. Since you have sincerely invited me, I shall graciously accept. You see, I must say that the hotel no longer befits my status as Sumu, a super rich heir. I now reside in a grand villa. My self-cultivation is indeed remarkable. Chapter 35. The life of a foodie needs no explanation. After retrieving his luggage from the hotel, Sumu followed Xylona to her temporary residence. A villa. It was truly magnificent. Please, sit down while I fetch you a drink. Though Xylona appeared adorably naive, her noble upbringing endowed her with impeccable manners. As the hostess, her first act upon entering was to ensure Sumu could rest before organizing his belongings. Very well, Sumu said, placing his bags down and taking a seat on the sofa, surveying the expansive villa. It was splendid. Wealthy individuals certainly possess a different lifestyle. While I too am considered a super rich heir, this level of opulence is truly extravagant. The two-story villa sprawled over 600 square meters, adorned with pure European decor, featuring smooth floors and a tidy, refreshing interior. It was evident that the space was regularly maintained. Even in the owner's absence, cleanliness was paramount. I must avert my gaze, or I may find myself yearning for this lifestyle. Sumu stifled his desire to continue admiring the villa and accepted the drink Xylona offered, gulping it down eagerly. Sumu, look at this, Xylona exclaimed, holding up a poster emblazoned with a massive trophy. What is this? Sumu instinctively inquired. Xylona explained. This is for the Little War God Cup competition, which invites only those of considerable skill. Not wishing to become a trainer, Sumu expressed his indifference towards the competition. Considerable skill, so you were invited as well? Sumu's words caused Xylona to blush shyly. I am merely going to join in the fun, she stammered, suddenly recalling that Sumu was also a novice trainer. You should come along too. Didn't we agree to travel together? I'll have them invite you, and we can head to Chingqing together. Sumu was unconcerned. While he had no enthusiasm for the competition, he certainly had feelings for Xylona. Since she desired to go, he would accompany her for a bit of fun. It was merely a small competition, nothing of great consequence. If it came to it, he could simply bulldoze through. As long as the system didn't betray him, he would be fine. With a silent affirmation, Sumu smiled and said, all right, let us go together. Seeing Sumu's agreement, Xylona joyfully picked up her communicator, promptly arranging for Sumu to receive a special invitation. Once she excitedly set down the communicator, Sumu, with a mischievous grin, remarked, was your invitation procured in the same manner? Of course not. I truly possess skill, she replied, though her own words seemed to shake her confidence. Presently, with just a single round landshark, her prowess appeared somewhat lacking. After all, as a newly minted trainer with her first Pokémon, what formidable strength could she possibly possess? What shall we have for dinner tonight? As Sumu observed Xylona's flustered anger, he promptly shifted the topic, refraining from further teasing her. I don't know, whatever my aunt prepares is what I eat, Xylona replied, blinking her large eyes innocently. Her approach to life was remarkably laid back, embodying a delightful blend of spontaneity and charm. Very well, tonight I shall showcase my culinary skills. There's no need for my aunt to cook. How about I grill some meat for you? After some contemplation, Sumu resolved to treat Xylona to a splendid barbecue in the spacious courtyard of the villa, which was the perfect setting for such an affair. Grilled meat? That sounds wonderful, Xylona exclaimed with enthusiasm, only to suddenly add, but I also want ice cream. Sumu paused, realizing that this was indeed a quintessential trait of Xylona. She simply could not be herself without ice cream. All right, I shall remember that. Later that evening, after an hour of diligent preparation, Sumu finally had the skewers ready. Come, my little princess, have some ice cream first, and then we shall dine. He was well aware that ice cream was not the best for one's stomach, yet Xylona had an undeniable fondness for it. As she often proclaimed, meals could be skipped. But ice cream was non-negotiable. Charizard, ignite the charcoal pile, he commanded, allowing his fiery companion to act as a makeshift lighter while he began grilling. Cool, exclaimed the Greninja, who had caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and hurried over with a curious inquiry. Of course, beneath the pretense of questioning, he was really expressing his desire to partake in the feast. Following closely were Charizard, Sharpedo, and Arceus. Notably, Arceus, despite having just been born less than a day ago, was already energetic and eager to run about. This is a barbecue. Please wait a moment. I will serve Xylona first, and then you all can eat. Sumu informed them. Given the limited size of the grill, he naturally chose to prioritize Xylona, and although the Pokémon were tempted, they voiced no objections. Daddy, I want to eat. I'm hungry, came a plaintive voice from Arceus, who was perched beside Sumu, gazing longingly at the grilling meat with drool cascading down. For goodness sake, you are the creator deity. Is a barbecue truly enough to have you so ravenous? Have a little dignity, Sumu thought, bemused as he placed a freshly grilled skewer near the little one's mouth. Careful, it's hot. Before Sumu could finish his warning, the impatient Arceus swallowed the entire skewer. Bamboo stick and all. You can't eat that. Just the meat on it. Sumu sighed in disbelief at the little one's insatiable appetite. Delicious, I want more, echoed Arceus's yearning thoughts. With a resigned smile, Sumu handed him another skewer while gently instructing him on the proper way to enjoy it. Xylona, it's time to eat, he called out, presenting the first batch of grilled delights to her. She took a small bite, and her eyes sparkled with delight. This is amazing, she exclaimed. And soon Xylona and Arceus were flanking Sumu, eagerly awaiting more of his culinary creations. Whenever there are freshly grilled skewers, these two adorable creatures gaze longingly at Sumu, awaiting their morsels. As for Greninja, Charizard, and Garchomp, alas, you are not charming enough to deserve a skewer. Garchomp, unable to contain itself, approached, watching as Cynthia and Arceus were able to indulge in delicacies thanks to their looks. Oh, it let out a soft exclamation, hoping to attract Sumu's attention. However, perhaps its attempts at cuteness were too unappealing, as Sumu merely glanced at it before returning his focus to feeding his two beloved companions. Ding. System upgrade complete. Please check host. The system's voice echoed, perhaps enticed by the sight of food as well. Sumu ignored it entirely, continuing to devote his attention to grilling for Cynthia and Arceus. In the 36th chapter, has the dog system reformed? The story culminates with Cynthia and Arceus finally satiated, each cradling their round bellies as they scampered off to rest. This afforded the previously neglected Pokémon the opportunity to inch closer, hoping to snatch food from Sumu's hands. However, Sumu had yet to eat himself. After feeding his two adorable companions for so long, he too felt hungry. Wait a moment, let me finish my meal first. Then, under the watchful eyes of Greninja and the other Pokémon, Sumu devoured the last skewer. Ah, it's all gone. Perhaps tomorrow will bring more. I had prepared too little today. A palpable sense of grievance gathered in the courtyard, and without a word, Sumu made his escape. After a splendid barbecue, Sumu lay on his bed, opening the recently upgraded system. Dog system, you can no longer deceive me. I must inform you that I am now a super second-generation trainer. From now on, I need not grow stronger. My past achievements will suffice for sustenance. So, dream on if you expect me to become a trainer. After issuing a warning to the dog system, Sumu proceeded to examine his three Pokémon. Pokémon, Greninja, type, water, dark, strength, mid-tier champion, ability, adaptability. Each time it uses a move, its type changes to that of the move. Moves, Hydro Pump, Double Team. Substitute, Water Shuriken, Critical Hit, Water Pulse, Water Cannon, Shadow Clone. Task, carry or use Greninja to secure a victory in the World Champion Tournament while possessing the Sharingan. Sumu nodded, his expression remaining largely unchanged. What World Champion Tournament? Thankfully, I need not participate. It's not a major concern. Moving on. He turned his attention to Charizard. Pokémon, Charizard, type, fire, dragon, strength, early tier champion, ability, solar power, in sunny weather, attack power increases, moves, Dragon Rage, Draco Meteor, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail, Overheat, Heat Wave, Flamethrower, Solar Flare, Steel Wing, Origin Pulse. Task, carry or use Charizard to battle Lugia in the Meteor Falls Secret Realm. Sumu nodded in agreement, finding the proposition acceptable. As for the mysterious Meteor Falls, he decided it was best to avoid it, for even if he ventured there, the chances of encountering Lugia were slim, and should he happen to cross paths with it, there was no need for panic. He could simply evade confrontation and make his escape. Upon encountering Lugia, he would not attempt capture. Rather, he would relish the thrill of the chase. Sumu mused, internally commending the canine system for its reliability this time. It had refrained from any foolhardy antics, presenting challenges that were not too easily surmountable, which he found agreeable. Despite the recent events at the Johto ruins awakening a faint yearning for strength within him, Shumu still preferred the safety of a quieter life. Wasn't it more delightful to accompany Cynthia on her travels around the world? Who needed to be a Pokémon trainer when one could simply enjoy life? Afterward, he opened the Arceus panel and examined the details. Pokémon, Arceus. Type, normal. Strength, early champion, newborn. Ability, multi-type, Arceus can change into any type using plates. Moves, judgment. Natural gift. Sign-in tasks. 1. Carry or use Arceus in a battle at Chingqing to receive a random plate. 2. Carry or use Arceus in a battle at Meteor Falls to receive a random plate. 3. Carry or use Arceus in a champion-level battle to receive a random plate. Fortunately, all of this was acceptable. Arceus should possess 18 plates. Following this reward system, it would not be too difficult to gather them, allowing him to continue his cautious existence. After contemplating these matters aloud, Shumu felt a sense of unreality. Wait a moment. Had the canine system truly changed its ways? Why was it no longer pushing him toward becoming a trainer? It seemed improbable. After all, as the saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature. Could it truly have reformed? This was utterly inconceivable. With skepticism lingering in his mind, he noticed a notification at the bottom of the system interface. To ensure the host can complete the sign-in tasks, the system will periodically refresh special sign-in tasks. Once triggered, these special tasks must be completed. Indeed, Shumu smiled wryly. This rascal, he thought. I knew you harbored ulterior motives. Special sign-in tasks? Just say it's a mandatory mission. The canine system had grown clever. Had I not been cautious and glanced over, I might have been duped. Why should I be subjected to mandatory tasks? Can I not refuse? Shumu inquired aloud. The system remained as silent as ever. Just as Shumu began to lose patience and contemplated ways to uninstall the system, a new notification finally appeared. Ding. Special sign-in tasks are emergency missions during critical periods. They do not normally occur. If they do appear, it indicates the host has encountered an unforeseen and insurmountable situation. Shumu understood now. It meant that ordinarily, such tasks would not exist, and he could disregard them. However, the system, spooked by his reckless behavior, had provided him with a safety net. If such an incident were to occur again in the future, I would assign a special task to Shumu to aid him in evading crises or unforeseen circumstances. Well, your explanation is somewhat acceptable. Shumu perceived that the canine system genuinely had his best interests at heart. Despite lingering doubts, he felt no substantial resistance. For the time being, he decided to take things as they came. After all, Shumu's principles and stance were rather straightforward. He was open to considering anything that was asked of him. However, becoming a trainer was out of the question. After freshening up, Shumu collapsed onto his bed and made a phone call to his mother to assure her of his safety. Subsequently, he fell into a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted. The consecutive transformations had taken a significant toll on his body. The peculiar ability to fall asleep instantly came quite naturally to him. Meanwhile, Sharona lounged in her bed, engaging in light banter with her companion, the Roundland Shark. What kind of person do you think Shumu's father truly is? We returned as if nothing had transpired. It's truly hard to believe. This is the East, after all. How could Shumu's father possess such extraordinary connections? What a remarkable figure he must be. Ah, I have no idea. By the way, was Shumu's grilled skewer delicious? I didn't get to taste it today. Seeing you all enjoy it so much makes me feel quite aggrieved. Perhaps it was not suitable for him to act so adorably. As the Roundland Shark expressed its grievances, Sharona too mastered the legendary skill of falling asleep instantly, drifting off without a care. Chapter 37. When a childhood friend encounters a celestial being early in the morning, Shumu was roused from his slumber by Arceus's affectionate face-licking wake-up call. Wiping the drool from his face, Shumu gazed at Arceus in exasperation. How are you hungry again? Is your stomach a bottomless pit? He muttered quietly, wishing to return to his dreams. However, he quickly straightened himself, leaping out of bed. I'll make you breakfast, just wait a moment. With a sigh of resignation, he hurried to soothe little Arceus's emotions. There was no choice. This little creature would cry if Shumu didn't cook. Its cries were so pitiful. One might think Shumu had committed some heinous act. Wah, Daddy won't feed me. Boo-hoo, I'm so hungry. I'm going to starve. I'm so pitiful Daddy won't cook. And I'm going to be famished. The little one's tears pushed Shumu to the brink. Please, don't cry. What do you want to eat? I will make it for you right now. Just stop crying, okay? Upon hearing Shumu's promise, little Arceus immediately ceased its tears. Indeed, a crying child is sure to be fed. The ancients did not deceive me. The mischievous little Arceus woke Shumu, and then hurriedly dashed to Sharona's room. With the same face-licking wake-up call, it snatched up the snacks by Sharona's bedside and began to eat. Sharona, observing the little creature's endearing antics, couldn't help but chuckle softly as she began her morning routine. When Shumu completed breakfast, Sharona was also ready. Are we leaving tomorrow or today? Savoring the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Sumu, Xylona inquired with delight. When does the competition commence? After Sumu meticulously adjusted the elven food, he took his seat at the dining table and began to enjoy a sandwich. Xylona soon retrieved the poster and, upon glancing at it, exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my. The first round of preliminaries is this afternoon. I just realized. Sumu chuckled. Indeed, had I not asked, were you planning to head to Chingqing tomorrow? He continued. Well then, let us finish our meal and depart swiftly. Shall we book a flight? Xylona shook her head, indicating that booking a flight was unnecessary. I'll have Uncle Tattoo come and take us there by helicopter. There should be accommodation available on the other side. Sumu was taken aback. All right, he conceded, still astonished that the wealthy could afford such extravagant convenience. The idea of private jets at one's beck and call and properties scattered across the nation was simply astonishing. Accepting the arrangement, Sumu chose not to elaborate, lest he be further overwhelmed by Xylona's revelations. After they finished breakfast, Uncle Tattoo arrived, first handing Xylona her new identification and various documents before settling into the pilot's seat. What is this? Sumu asked, puzzled by the new bag in Xylona's hands. My previous backpack was lost in the secret realm. This is a replacement with all the necessary documents and cards, she explained. Sumu nodded, deciding it prudent not to inquire further. The ability to replace so many documents in a single day left him curious, but he opted for silence. Regarding the powerful individuals slain by the old man in the secret realm, as well as the matter of the Flame Emperor, Sumu remained oblivious to any developments. As no one had approached him about it, and the old man had advised him not to worry, he assumed all was well. The helicopter soared swiftly, and within 3 hours, Sumu and Xylona arrived in Chingqing. Under Uncle Tattoo's guidance, they entered a new luxurious villa. Your Grace, I shall take my leave, he said after ensuring Xylona was settled. Yet, before departing, he cast a stern glance at Sumu, laden with warning. Sumu, unfazed, pretended not to notice and whistled nonchalantly while setting down his bag. We still have time. Let us grab a bite before heading to the venue, Xylona suggested as she strolled to the refrigerator and opened it. She retrieved a tub of ice cream and gleefully returned to the sofa. Would you like some? She asked. Sumu quickly shook his head. How does a girl with such a sweet tooth manage? Aren't you afraid of the cold? Consuming such icy treats on an empty stomach, won't that cause discomfort? As they made their way to the venue, Sumu naturally took Xylona's small hand in his. Xylona paused, then mischievously smiled. Now that we're outside and there's no danger, why are you still holding my hand? Sumu was caught off guard by her sudden query, but quickly devised a response. With a calm smile, he replied, the world outside is far more perilous. Haven't your family ever told you that? Upon hearing this, Xylona seemed to concede the point. Well, it's nice to hold hands, so I suppose I'll let you. Thus, the two individuals arrived at the venue. After verifying their identities, they proceeded into the competitors' preparation area. Sumu was unaware that the Little War God Cup, though ostensibly a competition for powerful novice trainers, was, in reality, a game for the offspring of formidable lineages. To put it plainly, the participants were all scions of influential figures, a veritable assembly of prodigies. From a young age, they had been exposed to an education starkly different from that of ordinary children. Their engagement with Pokémon began early, fostering their talents to an extent that far surpassed the average individual. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that they were a group of individuals who had already secured an advantageous starting point in life. Although this may seem inequitable, reality is often harsh. Even Sharona belonged to this category of privileged individuals. However, while one cannot choose their birth, one can certainly seize control of their destiny. A swift start does not guarantee perpetual supremacy. It ultimately hinges on individual effort and fortune. Sumu, allow me to introduce you to a new friend, Sharona exclaimed with a smile as she returned from the nearby transporter. Sumu was taken aback as she produced a new Pokeball and opened it. With a pop, a Lucario materialized. What is this? Sumu inquired, looking at Sharona. Lucario, a rather rare Pokémon. Is it yours? Sharona nodded. He was born on the same day as I was, and we have been together ever since. He had been undergoing specialized training with my father recently, which is why he was away, but now he has completed his training and is back with me, Sharona said joyfully. Lucario waved at Sumu in greeting. Lucario, greetings. Sumu. Sumu responded with a smile. Hello, Lucario. Lucario. I've heard Uncle Tuda mention you. Dreaming of stealing Sharona from me? Never. Being a male Pokémon, Lucario was well aware of Sumu's intentions. This fellow was undoubtedly a rival, approaching Sharona with ulterior motives. Indeed, Sumu chuckled openly, acknowledging, I do have my designs on Sharona. As their gazes locked, an electric tension filled the air, akin to a standoff. Sharona, unaware of the underlying reasons, assumed that Lucario's greeting indicated a pleasant first meeting. Sumu, I'm off to compete now, Sharona said with a radiant smile. Previously, Sumu had thought she was participating in the Little War God Cup through favoritism, but now she was determined to demonstrate her prowess to him. This saintly maiden, too, made her way through skill. Best of luck. Sumu beamed encouragingly as he watched her head toward the battlefield. Lucario was quite formidable, likely possessing strength at least equivalent to a pseudo-elite level. With him by her side, Sharona's chances in the competition appeared promising. Sumu pondered that he would swiftly conclude the upcoming battle using his Greninja. Although he was reluctant to dominate novice trainers in the beginner village, circumstances dictated otherwise. His strength simply did not permit it. At this stage of his life, Sumu found it challenging to seek a rival of similar strength. Were it not for accompanying Cynthia, he would have been disinclined to visit this seemingly upscale novice village to fish. What kind of sprite are you? May I trade or purchase you? With nothing better to do, Sumu summoned Arceus to frolic with him in the preparation area. In this world, where the legend of Arceus was unknown, who could possibly fathom that this seemingly innocuous little creature was the fabled deity of creation? A young lady approached Sumu, adorned in a resplendent pink dress and a delicate necklace, exuding an air of opulence and nobility. Sumu shook his head, remarking, "This fellow is not for sale." She was indeed a striking beauty. As Sumu discreetly assessed this regal young lady, he admonished himself internally, "What are you thinking, you fool? You already have Cynthia. How can you gaze upon other ladies?" Nevertheless, he reasoned that since Cynthia was not present, a mere glance wouldn't hurt. Raising his gaze, Sumu regarded the unexpectedly charming young lady before him. He felt an inkling of attraction. Had she been more proactive in her approach, he might have entertained the notion of reciprocation. However, her subsequent remarks swiftly dissuaded him. "How can he not be for sale? I am quite affluent. Name your price. I believe this adorable little creature and I share a special connection. It would be an honor for him to be in my presence. Why do you, as his master, fail to recognize this?" Sumu chuckled, pondering the young lady's mental state. What kind of delusion is this? Do you think I would sell him simply because you desire it? Who do you think you are? I must ask, does your family know of your peculiar condition? Once he finished speaking, Sumu prepared to swiftly exit the company of this overly proud young lady, afflicted by what seemed to be a severe case of delusions. "What do you mean? Are you insulting me?" To his surprise, she appeared quite alert despite not comprehending his words, deducing that they were far from flattering. She aggressively stepped closer, pointing at him and declaring, "I am the daughter of the esteemed East Wind. You must show me respect, or my father will have you killed." What a small world this is. Just vanquished the elder, and now the younger appears? Sumu regarded the daughter of the East Wind with a mixture of pity and bemusement. "Your father? Please, let him come and try. You may be unaware, but I defeated him, and my father silenced him. Miss, while I still possess some compassion, it would be wise for you to leave." Sumu regarded the young lady with an expression of incredulity, utterly at a loss for words. "Chingqing, this person is bullying me. I demand his sprite. And he refuses to sell." Seeing Sumu's peculiar gaze, the girl panicked, fearing he might be entranced by her beauty and harboring ulterior motives. "Have you called for assistance?" Sumu remarked, bemused by her plea for help. "At least you're a tad smarter than your father for seeking allies. But what does it signify to summon aid from a novice village? Choose anyone among them. If one can inflict harm upon me, consider it your victory." The boy named Chingqing began with a barrage of questions. "Who are you? What does your family do? Why are you bullying Xiaoyu?" Sumu, taken aback for a moment, swiftly retaliated, "What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are?" In their world, they were known for their honesty and integrity. They did not seek trouble, but were not afraid of it either. Since someone had come to provoke, he could not simply endure. A three-question barrage deserved a three-question counterattack. Not only did he defend himself, but Sumu also took the initiative. "What are you staring at? Do you have a problem? Any objections?" Chingqing was left dumbfounded. "Yes, I have objections," he mumbled, barely managing to answer Sumu's last question. Sumu smiled. "You have objections, do hold on to them. Now, be gone if there is nothing else." Chingqing stood there, almost turning to leave, but then hesitated. "Wait, why should I listen to you?" He muttered to himself before turning back, pointing at Sumu. "What is your name? Dare to toy with me? Are you tired of living?" Sumu truly had no desire to engage with such a fool. With a mind so dull, why would he stand up for others? It made sense. Those with wit would not dare to defend the daughter of the revered Dongfeng. "Fine, you're a contestant too. Let us settle this in the competition," he declared, uninterested in further entanglement. What satisfaction could be derived from triumphing over an imbecile? Both of you included, if we meet in the contest. The loser must kneel and call the winner father. How does that sound? Chingqing, elated by the suggestion, quickly responded, "No need to count Xiaoyu. Just the two of us will suffice." Sumu remained indifferent, watching the pair of fools with an inward sigh, lamenting the unfortunate fate of such a face. Wasted on foolishness. All right, let it be so, just don't lose prematurely, or it would be quite embarrassing. With that, he turned away from the duo, retrieving a can of Moo Moo milk from his pocket to feed Arceus. "I will not lose, this time. The first place in the Little War God Cup is mine for the taking. Just wait to call me father." After declaring his resolve, Chingqing hurried away with the daughter of Dongfeng. Watching their retreating figures, Sumu suddenly called out, "What's that?" Chingqing, lost in his fantasies of defeating Sumu on the competition stage, envisioned the scene of Sumu kneeling and calling him father. Thus, when Sumu's unexpected question reached him, he instinctively replied, "Father." Sumu, satisfied, confirmed the fool's nature. "Ah, and here we are, not yet in the competition, and you are already eager to concede?" Sumu regarded Chingqing with a smile that was both amused and teasing, causing him to blush deeply, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. Chapter 39, The Harbinger of Defeat, Arceus. After Chunhyang departed and Cynthia concluded her match, she returned to the preparation area. Did you win? Sumu, noticing her beaming smile, surmised the outcome of the contest. However, he feigned curiosity and approached her with a question. Cynthia, with an air of pride, raised her chin and placed her hands on her hips. Of course. Do you not know who I am? Upon witnessing her endearing demeanor, Sumu could not help but chuckle softly. This girl is simply too adorable. Indeed, you are Cynthia, and securing victory in this minor preliminary round is an inevitability. As she boasted alongside Cynthia, Sumu heard the announcer call his name. It's your turn. Go on, best of luck, Cynthia urged, seemingly more anxious than Sumu himself upon hearing the announcement. Sumu nodded nonchalantly, adopting an air of a seasoned expert as he strode confidently towards the competition venue. This time, let us send out Greninja for a swift resolution, Sumu declared, preparing to return Arceus to its Pokeball. However, the little fellow was unwilling. Oh no. I can fight too, Daddy. The eager Arceus, momentarily forgetting to use telepathy, bounded excitedly around. Sumu scratched his head in mild exasperation upon witnessing this. All right then. You can go, but do be careful, and remember to hold back. Got it, Daddy, don't worry. With Sumu's consent, Arceus happily tugged at Sumu's pant leg. In the duel, the red side featured the novice trainer Sumu, utilizing Arceus. Arceus, Sumu called out. The referee, momentarily bewildered, glanced at Sumu before continuing. The Pokémon used is Arceus. The blue side showcased novice trainer Zhao Su, employing Bastiodon. Each side was permitted one Pokémon, and the match commenced. No sooner had the referee finished speaking than Arceus shot forth like a bolt of lightning, colliding head-on with Bastiodon. Noticing this, Zhao Su commanded Bastiodon to harden, confident that, as a steel and rock-type Pokémon, it could withstand such an impact without significant consequence. This sentiment was shared by the referee and the audience alike, as they pondered how this seemingly delicate little Pokémon could possibly inflict any real damage on Bastiodon. Sumu remained unconcerned, quietly comparing this little battle god to the competitors he had previously faced in the national tournament. Indeed, this was a rather sophisticated novice village, with all trainers possessing Pokémon in their final forms. It seemed these individuals had been nurturing their Pokémon from a young age, which explained their obedience and strong bonds. Had it not been for his father sending Greninja, Sumu felt he might truly struggle against this group of privileged trainers relying solely on the dog system. However, you may be privileged, but so am I, Sumu. Who is to look down upon whom? Boom. A resounding crash echoed through the arena as Arceus crashed into the hardened Bastiodon, shattering its armor. With a pained cry, Bastiodon was sent flying and collapsed unconscious on the ground. Red side wins. The referee, though shocked, promptly announced the outcome. Sumu, amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, exited the arena with an air of nonchalance. After all, even if these privileged trainers were formidable, they were merely from a slightly elevated novice village. In Sumu's eyes, all opponents are merely fodder, distinguished only by the shades of green. The pre-selection rounds proceeded swiftly, averaging 3 hours per round, culminating in 3 rounds within a single afternoon. It was not until 9 in the evening that the preliminaries concluded, leaving behind the 16 most formidable trainers, who would advance to the main event the following day. This arrangement was primarily due to the fact that the participants were offspring of influential figures, some of whom were accompanied by their parents. Naturally, the preliminaries had to be expedited to avoid wasting the time of these prominent personalities. As for the matter of injured Pokémon, there was no cause for concern. The organizers of the Little Battle God Cup had arranged for the league's finest medical team to ensure the safety of every privileged Pokémon. Throughout the 3 rounds of preliminaries, Sumu deployed Arceus to battle. Initially, the young creature struggled to control its own power, nearly causing a disastrous incident by almost striking down a Boscodora. However, as the subsequent matches unfolded, it became evident that it had mastered its physical prowess, calibrating its strength to deliver a decisive blow just sufficient to defeat its opponents. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Arceus sign-in task. 1. By carrying or utilizing Arceus in a battle at Chingqing, you are rewarded with a random tablet. Please continue your efforts, host, and strive to gather all the tablets for Arceus. Sumu beamed with delight at the system's encouragement. His immunity to the dog-like system was steadily increasing. You may mock as you will. I shall pursue my own path. If Arceus wishes to compete, then I shall allow it to frolic. As for your trivial task, it matters not. I still have 17 opportunities. 17 tablets represent 17 tasks. You may scheme all you wish, but I refuse to believe you can outsmart me all at once. Ding. Reward. Arceus has fused with the bug plate, enhancing its immunity to bug-type moves and doubling the power of such moves. Sumu was momentarily speechless. The most effective way to deal with a critic is to ignore them and let actions speak louder than words. After muttering grievances towards the system for an extended period, he found the system indifferent, merely rewarding him with a tablet and even facilitating Arceus's fusion. You claim to disdain the life of a trainer? You profess to shun the desire for strength? No problem. While you dismiss your aspirations, I shall pursue mine. Sumu felt the deep malice emanating from the dog-like system, gritting his teeth in indignation. Arceus, how do you feel? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Given Arceus's youth, Sumu aimed to guide it, nurturing a mindset akin to his own, a carefree spirit. Not at all, father. I now feel my body brimming with power. Is this the advantage of battle that Kerfuffle spoke of? Arceus communicated through telepathy. Father, I too wish to battle in the future. This sensation of strength is so exhilarating. Sumu opened his mouth to respond, only to close it again. Alas, the child had strayed onto a misguided path, increasingly immersed in the relentless pursuit of strength and the defeat of weaker opponents. With a sigh, Sumu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Why must all three of his Pokémon be this way? Their fervent efforts made his own lethargy feel all the more pronounced. I truly do not wish to be a trainer. Is there anyone who believes that? Alas, this wretched system. I, Sumu, am destined to be at odds with you. Irreconcilable enemies. Chapter 40. Kneel and call me father. Upon returning to the villa, Cynthia immediately retreated to her room for a shower. While Sumu busied himself preparing dinner for the Pokémon, perhaps it would be more fitting to call it a late-night snack. He crushed fruits and vegetables, mixed in some minced meat and vitamins, poured the concoction into molds, and placed them in the microwave to dry. After preparing the Pokémon's evening meal, Sumu approached the refrigerator and retrieved a tub of ice cream. He also grabbed some noodles. For tonight, he intended to cook a meal for Cynthia. What are we having for dinner? I'm starving. Cynthia inquired, clad in a bathrobe, drying her golden locks and pouting at Sumu. Sumu had initially planned to lighten the mood with a jest, but as he turned to face Cynthia, he was struck dumb. My word. Lacking the words to adequately express his astonishment, he could only think, what a splendid figure, such beautiful legs, and such fair skin. Sumu's brain nearly short-circuited. Having remained single for many years, he had never encountered such a breathtaking beauty emerging from a bath. She was a living goddess. What were we discussing? Wait. I'll take care of you later. Forcing himself to regain composure, Sumu quickly turned away to alleviate the tension. With the alluring scent wafting through the air, he compelled himself to leave the room and headed toward the kitchen. He could not linger. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Sumu hurriedly escaped the scene, continually reassuring himself to calm down. Once he regained his composure, a realization struck him. Wait a moment. What is so wrong with something happening? Am I not hoping for something to transpire? Why am I running away? Sumu felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What a foolish predicament. He had been yearning for an encounter, yet when it presented itself, he chose to flee. With the noodles now plunged into the boiling water, Sumu took a deep breath and exited the kitchen, stealing glances at Cynthia, who was indulging in ice cream as an appetizer. My word, she is truly beautiful. Any ornate phrase would be mere embellishment in this moment. Beauty is simply beauty. Is the pasta ready? Cynthia called out, noticing Sumu gazing at her from afar. She was indeed hungry. Although the ice cream was sweet, it was hardly substantial. Not yet, but it will be shortly. Sumu quickly averted his gaze, nervously patting his racing heart. Why was his heartbeat so irregular? Before long, Sumu finished cooking the noodles, serving a generous bowl for both himself and Cynthia. He then found himself entranced, watching her eat. Later that evening, Sumu lay in his room, gazing out at the starry sky. This world is truly wonderful. Filled with flowers, grass, Pokémon, birds, trees, and lovely maidens. If only it weren't for this wretched system. Lost in thoughts of a blissful future with Cynthia, Sumu gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, they arrived at the competition venue, where Sumu came face to face with his opponent for the day, Chingqing. Goodness, you truly are rather unfortunate. Encountering me so swiftly, Sumu mused, feeling a pang of sympathy for Chingqing. The boy had it rough. Not only was he foolish, but also quite unlucky. They say that foolish people have their own blessings, but what does that mean in this case? Is it that wicked individuals will ultimately face divine retribution? Who is your opponent? After examining her own rival, Sharona leaned closer to Sumu and inquired. Sumu instinctively replied, my son. Sharona was taken aback. Isn't he the one over there? She gestured towards Arceus, who was playing nearby, looking puzzled. Your son isn't even here. How can he be your opponent? Sumu suppressed a smile. How endearing this girl is when she is not in battle. Indeed, he is our son, Sumu unabashedly claimed, and Sharona, oblivious to the jest, nodded in agreement. Yes, he is the very first little one to call me mother. Upon hearing this, Sumu thought to himself, there will surely be a second and a third in the future. After enjoying a moment of intimacy with Sharona, Sumu rose to head to the preparation area, as he and Chingqing were scheduled to be the first pair to compete. Being the opening match, Sumu resolved to make this contest spectacular, setting a promising tone for the event. Although the Little Battle God Cup was primarily a competition for a select few second-generation participants, it had garnered considerable attention. Besides the local populace of Chingqing, there were also numerous influential figures and individuals with intricate connections to them. Upon hearing the announcement, Sumu made his way to the venue, where he was greeted by a sea of spectators. Although he was merely an unknown contender, the audience still cheered enthusiastically for him. Frankly, how could the spectators discern which competitor was which? They were simply there to join the excitement, cheering mindlessly. Chingqing soon arrived, standing opposite Sumu, and as per the rules, they were to shake hands as a gesture of goodwill. Sumu approached with a radiant smile. "Good son, do your best out there." Chingqing shot Sumu a fierce glare, snorting coldly. "Soon, you shall know who is the father and who is the son." Sumu, feigning surprise, replied. "What do you mean by that? Who is the father and who is the son?" Unaware that this was a trap, Chingqing, seeing Sumu's confusion, proudly lifted his chin. With his nostrils flared, he exclaimed, "Of course, it is you, my father." My goodness. The referee beside them was astonished. Are the youth of today so open-minded? The competition hasn't even begun, and he's already acknowledging his grandfather? What a display. Sumu stifled his laughter and continued. "No need for that. I am content to be your father. Being your grandfather would be too exhausting, having to care for both you and your foolish father." With that, Sumu turned and walked back to his position, summoning his Greninja. Meanwhile, Chingqing was still mumbling, struggling to comprehend Sumu's words. "What on earth? How did you become my grandfather?" "I am your father. I am your father. For goodness sake." After pondering this a few times, Chingqing suddenly realized. Glaring at the now distant Sumu, his teeth clenched in frustration. "That rascal, tricking me again. Mere verbal prowess is of no use. I shall let my strength do the talking." With a fervent declaration to reclaim his confidence, Chingqing let out a resounding shout. Sumu regarded him with a face full of disdain, remarking, "Is mere bravado of any use? You are still too young." With that, he signaled the referee, indicating his readiness. The referee, with a furrowed brow, cast a helpless glance at both Sumu and Chingqing before closing his eyes in resignation. "Well, I am merely a referee. I cannot afford to offend either of these competitors. It would be best to feign ignorance." On the blue team, Chingqing, and on the red team, Sumu, each could summon 2 Pokémon for the match. The competition commenced as the referee waved the 2 small flags. This father-son duel was about to unfold. Would Chingqing find himself kneeling in submission, or would he rise victorious? Stay tuned. Chapter 41, The Joy of the Wealthy. Regardless of Chingqing's lineage or his unparalleled genius, if he were not a time traveler, it was a certainty that Sumu would triumph effortlessly. Sending forth a powerful mid-tier Pokémon against the novices of the village was utterly remorseless of Sumu. With both of Chingqing's Pokémon rendered incapable of battle, victory was declared for Sumu. Following the announcement, Chingqing's expression soured, as disbelief washed over him. He could scarcely fathom such a swift defeat. It felt akin to an infant being subdued by a giant, utterly powerless. "Impossible. How could you be so strong?" Chingqing murmured, while the referee discreetly scrutinized Sumu. A king-level Greninja. Whose son was this? How had he never heard of Sumu? Could he be a rising star from a reclusive family? Internally astonished, the referee maintained his composure outwardly. Surrounded by influential figures, he, a mere referee, could not afford to offend anyone. Silence was his wisest course. "My son, perhaps it is time you kneel and call me father?" Sumu said, hands on his hips, playfully observing the dejected Chingqing. There is often a bitter truth behind the pitiable. Chingqing, wearing his woeful fade, was not the same brash individual who once sought to assert himself. Sumu harbored no compassion for such a character. He believed a lesson was in order, though conversing with him felt like a waste of life. Sumu considered himself resilient and long-lived, thus finding no harm in indulging a moment of frivolity. "I will not lose. I am a genius. How could my Snorlax and I possibly be defeated? You must be cheating. That Greninja is not your Pokémon." In a desperate attempt to escape the wager of submission, Chingqing resorted to baseless accusations against Sumu, claiming he was engaged in match-fixing. Sumu was taken aback. It was rare to encounter someone so audaciously shameless. Yet, while his lack of integrity was noted, Sumu wondered why he lacked common sense as well. With a shrug, Sumu expressed his exasperation and turned to leave. There was no longer any need for him to linger. Chingqing's frantic accusations of foul play were nothing short of a provocation against the authority of the Little War God Cup organizers. The information regarding Chingqing is somewhat familiar to Sumu. He is merely a descendant of a dojo master, positioned at the lower echelons of the second-generation circle. Fortunately, his Snorlax possesses commendable strength, which has allowed him to stand out amidst a throng of sycophants surrounding the daughter of the East Wind Sovereign, thus earning the title of the premier sycophant and the king of flattery. Lacking any substantial background, and with his reliance on the now-defeated East Wind Sovereign, he has audaciously provoked the organizers of the event. While they cannot take severe action against him for slandering opponents and inciting hostility, they have merely barred him from participating in any formal competitions henceforth. TSK, 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 considering that Chingqing has effectively closed off all avenues for himself. Sumu cannot help but click his tongue. Such foolishness and verbosity. This individual is beyond redemption. Thankfully, I departed swiftly, Otherwise, if he were to call me father, I would be embroiled in his troubles as well. That simply cannot be allowed. I am far too astute for such antics. Humming a little tune, Sumu approached Sharona. Did you win? She inquired, her face lighting up upon seeing Sumu's cheerful demeanor. With a casual snap of his fingers, Sumu nodded nonchalantly. Of course. Sharona offered her congratulations, then stood before the ice cream stand, visibly perplexed by her choices. Such a young age, and already suffering from decision paralysis. Sumu observed as she deliberated for what seemed like an eternity over which flavor to select. Finally, he stepped up to the counter. One of each flavor, please. He instructed, casting Sharona a knowing glance. With wealth at his disposal, why should one allow choices to constrain their joy? Purchase them all. Aren't they delightful? Sumu remarked as he received an assortment of ice creams, cradling them in his arms. Sharona's eyes sparkled with excitement. Delicious, she exclaimed, nodding vigorously as she reached for one box to indulge. Just a couple of bites will suffice. Otherwise, with so many flavors, you might find it hard to finish them all. Sumu, with a carefree attitude, gestured for Sharona to try a bite before discarding a box. This is the joy of affluence. As a wealthy individual and an exemplary second generation, you must learn to savor life, young lady. Sharona paused, momentarily taken aback by Sumu's perspective. Is it acceptable to consume ice cream in such a manner? By one of each flavor to sample, discard the unpalatable ones, and indulge in the delightful ones? That seems rather wasteful, doesn't it? Hesitation clouded Sharona's thoughts. Sumu's suggestion sounded undeniably appealing. Yet her upbringing instilled a sense of propriety that clashed with the notion of wastefulness. Noticing her inner conflict, Sumu gently pinched her cheek. Silly girl. What is wrong with that? Imagine if you ate too much and ended up with a stomach ache. Then you wouldn't be able to enjoy dinner, and I would be left to eat alone, resulting in even more waste. Besides, with this many ice creams, you surely cannot finish them all. You might as well savor each flavor before discarding the rest. Under Sumu's whimsical reasoning, Sharona was ultimately persuaded, opening a strawberry-flavored ice cream. She scooped a bite and placed it in her mouth. Delicious. Sumu, noticing Zylona's fondness, smiled and said, then let him have a chance to savor another bite. And then we shall explore another flavor. Zylona nodded, took another scoop, and opened another box of ice cream. This one is delicious too. Sumu chuckled. You probably like them all. Oh well, do as you please. Who am I to deny you? After all, you are Zylona, and your beauty is simply irresistible. So I indulge you. He added with a laugh. Indulging you means you're mine. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the Pok ball belonging to Zylona sprang open, and Lucario appeared, placing himself between Sumu and Zylona, gazing sternly at Sumu. Lucario, Luke, I sense a wave of ill intentions. Are you plotting against Zylona again? Sumu was startled by Lucario's sudden appearance and quickly dismissed his errant thoughts. What are you doing out? Do you wish to join in the ice cream delight? He retrieved a box of ice cream, his face lighting up with a radiant smile as he offered it to Lucario. However, Lucario refused, as this treat was procured by a rival. He was no mere Pokémon to bend for a scoop of ice cream. Lucario, no matter how bright your smile, I will not permit you to bully Zylona. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lucario made his stance clear. Chapter 42. Arranging for Lucario. Sumu, unfazed by Lucario's rejection, leisurely opened the ice cream. He scooped a portion and, with a graceful motion, passed the spoon over Lucario's head to Zylona's lips. Try this pineapple flavor. I believe you will enjoy it. Zylona paid no mind to the seemingly intimate gesture, playfully taking the spoon in her mouth and savoring the pineapple ice cream. Delicious. Sumu thought to himself. Of course, to you, all ice cream is delightful. After retrieving the spoon, Sumu took a scoop himself, deliberately enjoying it in front of Lucario. It truly is exquisite. After finishing, he feigned a wistful sigh, which immediately caused Lucario's eyes to blaze with anger. Look, you scoundrel, engaging in such intimate actions with Zylona right before my eyes. And with the same spoon. I can't tolerate this any longer, Sumu. You are crossing the line. Lucario shouted, visibly agitated. He grasped Zylona's arm and pointed towards his mouth with the other hand. I want some too. Zylona, surprised by Lucario's newfound desire for ice cream, inquired. Didn't you dislike it before? What has changed today? Though her lips expressed confusion, she nonetheless scooped some ice cream to feed Lucario. He was thoroughly pleased. Shooting Sumu a challenging glance. See, Zylona still loves me. You should take the hint and leave my Zylona alone. Just as Zylona was about to bring the ice cream to Lucario's mouth, he eagerly closed his eyes in anticipation. Sumu simply smiled. Wait a moment, Cynthia. This ice cream is specially crafted for Pokémon. I should feed Lucario this instead. Being a steel-type Pokémon, he might suffer from an upset stomach if he consumes regular ice cream. Sumu's words resonated with reason, and Cynthia found herself swayed by his logic. Very well. Thank you, she replied, returning to her task of indulging in the ice cream, diligently managing the arduous endeavor of consuming one scoop only to discard the container. Meanwhile, Lucario blinked in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Sumu. Lucario. Sumu, you are being unreasonable. Sumu merely chuckled coldly, thinking to himself that a mere Pokémon dared to vie for his affection. How utterly naive. Come now, try this ice cream. It's specially designed for Pokémon. Here, Lucario, let me feed you. Sumu exclaimed, leaning in with feigned enthusiasm, pretending to genuinely offer him a taste. Lucario, you scoundrel. With a startled cry, Lucario retreated into his Pokeball. Sumu was a devil, a smiling demon who thrived on provoking Pokémon. After Sumu triumphed in the round of 16, he swiftly secured victories in the quarterfinals and semifinals. In the days that followed, he employed various tactics, all while wearing a broad smile, to tease Lucario relentlessly. Finally, in the finals of the Little Battle God Cup, Sumu and Cynthia faced each other. Relying on her own Lucario, Cynthia had achieved an undefeated streak, making her way to the ultimate showdown. To be honest, Sumu had not anticipated the formidable strength of this Lucario. Sumu, in the upcoming match, you must give it your all and not hold back. Cynthia declared with solemnity before the match. I wish to engage you in a fair and honorable battle. Sumu sighed and smiled wryly. All right. I shall compete earnestly against you. Satisfied, Cynthia dashed towards the player's tunnel. Good luck. Sumu watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Greninja, I've longed to teach that Lucario a lesson. The opportunity has finally arrived. With a vengeful resolve, Sumu grasped the Pokeball containing Greninja, revealing his true intentions. A Pokémon wishes to be my rival? You are unworthy. The previous minor tricks were merely an appetizer. Now, he was determined to impart a proper lesson, reminding Lucario not to presume superiority. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sumu made his way to the battlefield. Next, we have the climactic battle featuring our two exceptional newcomers from recent days. First, representing the red side, we have the illustrious Cynthia. I am certain everyone is familiar with her. This golden-haired maiden fights like a merciless assassin. She has triumphed over all her opponents solely with her Lucario. As we approach this final match, our anticipation for her is boundless. Will Cynthia continue her legendary reign of invincibility? We shall witness. The commentator's voice boomed with enthusiasm, passionately introducing Cynthia. Watching his fervor, Sumu couldn't help but worry that he might topple from the commentary booth. And now, representing the blue side, we have Sumu. After triumphing in the National Middle School League, player Sumu from Chingqing has astonishingly arrived at our Little War God Cup. Here, he utilizes a new species of Pokémon named Arceus, along with his starter Pokémon, Greninja. Both players have battled their way through to the finals. Can Sumu uphold his honor as the champion and defeat player Cynthia to claim first place in the Little War God Cup? We shall see. The flamboyant commentator has finally concluded his remarks. The referee cast a silent glance at the loquacious commentator and announced, in the red corner, player Cynthia, in the blue corner, player Sumu. Each may use two Pokémon. The match begins. With a swift motion, the small flags were waved, signaling the official start of the match. Lucario, clasping its paws, emitted a series of crackling sounds. With a smirk, it gazed at Sumu and Greninja. Sumu, today I shall make you aware of the chasm between you and Cynthia. She is a woman you can never aspire to reach. With a thunderous roar, Lucario made its declaration. Sumu could not comprehend, but Greninja understood. Unable to tolerate Lucario's arrogance, Greninja retorted, I shall avenge the humiliation. Today, I will teach you a lesson, you conceited brat, and impart the wisdom of humility. Having accompanied Sumu for so long, Greninja had mastered the art of retorts quite well. Come forth, let me witness your strength, and understand what allows you to be so hideous, yet so confident. Give it your all, young one, and let me see if you are worthy of licking my toes. After being suppressed by Sumu for several days, Lucario was seething with frustration. Its already unstable emotions were now truly ignited by Greninja's provocations. Sumu, how dare your Pokémon be so shameless? Chapter 43, Lucario. Sumu, I shall strike first. Once the formidable Cynthia entered combat mode, she became quite fierce. Observing the exchange of barbs between Greninja and Lucario, she realized that Lucario was likely at a disadvantage in this verbal sparring. Truly, Greninja was remarkable, capable of confronting a master-level opponent not only with strength, but also with a resilient mindset. However, despite her admiration for her opponent, Cynthia did not hold back in her words. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Without hesitation, she commanded the first move. It was time to test the mettle of the contenders. With a powerful shout, Lucario quickly formed an Aura Sphere in its paws and launched it towards Greninja. Sumu, unfazed by Lucario's aggressive demeanor, calmly instructed, spinning water shuriken. Bring that ball down. Leave it to me. Greninja responded, effortlessly unleashing a massive water shuriken imbued with spiraling energy, its formidable power evident. Boom. As anticipated, upon collision, the water shuriken sent the Aura Sphere soaring into the air, continuing on its trajectory towards Lucario with relentless force. The wave missile played its part. As the recent collision caused the Froakie to veer off its original trajectory, a strike swiftly evaded by Lucario. Truly, the prowess of the Greninja is remarkable. Cynthia marveled, continuing. Lucario, we must strive harder, use bulk up. Noting Sumu's lack of a decisive attack, Cynthia seized the opportunity to enhance Lucario. Lucario, at the command. Lucario sprang into action, rhythmically swinging its arms to showcase its muscular physique, simultaneously channeling more power to augment its strikes. Bulk up? Self-motivation. Sumu remained unfazed. Even in combat with Cynthia, he held unwavering confidence. In matters of strategy, he feared no one. Cool. As Lucario fortified itself, Greninja was not to be outdone. Activating its own self-motivation. Water Shuriken. Lucario completed its bulk up first, prompting Cynthia to order an attack, taking advantage of Greninja's ongoing self-motivation. However, at the moment Lucario's fist struck Greninja, a startling revelation unfolded. Poof! Greninja transformed into a mere wisp of air. When did this happen? I was completely unaware. Cynthia, astonished, scanned the arena for any sign of Greninja. That was a decoy. Be cautious, Lucario. Lucario, equally taken aback, realized Greninja had seamlessly employed its shadow clone technique. And as the opponent, he had failed to perceive it at all. Cool. Suddenly, Greninja reappeared above Lucario, taunting with a barrage of words, executing an ice punch. Bang! The descending strike landed squarely, sending Lucario flying back. Cool. I told you, it's too dangerous. This isn't suitable for a little one like you. Greninja continued its onslaught, not only attacking but also relentlessly undermining Lucario's mental resolve with its taunts. Lucario, unable to tolerate any longer, Lucario roared in defiance, rising from the ground, turning to Cynthia, and raising its arm. Cynthia murmured, "Are you already resorting to that power? Very well, let me witness the fruits of your training with your father, and whether you can truly harness that strength." With that, Cynthia raised her arm as well. Upon her wrist, a beautifully crafted bracelet emanated a wondrous glow. A closer inspection revealed that the brilliance was not from the bracelet itself, but from the keystone embedded within it. Lucario, evolve. Lucario. In unison, Cynthia and Lucario spoke. As the radiance of the keystone enveloped Lucario at the moment of contact with its own evolution stone, Lucario's form began to transform. Red hues gradually surfaced on its skin, and its gaze sharpened. Lucario, come, Greninja, let us battle once more. The evolved Lucario was indeed striking, and Sumu could not help but acknowledge that Lucario now possessed remarkable allure. As for strength, it seems to be rather trivial. Greninja, let us transform as well. With the intention of thoroughly defeating Lucario, Sumu resolved to strike at its very heart. We too possess the ability to evolve. Greninja nodded, and a radiant light erupted from its form. Then, the bond transformation commenced. Feeling an unprecedented surge of energy within, Lucario initially believed it could easily overpower this frog. To its astonishment, it discovered that Greninja could also transform. What is happening here? Cough, cough. Greninja, you take the lead from here. You know my expectations. Sumu silently conveyed, signaling Greninja to commence its efforts. After such a prolonged confrontation, Lucario should have revealed its full strength by now. It was time to shatter its arrogance. Don't worry, my little master, Greninja assured. I know how to deal with this defiant little creature. I guarantee that in the future, it shall show utmost respect upon seeing you. Having said that, Greninja executed the shadow clone technique, instantly conjuring dozens of duplicates. These clones were not mere shadows. They were all capable combatants. Although Cynthia was aware of this, she had not the time to warn anyone before the sounds of a fierce melee erupted. However, the dense smoke obscured her vision, leaving her unaware of the brutal scene unfolding within. For Greninjas seized Lucario's limbs, while the others relentlessly bombarded it with water shurikens. Though these shurikens lacked any spiral enhancement and were not particularly powerful, they were sufficient to inflict pain upon Lucario. Meanwhile, the original Greninja positioned itself behind Lucario. Have you evolved? It taunted. Are you strong? Is it useful? Perhaps it would be best if you stayed hidden in shame from now on, returning home to find a female Pokémon to settle down with. See, even standing right behind you, you cannot strike me. Does that frustrate you? Greninja jested, delivering a swift kick to Lucario's rear. Look, there's more to discomfort. I'll tell you this, kid. When you encounter my little master in the future, you will show respect. Understood? Otherwise, every time I see you, I will strike. At that moment, Greninja resembled a schoolyard bully, cornering Lucario in an alley to intimidate it. Impossible. Even if it costs me my life, I will never allow him to take Cynthia away, Lucario exclaimed, exerting every ounce of strength to break free. Alas, it was outnumbered. Moreover, Greninja had already enveloped the area in a thick haze, and no one was aware of the cruel scene concealed within. It seems that only a severe lesson will make you relent, Greninja observed from above as it watched Lucario being tormented by its clones, yet the latter remained defiant. A wave of displeasure washed over Greninja. Lucario gritted its teeth, enduring the pain while remaining silent. You ponder. If I were to disperse the smoke on the battlefield and reveal your disheveled state to Cynthia, would she not feel a pang of sympathy? Such words were a dagger to the heart, a cruel jest. The Greninja had completely succumbed to the whims of Sumu. Upon hearing this, Lucario was rendered speechless. Lucario, you dare? Greninja nodded. Indeed, I dare. A spiraling water shuriken formed in its hand, swirling gracefully as it began to clear the haze enveloping the arena. As the mist grew thinner, Lucario's vulnerable position was about to be exposed to Cynthia. Panic gripped Lucario. Lucario, do not disperse the smoke. Kukui. Look at the youth of today. They never shed tears until faced with the grave. Remember today's lesson. When your power is lacking, be humble and act like a Pokémon. Do not be too proud. Speak respectfully when addressing my young master. Greninja assumed the demeanor of a streetwise elder, admonishing Lucario. Lucario felt a deep sorrow within, yet dared not voice it. The world outside was perilous, and he longed to return home, suppressing his grievances. Lucario closed his eyes and feigned unconsciousness. As the smoke cleared, Lucario had succumbed to his pretense, lying with eyes shut on the ground. Cynthia found herself at a loss. Feeling this was her least engaged battle yet. Despite being a trainer, she was unable to assist her Pokémon, a true dereliction of duty. With a self-deprecating smile, she prepared to concede. Presently, she had only Lucario fit for battle, while her Garchomp was still too young to take the stage. I concede. Sumu calmly traversed the battlefield, approaching Cynthia with a raised hand. What? Sumu, having already secured a victory, chooses to forfeit? Why? Could it be that his Pokémon is gravely injured as well? No, wait, everyone look. Sumu is crossing the battlefield and has reached Cynthia. The commentator, animated as a monkey, chattered incessantly in disbelief. Oh my heavens, what am I witnessing? Sumu has taken the Pokeball from Cynthia, recalling Lucario, and then, they held hands. The audience erupted in excitement under the commentator's fervent narration. What we initially thought would be a thrilling battle turned out to be a delightful display of affection. What is happening? Isn't Cynthia the Saintess of Sinnoh? Who is this young man? Someone find out his identity. How outrageous. Who is Sumu, to defeat a Saintess and dare to hold her hand? Those aware of Cynthia's stature were numerous, all gazing at Sumu in astonishment, their curiosity about his identity piqued. Yet, Uncle Tattoo, Cynthia's personal driver, remained unfazed. What of holding hands? What is the big deal? Look at you all, so pathetic. Does our Sinnoh Saintess not deserve the freedom to love? Why is it necessary to delve into the background of that young man? Is it so that a commoner cannot be with our Saintess? Very well. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Uncle Tattoo knows little, but he is aware of one thing. After the incident involving Sharona's father in the Everlasting Secret Realm, he personally made a phone call. As for Sumu's matters, it is best left for Sharona to handle herself. If necessary, a little matchmaking between the two of them could be in order. Under the gaze of the public, as Sumu held Sharona's hand, even she, oblivious as she was, felt her cheeks flush. I concede, this time the champion of the Little God of War Cup is you. Sumu smiled gently, his eyes brimming with affection. Sumu willingly conceded, bestowing the championship upon Sharona, though the little girl seemed somewhat displeased. Pouting, she muttered, but you could have easily won. Upon noticing her preoccupation with the matter, Sumu laughed heartily. I will never win against you, for I simply cannot bear to. After saying this, he took her small hand and led her off the stage, disregarding Sharona's thoughts. After the finals concluded, during the awards ceremony, Sharona was absent, and Sumu accepted the award on her behalf. The young lady felt somewhat embarrassed, believing that this victory was not entirely deserved. Upon returning to the villa, Sumu gazed at the championship trophy of the Little God of War Cup, murmuring, this advanced novice village is indeed different from the basic one. My trophy never felt this heavy. TSK, the affluent truly are distinct. Noticing Sumu's boredom, Sharona approached him. May I ask you a question? Sumu nodded. Of course, go ahead. Sharona gathered her thoughts before asking. You said you couldn't bear to win against me. Why is that? Sumu nearly choked on his own words. How long had it been since that incident? And she only now thought to inquire. Because you are adorable, he blurted out before hastily retreating to his room. Once inside, Sumu realized his folly. Why did I run away? That was such a perfect opportunity. I should have seized the moment. Wasn't he that a prelude to a confession? Why did I flee? Oh dear, am I a fool? Regret washed over him as he paced in his room, perhaps sensing Sumu's inner turmoil. Sharona actually came to knock on his door. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Upon hearing her, Sumu sprang from his bed in surprise. He opened the door to find Sharona standing shyly at the threshold. His heart nearly melted. Was she finally ready to push me to confess? She seems to be under 18. Should I play coy or be forthright? Sumu, Sharona said, her head bowed, clearly embarrassed. What is it? Sumu feigned composure. Little did he know, Sharona's next words would send him into a panic. My father is about to arrive. He said he wants to meet you, and if all goes well, he would like to have you for me. Sharona spoke hesitantly, and Sumu failed to grasp the latter part of her statement. However, merely the preceding words were sufficient to instill a sense of dread within Sumu. Chapter 45. Sumu faces his future father-in-law. Sumu was in a state of panic. How could he not be? He had been cohabitating and traveling with a daughter who had yet to reach 18. Although nothing untoward had occurred, the mere implication was far from palatable. Now, her father had personally come to confront him. Could Sumu remain calm? Moreover, who was Zyrona's father? The chief of Western Europe, a paramount figure commanding half of humanity's territory. How could Sumu not tremble in trepidation? Are you serious? Sumu swallowed hard. Incredulity etched on his face. Noticing his hesitation, Zyrona's cheeks, already flushed, reddened further. Yes, you should prepare yourself. My father will be here in a few minutes. With that, Zyrona dashed away, disappearing from Sumu's sight. Sumu found himself perplexed by her sudden haste. Yet he was equally beset by his own predicament. The prospect of meeting the parents at the slightest disagreement was an unbearable burden. Nevertheless, he resolved to muster his courage. After all, a thick skin ensures a full plate. Sumu shook off his apprehensions, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Before long, a middle-aged man entered the villa, guided by Zyrona. He bore a striking resemblance to her, with golden hair and a hawkish nose that conveyed not arrogance, but a distinct air of authority. Hello, Sumu. I am Zyrona's father, Chief Kale, he greeted. Sumu had already changed into a more formal outfit and tidied his hair, appearing quite dashing. He extended his hand for a proper greeting. Zyrona has informed me of the purpose of my visit, Kale continued. Sumu froze, taken aback. The purpose? Aren't you here to confront me? I have taken your daughter. Shouldn't you be here for a fight? He nodded stiffly, uncertain of what Kale would say next, bracing himself for the worst. Very well, let us proceed to the courtyard. If you can defeat me in battle, I shall consent to your engagement with Zyrona. With that, Kale turned and exited the villa, leaving behind a blushing Zyrona and a baffled Sumu. So, your father is here to test me? He wishes to bless our engagement? Sumu was astounded. It was no wonder Zyrona had been so shy. For her, merely gathering the courage to approach him had been a significant achievement. Zyrona nodded and hurried away once more, leaving Sumu in a state of confusion. What was happening? Was he being orchestrated into this? Had his identity as a prodigious second-generation heir and destined child been uncovered? Sumu glanced around, bewildered. Well then, if it is a battle, so be it. What is one chief to me? I shall fight tooth and nail to defeat him. Driven by the desire for a blissful future, Sumu resolved to engage in a serious contest with Zyrona's father. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found Kale waiting patiently. Upon seeing Sumu, Kale offered a slight smile. Very well, you have 3 Pokémon, correct? How about a 2-on-2 battle? Sumu expressed no objections. Arceus was still young. Although immensely powerful, it might not yet be suited for battles of this caliber. Go, Metagross. Without any embellishments, Kale released his team of Pokémon, calling forth Metagross. This creature was a late-stage gym leader Pokémon, merely a step away from its zenith. Upon its entrance, Metagross let out a roar, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. This was a battle presence that only gym leader-level Pokémon could comprehend. Only by grasping this attribute could Pokémon truly be deemed to have crossed the threshold into gym leader status. Knowing Sumu lacked understanding of these nuances, Kale patiently elucidated. Sumu nodded in gratitude, but his expression soon turned grave. Sharona's father was quite unyielding, unleashing his main force without hesitation. Was this not a display of bullying? As a novice trainer, was he truly expected to face such power? Greninja, I trust you. Kukui. I am Greninja, willing to face any peril for the Su family, without hesitation. Realizing a fierce battle loomed ahead, Greninja boldly proclaimed its readiness upon entering the fray. Hearing Greninja's declaration, a faint smile crept onto Kyle's lips. Was this the spirited little one who had returned from the frontier? After a brief commendation, Kyle's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He was ready to engage in earnest. Greninja, Bond Transformation. Metagross, Evolve. Almost simultaneously, both Pokémon began their transformations. The originally late-stage Metagross, upon evolving, ascended to the pinnacle of gym leader strength. The 4 massive metallic arms of Metagross bore down upon Greninja, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure, truly terrifying. Do not fear, Greninja. Hydro Pump. Without hesitation, Sumu commanded Greninja to unleash its ultimate move, Hydro Pump, to buy time for the ensuing Shadow Clone technique. A psychic barrier intercepted the Hydro Pump, halting its advance. Then, with synchronized might, Metagross swung its colossal arms towards Sumu. Boom. Taken by surprise, Greninja was sent flying. Greninja. Sumu rushed over in concern, finding Greninja still conscious, yet struggling to rise. Do not force yourself. We are still young. This is merely one battle. Sumu gently assisted Greninja to its feet, offering quiet reassurance. Trust me, I will make you stronger. Consider this defeat a lesson. Sumu's voice was remarkably calm, and Greninja soon regained its composure, casting a defiant glance at Metagross before sighing deeply. Kukui, I will become stronger. Next time, I shall defeat it. Determined to set the peak gym leader level as its goal, Greninja clenched its fist in self-encouragement. Seeing the resolve in Greninja's attitude, Sumu allowed it to rest momentarily while he summoned Charizard. Charizard Evolve. The early-stage Charizard, empowered by its draconic lineage, underwent evolution. elevating its strength to the late stage of the champion tier. However, in the eyes of Metagross and Kyle, it was still insufficient. Too weak. Azure Lotus Core Fire, unleash. Sumu bellowed, charging forth with formidable momentum alongside the Charizard. Roar. The Charizard let out a fierce roar, unleashing a torrent of azure flames. The ferocity was palpable. Yet, without a command from Kyle, Metagross countered with a psychic move, effortlessly deflecting the fiery assault. Comet Punch. Bang! A heavy strike landed. The Charizard had no chance to evade, nor even the opportunity to use Protect. It was directly obliterated by Metagross's move, sent flying. Sumu, you have lost. It seems I cannot allow Cynthia to become engaged to you just yet. Chapter 46. The Deception of the Canine System. Sumu was momentarily stunned. Since arriving in this world, he realized he had never truly faced defeat. Now, suddenly confronted by a top-tier master like Kyle, he found himself overwhelmed and somewhat bewildered. Sumu could advise his Greninja to remain patient, as they were still young. Yet he could not deceive himself. A loss is a loss. Dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. How could he possibly accept defeat at the hands of someone over 20 years his senior? Yet, there was little he could do, for this man was Cynthia's father. No matter how displeased he felt, Sumu had no choice but to swallow his frustration. Indeed, I have lost. He did not utter phrases about needing more time or grandiose claims about not underestimating youth. A loss is a loss, no matter how begrudgingly accepted. You possess your father's demeanor. Kyle observed the fleeting flash of defiance in Sumu's eyes before he candidly acknowledged defeat, chuckling softly. I can only imagine how you are cursing me now, thinking I am a bully, using my full strength against a newcomer? Ha ha ha, no need to deny it. I know your thoughts. You are just like your father. Sumu was taken aback. You know my father? What the? I thought so. You are just an old monster. Bullying me, a newcomer. How shameless. Ah, so you are a friend of my father. In that case, we are somewhat acquainted, aren't we, Uncle Kyle? If one cannot win, then one must concede. This is the wisest course of action. Even more astute is the act of forming alliances. What a clever lad, with your silver tongue. Kyle gazed at Sumu, speechless. This boy was indeed a chip off the old block. Looking at his daughter Cynthia, Kyle suddenly felt a pang of worry. What if? Never mind, let things unfold naturally. Your father and I arranged your engagement to Cynthia long ago. Thus, I have refrained from interfering during your time together. Kyle's revelation struck like a thunderbolt. Sumu's eyes widened, first glancing at Kyle, who bore no semblance of jest, then at Cynthia, who had lowered her head in silence. You are my father's comrade. Remembering what his father had previously mentioned about his engagement, Sumu finally grasped the situation. It felt as though Cynthia was indeed his fiancée. Indeed, Kyle did not deny it, casting a glance at Sumu as he continued. However, I sense that you are rather unreliable, so I must set a trial for you. This marriage has been arranged as such, and until you reach the age of 20. If you fail to surpass my strength by then, I regret to inform you that I shall not consent to your union with Sharona. Do not even think of attempting to elope with her behind my back, should you dare to do so. I will first deal with your father before turning my ire upon you. Kyle glared fiercely, instantly discerning Sumu's ulterior motives. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to temper his emotions. Should you manage to defeat me before your 20th birthday, I shall not obstruct your relationship. Sumu nodded. This seemed reasonable enough. After all, he was merely 16 this year. Surely, in 4 years, he could best an old codger, especially with a system at his disposal. Wait a moment, to grow stronger? By the heavens, was this another ploy of that wretched system? Cursing the insidious system under his breath, Sumu inquired of Kyle. So, are you here to take Sharona away? At his question, Sharona also turned her gaze towards Kyle. Although her time with Sumu had been brief, she harbored a fondness for him. Upon learning that she was Sumu's fiancée, she had pondered whether she could accept being with him, and it seemed she could. Thus, she still hoped not to part ways with him. Noticing his daughter looking at him with anticipation, Kyle felt a surge of frustration. A married daughter is like water spilled. No, he replied sternly, his expression stern. Yet, upon hearing this, Sumu chuckled, and Sharona smiled as well. However, do not rejoice too soon. I am aware of your academic hiatus, and I will not permit you both to wander aimlessly. Therefore, I have assigned you 2 tasks. Kyle declared, raising his finger with pride. The first task is that the Meteor Waterfall secret realm, which opens every decade, is about to unveil itself. And I require you and Sharona to enter and undergo training within. The second task is for you to collect 16 City Gym badges within 2 months. Gather 6 Pokémon, and participate in the Elite Challenge. You must secure a top 3 position in the challenge to become an elite trainer, after which you will qualify for the World Elite Competition and earn a title. Good heavens, upon hearing Kyle's stipulations, Sumu was rendered speechless with laughter. Tell me, are you not a pawn sent by that wretched system? The Meteor Waterfall, the World Elite Competition, these were all tasks orchestrated by that insidious system. How much did it pay you to serve it so loyally? I'll offer you double. Just keep your distance from that system, alright? As for that title, what exactly is it? Despite his internal curses, Su-mu felt compelled to seek clarity. Much like those esteemed individuals who possess their own titles. Some elite-level experts serve as local gym leaders or mayors without holding a title. A title is bestowed upon the top 16 contenders of the World Elite competition each year, formally recognizing them as esteemed individuals. Conversely, local elite-level experts may lack the strength or other qualifications to attain a title, relegating them to their regions. Not that the regions are undesirable, but merely of a different nature. After Kyle finished explaining, he was surprised to see Su-mu wearing an unexpectedly relaxed expression. Indeed, Su-mu was quite at ease. So, does my uncle mean for me to become an officially recognized master within a year? Kyle nodded. That was precisely his intention. Su-mu smiled, thinking it was too easy. That so-called East Wind Master was the one Su-mu had effortlessly defeated before. If such a weakling could be called a master, then surely Su-mu already possessed the strength befitting that title. All right, I understand now, uncle. Do you have anything else to discuss? Seeing Su-mu's cheerful demeanor and his almost dismissive attitude, Kyle felt a surge of irritation. This is my house, after all. You think you can just send me away from my own territory? Is that appropriate? Just be careful and don't lay a hand on Sharona. I have Lucario keeping an eye on you. If I find out anything, just wait and see how I deal with you. Ultimately, Kyle, still uneasy about this rascal Su-mu, left with a parting threat. Hearing Kyle's words, Su-mu couldn't help but chuckle again. Lucario, you're unaware. But that fellow is already on my side. Just kidding. If he dares to tip you off, I'll feast on dog meat hot pot. Chapter 47. The Legendary Meteor Waterfall. After Sharona's father departed, Su-mu turned to look at the blushing Sharona, and a wave of mischief surged within him. This is my fiancée. It seems a kiss should be quite permissible, right? Kyle's threat held no weight against Su-mu. However, in deference to that old fellow Kyle, Su-mu hesitated. Suppressing his excitement, he returned to his room with a serious demeanor to research information about the Meteor Waterfall. As a prized pawn of the system, Kyle hoped Su-mu would first visit the Meteor Waterfall to scout for suitable Pokémon before challenging the gym and participating in the Elite Four competition. Ultimately, he aimed to enter the World Championship and earn a title, thus becoming a true master. As for what would follow, Su-mu speculated that the system might arrange for other pawns to come forth. The mission for Greninja was to battle Lugia to obtain the bloodline of the Chingqing. This implies that Lugia resides within the Meteor Waterfall? What a far-fetched notion. While it is understandable for the Ember Emperor to appear in the Evergreen Forest, how can one rationalize the presence of Lugia in the Meteor Waterfall? Grumbling to himself, Su-mu finally uncovered the official information regarding the Meteor Waterfall. The Meteor Waterfall is a secret realm that opens once every decade. This is a pact established between the human champions and the Dragonite clan residing within the realm. Humans may enter once every 10 years, but each time, the Dragonite clan must select at least 3 of their young to accompany suitable trainers as they depart. The Dragonite clan has a long lifespan, and their strength evolves rather slowly. Therefore, their young following humans to train is not viewed negatively by the clan. This arrangement is mutually beneficial. Were it not for the slow reproductive rate of the Dragonite, the secret realm might open every 3 years instead. Besides the Dragonite clan, many other Pokémon inhabit the Meteor Waterfall. The celestial beings known as Solar Rock and Lunar Rock are purportedly of extraterrestrial origin. The likes of Drowsy, Hippowdon, Salamence, Milotic, and Absol, among others, have piqued Su-mu's curiosity as he peruses the information before him, gaining a semblance of understanding regarding the Meteor Waterfall. Although every trainer who ventures into this enchanted place harbors an insatiable desire for a Dragonair, only a select few earn the Dragonite's favor and manage to capture a Dragonair. The true allure of the Meteor Waterfall, however, lies in the myriad of other rare Pokémon it conceals. Notably, Milotic stands as a prestigious emblem in this realm. Due to the yet undiscovered evolution theory of Phoeba, trainers of Milotic are exceedingly rare. Almost all known Milotic have evolved independently in the wild, rather than through human cultivation. Thus, even if one cannot attain a Dragonair, the Meteor Waterfall remains a coveted treasure trove for countless trainers. Su-mu smirked, pondering the irony of seizing an opportunity that others yearn for but cannot grasp. His identity as a second-generation trainer certainly has its perks. Should he choose to pursue a career as a trainer, the conditions he enjoys could be likened to those of an ancient prince. Just then, the caretaker announced that dinner was ready, and Cynthia approached Su-mu's door. Su-mu, it's time to eat. Coming right away, he replied casually as he shut his computer down. As he settled at the dining table, he glanced at Cynthia, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. In his preoccupation with the Meteor Waterfall, he had completely forgotten about their engagement. Would Cynthia, left waiting outside for so long, think he was upset with her? Hey, Greninja, go fetch something for Arceus to eat. You can't expect me to handle everything, he commanded. Charizard, why are you just staring? You should help too. He waved off the 2 Pokémon before finally focusing his attention on Cynthia. She, too, was quite understanding. Lucario, could you prepare some food for Garchomp? Lucario looked bewildered. Beside him, Greninja, seeing Lucario's lack of initiative, delivered a swift chop to the back of his head. Hurry up, Lucario cast a pleading glance at Su Mu but ultimately followed Greninja's lead. There was no helping it. He couldn't fight back, so he resigned himself to the situation. With the distractions gone, only Su Mu and Cynthia remained. About the engagement, I wasn't aware at first. Su Mu broke the silence. Cynthia blushed slightly. I didn't know either. Well, this child is quite naive, Su Mu thought, a smile creeping onto his face. So, we are fated to be together, right? Cynthia nodded in agreement. Following Su Mu's lead. You don't dislike me, do you? No, how could I? Su Mu was pleased and continued. All right then, let's formalize our relationship from now on. You shall be my fiancé, if that pleases you. Sensing that time waits for no one, Su Mu aimed to solidify this relationship, while Cynthia remained blissfully innocent. However, upon hearing his words, Cynthia suddenly snapped to attention. But my father said he would only agree if you defeat him first. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Filled with confusion, was this girl truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance? She often appeared rather simple-minded, yet now she seemed to have grasped the situation. Clearing his throat, he resolved to defeat her in this contest of wits, pushing aside his thoughts of the matter at hand. After all, it was time for a meal. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after being caught red-handed in his ploy to charm the young lady, Su Mu noticed that Sharona remained unfazed. With her characteristic look of bewilderment, she regarded him, ensuring he was indeed all right before she began to eat. When shall we visit Meteor Falls? Having satisfied his hunger, Su Mu retrieved a tub of ice cream from the refrigerator and placed it before Sharona. It struck him as odd that he hadn't indulged in ice cream that day. Upon opening the container, Sharona recalled their conversation about Meteor Falls and inquired about it. After pondering for a moment, Su Mu replied, perhaps tomorrow, as it coincides perfectly with the opening of the secret realm. Sharona eagerly agreed, having heard tales of Meteor Falls long before, though she had been too young to attend during its last opening. Excellent. Relishing the delicious ice cream and buoyed by Su Mu's meticulously planned itinerary, she found herself in splendid spirits, unfazed by Kyle's arrival. Gazing at the ice cream before her, Sharona felt an irresistible urge. I could easily devour 2 tubs. I'll be training my Gyarados later. Would you like to join? It then occurred to Sharona that since she had met Su Mu, she had rarely witnessed him training his Pokémon. Even with Arceus, he merely offered casual remarks, as if it were all in jest. Could one truly be so powerful without training? That seemed implausible. Her father had always said that strength is composed of 1% talent and 99% hard work. No one could achieve greatness without effort. However, training? She dismissed the thought. You focus on your Gyarados, and feel free to bring Arceus along. I'll head back for a nap. Chapter 48, Su Mu's Rivals. Handing Arceus over to Sharona, Su Mu swaggered back to his room. Training? Surely, this was a jest. A life devoid of aspirations to be a trainer would never compel him to engage in such endeavors. Sharona's large, expressive eyes were filled with perplexity. How could Su Mu possess such remarkable strength? Had he resorted to enhancing his Pokémon with illicit substances? Turning to glance at the Greninja and Charizard preparing a meal for Arceus, she found herself genuinely baffled. The following day, Su Mu and Sharona, the extraordinary offspring of elite trainers, naturally boarded the helicopter bound for the secret realm. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Su Mu, struck by a whimsical thought, urged Sharona to pose for numerous photographs together. How beautiful! As he admired the snapshots of himself and Sharona, he sent them to his mother. Life has been treating me well. Here is a glimpse of your future daughter-in-law. What do you think? At that moment, Su Mu's mother had just risen from her slumber and was pleasantly surprised to receive his message, bursting into laughter. She's lovely. I approve of this match. The two shared a light-hearted joke, and Su Mu paid little mind to the deeper sentiments his mother harbored for him. He merely felt it had been too long since he last connected with her, and it was the perfect opportunity to introduce her to the cherished girl he had found. Upon awakening, Su's mother was immediately unsettled. After responding to Su Mu's message, she made a phone call and sent over some photographs. Before long, the complete dossier on Sharona and the Kyle family found its way into Su's mother's hands. Ah, how delightful. It turns out this engagement was arranged by the child's father, which brings me a sense of relief. Upon arriving at Meteor Falls, Su Mu realized he was not the most ostentatious individual present. Riding in a helicopter with a blonde beauty, such conduct paled in comparison to those truly regal figures. Young Master Su, the one driving the tractor, is the heir of the Sure family, renowned for their expertise in rock and ground-type Pokémon. This time, Uncle Tattoo did not leave Su Mu at the designated spot. Instead, he stayed behind to enlighten him about the true identities of these elite individuals. He remembered the incident at the Chongpin secret realm quite well. Thankfully, Su Mu's father had been present. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Uncle Tattoo, concerned about potential troubles, took it upon himself to educate Su Mu about these characters beforehand, silently praying that none would inadvertently provoke Su Mu. And what about the one piloting the UFO? Su Mu, oblivious to Uncle Tattoo's numerous thoughts, found these second-generation heirs rather amusing and continued to inquire. Sharona, prompted by Su Mu's remark, also gazed up at the flying saucer. To be fair, That UFO was indeed eye-catching, far surpassing the tractor. This is the heir of the Zhao family, Uncle Tattoo began, adopting a storytelling demeanor. Sumu noticed the Zhao heir, sporting a spiky hairstyle, was accompanied by a small Charizard, which bore a faint mark on its face. In an instant, Sumu recognized him as the son of the illustrious Mr. Zhao, the very individual who had purchased a Pokémon egg from him. I see, he's the son of the prominent businessman, Mr. Zhao. Uncle Tattoo, sensing Sumu's casual dismissal, quickly interjected, "Young master, do not underestimate Mr. Zhao. While he presents himself as an innocuous merchant, he actually wields significant influence, controlling a substantial portion of the Eastern economy. Such a figure cannot be assessed merely by strength. Furthermore, it is said that no one truly knows the extent of Mr. Zhao's actual power." Sumu, taken aback by Uncle Tattoo's gravity, involuntarily recalled Mr. Zhao's words, "We shall meet again." The fact that such a prominent individual had once taken a particular interest in him now felt rather ominous. Nevertheless, Sumu decided to cast aside thoughts of Mr. Zhao for the moment and continued to observe. He became intrigued upon spotting yet another individual approaching on a Kintoro. Without needing to ask, Uncle Tattoo naturally explained, "This is Yel Qi, hailing from the Prairie faction, one of the more prominent figures of this generation." Sumu, somewhat perplexed, pondered what constituted the Prairie faction. Was it akin to the nomadic tribes of his past life? Those who dwelled in yurts? Uncle Tattoo diligently elaborated. The Prairie faction is a power that lies between the East and West, not entirely independent from the Alliance, but nominally still belonging to the East, albeit with a reluctance to be constrained. There is no choice, he must fulfill his duties. Currently, the Saintess is accompanying Sumu. If Sumu behaves recklessly as he did before and offends a multitude of individuals, Ka will undoubtedly come to eliminate him. This situation has become rather intriguing. As Uncle Tattoo introduced everyone, Sumu smiled broadly. Previously, he had triumphed in the Novice Village and then secured another victory in the Advanced Novice Village, presenting a championship to Sharona. Now, he still hasn't escaped the Novice Village, only to be confronted by a throng of elite novices. If he were to further engage with them, would that not lead him out of the village? Sumu's murmurs left Sharona bewildered. What does engage mean? And what does it signify to leave the village? Young master, as you compete for the mini-dragon, please refrain from being overly aggressive. Noticing a somewhat sinister undertone in Sumu's smile, Uncle Tattoo sensed that his hint might not have been understood. He promptly clarified, "We are here to capture dragons, not to engage in combat or bullying." Seeing Uncle Tattoo's serious expression, Sumu could only nod in reluctant agreement. "Uncle Tattoo, do I look like someone who enjoys being ruthless?" This rhetorical question left Uncle Tattoo momentarily speechless. Regardless of Sumu's nature, his father certainly had that reputation. If he were to provoke him, even the chief would not be spared. Fortunately, Sharona understood the art of diffusing tension and interjected, "Sumu is hardly the reckless type. He is quite astute." Observing Sharona's innocent praise of Sumu, Uncle Tattoo dared not refute her. Indeed, the Saintess is correct. Echoing Sharona's sentiment, Uncle Tattoo quickly added, "Saintess, young Master Su, the secret realm has opened. We should enter at once. The mini-dragons are limited, and it is a first-come, first-served basis." Though Sumu held little interest in the mini-dragons, Sharona was eager. Grasping Sumu's hand, she urged him to summon his Charizard swiftly to venture into the secret realm. With a hint of exasperation, Sumu calmly observed the throngs of young trainers rushing to the teleportation portal the moment the secret realm commenced. Initially, he had no urgency, intending to enter leisurely once everyone had settled inside. However, seeing Sharona so excited, he decided not to dampen her spirits. He promptly summoned Charizard, accelerating directly toward Meteor Falls. "Roar! I am off to capture the mini-dragon. I shall undoubtedly be the best." At the moment Charizard entered the portal, a raspy voice emerged from beside Sumu. Chapter 49, Let Them Compete. "Who do you think you are?" Sumu disdainfully glanced at the source of the voice, discovering a young boy, exuberantly shouting while riding a Tauros not far from him. Observing his Navi demeanor, Sumu couldn't help but smile. "What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? At such a tender age, you aspire to be someone grand? Have you emerged from the mountains only to assume you are the wealthy one? The world outside is vast, my child. Heed my advice and do not get carried away." Sumu, the environment here is truly wonderful. Just as Sumu aimed to enlighten this second-generation child on what it truly meant to be privileged, Sharona suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Sumu, disinterested in the foolish boy any longer, began to survey the surrounding landscape. The two individuals currently find themselves within a somewhat dimly lit cavern. Although no external light penetrates this cave, a multitude of luminescent fine powders provide a fundamental illumination. The hue of this light is unlike the ordinary. It possesses an oddly enchanting beauty, reminiscent of the twinkling of fireflies, exceedingly crystalline. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Sumu responded to Sharona's observation. Before long, the portal was brimming with a generation of youthful trainers eager for adventure. Suddenly, a gentle sound echoed. and a majestic Dragonite appeared in the air. Greetings, trainers of the human race. Sensing the benevolence emanating from the Dragonite, no one felt fear or trepidation. They awaited its further words in serene anticipation. Even those trainers indifferent to the Dragonite did not depart immediately, curious to hear what the Dragonite would convey. After all, opportunities like this arise only once every decade. Should they miss it, they might never witness such a rare Pokémon again in their lifetime. Greetings. The Dragonite continued. The task for this trial is quite simple. You must locate 3 bells within the Meteor Falls. The bells are up for grabs, and there are no specific rules for this trial. As long as you bring the bells to me after one day, you shall earn the right to capture my descendants. The Dragonite's voice resonated long and clear, and after announcing the trial's rules, it soared away. Some trainers, having prepared in advance, brought along translation tools or Pokémon capable of telepathy, anxious not to misinterpret the rules. Sumu was among them. Thanks to Arceus, he quickly comprehended the guidelines. He took Sharona's hand, exuding nonchalance as he declared, "Let us embark." Sharona appeared somewhat bewildered. She had merely seen the Dragonite's appearance and heard its calls, and suddenly, many trainers dashed out as if in a sprint. "What is happening?" she inquired. "Did you not hear the rules that the Dragonite just conveyed?" Sumu chuckled at her confusion. "What rules?" Sharona asked, perplexed. Many others present bore expressions of equal bewilderment. The Dragonite already announced the rules. Do you think it merely appeared to call out for no reason? Perhaps it came to amuse us? Sharona felt a twinge of embarrassment from Sumu's words. She touched her hair and, sticking out her tongue, smiled. "I was just thinking how lovely the Dragonite's voice was." Sumu slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "All right, when it comes to being oblivious, I must concede defeat to you." He clasped Sharona's hand as they ventured deeper into the cave. Unlike the others who followed the sound of water, "It seems we have strayed from the others," Sharona remarked, noticing the dwindling number of trainers nearby. Sumu nodded, "Indeed. If we were to remain in their company, it would lose its charm." He gestured ahead. "Look, those who possess true intelligence understand the necessity to separate. This is not a soccer match, and more people does not equate to better outcomes. This secret realm, while not vast, certainly possesses a considerable expanse." With nearly 1,000 trainers, the throng became disoriented after traversing the Meteor Falls, akin to navigating a labyrinth. Without prior markings, one would undoubtedly lose their way. The absence of water sounds from a particular direction does not signify our increasing distance from the waterfall. Rather, it suggests we are delving deeper into the cave's recesses. The Dragonite clan does not dwell within water, yet they persist in moving toward the waterfall, effectively straying from their intended goal. Sumu's thoughts were straightforward: to first evade those foolish trainers. Should he find the bell, he would present it to Cynthia. If not, so be it. After all, he had never anticipated a tranquil visit. As long as the dog system remained intact, unexpected events were bound to unfold. Not to mention, there was the colossal Lugia. The system had already orchestrated a check-in task. Lugia would certainly not allow itself to be summoned or dismissed at will. Would this not expedite our quest for the bell? Observing Sumu's confident analysis, Cynthia felt optimistic about their chances of succeeding in this trial. However, Sumu's earlier assertions were mere fabrications, a common ruse. He merely wished to distance himself from the crowd, seeking a tranquil spot to await Lugia's arrival. As for the bell, why search for it? Only a fool would do so. We shall not seek the bell. Let the imbeciles pursue it. Sumu chuckled. Cynthia, perplexed, asked, "We are not searching?" "Indeed. Only a fool seeks the bell," Sumu replied matter-of-factly. "Consider this. Will the bell not ring when found? Once someone discovers it, unless they remain stationary, the bell will inevitably chime. At that moment, we can simply seize it from them." Indeed, upon learning of this rule, Sumu's intentions became less than innocent. Since Dragonite permitted the bell to be taken, what purpose did it serve to expend effort in searching? Why not just take it? Ethical considerations aside, Sumu reasoned that if he did not seize it, others would. Fortune favors the capable. Yet, Cynthia hesitated, pondering the morality of thievery, but soon reconciled her thoughts. Although dubbed a saint, she was no naive maiden. Such occurrences were commonplace in her upbringing. To the victor go the spoils. A principle rooted in Darwinian evolution and an immutable truth on the path to strength. Very well, let them search. I shall now introduce you to a fascinating individual. With Cynthia finally comprehending, Sumu grinned, taking her hand as they ventured deeper, unperturbed by the idea of Lugia failing to locate him. He had effectively outsmarted the dog system. With the check-in task issued, the system would ensure he fulfilled it. "I did not. I cannot. It is all you're doing." The system had become overwhelmed, having encountered such a host, and was now utterly disillusioned. Chapter 50, The Rustic Youth, Yelchi. Haha, I told you venturing deeper would yield rewards. Electivire, unleash Thunderbolt. Not long after they set off, Sumu and Sharona heard the sounds of battle ahead. In the cavern, the echoes carried far, and they exchanged a glance, both deciding to investigate the commotion. Within the Meteor Falls cave, a plethora of Pokémon species thrived. Alongside the common Onyx, Zubat, and Geodude, There existed many rarer creatures such as Corfish, Bronzer, and Abra. Earlier, Sumu had encountered several Pokémon along the way, yet he had no inclination to capture them. Sharona, indifferent, allowed the Pokémon to pass by without a second thought. Following the sounds, Sumu led Sharona through a labyrinth of tunnels until they reached a clearing. In the midst of the fray stood the young boy from the prairie, Yelchi. He was commanding an electrode, relentlessly assaulting a wounded Milotic, clearly intent on capturing it. Despite the disadvantageous type matchup, water being weak to electric, Milotic valiantly resisted, unwilling to leave its domain or succumb to this inexperienced trainer. With a resounding cry, Milotic unleashed a dragon pulse, striking Electrode directly. Still resisting? Yelchi barked, urging Electrode to unleash another thunderbolt. Enraged by the attack, Electrode, having just been struck by the dragon pulse, retaliated with renewed vigor. You may be beautiful, but I've been holding back. Now you shall feel my full power. With another thunderbolt, Milotic writhed in agony, curling up on the ground, crying out in distress. Hearing the pitiful wails of Milotic, Sharona felt a pang of compassion and furrowed her brow. With our strength being on par with that of a pseudo-elite, I should be able to intervene. Calculating the gap in their powers, she prepared to act, but Sumu quickly restrained her. Milotic was discovered by him first. It would be improper for us to interfere now. Sumu's words left Sharona momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been eager to seize an opportunity. And now he was standing in her way? Had Sumu taken a vow of virtue and good deeds? Sumu smiled mysteriously and gestured towards Milotic. Though it appears to be in pain, it is actually calling for its companions. You could interpret this as it seeking reinforcements. Understanding dawned on Sharona, and she felt reassured. Sumu was still the same Sumu, unchanged at his core. How could there be a wild Milotic of quasi-elite strength here? Realizing that Milotic was not in immediate danger, Sharona shifted her focus to the reason for its presence. Sumu pondered for a moment before deciding to speak candidly. I am not entirely certain. I see now it must be so. Sumu had intended to be truthful, avoiding deception towards Sharona, but she asserted that she had figured it out. As you said, Dragonite does not dwell in water, and Milotic need not either. This cavern is spacious, and the nearby Pokémon are predominantly rock types, posing no threat to Milotic. It is indeed the perfect place for it to make a home. Thus, Sumu was correct. Venturing deeper into the cave had indeed proven fruitful. The musings of Sharona left Sumu utterly speechless. He opened his mouth, contemplating abandoning his explanation. Well said. This is precisely what I think. At last, you are capable of independent thought. How splendid. Sumu remarked, audaciously patting Sharona's head. He had the audacity to criticize others for posturing, when he himself was the greatest pretender of all. As he observed Venus on the verge of collapse, Yelchi was prepared to throw a Pokeball, but a thunderous roar from a Dragonite prompted him to reconsider. The Dragonite darted through the narrow tunnel, hastening towards the scene, shattering obstructive rock walls with its swift charge. Who dares to bully my goddess? I shall annihilate you. Upon arrival, Dragonite swiftly spotted the gravely injured Venus. With a fierce resolve, it activated its innate ability and unleashed a relentless assault on Yelchi's Electivire. Electivire evolve. Though the rustic boy may have appeared simple, he was, after all, a second-generation native of the grasslands. A straightforward evolution was within reach. Given the urgency of the situation, Electivire had no time for elaborate transformations and promptly engaged in combat with Dragonite. Meanwhile, Venus seized the opportunity to utilize Recover, restoring its vitality. I simply wish to capture Venus, yet a Pokémon of the Elite Four caliber appears instead. Who can withstand such a challenge? Electivire, let us retreat. A wise man does not confront immediate danger. We shall battle once Dragonite departs. Yelchi, displaying a measure of understanding, recognized the futility of the situation and prepared to withdraw. Just then, he caught sight of Sumu and Sharona, who had been observing the spectacle. A cunning idea struck him. Hey there, my friends, shall we not collaborate? Sharona appeared indifferent, while Sumu outright refused. This was akin to playing a game of Honor of Kings with a girl, only for an outsider to propose joining the team midway. Could that possibly work? The girl was his alone. No need for that. If you cannot manage, then retreat promptly. We have been waiting here far too long. Sumu's words effectively cut off Yelchi's escape route. If you cannot handle it, then hurry down. There is no time for idle chatter. We have been waiting here for ages. Yelchi's already dark complexion deepened in frustration. Electivire, we leave. Seizing the moment of Dragonite's confusion, he swiftly recalled Electivire and released it beside him once more, signaling Sumu with his gaze. Aren't you going to fight? Little show-off. Bringing a girl along makes you think you're the best in the country? That's an elite-level Dragonite. I am eager to see how you intend to handle it. Anyone can boast. If you're capable, step up. If not, perhaps we should flee together, huh? Yelchi proclaimed, adopting a posture ready for escape. His gaze fixed intently on Sumu. He believed he had dug a deep pit for Sumu, setting him up for embarrassment in front of Sharona. However, Sumu and Sharona regarded him with expressions of disbelief. You intend to run from an elite-level Dragonite? Surely you jest. Sumu curled his lip, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Lu-chi, who was crouched low to the ground, ever ready to flee. Regardless of Sumu's words, Yi Lu-chi remained unfazed, secretly thinking to himself, "You merely wish to deceive me into lowering my guard, so that you and your companions can seize the opportunity to make your escape. Who hasn't heard the tale of the tiger chasing its prey? It all comes down to speed now. The one who lags behind shall be unfortunate." Chapter 51. Sumu's new rival, Venus. Yi Lu-chi lived within his own world, naively believing that this Dragonite was an invincible entity. He envisioned Sumu fleeing in a panicked state alongside Cynthia. Thus, he maintained a sprinter's stance, his gaze fixed intently on Sumu, fearful of being outpaced. "Forget it. I shall take charge." This fellow's confusion should have dissipated by now. Noticing the clarity returning to the Dragonite's eyes, Sumu gently massaged his fingers and summoned his Greninja. At the very moment Greninja appeared, Yi Lu-chi let out a loud roar. "Now is the time, Electivire, let us flee." With that, he dashed away alongside Electivire, their speed surpassing even that of a Boltund utilizing its quick attack. Once they had exited the open space, Yi Lu-chi proudly halted. "I told you he would attempt to escape. All those prior words were merely to mislead me into lowering my guard." Bah. Electivire unconditionally trusted Yi Lu-chi and gave a soft cry in agreement. "Indeed, it was fortunate that I anticipated that scoundrel's malicious intent, allowing me to escape in advance. Otherwise, we would have been ensnared by Dragonite." Bah. Electivire continued to raise its hand in cooperation, gazing at Yi Lu-chi with admiration. Bang. Ouch. Boom. A series of battle sounds erupted from behind, prompting Yi Lu-chi to laugh with even greater delight. "Ha ha ha, that fellow must be in dire straits now. Attempting to impress Miss Cynthia. How naive. Who dares to put on airs before me? Dream on." The more Yi Lu-chi spoke, the more arrogant he became. One hand steadied Electivire, while the other rested on his hip as he laughed wildly towards the sky, as if he were not the one who had just fled in disarray. "We shall wait right here. There is but one way out. I am eager to see how this fellow fares against Dragonite." The more he listened, the more thrilling it became, leading Yi Lu-chi to resolve not to leave. Imagining Sumu being pummeled by Dragonite filled his heart with delight. "Letting you reject my invitation for cooperation, you scoundrel, your end is nigh." In the open space, Greninja and Dragonite were locked in fierce battle. This Dragonite indeed had something special. As a wild Pokémon, it surprisingly understood type advantages. Generally, most wild Pokémon grasp this concept, and even if they do not, they instinctively harbor fear. But this one was different. Dragonite seemed to comprehend Greninja's adaptability. After Greninja executed a water shuriken, Dragonite immediately retaliated with Volt Tackle and Thunder Punch. Following Greninja's Ice Beam, Dragonite countered with a powerful Hyper Beam. If it were just once or twice, one might chalk it up to coincidence. However, after witnessing this pattern multiple times, Sumu began to sense something was amiss. This Dragonite is undoubtedly aware of the traits of the Greninja and attacks accordingly. The ability to adapt allows Pokémon to transform into the attribute of the skill just utilized. The official explanation states that each time a move is executed, the user's type becomes the same as that of the move. Observing closely, it is evident that this Dragonite tailors its every assault to correspond with Greninja's type. Such a Dragonite is truly fascinating. Greninja, let us engage in a more direct confrontation. Continuing this way lacks excitement, as it is clear that your characteristics have been deciphered. Sumu exclaimed, urging Greninja to unleash its bond phenomenon. After the transformation, Greninja's combat prowess surged dramatically. Even with the near-mythical intelligence of this Dragonite, it stood little chance against Greninja in a direct clash. Soon enough, it was vanquished, collapsing to the ground. At the same time, the Milotic nearby had fully regained its strength and glanced at the fallen Dragonite, a flicker of hesitation crossing its eyes. However, this hesitation was quickly replaced by determination. It gracefully moved closer to Cynthia, brushing past the Dragonite. You are so beautiful. I truly admire you." Milotic unabashedly expressed its affection towards Cynthia. This left everyone utterly astounded. "What is happening? Greninja, this Milotic, it must be female, right? Cool. I can confirm that." Sumu scratched his head and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the Dragonite. "You know, the Milotic you pursue might be attracted to the same gender. Are you okay?" He approached the Dragonite, concern etched on his face. Roar. The Dragonite remained silent. Milotic's actions had left it utterly dumbfounded. "Do you truly like me?" The innocent Cynthia remained blissfully unaware. She stared at Milotic, puzzled. She did not yet comprehend that Milotic's affection was of a profound and unspoken nature, akin to Sumu's own feelings. Upon realizing that Cynthia understood her intent, Milotic joyfully circled around her. "I really adore this golden-haired lady. Is this what it feels like to encounter true love? I feel so happy." Just as the Dragonite attempted to rise from the ground, upon hearing Milotic's words, it collapsed once more. Does this world allow no respite for the lovesick? As a proud scion of the Dragonite lineage, when had it ever faced such humiliation? With snowflakes drifting and the north wind howling, a solitary plum blossom stands proudly amidst the snow. The world, vast and desolate. As familiar melodies echoed, Sumu suddenly felt that perhaps this Dragonite was not as pitiable as he initially thought. The lovesick deserve their fate. You brought this upon yourself. Who told you to be so infatuated? Dragonite, enlighten me. How did you come to know Greninja's abilities? Noticing that Cynthia was engrossed in her emotional exchange with Milotic, the familiar capture sequence was imminent. Sumu decided to extend an opportunity to this aged lovesick Dragonite. Should this creature possess a unique talent that piques his interest in capturing it, he would not mind adding it to his roster. However, there was one stipulation. That is, the Dragonite must not be overly aggressive. A resolute Goku Ninja Frog, a fervently determined Charizard striving for strength, and an Arceus, utterly naive yet eager for battle. Sumu felt that his team of Pokémon was increasingly resembling that of a seasoned trainer. He must put a stop to the proliferation of this trainer mentality within his ranks. Henceforth, the criterion for selecting his next Pokémon would decidedly exclude any inclination toward combativeness. Roar, roar. The thought of accompanying Cynthia filled Sumu with excitement. If he departed with Sumu, it would mean additional opportunities to behold the goddess. The Dragonite instantly became invigorated, brimming with a desire to showcase itself. I learned from books. All those you humans sent me, it stated. Sumu was taken aback. Books? What a delightful hobby. But do you enjoy battling? He inquired suddenly. The Dragonite hesitated, displaying a hint of self-doubt as it shook its head, indicating its infrequent engagement in combat. Roar. I am a scholar, merely fond of reading. I never stir up trouble. Fighting is utterly detestable to me. Chapter 52. The reclusive daily life of the country boy. Alright. The Dragonite had not anticipated that its aversion to fighting would elicit such a strong reaction from Sumu. With a rather resigned expression, it awkwardly turned away, preparing to depart from this melancholy place. Roar? Wait, didn't he just say alright? Did I hear incorrectly? The Dragonite abruptly turned back to Sumu, seeking confirmation that its ears had not betrayed it. Sumu quickly affirmed, you heard correctly. It is splendid that you do not enjoy fighting. As he spoke, Sumu produced a Pokeball. So, scholar, why not join me? I'll take you out to explore. The knowledge within far surpasses that found in books. Upon hearing of the prospect of greater knowledge, the Dragonite became exhilarated. It grasped the Pokeball and urged, hurry, let us not waste time, capture me. With no choice but to oblige its earnest request, Sumu thought to himself, opening the Pokeball. The Dragonite transformed into a beam of red light, swiftly entering the Pokeball. After a brief shake, the red light extinguished. The Dragonite was successfully captured. Elsewhere, the Milotic was even more proactive, nudging herself into the Pokeball with a flick of her tail. When Cynthia subsequently released her, she coiled affectionately around her trainer, seeking closeness. Sumu had to admit. At that moment, he felt a twinge of envy. Fear not, Dragonite. I shall cultivate you from a lovesick fool into a dashing figure. As for Milotic, I will ensure you straighten her out. He quietly promised to the Dragonite within the Pokeball, suppressing his irritation. After all, it was merely a Pokémon. And a female one at that. Why should he feel jealous? Humph. Outside, Yelchi had been waiting patiently. And upon hearing the sounds of battle cease without sight of Sumu and Cynthia, curiosity piqued within him. Electivire, do you think those two might have been devoured by the enraged Dragonite? Perhaps, perhaps not. Electivire chimed in, echoing the sentiments of the country boy, Yelchi. Regrettably, I have committed a grave misdeed. It is I who have provoked this Dragonite, and should anything befall Miss Cynthia, the consequences would be dire. The mere thought sent a wave of anxiety across Yelchi's countenance. After all, what stature does Cynthia hold? If calamity were to strike due to my folly, the power of the grasslands could very well be obliterated. Come, Electrode, let us hasten to investigate, but tread cautiously. Gritting his teeth, Yelchi resolved to personally delve into the matter. Setting aside all else, if there arose a chance to rescue Miss Cynthia, he would achieve great renown. Upon reaching the tranquil clearing, a flicker of trepidation washed over him. Yet, thoughts of the ostentatious Sumu and the exquisite Miss Cynthia quelled his fears, propelling him to approach with Electrode in tow. Hey, are you both unharmed? Yelchi was taken aback to find Sumu and Cynthia present, and astonishingly, nearby was the very Milotic he sought to capture. Confusion clouded his mind. We're fine. What brings you back? Sumu's tone was laced with a sardonic edge. The boy who had once fled in haste now dared to return, perhaps to retrieve the bodies of himself and Cynthia? I was concerned for your safety. In my quest to rescue you, I also aimed to exact vengeance upon Dragonite. My Electrode was merely famished earlier, which is why it could not contend with that Dragonite. Now that I have feasted, I wish to confront it. Upon realizing that Milotic had likely been captured by Cynthia, Yelchi surveyed the area, only to find no sign of Dragonite, prompting him to adopt a rather boastful demeanor. The usually naive Cynthia could not restrain her laughter at Yelchi's proclamation. Sumu, the seasoned veteran, recognized the unfolding spectacle. As Yelchi prepared to showcase his bravado, Sumu refrained from revealing his cards, opting instead to further provoke Yelchi. Are you not afraid of that Dragonite? He inquired. Yelchi's face flushed at the question, but soon regained his composure. Dragonite. I have already stated that it is but a minor obstacle in the growth of my electrode. Last time, I was fortunate to have it utilize its reverse scale, but this time we shall not be caught off guard. Even if Dragonite is swift, I assure you, I would surely defeat it. With that, Yelchi struck a rather flamboyant pose. Sumu could not help but chuckle. This lad was endearingly foolish. Are you certain? Dragonite is exceedingly powerful. You may not stand a chance, Sumu replied, stifling his mirth, his demeanor suggesting he was merely an observer to Yelchi's bravado. How could I not succeed? Yelchi retorted with bravado, exuding an air of confidence that disregarded any threat. Recognizing the moment was ripe for escalation, Sumu declared, very well. If you are so insistent, I shall indulge you. With that, he promptly unleashed Dragonite from its Pokeball. In an instant, Yelchi was rendered speechless. Wait, Dragonite. You captured it? Why didn't you say it earlier? Yelchi exclaimed through clenched teeth, staring blankly at Sumu. The electric dragon shared the same astonishment. Glancing between Yelchi and the Dragonite, he pressed the button of Yelchi's Pokeball, feeling a surge of relief. Watching the electric dragon return on its own, leaving Yelchi alone in the biting wind, Sumu could no longer contain himself. What a naive young lad you are. Truly, you are my source of amusement. Sumu laughed heartily, the earlier disturbance caused by the Milotic vanishing in an instant. Dragonite, he wishes to challenge you. Humor him a little, Sumu jokingly suggested, initially expecting the weary Dragonite to simply chuckle. However, to his surprise, Dragonite actually took action. Roar. You have offended my goddess, haven't you? I let you escape once. But this time, I shall exact revenge for her. Dragonite's fury surged like the Hulk's transformation, its usual grace and elegance evaporating, leaving only raw savagery. A dragon's reverse scale is a death sentence to those who provoke it. Dragon Rage. With that, Dragonite launched a fierce attack on Yelchi. Fortunately, Yelchi was quick-witted, summoning his Tauros to use Protect just in time to withstand the onslaught. Come on. What the hell, Electric Dragon? Come out and assist me. Yelchi was utterly bewildered. Is Sumu out of his mind? He not only captured the Dragonite, but now instigates it to attack me? Meanwhile, Sumu felt equally helpless. He finally understood why he had been able to capture this Dragonite. Have you ever seen a diminutive Pokémon with the temperament of the Hulk? Usually gentle and studious. But when enraged, it becomes a force to be reckoned with. Electric Dragon, please save me. Chapter 53. Who is littering? Sumu, being inherently kind-hearted, refrained from allowing Dragonite to unleash its full wrath. This lad is indeed quite amusing. Let us just tease him a bit. He instructed Dragonite to toss Yelchi aside, while he took hold of Cynthia's hand and swaggered away, leaving the hapless young man frozen in place, consumed by envy. What a world we live in. I can't tell if those stronger than you work harder, but it is certain that they live more comfortably. Watching Sumu, who had a beautiful girl in his arms and a Dragonite by his side, Yelchi felt tears welling in his eyes. How outrageous. This person is insufferable. Struggling to his feet, Yelchi vocally condemned Sumu, while the battered electric dragon beside him whined incessantly. That man is a demon. What has the electric dragon done to deserve this? The electric dragon is so adorable. How could he be so cruel? Woe is me. Seated on the ground, both trainer and Pokémon vented their frustrations towards Sumu, oblivious to a shadow lurking behind them, silently observing the scene. Suddenly, a spiraling water shuriken was launched, and both trainer and Pokémon were sent crashing to the ground. Cool. Young master, it's taken care of. Sumu, feeling despondent, had initially thought he had captured a bookish Pokémon, only to discover that this Dragonite was akin to the Hulk. His temperament and disposition are strikingly reminiscent of the Hulk. It's simply excessive. Did we not agree that you dislike fighting? Why do I get the sensation that you revel in brawling even more than the Greninja? Shaking his head in disappointment, Sumu dismissed the matter of Dragonite, sneering. Is this fellow cursing me behind my back? Kukui. Indeed, I have already taught him a lesson. Greninja proudly raised his hand, indicating that it was this very hand that dealt with the one who spoke ill of his master. Sumu chuckled with satisfaction. I knew it. This fellow is simply incorrigible. It is only because he encountered a selfless and magnanimous person like me that he is willing to learn how to behave from his parents. Had it been someone else, he would have likely perished without even realizing it. Kukui. My master is truly kind-hearted. Quietly observing the interaction between Sumu and Greninja, Dragonite's eyes sparkled. It seems I have aligned myself with a remarkable individual. Such shameless words flow from his mouth, reminiscent of a learned scholar like myself. Roar. Shall I go take another look? I sense he may not have learned his lesson yet. Dragonite's suggestion left both Sumu and Greninja momentarily stunned. Greninja could not help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. When it comes to ruthlessness and wit, you scholars truly excel. Sumu, feeling vexed, slapped himself on the forehead. Of course, YNT I thought of that. All right, go quickly and return swiftly. Just teach him a lesson without causing any harm. Sumu earnestly instructed. Roar. Understood. As long as he doesn't die, received. With a flap of its wings, Dragonite retraced its path. A minute later, a wailing cry echoed from afar, and Dragonite returned triumphantly, flapping its small wings. Sumu had captured Dragonite, and Sharona had captured the severely troubled Milotic. Their journey had proven bountiful. Shall we still contend for the bell? Sharona inquired of Sumu. After a moment's reflection, Sumu recognized that it seemed rather unnecessary. With Dragonite already in hand, it was best to let the Dratini go. No need. Let us leave the opportunity for those who truly require it. The benevolent Sumu decided to forego the competition, wishing instead to visit the waterfall. After all, it was the Meteor Fall's secret realm. Not to see the waters would be a great pity after wandering aimlessly in the caves. Sharona concurred, eager to witness the famed Meteor Falls for herself. With the assistance of local Dragonite and Milotic, they bypassed the labyrinthine caves and followed a designated path to Meteor Falls. The sound of cascading water filled the air, the crystalline blue waters resembling the starry rivers above as they tumbled down into the lake below. Dragonite, are there any particularly formidable beings around here? Sumu, fixated on Lugia, began to inquire of Dragonite. According to the system's temperament, it was rather unreasonable that Lugia had yet to seek him out. Absolutely unreasonable. Oh, Dragonite tilted its head in contemplation at the mention. My father is undoubtedly the strongest. He is the chief of our Dragonite clan and the lord of this realm. The words of Dragonite left Sumu momentarily stunned. Goodness, I initially thought you were an ordinary Dragonite, yet it turns out you possess a notable identity? Am I truly the only one here with closed eyes? Are you also a second generation? Why didn't you mention it earlier? With a tinge of resentment, Sumu inquired. Dragonite suddenly shivered, awkwardly scratching its head. Well, you never asked me either. Forget it, I want to stoop to your level, seeing as I am also a second generation. Sumu turned away with an expression of nonchalance, choosing to disregard Dragonite. Since he was unaware of Lugia's whereabouts, waiting seemed prudent. After all, judging by the dog system's tendencies, if Lugia did not present itself voluntarily, Sumu could drain the lake dry. Feeling a bit peckish, he suggested, let us fish here. How about I prepare some grilled fish? Having spent several hours in the secret realm with Cynthia, the sight of the lake suddenly ignited his enthusiasm for fishing, prompting him to showcase his skills. The secret realm was not solely inhabited by Pokémon. Numerous wild animals also thrived there, serving as prey for carnivorous Pokémon. Grilled fish. I'm on board, Cynthia agreed. Sumu wasted no time, rummaging through his large backpack to retrieve 2 fishing rods. These rods were quite prestigious, rumored to have been a gift from a clan leader specifically for Kyle. According to game lore, they would belong to the legendary category. Alright, let me demonstrate my prowess. Sumu adeptly prepared the bait and set up 2 folding chairs, commencing his fishing endeavor. Hey Sumu, I've caught a fish. Yes, that's from the bait I just cast. Reel it in slowly, there are plenty of fish around here. Another one. This must be a big catch. Let me assist you. I've hooked another. Sumu, help me pull it up. It's so strong. Alright, I'm coming. Ultimately, Sumu, grinning with satisfaction, snapped his fishing rod. What on earth is fishing? I'd rather kick my head like a ball than fish again. In a jubilant mood, Sumu tossed the broken rod into the water. And then, who is littering? Chapter 54, The Grand Entrance of Lugia. Sumu watched as the lake's surface churned, and eventually, a majestic bird with white wings emerged, glaring at him in fury. He was utterly dumbfounded. I merely tossed a fishing rod. Could that disturb your venerable presence? Driven to the brink of despair by fishing, Sumu found himself in a state of bewilderment. What on earth? Did Lugia really come to confront me? Surely, I must have received the wrong script. Why not arrange for a river god to inquire whether I prefer a golden or silver fishing rod? Human, littering will incur punishment. The ocean has already become polluted and murky. Now you cannot even spare this tranquility. I shall make you learn your lesson. Lugia communicated directly with Sumu through telepathy, a fundamental skill mastered by divine beings. I have never polluted the sea, nor have I ever set foot on the shore. Sumu attempted to defend himself, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve and decided to engage in battle. This must surely be the handiwork of that wretched system. If it refuses to treat me as a person, then I shall not hold back either. Is it not merely Lugia? Is it not the Supreme One? Come forth and fight. I refuse to believe you can defeat me today. If Lugia were to obliterate me, then the accursed system would not escape either. We would all perish together. Charizard, do not hold back. Let us go. Sumu bellowed, summoning Charizard with fervor. Let us do this. Do you not have a mission to complete? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Today, I shall witness just how formidable this supreme entity truly is. Roar? Boss, do you truly wish for me to engage with him? Charizard glanced at Lugia resting upon the water's surface, utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Such a creature. I am but an adorable Charizard. Why must I fight? Sumu's expression darkened in an instant. Are you afraid? How curious it is that you excel in everything else, yet are a coward at heart. You were the first to charge into battle against weaker foes. And now you hesitate before Lugia? I have raised you in vain. Despite Sumu's scolding, Charizard remained rooted to the spot. Roar, roar, roar. Boss, I truly cannot. Let Frogadier take my place. He is eager for a fight. I am far too weak to face a divine beast. A single jet of water could extinguish me. I still wish to live. I have yet to marry, dear boss. As Charizard lamented, tears streaming down its face. It became evident that its previous bravado had been contingent upon facing weaker opponents or being compelled to fight. Now, the threat posed by Lugia was glaringly apparent. Charizard, being prudent, understood the wisdom of not standing beneath a perilous wall. I refuse to engage in this battle. Let whoever desires to fight do so. I have yet to live my life fully. Shaking its head vigorously, Charizard resolved to train harder upon returning. The outside world was far too daunting. In such a short span, 2 divine beasts had appeared. Who could withstand such a reality? Was it not said that the outside world was weak? That the so-called champions and pretenders were invincible? I have been deceived. Had I known, I would have trained to the supreme level before venturing out. Charizard, are you truly abstaining from combat? Sumu chuckled at Charizard's antics, bemused by the tears it had managed to shed. You have become quite the coward indeed. Roar. I truly shall not fight. Sumu shrugged, exasperated. What more can I do? You see, system, it is not my lack of cooperation. I have summoned Charizard. Yet it refuses to fulfill its task. Surely this cannot be blamed on me. Just as Sumu finished his thoughts, Lugia, growing impatient, unleashed a torrent of water that struck Charizard squarely in the face. What the? In that moment, Sumu felt as though the system were whispering to him, with me by your side, fear not. Roar. Charizard, struck directly, let out a pitiful cry and collapsed to the ground. Very well, given its exaggerated performance, anyone could discern that it was merely feigning. Lugia had not even utilized its full strength, merely releasing a casual spray of water. Roar, roar. Dear brother, lend me your assistance. The Charizard, with its eyes tightly shut, let out a woeful cry, gesturing frantically for the Greninja to come to its aid. Both Cynthia and Sumu were amused by the comical display of their companion. Who would have thought you were such a talented actor, Charizard? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Charizard sign-in task. Engage in battle with Lugia at the Meteor Falls Secret Realm while carrying or using Charizard. Reward, Chingqing Bloodline. During the Bloodline fusion process, some discomfort may be experienced. Please adjust accordingly. Ding. The system has successfully infused Charizard with the Chingqing Bloodline. The Zhurong Bloodline is currently merging with the Chingqing Bloodline. Ding. Charizard's Dragon God talent has awakened. A series of system notifications left Sumu in a state of bewilderment. He stared blankly at the Charizard, which had been feigning death, only to suddenly leap up and unleash a torrent of flames at Lugia. Internally giving a thumbs up to the system, Sumu was thoroughly impressed. Incredible. Just moments ago, you warned me about potential discomfort from the Bloodline fusion, and now you proceed with the fusion. Truly remarkable, system. You have outdone yourself. Witnessing Charizard's sudden surge of determination, Sumu felt a deep admiration as it evolved mid-air. Engaging in a fierce battle with Lugia. What on earth is happening? Why did Lugia attack us out of the blue? Cynthia inquired, perplexed. She had merely seen Lugia appear suddenly on the lake's surface, and then it had confronted Charizard. Well, it seems this creature intentionally ambushed us. Likely because we were fishing in its territory, Sumu explained, his face flushing with embarrassment. Cynthia found his reasoning quite plausible. How unfair. We're not taking its fish. Did it raise them? The young girl pouted, indignantly exclaiming, Charizard, give it your all. If you win, I'll roast every fish in the lake for you to feast upon. Her enthusiastic shout only served to infuriate Lugia further. Not only do you litter, but you also wish to disrupt the ecological balance here? Humans are truly insidious. With renewed fury directed at Charizard, Lugia vowed, Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you rascals. With a fierce exclamation, it unleashed a devastating move, Air Burst. Despite the terrifying presence of Lugia, Charizard, empowered by the Bloodline fusion, remained unflinching. Dragon Pulse. I will roast you alive, Great Bird. Chapter 55, The Bald Lugia. You are the true Great Bird. I shall end you. Lugia was once a benevolent spirit, known for its willingness to aid those in distress. Once upon a time, this particular Lugia embodied that same kindness. It was only today that he fully embraced the wisdom imparted by his elders. Humanity, in its essence, is wretched. Sumu observed the Charizard, emboldened by each encounter, recklessly charging at Lugia, and a flicker of anxiety danced within him. After all, this was his own Pokémon, daring to provoke a divine beast, likely a being of unparalleled strength. Even with its multiple lives, Charizard seemed to be tempting fate. Dog system, enough already. If something happens to Charizard, you will bear the brunt of my wrath. Sumu called out, frustration bubbling over. Hey, I'm talking to you, respond. He continued to plead with the system, yet it remained unresponsive, his curses dissipating into silence. My goodness, Lugia. Oh my god. I can hardly believe my eyes. There's a divine beast here. Quickly, let us head to the lakeside and get a closer look at this magnificent creature. A few photographs. And I could boast about this for a lifetime. Whose Charizard is that? It's unbelievably powerful. To challenge a legendary Pokémon single-handedly, This is extraordinary. Naturally, Sumu and Sharona were not the sole witnesses at Meteor Falls. The news of Lugia's appearance spread rapidly, drawing a crowd of spectators to the lakeside within mere minutes. Yet, for Charizard, those minutes felt interminable, as if stretched into an eternity. One must not question how a Pokémon of such caliber could endure 10 minutes under Lugia's relentless assault, especially considering Lugia's fury and lack of restraint. Perhaps it was the recently fused bloodline of the Dragon God that imbued Charizard with boundless strength, or perhaps something else entirely. The dog system could be meddling. Regardless, Charizard valiantly endured the onslaught for a full 10 minutes, refusing to succumb after just 3. Hey, Lugia, what do you truly desire? As the dark flames enveloping Charizard began to dwindle, Sumu recognized that his companion was reaching its limits. He called out urgently, hoping to negotiate with Lugia. His voice pierced the air, inciting chaos among the onlookers, who were still speculating on the unfolding drama. What? This guy as Pokémon is battling Lugia? Who is he? I've never heard of such a figure. What do you know? Look at him holding hands with Miss Sharona. His status must be extraordinarily high. And such prowess is to be expected. His strength is of little concern to me. It's the fact that he dares to hold hands with Miss Sharona that makes him less than human. I can't stand it anymore. I must confront him for daring to touch my goddess. Hey, brother, don't leave without me. I'm coming to uphold justice. Indeed, that such a kind spirit as Lugia would engage in battle with him suggests he is no good person. A cacophony of voices erupted, revealing that jealousy had clouded their judgment, as they beheld Sumu's formidable strength, his youth, and the enchanting beauty by his side. The second-generation elites and prodigies, naturally, were filled with defiance and indignation. Each one clamored, daring to challenge Sumu. In the skies, the legendary Lugia paid no heed to the raucous cries of these humans. Upon hearing Sumu inquire about his intentions, it was filled with rage. Do you think that summoning a horde of minions would instill fear in me? What does it matter how many of you there are? You are but a collection of weaklings, incapable of thwarting me. Lugia proclaimed angrily, unleashing a surge of water downward, crashing into the crowd below. Sumu was taken aback by Lugia's ferocity. Goodness, if I were to declare that these spectators are not my people, would you spare them? Go ahead and kill. My kin are countless. You shall never exhaust your wrath. Sumu quickly realized that Lugia had made a grave error, mistaking these individuals for allies summoned by him. Very well, they had just been boasting, and Sumu had heard every word clearly. Since Lugia was under this misapprehension, let it continue. If you have the ability, persist. I shall ensure you learn the cost of offending my kind. Lugia, you wretched creature. You have already slain a genius of my people. Now return and await your demise. Sumu shouted relentlessly, as Lugia's earlier surge of water had cleared a small area by the lake's edge, sending the ignorant youths to meet their fate. Seeing Sumu's unwavering defiance, Lugia decided to escalate the confrontation. It abandoned its Charizard and unleashed a devastating air explosion that swept across the lake's surface. It sought to silence Sumu, to render him mute forever. As for the slaughter of humans, well, one death is as significant as another. Having already taken action, Lugia cared little for the implications. Today, I shall replicate the might of the Phoenix King and ensure that you vile humans receive your due punishment. With a thunderous roar, Lugia's wings unleashed a torrent of razor winds, descending upon the earth. In an instant, the humans below were engulfed in panic, hastily summoning their Pokémon for protection. Sumu swiftly embraced Sharona, commanding both Greninja and Dragonite to create a barrier. Roar! You fool, your adversary is me. The Charizard, already dazed and disoriented, fought purely on instinct. Witnessing Lugia abandon it to assault Sumu, it instinctively let out a ferocious cry. Growl! Let me show you what true Firebird Inferno is. With a desperate breath, Charizard expelled the last vestiges of its fiery energy. Dark molten rock erupted like the harbinger of death, striking Lugia's back. Lugia let out a pained scream, diving into the water to cleanse itself of the fiery remnants. When it emerged once more from the depths, fury enveloped it entirely. With a tremendous roar, Lugia spiraled into a frenzy. However, the surrounding crowd did not cower in fear. Instead, they erupted into laughter. Why is there no plumage atop Lugia's head? Oh my, ha ha ha, balding bird, bald Lugia, ha ha ha. I shall save this picture. Even if I perish here today, I will leave behind this photograph as a treasured heirloom. My goodness, why does Lugia now resemble that vulture-like beast, Talonflame? The might of Charizard is unparalleled. Ha ha ha. Perish, humans, you shall not escape your fate. Feeling the mockery of humanity, Lugia instinctively gazed upon the surface of the lake, then let out a harrowing cry. Ah, my feathers. Charizard, I shall annihilate you all. Everyone must perish. Ah, let all of you meet your doom. Chapter 56, The Mysterious Seal Beneath the Waters. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Lugia unleashed a devastating assault, enveloping all nearby in chaos. The cacophony of explosions prompted the once laughing onlookers to hastily seek shelter. Yet, how could the wrath of a divine beast be thwarted by mere mortals? Perhaps the phrase "a field of corpses" is an exaggeration, yet the casualties were undeniably severe. Lugia was merciless, with a single strike. It claimed the lives of at least dozens, and it was still not satisfied. Witnessing a patch of its feathers torn away, Lugia let out a furious roar. It vowed to personally eliminate that accursed Charizard, and the wretched human as well. Oh no, Lugia has gone berserk. Sharona, you must flee. Sumu, realizing the grave trouble he had stirred by inciting Lugia's wrath, felt a surge of panic. He swiftly positioned himself before Sharona, urging her to escape at once. Just as Sharona contemplated uttering some foolish protest about not leaving, she was struck down by a swift chop from Greninja. Take it easy, Sumu exclaimed, catching the fallen Sharona with care, scolding Greninja for its brashness. Lucario, take Sharona to the teleportation portal and ensure she does not return. If danger arises, escort her away immediately. I will find you later. With a calm smile, Sumu entrusted Sharona to Lucario. Lucario, fear not, even if I perish. I shall not abandon my duty. With a sharp crack, Greninja delivered a resounding slap to Lucario's head. Get lost. Do you think this is the time for idle chatter? Are we staging a grand performance here? Have you lost your mind? With a fierce reprimand, Greninja instantly transformed, charging upstream to confront the enraged Lugia. Greninja, use your shadow clone technique and bombard it with your spiral shuriken. Sumu and Greninja shared an unspoken bond. At the moment of command, Greninja executed the move flawlessly. Together, they faced the divine beast, casting aside all hesitations and fears. You are doomed, Lugia sneered, eyeing the seemingly insignificant Greninja, unleashing its destructive beam. Boom. The yellow beam struck one of Greninja's shadow clones, but did not hit its true form. The residual force of the destructive beam surged towards the lake, sending ripples across the already tumultuous waters. Just as Greninja prepared to counterattack, a roar echoed from the depths of the lake. The sound was filled with sorrow, as though it had harbored centuries of resentment, resonating with a desperate fury. In an instant, Sumu, Greninja, and Lugia all changed their expressions. What could that be? The mysterious voice startled Sumu, prompting him to question its source in confusion. The Froakie, too, was perplexed. Could there be something lurking at the bottom of the lake, causing such profound resentment? The intensity of this malevolence seemed almost tangible. Suddenly, Lugia cast aside Froakie and plunged into the water with fervor. Boom, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted from beneath the surface, suggesting that Lugia was engaged in a fierce battle with some unseen entity. What on earth was happening? Sumu was at a loss. Was there another ally on the way? System, respond. He called out, but the usual silence from the system left him with no choice but to wait. Let them fight. What did it matter? If Lugia was prepared for battle, then so be it. As long as it didn't trouble him, it could do as it pleased. With this thought in mind, Sumu decided it was best to make his escape. Lugia was indeed formidable. Even the combination of Charizard and Froakie might not suffice to take it down. Better to retreat than to risk unnecessary harm. Let us go, Froakie. At this moment, many oblivious youths were already fleeing. Though Lugia had wreaked havoc, it had not decimated all of them. A few had slipped through the cracks. Seeing Lugia return to the depths, they activated their escape mode without hesitation. Sumu, unwilling to fall behind, thought to himself, I must outrun all of you. How else could I prove my worth? He signaled to Froakie, preparing to bolt. Suddenly, an enormous crash resonated as Lugia was flung out of the water, tumbling through the air before managing to regain its balance. Noticing Sumu and Froakie about to flee, Lugia unleashed a barrage of water pulses. You insolent human. I have no time for you. Die. Lugia bellowed in fury, launching an overwhelming attack before diving back into the lake. What have I done to deserve this? Sumu exclaimed, infuriated by Lugia's relentless aggression. Arceus and Froakie quickly rushed to Sumu's side, shielding him from Lugia's water pulses. The barrage shattered the protective barriers of the two Pokémon, and a tremendous wave swept over Sumu, engulfing both him and his companions, inadvertently sweeping away several unsuspecting youths. Gasping for air, Sumu coughed out water, struggling to lean against Froakie. Thankfully, this creature was of the water type. In a moment of peril, Froakie had stepped forward, utilizing the heart of the ocean it had previously acquired to absorb the deluge of water energy, sparing Sumu from the brunt of Lugia's assault. There must be something down there. Sumu wiped his face, clearing the water droplets, and seethed. You've angered me. You wretch. If you were sent by the system, why should I fear you? I refuse to believe that the system would stand idly by as I perish. As he spoke, Sumu observed the Greninja, which was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the water energy, and swiftly pulled it back, diving into the water with determination. Come on. As long as I survive today, I shall play to the very end. Submerged in the lake, Sumu held his breath, relying on Arceus and Greninja to propel him rapidly towards the lake's depths. The state of Greninja improved upon entering the water. It no longer appeared as if it would burst. Its cheeks puffed and bewildered. The lake water was crystal clear, and as Sumu gazed downward, he caught a glimpse of Lugia battling amidst a flurry of bubbles. Look down there. Su Mu exclaimed, communicating with Greninja. I can't hold on much longer. I need to surface for air. You go down and take a look, but be careful. Greninja nodded in understanding, allowing Arceus to guide Su Mu back to the surface while it performed hand signs to execute the shadow clone technique. Several clones descended to gather information, investigating the nature of the struggle occurring at the lake's bottom and the identity of the Pokémon engaged in combat with Lugia. Chapter 57. Has Lugia become weakened? A simple lake could scarcely accommodate such a colossal Pokémon as Lugia. A mountain is not famous for its height, but for the presence of immortals. A body of water is not profound, but for the existence of dragons. Yet, how could a true dragon frolic in shallow waters? This lake was undoubtedly unfathomable. Otherwise, Lugia would not have made it its home. After lingering underwater for over 3 minutes, Greninja finally resurfaced beside Su Mu. Kukui, it exclaimed. The creature battling Lugia is a massive shadow. Since Greninja was in a state of bond transformation, Su Mu comprehended its meaning through their soul connection. What? A shadow? Could it be that a dark specter has intruded into this world? Su Mu pondered, bewildered. It shouldn't be possible to engage so fiercely with Lugia. It must be something extraordinary. It cannot be Zoroark or Darkrai, can it? If it is neither of them, then what creature dwells in the water and can contend so vigorously with Lugia? Su Mu was perplexed regarding the identity of Lugia's opponent. What is the state of the battle? Is Lugia prevailing? Unable to grasp the identity of Lugia's adversary, he continued to inquire about other details. Kukui, Greninja replied. It's hard to say who is stronger, but the fight is indeed intense. While the duo communicated, powerful figures from the outside world had already received the news. Lugia had appeared in the Meteor Falls. Furthermore, it seemed there was another divine beast of equal strength. This revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. Influential figures hastily set aside their affairs, rushing to the Meteor Falls secret realm, eager not only to behold Lugia, but also to reap additional rewards. The Dragonite clan, as the hosts, were the first to sense the anomaly. Nearly the instant Lugia manifested, the Dragonite leader hurried towards the small lake. What is happening here, humans? Naturally, the Dragonite chief sought out the strongest presence at the scene, Su Mu. His expression was grave, as if he sensed an impending calamity. Although he inquired about what had transpired, he was, in truth, silently praying that the seal remained intact, praying that the perilous entity would not emerge. Otherwise, the Meteor Falls would face utter ruin. What do I know about the situation? Su Mu lamented. Suddenly, a Lugia appears and engages me without provocation. Fine, let us duel, but mid-fight, it fled, seemingly to confront something lurking beneath the water. Su Mu was at a loss for words. I am but a simple man, having merely cast a fishing rod. Is this truly such a dire matter? The Dragonite chief felt somewhat perplexed. Lugia has manifested to attack a human, and yet, this human remains unscathed? What is going on? Is Lugia suffering from some ailment? Well, this is no concern of yours. You ought to leave, the Dragonite chief advised Su Mu kindly. The being lurking at the lake's bottom would eventually surface, and there was little he could do but hope that Lugia regained its strength, preventing that entity from fully escaping and wreaking havoc. I refuse to leave. The Dragonite chief was preoccupied with his thoughts, having little time to regard Su Mu. Little did he know, this seemingly ordinary human radiated an unexpected confidence. With a resolute demeanor, Su Mu declared his intention to remain. Are you mad? The Dragonite chief exclaimed in disbelief. I am not. Su Mu retorted indignantly. Lugia instigated this confrontation. Does it presume I would not retaliate? Today, I shall ascertain who possesses the greater strength. It is merely a legendary creature. I have encountered such beings before. As long as it does not vanquish me, I shall surely return the favor. The vengeful Su Mu had inscribed Lugia's name in his mental ledger. He had come to terms with his situation, reassured by the presence of his system. Self-destruction would not come easily, so why not confront Lugia head-on? After all, the creature was presently occupied. If he did not seize this opportunity to engage, he might never have another chance. Su Mu had no desire to become a trainer or to gain strength. Perhaps he could never hope to defeat a divine beast. Truly, you are unhinged, the Dragonite chief muttered in disbelief. This human's mind is undoubtedly compromised. He wishes to reason with Lugia? He dares to claim he will defeat Lugia? Good heavens! What has transpired in the outside world? It has merely been a decade since the secret realm was last opened. Yet why do these humans now seem so arrogant? Su Mu, disinterested in further discourse with the Dragonite chief, sensed that this creature was undoubtedly allied with Lugia. Given its current state of anxiety, likely pondering how to assist Lugia with the entity lurking below. Pray tell, what is that creature beneath us? Su Mu suddenly inquired of the Dragonite chief. Though he had little desire to engage, acquiring information was essential. Relying on the Ash Greninja was too arduous. That is not for you to know, human, came the curt response. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan wore a proud expression, steadfast in his belief that Su Mu, this human, was merely a hindrance. If only he could persuade Su Mu to leave, he would be utterly delighted. Alas, fate was not on his side. Su Mu refused to depart. Not only did he refuse, but he was resolute in his determination. What was the fuss about? Was it merely a clash of divine beasts? Why the secrecy? Back in the day, when I summoned the dragon after gathering all the divine beasts, you were likely playing in the mud somewhere. Boom. Another thunderous sound erupted as Lugia was once again cast from the water's surface. Compared to the last time, Lugia bore even more wounds and appeared more disheveled. Out of the corner of his eye, after executing numerous rolls in the air and finally stabilizing, Lugia discovered that Su Mu was still alive. Enraged, he unleashed a torrent of water towards Su Mu, directly attacking him. There was no need for words. This human deserved to perish. Su Mu was prepared. He called upon his Greninja to shield him while he swiftly took cover behind the Dragon King. The water cannon failed to eliminate Su Mu. After the Dragon King deflected the attack, he inquired, "What has transpired? Has that creature emerged?" Lugia replied briefly, "Yes, he is nearly fully manifested. I fear I cannot defeat him. You may wish to evacuate your people." The Dragon King's complexion instantly turned pale. This was dire. If even Lugia could not withstand him, did that mean the creature was invincible? Could it truly be him? The Dragon King hesitated, still unable to believe, and asked again. Lugia, having submerged into the lake, prepared for battle once more. Upon hearing the incredulous inquiry from the Dragon King, he replied without turning back, "It is him." Su Mu was at a loss for words. Who exactly were they referring to? Could they cease the cryptic games? Chapter 58, The Dark Lugia. Curiosity, they say, often leads to peril. Lugia and the Dragon King's riddles left Su Mu in a state of anxious anticipation. What kind of spirit could possess such a profound and terrifying aura, capable of intimidating both himself and Greninja with merely a roar? In Su Mu's recollection, there seemed to be no such entity within the realm of Pokémon. Indeed, Su Mu was correct. According to his understanding, there existed no such divine beast within the Pokémon hierarchy. Even Giratina should not harbor such overwhelming resentment. Well, if you refuse to disclose, I shall uncover it myself. Observing the Dragon King's reluctance, Su Mu decided not to inquire further. Instead, he shouted, "Lugia, did you ever imagine I would still be alive? You fiend. Weren't you intent on killing me? Come on, if you have the guts, continue. I shall be right here waiting for you. Do not be afraid. If you do not come, it means you are cowardly. You are lacking in spirit." Though Su Mu's voice resonated loudly, transmitting it directly to the depths of the sea was impractical. However, the two beings were of a caliber beyond the supreme. Even the faintest sound would reach their ears distinctly. "Ha ha, Lugia, who would have thought there was someone as disdainful of you as I am?" The mysterious shadow, upon hearing Su Mu's vehement insults, burst into laughter. After being confined for so many years, it was unexpected to encounter a kindred spirit in humanity. "Lugia, you truly seem to have regressed. What, have you ceased to be a friend of humanity?" The shadow relentlessly mocked Lugia, unwittingly aligning with Su Mu to launch a barrage of derision against him. "Silence, you wretched fool. You deserve death, not imprisonment. You accursed being. You are unworthy of existence in this world." Lugia roared in a frenzy, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Though submerged in water, his attacks were unimpeded by the currents, striking with even greater ferocity than before. Clearly, he was desperate. "Whether I deserve to live or not is not for you to decide, Lugia," the shadow retorted, equally incensed. Even a virtuous being would harbor resentment after years of confinement. How much more for a divine beast, an immensely powerful entity, unjustly imprisoned for centuries? Could he not feel hatred? Uncanny? Who determines what is uncanny? Is a mere difference in color enough to brand one as such? You hypocritical scoundrels. Even if I were to perish today, I shall ensure that you, the false virtuous one, receive your due punishment. With that declaration, the shadow unfurled enormous wings and surged from the lake's depths into the sky. Eyes as crimson as Lugia's, with wings vast and imposing. Yet her hue was not the emblem of peace's pure white, but the deep black of ink. Upon witnessing the full form of the shadow, Su Mu gasped in astonishment. At a loss for words. "Dark Lugia, he truly exists. My goodness, he is somewhat dashing," Su Mu instinctively remarked, only to be overheard by the airborne Dark Lugia. "Oh, human, I am not merely somewhat dashing, I am indeed striking." With a self-satisfied grin, Dark Lugia aimed for the approaching position of Lugia, unleashing a similar air explosion in retaliation. Su Mu had not anticipated this creature's audacity. "Impossible, I am the truly handsome one. You are just a tad charming. No need to dispute that. What nonsense. We are professionals here," Su Mu countered casually, turning his gaze toward the Dragonite Elder. "Is this what instills fear in you? It seems rather unimpressive. At least Lugia resembles an ethereal sprite." Su Mu continued, entirely oblivious to Lugia's feelings above the lake's surface. Unable to contend with this being, sealed for centuries, now he had to endure verbal assaults from a human. Lugia could no longer restrain himself. "Human, you shall perish." However, he could only shout empty threats. Now fully liberated from the depths, Dark Lugia unleashed a relentless barrage upon Lugia. The latter found himself overwhelmed, hardly able to attend to Sumu. Look. He demands my death at the slightest provocation, completely unfounded in confidence. The corpses strewn about are all his doing. And yet he dares to play the part of a virtuous being? Truly a small-minded, hypocritical, ineffectual creature. Sumu vented his frustrations at Lugia, determined to unleash his words. If I cannot defeat you, does that mean I cannot voice my thoughts? With Dark Lugia fighting so valiantly, thrashing you to shreds. If I do not seize this chance to hurl a few jabs, I would feel remiss in not using my voice. Who among us is not a seasoned keyboard warrior? If one cannot engage in criticism effectively, it may be better to retreat altogether. Humanity, you are truly amusing. The Dark Lugia laughed heartily in the air. Astonished by Sumu's audacity, having rendered Lugia powerless, he initially believed that was impressive enough. Little did he expect that this human could verbally outmaneuver Lugia to the point of silencing him. A master, indeed, a true master. Lugia was so enraged that he coughed up blood. It was uncertain whether it was the result of the Dark Lugia's assault or the sheer irritation brought on by Sumu. With a spurt of crimson, Lugia's aura diminished significantly. After being sealed for so many years, I doubt you ever anticipated this day would come, Lugia. Perhaps the elders of my clan did not merely wish to imprison me, but intended to drive me away entirely. They may have seen through your treachery, which is why they assigned you to guard me. Hundreds of years of this. Hundreds of years. I am indeed pitiful, but you are equally wretched, are you not? Sensing that Sumu's mental assault was more effective, the Dark Lugia gradually ceased physical confrontation, opting instead for a more insidious attack on the heart. Indeed, under Sumu's relentless onslaught, Lugia's spirit had shattered into numerous fragments. With a well-placed strike, the Dark Lugia triggered a critical blow. Lugia coughed up another mouthful of blood. I can't bear this any longer. Unable to retaliate or even respond. This is sheer humiliation. Is there no mercy left for me? How pitiful Lugia has become. In that moment of bloodshed, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Lugia. He never imagined he would find himself in such a dire state. Being bullied to this extent by a mere human and that which he most despised. He was Lugia, a candidate for the sea god, a rare genius among his kin. How could he have fallen so low? A disgrace. An absolute disgrace. Lugia desperately sought to fight back, yet alas, he found himself outmatched, both in strength and in verbal combat. Under the combined assault of Sumu and the Dark Lugia, he felt increasingly insignificant, utterly powerless. Chapter 59, The Tea Ceremony Master Lugia. Yet, even in the depths of despair, there exists a glimmer of hope. Though Lugia had devolved from a grand villain to a mere pawn, on the brink of demise, the plight of a villain who garners no sympathy is not a worthy one. Despite the disdain he faced, even the Dragon King could not bear to witness his suffering. He had done his utmost to fulfill his role. Finally, Lugia welcomed his moment of redemption. The powerful beings of the human race had arrived. It is Lugia, indeed, truly Lugia. What on earth has transpired here with two Lugias? Is that a Dark Lugia? A shiny legendary Pokémon? Can legendaries possess shiny variants? My knowledge has expanded. The human champions, akin to children encountering the extraordinary for the first time, erupted in excited exclamations. Naturally, given the majesty of a legendary creature, their reactions were entirely fitting for such an esteemed entity. After much anticipation, the event unfolded without a single applause or cheer, a most humiliating circumstance indeed. I am Lugia, the dark figure before you, a pariah of the Lugia lineage. He is the ominous Lugia, and you have witnessed the brutal power that dwells within him. He has broken free from his aquatic prison and now intends to wreak havoc upon your human kin. Though I endeavored to thwart him, I fell victim to a surprise assault, leaving me gravely injured. When it comes to combat and boasting, Lugia is utterly inept. In fact, it has been demonstrated that he is thoroughly suppressed by Sumu and the Dark Lugia in both respects. However, when it comes to distorting the truth, Lugia is undeniably adept. First, he presents a facade of goodwill to curry favor with the human champions. Then, he enlists his ally, the Dragon King, to fabricate lies, casting all blame and animosity upon the Dark Lugia. Just listen to his utterances. After centuries of confinement, he speaks of venturing forth to slay and sow chaos. Despite his dark appearance, the Dark Lugia should not bear such a heavy burden. Who can withstand such blame? Among the human champions present, one is heralded as the Dragon Soul Sovereign, a figure among the elite of the Eastern lands. His expertise in Dragon-type Pokémon has garnered him much admiration. In the East, his influence rivals that of many illustrious figures. Time and again, he has stood against the most vicious of terrorist organizations, taking the lead in battle. He possesses the greatest authority among those gathered. Very well, Lugia, how may we assist you? Without hesitation, the Dragon Soul Sovereign aligned himself with Lugia. He is not foolish. His ingrained beliefs lead him to perceive this Lugia as the legendary guardian of humanity, while viewing the Dark Lugia as the quintessential villain. Coupled with the support of the Dragon King, who shares a long-standing camaraderie with humanity, it is no surprise that he refrains from disputing Lugia's shameless antics. Thus, The human champions, led by the Dragon Soul Sovereign, rallied behind Lugia. The seal has been shattered. Our immediate task is to eliminate him and prevent his escape. Were Lugia a woman, she would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a manipulative schemer. Setting aside all else, this maneuver alone would surely garner the favor of the human champions. Observe how he positions himself as an ally to humanity, claiming that his battle against the Dark Lugia is solely to protect humankind. How noble he appears. Now, Lugia seems but a breath away from erecting a golden statue in his honor. Su Mu, witnessing this charade, felt an overwhelming disgust. How dare you? Beneath this very ground lie the corpses of countless youthful humans, all victims of your hand. Now you proclaim your intentions are for our good? Where was your concern when you struck to kill? Su Mu could no longer endure the deception and openly exposed this creature's duplicitous nature. Just moments ago, it was thousands of innocent youths who fell at the hands of this great avian beast. As the situation unfolded, one could hardly believe that Dark Lugia was being blamed for the chaos. Lugia had not anticipated that Su Mu would emerge at such a critical moment to disrupt his plans. Just as his scheme was on the verge of success, this group of human allies had nearly been misled to the point of losing their sense of direction. Yet, at a pivotal juncture, he forgot about Su Mu. That loquacious troublemaker. What do you understand? My previous actions were merely to prevent Dark Lugia from breaking the seal and inadvertently harming those individuals. Lugia, adept in the art of deception, spoke easily, fabricating lies as if they were second nature. How could I possibly intend to kill? Do you think I am like that individual? He shamelessly retorted, once again directing the blame towards Dark Lugia. The human champions were not fools. Many among them were the very parents of the naive youths who had ventured into this secret realm. Hearing Lugia's accusations of indiscriminate slaughter, doubts began to surface in their minds. Even if Lugia's explanation held some semblance of reason, an unsettling feeling lingered. Their gazes collectively turned towards the Dragon Soul Elder, conveying a simple message: you decide, your word is law. After contemplating the matter, the Dragon Soul Elder fixed his gaze upon Su Mu and asked, are you certain that these young ones were deliberately slain by Lugia? Su Mu felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a resounding slap to this group of fools. Are you serious? How can you not see that many managed to flee? Why not ask them? If it weren't for Lugia's sudden rampage, would they have received news so swiftly? Su Mu, maintaining his composure amidst the turmoil, refrained from unleashing his fury, opting instead to reason with these imbeciles. Ask those who are still alive, they will certainly know. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, the champions began to realize the truth. Indeed, I shall inquire of my grandson. Please wait, declared an elderly man, who promptly took flight towards the teleportation portal, evidently to discuss the situation at hand. He was not alone. Many other survivors among the strong also soared back, seeking clarity on the matter. Meanwhile, Dark Lugia remained sidelined for an extended period, ignored by all. He held no desire to resort to deceit like Lugia, nor to explain the actual circumstances. Had Su Mu not been present, he might have genuinely faced a brutal assault from Lugia and the humans. Thank you, he said flatly to Su Mu, attempting to appear nonchalant as he averted his gaze. Su Mu couldn't help but smile knowingly. This fellow still possessed a touch of pride. How amusing. As Lugia sensed that his web of lies was on the verge of being unraveled, he suddenly launched into the air, unleashing a devastating attack that struck the unsuspecting Dark Lugia. The two beings clashed once more in midair, but this time, Dark Lugia found himself at a disadvantage, evidently wounded from the ambush. Chapter 60. Then I shall not hold back. Upon witnessing Lugia's furious and shame-fueled sneak attack, the Dragon Soul Elder grasped the unfolding truth. It seemed that Su Mu's assertions were indeed accurate. The true architect behind the carnage was none other than this seemingly pure white Lugia, Dragon Clan leader. Could you elucidate what exactly transpired? Summoning his Dragonite to his side, the Dragon Soul Elder chose to inquire further with this old acquaintance who had coexisted peacefully with humanity for many years. Do not question me. I am unaware. You must handle this yourselves. The Elder continued. In any case, do not blame me for not warning you. That individual is quite a perilous entity. And if things go awry, he may indeed cause considerable trouble. The attitude of the Dragonite chief was far from neutral. It was evident that he harbored some apprehension towards the Dark Lugia. This creature seemed to possess knowledge, yet chose to remain silent, leaving others in a state of discomfort. The implication was clear to the Dragon Soul Elder. Indeed, it was Lugia who had committed the murders, but the Dark Lugia was not to be underestimated either, correct? The esteemed figure's words were succinct and unequivocal. Both were nefarious beings. Was that not the crux of the matter? The Dragonite chief awkwardly nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, the Dragon Soul Elder resumed his aerial position, pondering aloud. Esteemed colleagues, how shall we address this situation? It is evident that Lugia is no benevolent entity. This is irrefutable. However, it appears that the Dark Lugia also poses a significant concern. Shall we deliberate on this matter? At that moment, the elder who had rushed out to inquire about his grandson's condition returned in a frenzy. His first utterance was a fervent demand. Eliminate that wretched creature. The assembly was taken aback by his fervor. What had transpired? The elder, catching his breath, glared wrathfully at the Lugia above, exclaiming, "That scoundrel is responsible for the corpses of our young. He is utterly ruthless. I shan't elaborate on how many prodigies have perished. But if we allow him to escape today, how many formidable figures will seek retribution upon us?" His final words revealed his true sentiments. His fury stemmed primarily from self-preservation. With so many second-generation individuals lost, this was indeed a grave matter. Clearing his throat, the Dragon Soul Elder realized that plans must now shift. The expressions of those present turned increasingly grim, with some even regretting their decision to involve themselves in this tumult. Why had they chosen to partake in such chaos? Dragon Soul Elder, what course of action shall we pursue? In a moment of resolve, the Elder decided to brace himself against the impending storm. With the Dragon Soul Elder present, he felt it prudent to defer to him. Whatever he proposed would be our course. We shall follow his lead as mere instruments. The Dragon Soul Elder, now the center of attention, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. What in the world? When we were outside, why did none of you heed my counsel? Normally, 7 would oppose 8. Yet now, you all bow before me like subordinates. We cannot ally ourselves with this white Lugia. The repercussions are far too severe, and I believe you all recognize this. However, perhaps we can engage in dialogue with the Black One. As long as he harbors no intentions of causing discord and remains peacefully within the Meteor Falls, we may yet extend a helping hand. After all, it is preferable to have friends rather than foes. With that, the Dragon Soul Elder resolved to seek an opportunity to communicate with the two battling Lugias. Primarily, it is Dark Lugia who seeks a dialogue, hoping to explore the possibility of peaceful negotiations. Humans do not harbor any delusions. This creature is a harbinger of calamity. As the powerful humans set the tone, preparing to assist Dark Lugia against him, Lugia hastily projected his thoughts telepathically. If you agree to aid me today, I can forge a friendship with you humans. The previous events were mere misunderstandings, truly misunderstandings. Why would I kill those individuals without cause? It was that fellow who incited me. Cleverly, Lugia redirected the blame towards Sumu, claiming his malevolent actions were entirely due to Sumu's manipulation. Meanwhile, Sumu, engrossed in the unfolding drama from a distance, remained blissfully unaware of the accusations being hurled his way. As the gazes of the powerful humans turned towards him, he sensed a growing sense of foreboding. Could it be that Lugia, that scoundrel, has said something again? How infuriating! Sumu muttered under his breath, swiftly brainstorming his counter-strategies. Does anyone recognize this chap? Pondered the Dragon Soul Master, contemplating Lugia's words. Assessing the situation, it became clear that Dark Lugia was no benign entity. The fact that he had remained silent throughout only heightened the Dragon Soul Master's suspicions. In his view, silence equated to complicity. If he had been inclined to cooperate with humans, he would have revealed Lugia's deceit when it first came to light. Yet, Dark Lugia had refrained from doing so. A biting dog does not bark, thought the Dragon Soul Master, finding Dark Lugia even more perilous. Previously, the Dragon Soul Master had intended to ally with Lugia, but unforeseen complications had arisen. Now, however, Sumu's unexpected interjection had thrust the Dragon Soul Master into a dilemma, as many powerful individuals had begun to harbor animosity towards Lugia. Nevertheless, the Dragon Soul Master remained an outsider, as his descendants had not perished in the Meteor Falls. Unlike those formidable beings, his most pressing concern was that these second-generation individuals had met their demise here, leaving him unable to provide satisfactory explanations to their families. If he chose to support Dark Lugia, what would happen if the latter proved uncooperative and wreaked havoc after Lugia's demise? He would undoubtedly be deemed a traitor to humanity. Yet, Lugia had presented the Dragon Soul Master with an excellent opportunity. Sumu, this seemingly unremarkable individual, though possessing decent strength, appeared to hail from no prominent lineage. This implied that Sumu lacked powerful backing. If the Dragon Soul Master chose to heed Lugia's counsel, attributing the blame for the deaths of the second-generation individuals to Sumu, he could then eliminate Sumu and assist Lugia in vanquishing Dark Lugia. Everything would fall perfectly into place. The fate of the second-generation individuals remained ambiguous, save for Sumu, who was already perceived as a dead man in the eyes of the Dragon Soul Master. Indeed, he had made his choice, to trust Lugia, eliminate Sumu, and subsequently eradicate Dark Lugia. By then, Sumu would be silenced forever. He was able to liberate himself from the pressures exerted by the formidable figures outside, while simultaneously garnering the favor of Lugia. The current Dragon Soul Sovereign felt that everything Lugia uttered seemed profoundly reasonable. Without further ado, he decided to take action. Chapter 61, Sumu's Fourth Pokémon. My young friend, do not fault me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your unfortunate fate for not perishing alongside those fellows, and also for lacking a formidable father. The Dragon Soul Sovereign mused inwardly as he summoned the 20-odd powerful allies at his side. First, he must deal with this young man, who was the pivotal factor behind Lugia's merciless stance against humanity. Once he is eliminated, everything shall surely revert to normalcy. Having spoken, The Dragon Soul Sovereign issued his command without hesitation. The others received Lugia's telepathic message, and upon hearing the Sovereign's words, they were quick to discern the situation. His choice was undoubtedly the optimal one. It not only allowed him to deftly sidestep the trivialities outside, but also to win Lugia's favor. What was there to lose? As for the fallen youths, what concern was that of yours or mine? With a divine beast manifesting so closely, who would escape unscathed? Armored Bird, attack that young man. The Dragon Soul Sovereign bellowed, his eyes tinged with a crimson hue, revealing his growing impatience. The assault on Su Mu was not solely the endeavor of the Dragon Soul Sovereign. Each of the powerful beings present chose to engage. The answer to this apparent question was patently simple. Eliminate Su Mu, leaving no witnesses. Then, they could dispatch the Dark Lugia and conveniently shift the blame onto Su Mu. Everything seemed so effortless. Upon witnessing the Dragon Soul Sovereign commanding the Armored Bird to attack him, Su Mu swiftly leapt onto the back of his Charizard to evade the lethal strike. He then shouted, "Have you all resolved to sacrifice me to the heavens?" The smile on the Dragon Soul Sovereign's face had long since vanished. Seeing his initial attack fail and grant Su Mu an opportunity to retaliate, he let out a roar, instructing the Armored Bird to unleash Steel Wing. The target remained the newcomer trainer, Su Mu, and this Steel Wing attack soared toward him like a streak of white lightning across the sky. You need not utter more. Blame your misfortune. The Dragon Soul Sovereign muttered darkly, casting a glance at Su Mu. After all, he was about to witness his Armored Bird cleave the young man in two, a spectacle that, no matter how many times he beheld it, remained difficult for the Sovereign to accept. Instances of Pokémon injuring humans within the secret realms were not uncommon, and Su Mu acknowledged that he could not withstand the strike of the Armored Bird. His Greninja and Charizard had already exhausted themselves during the previous battle. Their earlier ability to contend with Lugia was solely a testament to their sheer willpower. Now, both were utterly drained of strength. Although Charizard managed to carry Su Mu into the sky to evade that prior attack, it was no small feat as for Dragonite. Having just been captured and possessing only pseudo-elite strength, the notion of defeating these elite-level warriors in direct combat was utterly delusional. In a moment of frustration, Su Mu, feeling betrayed by Lugia, could no longer contain his anger. He pointed at the Lugia hovering above and exclaimed that such deceitful beings deserved scorn. If it were within his power, he would gladly rid the world of them all. With lies flowing effortlessly from Lugia's lips and a multitude of sycophants blindly following, he felt a surge of indignation. These people deserve their fate. You dare to challenge me? Do you know who my father is? Su Mu shouted desperately at the sky, hoping to invoke the authority of his lineage. Indeed, as life unfolds, one often becomes the very embodiment of those they once despised. Resorting to parental influence in dire circumstances exemplifies the behavior of a privileged heir. Su Mu could hardly believe he found himself in such an absurd situation, unfairly targeted and utterly bewildered. It's futile, boy. You are too late. Your lineage offers you no protection now. You possess knowledge that could be your undoing, the Dragon Soul Sovereign declared, gesturing for his minions to advance. In silent accord, the formidable beings rallied their Pokémon to launch a coordinated attack against Su Mu. Are you prepared to be defeated? A dark Lugia, perhaps recalling its own past struggles, inquired. Cast aside by its kin, it too knew the sting of abandonment. Su Mu, taken aback by the creature's taunt, retorted, "If you know what is happening, why not assist me? Let us deal with these foes first." Shaking its head, the dark Lugia responded, "No need for that. Endure this onslaught, and soon you shall witness a true spectacle." Sensing no intention of aid, Su Mu hastily summoned his Dragonite, leaping from Charizard's back to be caught safely midair. This deft maneuver allowed him to evade the incoming assault. His gaze then fell upon the dark Lugia, whose crimson eyes deepened into a more sinister shade, exuding an aura of malevolence. I had thought that after being sealed for centuries, this place would be in ruins. Yet here you are, guarding it fiercely. As if terrified of my breaking free, the dark Lugia taunted, its form radiating intense negative energy, resembling a vengeful spirit returning from the abyss. Who decreed that my unusual coloration was a harbinger of ill fate? Who said I was meant to be sealed away? The dark Lugia's roar grew more thunderous as it concentrated a massive shadow ball upon its wings, absorbing energy from both itself and the surrounding air. Miraculously, this shadow ball found its way into Su Mu's grasp. Subsequently, the dark Lugia struck Su Mu towards the teleportation portal, a wicked smile gracing its lips. Lugia, and those inept fools, let us meet our mutual demise. Su Mu, is that your name? Today has indeed been quite amusing. It marks the happiest day I have experienced in years of being sealed. Whether it is you aiding me in my battle against Lugia, or the two of us, outcasts, walking together to our doom, it is all rather entertaining. I am too indolent to engage in idle chatter with the weak. You are the one I have spoken to the most among the feeble. I entrust my energy crystal to you. It shall become the continuation of my existence. So take good care of it. Lastly, I have a name. I am called Rocky. Boom. Upon finishing his words, the dark Lugia detonated itself, concluding its own life. In its wake, it took with it all life within the secret realm. Chapter 62, The Dog System, You Have Triumphed. As Sumu emerged from the teleportation passage, cradling a small dark Lugia, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Cynthia stared at Sumu in disbelief. You're unharmed. It's truly a relief to see you safe. Tears streamed down her delicate nose as she suddenly collapsed into Sumu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. A formidable force had erupted within the secret realm, nearly obliterating the spatial passage. According to the soldiers guarding the passage, the secret realm should have been destroyed, and all who were inside were presumed lost. In that moment, despair enveloped Cynthia. However, before she could fully process the situation or succumb to grief, Sumu calmly stepped out from the spatial passage, leading to the current scene. Kid, what happened in there? What is the situation? Outside the secret realm, several esteemed individuals witnessed Sumu emerge alone, clutching Lugia. Assuming that the young lad had stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck, their thoughts unspoken. Sumu cast a cold glance at them, remaining silent. He retrieved his phone from Cynthia's bag and dialed Kyle directly. Hello, Cynthia, how are you? I heard about the Meteor Falls. This is Sumu. Upon hearing Sumu's voice, Kyle was momentarily taken aback. Was Cynthia in peril, prompting Sumu to call? No, absolutely not. If that were the case, he would tear Sumu apart for failing to protect Cynthia. The secret realm has been destroyed. I am the sole survivor, and I have a small Lugia with me. Arrange something quickly, or both my life and your daughter S will be in jeopardy. With that, Sumu hung up, disregarding any turmoil Kyle might be experiencing. Kyle's emotions fluctuated wildly, akin to a roller coaster ride. Nevertheless, he grasped Sumu's message and hurriedly called his assistant to arrange a flight, while simultaneously contacting formidable allies in the east to ensure their immediate protection of Sumu. Once Sumu ended the call, several esteemed figures had gathered around him. Seeing Sumu seeking parental assistance, they felt no surprise. After all, who among those entering Meteor Falls did not have parents? Search if you must, for this Lugia is surely destined to be ours. Young man, what is your background? Do share with us. Perhaps if your background is formidable enough, I might spare you. Indeed, do tell. I am quite curious about who you were just on the phone with. The group, entirely indifferent to the onlookers, swiftly encircled Sumu. Their disdainful words and ravenous gazes resembled that of famished wolves, poised to pounce on Sumu and claim the Lugia for themselves. In that moment, Sumu found himself utterly defenseless. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to calling his future father-in-law for aid. Fortunately, even when Sumu faltered, there remained Sharona. This girl, though somewhat naive at times, exhibited remarkable acumen when it came to battle. The battle goddess and champion, Sharona, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. With her long legs striding forward, she positioned herself protectively in front of Sumu. Her sharp brow raised, she spoke with an icy demeanor. I am Sharona. Direct your words at me. The elders, taken aback by her intervention, momentarily hesitated. Yet, upon reflection, they reasoned that no matter how formidable Sharona might be, she was merely a princess of Western Europe, while they stood in the Eastern lands. Furthermore, with the Lugia offspring laid before them, so easily within reach, they thought to themselves that even if the Eastern prince were present, it would matter little. Miss Sharona, what is your relation to this young man? Indeed, you need not intervene on his behalf. I suggest it would be wise for you to distance yourself. This young man is suspected of having slain numerous powerful beings within the secret realm. We must take him back for questioning. And does this affair concern you as well? Having been seasoned in the ways of manipulation, the elders exchanged glances, each discerning the other's intent. In just a few words, they had seized the upper hand in reasoning. Without a glance towards Sharona, they prepared to act forcefully. As long as they did not harm Sharona, they felt justified in their actions. And even if they did, what of it? This was Lugia's offspring, and its rarity was unmatched. To possess it would guarantee their swift ascension to greatness. Sharona's attempt to thwart their advance? Impossible. Greed had thoroughly blinded their eyes and dulled their consciences. Their singular focus was to eliminate Sumu and secure the Lugia offspring. It does not concern me. Quite the contrary, he is my fiancé, our future king of Western Europe. Now, who dares to take him for questioning? Does this not concern me? Sharona's demeanor turned icy. Her eyes radiating a chilling resolve. She grasped Sumu firmly, her stance unwavering. None could take him from her, nor bully him. Miss Sharona, you do possess a sense of humor. He is your fiancé, or is it that the Lugia is your fiancé? Do you even know his name? You think to claim him so easily? The base-minded individual scoffed, believing that Sharona coveted the Lugia, seeking to leverage her status to seize it for herself. Unbeknownst to many, Sharona spoke the truth. In her eyes, that so-called Lugia was of no significance. All she desired was for Sumu to remain alive. Sumu found it intolerable. For someone of his character to rely on a woman for protection was utterly unacceptable. Yet, the current circumstances weighed heavily against him. In the Meteor waterfall, he dared to confront Lugia, relying on the system's assurance that it would not allow his demise. However, the avarice of these creatures had been fully awakened by the little Lugia. If Sumu dared to show his face in provocation now, These scoundrels would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to act before the watchful eyes of all. They would then place the blame for the destruction of the secret realm squarely upon him, brazenly departing with the benefits obtained from little Lugia. Clenching his fists tightly, the oppressive sense of helplessness bore down on Su-Mu once more. How he loathed it. Ding! Detected that the host's hatred value has reached its peak. Does the host wish to become the strongest trainer? The system has a gift package that has yet to be issued, awaiting the host's sincere desire to grow stronger. Dog system, better late than never. Su-Mu was overwhelmed by his fury. Who have I offended? Is it a crime to be handsome? Haha, let it all be destroyed. I am weary. Very well, you have succeeded, dog system. In that moment, Su-Mu smiled. Chapter 63. Who dares to bully my son-in-law? Su-Mu's smile was radiant. Yet, those familiar with him would understand that the brighter his smile, the greater his anger. Previously, he had been besieged and forced to surrender the Arceus egg. However, Su-Mu would not yield. He fought back fiercely, and ultimately, his esteemed father arrived to punish those ruffians. And now it was the same. Is the human heart truly so dark? Are interests so paramount? What kind of world is this? Is peace merely a fade? Are those who have attained the strength of a revered one still not sufficient? Are there threats pursuing them from behind? It is merely a matter of interests. Is it worth such deadly conflict? A series of questions transformed in Su-Mu's mind from queries to declarations. I shall not inquire further. I shall no longer play your game. If it is merely a fight, then let it come. Ding. Congratulations, host, for officially acknowledging your identity as a trainer. A trainer gift package has been awarded. Please check it. Ding. The trainer gift package has been opened. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a full recovery potion. Restores all Pokémon stamina upon use. 10 ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a peak experience card for the leader. Gives Pokémon temporary peak leader strength for 1 hour. 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a max level skill, Pokémon language. A flurry of system notifications left Su-Mu utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Dog system, you are truly insistent. Are you afraid I might change my mind? Very well, you are indeed impressive. Since you dare to offer, I shall not hold back. The smile on Su-Mu's face gradually solidified as he released his Greninja once more. Before departing the secret realm, he had stored it in a Pokeball to allow it to recuperate. But now, there was no need for rest. Let the battle commence. He commanded the system in his mind to use a full recovery potion and a peak experience card on Greninja. A cold chuckle escaped him. They've said as much. So let us not be polite. Let the slaughter begin. Greninja felt its previous injuries heal in an instant, its stamina restored to its zenith. A mysterious force surged through its limbs, gradually elevating its power. Champion, Master, Leader, Supreme. In the moment Greninja completed its bond transformation, its strength reached the pinnacle of leadership. Cool. I, Greninja, pledged to serve the Su family through thick and thin. With that iconic declaration, Greninja launched into battle. Su-Mu had been brimming with rage, only to be rendered speechless by Greninja's proclamation. In the past, he might have been oblivious, but now that he understood Pokémon language, why did he feel such embarrassment? The Su family for generations? Through fire and water? You've lost it, Greninja. Unaware of Su-Mu's silent frustration, Greninja was in a state of exhilaration, its newfound power instilling unprecedented confidence. Cool. Frankly speaking, everyone present here is garbage. With a cold laugh, Greninja executed its signature technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, conjuring dozens of spiral water shurikens that flew toward the Pokémon of the esteemed trainers. This little fellow possesses a peak-level Pokémon. This is bad. The esteemed trainers were merely powerful champions in title. In terms of true strength, they were, in fact, worthless. Few could withstand Su-Mu at his prime. Moreover, now that Su-Mu possessed a peak experience card, the tide had turned dramatically. Just moments ago, they pondered whether they could seize Lugia and spare Su-Mu's life. The wheel of fortune had turned. Now Su-Mu contemplated whether to spare these individuals after defeating them. I was wrong, Miss Cynthia, and you too, your fiancé. I truly erred. Under Greninja's overwhelming display, some could no longer bear the pressure and began to apologize to Su-Mu. 1, then 2. Gradually, a dozen esteemed trainers unified in posture, kneeling to offer their apologies and bowing in contrition. Su-Mu felt it insufficient. This was not what he desired. Living a peaceful life, traveling the world with Cynthia, wasn't that more delightful? Yet here he was, at the mercy of the dogged system, utterly astonished. A trainer. Could he now deny being a trainer, and would anyone believe him? These scoundrels deserved a dire fate. Su-Mu, enough. As long as you're fine, let them go. It was Cynthia's soft-heartedness that prevailed. She grasped Su-Mu's arm, intervening at a crucial moment. Su-Mu looked at her in surprise, then felt a sense of relief. Indeed, there are so many people here, and we are not within the confines of the secret realm. If I were to slay them, it would be quite difficult to justify. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Taking a deep breath, Su-Mu endeavored to calm himself. He then turned to the line of kneeling elders, preparing to speak. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the heavens. You scoundrels, show yourselves. Who dares to bully my son-in-law? The voice belonged to Kyle, the father of Sharona. Disdaining the slowness of the aircraft, he opted instead to mount a creature larger than an eagle, flying across the expanse of Western Europe to provide aid. Primarily, he was concerned about Su Mu's propensity for trouble. Should those people refuse to show him respect, it could spell disaster. Thus, as soon as Kyle ended his call, he hastened towards Su Mu. Descending from the sky, Kyle exclaimed, "Who gave you the audacity to bully my son-in-law? Step forth, so I may properly acquaint myself with you." As he spoke, Kyle inadvertently caught sight of the row of kneeling elders, his face flushing with embarrassment. Turning away, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, son-in-law, fret not. All is well. The moment I arrived, they were so frightened they knelt." Rest assured, despite his words, the onlookers held a different perspective. They had witnessed Su Mu subduing these formidable individuals, forcing them to kneel and apologize. Now, a peculiar yellow-haired uncle suddenly descended from the sky, claiming he was the reason for their submission? How absurd. This was Kyle, the chief of Western Europe. Wait, did he just say son-in-law? Goodness. My goddess Sharona has a man. My heart sinks. Sharona indeed has a fiancé, and everything she mentioned was true. This lad is truly her fiancé? It stands to reason that only such a powerful individual could be worthy of my goddess Sharona. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Kyle, his face flushed with embarrassment, wasted no time in whisking Su Mu and Sharona away from the scene. They could not linger any longer. Their dignity was already tarnished. Chapter 64. The Destroyer of the Secret Realm, Su Mu. Having escorted Su Mu and Sharona away, Kyle settled atop his Sharpedo, instructing the couple to ride on the back of the larger creature. "Now, tell me, what transpired?" he inquired, adopting a serious demeanor. Su Mu pondered for a moment, choosing to convey the events delicately. After all, his father-in-law had traveled a great distance to offer assistance. He did not wish to make him feel ineffectual. As Kyle was rather concerned with appearances, it was a matter of them attempting to seize Su Mu's little Lugia, and Su Mu had managed to subdue them. Noticing Su Mu's somewhat somber expression, Sharona, eager to show understanding, quickly interjected to explain on his behalf. That remark struck Kyle's heart like a dagger. If one were to speak of hurt, it was most profound when inflicted by one's own daughter. Internally, he felt as though he were bleeding profusely. Yet outwardly, he maintained an air of composure. "What is this little Lugia?" Kyle inquired, noticing the small creature cradled in Su Mu's arms, its skin dark, yet exquisitely refined. He could not help but gaze at it with curiosity. Is this the legendary divine beast? The guardian of humanity, the sea god Lugia? In the Meteor Falls, a fierce confrontation erupted between Lugia and Dark Lugia. I chose to assist Dark Lugia, while others opted to support Lugia. Fortune favored me. Dark Lugia self-destructed, taking the entire secret realm of Meteor Falls and everyone within it to oblivion. In its final moments, it entrusted me with this little creature and revealed its name to be Logi. Su Mu endeavored to recount the events to Kyle in the most succinct manner possible. Kyle clicked his tongue, momentarily at a loss for words. "Wasn't it also because of you and the legendary NEI that your father eliminated those individuals in the Evergreen Secret Realm?" Su Mu nodded. "Indeed. The last adversaries he faced met with total annihilation. Furthermore, a significant portion of the Evergreen Forest was devastated, with the aftermath of the battle harming numerous innocent beings. Although that incident was suppressed by Su Mu's lenient father, it must be said that this time, Su Mu had caused an even greater uproar. Last time, he merely left the Evergreen Secret Realm with a few casualties. This time, however, he had obliterated the entire realm." Kyle inhaled sharply, shaking his head in disbelief. "Young man, heed my words. We must refrain from venturing into secret realms in the future. The dangers are too great. Grant others a chance to survive." A laugh escaped from the nearby Cynthia, who could not contain her amusement. Indeed, Su Mu posed a significant risk. Perhaps it was best to avoid secret realms altogether. He was practically a harbinger of devastation. The Dragonite clan of Meteor Falls had been humanity's ally for centuries, with over a dozen esteemed figures. They represented a considerable force in the East. Coupled with the divine beast Lugia, Su Mu had undoubtedly stirred a monumental crisis. "Father, will he not be?" Cynthia hesitated, her concern for Su Mu's potential ostracism by the East evident. Committing such a grave error without consequence would indeed be extraordinary. "Fear not. I will converse with the chief of the East," Su Mu assured. "He should still be in school, correct?" Upon hearing Kyle's inquiry, Su Mu promptly replied, "I have applied for a year of leave from school and will participate in the joint examination next year." Kyle nodded, grimacing slightly. "What kind of nonsense is this? You are still young. Prioritize your education. Now, you should return to that function number 1 high school, right? Attend your classes diligently. And please refrain from causing any more trouble. I will send someone to contact your father. For now, focus on your studies and do not wander off. Especially not into secret realms. Do you understand?" Kyle felt a pang of melancholy. Su Mu had many admirable qualities, yet he was prone to calamity. Goodness. Barely a month had passed since his emergence, and he had already instigated 2 monumental disasters. Because of him, numerous esteemed figures in the East had perished. equivalent to a direct depletion of 1/5 of their strength. Had it not been for his fortunate lineage, he might have faced dire consequences. Is the situation truly that severe? Sumu inquired, confused. Isn't it merely a few lives lost? Last time, that lenient father of mine annihilated an entire area. This time, I didn't even lift a finger. It was Dark Lugia who did the killing. Must I bear the blame? Kyle gazed at Sumu incredulously, gesturing towards the Lugia and nestled in his arms. Without that little fellow, you would be just fine. However, who asked you to bring him along? Realizing this, Sumu understood that he had become a scapegoat because of little Lugia. Last time it was Arceus that caused trouble, leading to his father's wrath. This time, it was Dark Lugia who wreaked havoc. Why is it that when others take action, I am the one burdened with the consequences? Sumu felt a deep sense of frustration, yet what could he do? In the world of martial arts, one is often bound by circumstances. Alas, it's merely a return to school. He just needs to endure until it passes. But how long will that take? Truly, attending school seems devoid of purpose. Sumu couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction, yearning to know how long he would be confined by the school. Kyle pondered for a moment, agreeing that Sumu's schooling indeed lacked significance. To be frank, given his current prowess, he should be challenging gyms and participating in the Champion League, striving to become a master. Do you think I desire this? It all hinges on when your father returns to present a satisfactory proposition to the chief of the Eastern Lands. There were too many complexities involved, and Kyle preferred not to elaborate further, so he simply dismissed Sumu with a smirk. What is this? Are you reluctant to part with my daughter? I'll tell you, you better scram. If you dare lay a finger on Cynthia before you've bested me, I'll break your legs. Do you believe that? At that moment, Sumu was perched atop a B-drill alongside Cynthia. Upon hearing Kyle's threat, he burst into laughter. He swiftly embraced Cynthia, who was still processing the situation, and planted a kiss on her cheek. Come on then, break my legs if you dare. Go ahead and try. With a proud smile, Sumu was undeterred by Kyle's menacing tone. It was delightful. He longed for another taste. Pressing his lips together, Sumu acknowledged his greed. Observing Kyle fuming, he seized the opportunity while Cynthia was blushing to plant yet another kiss on her other cheek. Consider it a kiss to your daughter. If you have a problem with it, take it up with me. Sumu laughed with audacity, his eyes brimming with provocation. Cynthia's mind momentarily short-circuited. She was utterly bewildered. Sumu was so bold, daring to act in front of her father. This was his first kiss with me. What on earth am I thinking? You little rascal, I'll have your head. You dare. If you threaten me again, I'll kiss your daughter. You scoundrel. If you so much as touch Cynthia, I'll kill you. Huh. You come at me, and I'll retaliate. I've already made my move, twice, in fact. Go on, bite me. You insufferable brat. When your father returns, I'll make sure he teaches you a lesson. Chapter 65, Arriving at School by Helicopter. Kyle handled the aftermath of the Meteor Falls incident on Sumu's behalf. Meanwhile, little Lugia officially became one of Sumu's Pokémon, registered in the system, occupying a slot. Pokémon, Dark Lugia, Lugia. Type, Psychic, Flying. Strength, Early Champion, Newborn. Ability, Multiscale. When at full health, damage taken from attacks is reduced to half. Moves, Air Slash, Future Sight, Aeroblast, Hydro Pump. Mission, 1. Carry or utilize Lugia to participate in a battle and function to obtain a Psychic Crystal. 2. Carry or utilize Lugia to partake in a Champion Challenge for a Psychic Awakening. 3. Carry or utilize Lugia in a Champion-level battle to master the skill, Water Walking. Meanwhile, Dragonite has also secured its own position. Previously, Sumu had not paid attention. It was only on the journey back to Fengcheng that he began to scrutinize it earnestly. Pokémon, Dragonite. Type, Dragon, Flying. Strength, Early Champion level. Ability, Multiscale. When at full health, damage from attacks is reduced by half. Moves, Hurricane, Outrage, Dragon Dance, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Beam, Volt Tackle, Quick Attack. Mission, 1. Carry or utilize Dragonite to participate in a battle at Fengcheng No. 1 High School to awaken its dragon lineage. 2. Carry or utilize Dragonite in a Champion Challenge to master the skill, Law of the Universe. 3. Carry or utilize Dragonite in a World Champion Tournament to master the skill, Eloquence of Gold. Charizard's mission has already been completed, and the system has promptly updated. The current status is as follows. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, Fire Dragon. Strength, Mid-Champion level. Ability, Solar Power. When in sunny weather, attack power increases. Moves, Outrage, Draco Meteor. Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail, Overheat, Blast Burn, Flamethrower, Solar Flare, Heat Wave, Steel Tail, Origin Pulse. Mission, carry or utilize Charizard to achieve victory in the World Champion Tournament to upgrade its bloodline. Sumu diligently reviewed the status of each Pokémon and the system's updated missions. He smiled. The system, indeed, has laid everything out clearly for me. This fellow must have already calculated everything, right? I would inevitably return to Fengcheng, challenge the gym, participate in the Champion Challenge, and the World Champion Tournament. According to the storyline, shouldn't it arrange a special task, informing me where to sign in for a legendary Pokémon? Just as Sumu pondered this, The system seemed to have been inspired by his thoughts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a temporary mission. Within 3 days, travel to the back mountain of Chingqing and successfully defeat an Absol to complete the mission. Mission reward, Shiny Meloetta. Note, the mission reward will manifest in the most realistic manner, ensuring the host's peace of mind. Excellent. You truly are my splendid system. Whatever I say, you deliver without hesitation, don't you? Alright, it's you indeed. To make me stronger, you truly spare no effort. Huh? Fine, I'm going. No need to say more. I accept this Shiny Meloetta. Is that agreeable? Sumu chuckled at the system's antics, realizing it was not a significant matter. Having already committed to becoming a trainer, did it truly worry that he might backtrack? Sighing, seated in the helicopter back to Fengcheng, Sumu chose not to dwell further on the system's quirks. Were it not for this individual, it is likely that I would have been utterly submerged outside the Meteor Falls. Consider it a favor returned, as I, Sumu, have made my decision regarding this trainer. However, I lament that Sister Sharona has been taken home by old Kyle. He claims it is too perilous for her to accompany him, fearing for her safety. Sumu suspects that this old man is merely afraid I might take advantage of Sharona and has long desired to whisk her away. Alas, just as a pair of lovebirds solidified their genuine affections, they are destined to endure the trials of a long-distance relationship. Look, a helicopter. On the playground of Fengcheng First High School, several classes are engaged in practical training, reminiscent of the physical education classes that students cherished centuries ago. Yet in the realm of Pokémon, practical training occupies a significant and often despised spot on student schedules. Why? Breathing in fresh air without the burden of study seems delightful. Does it not? Haha, but imagine being required to practice tossing a ball 1,000 times in one session or to run laps without respite. You too would grow weary of such a course. What a fuss over a helicopter. A chubby boy, sporting a meticulously styled haircut, remarked disdainfully. Oh please. Who can rival young Master Lu, who rides his blazing steed to class every day? A veritable spectacle in Fengcheng. A lanky boy nearby chimed in without hesitation. The chubby boy reveled in the praise from his thin companion, puffing out his chest as he prepared to scrutinize the helicopter. His family owned one as well, and being the son of Fengcheng's wealthiest man, he had certainly experienced a few rides in such a craft. By heavens. This is the latest Model 96 helicopter from Western Europe. They say there are no more than 3 in existence worldwide. What kind of person could possibly board such an impressive aircraft? Surely, they wouldn't be visiting our humble Fengcheng, a place unworthy of such a grand figure. The chubby boy exclaimed, his words quickly spreading throughout the class. Soon, everyone instinctively craned their necks, eager to witness the marvel that had garnered the admiration of Fengcheng's richest scion. Under the collective gaze of their peers, the helicopter gradually hovered above Fengcheng First High School before slowly descending. Goodness, it has landed. It has landed. Don't shout. I can see it. This aircraft is actually above us. The students clamored, urging Lu Shua to divulge the identity of the illustrious individual capable of boarding such an extraordinary helicopter. Lu Shua, equally perplexed, gazed upwards in a daze, silently questioning. Could it truly have stopped? Are we in Fengcheng truly worthy of such a significant visitor? As his bewilderment lingered, Principal Xiao Tianyang and Director Yu Hailong made their entrance. The two approached the center of the playground, joining the students in gazing skyward, eagerly awaiting the helicopter's descent. The principal himself was here to welcome them. Lu Shua was somewhat aware of Principal Xiao's reputation. This old man was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Even the Lord of Fengcheng would not personally greet a visitor of this caliber. It appears that the individual aboard the helicopter is undoubtedly a person of considerable significance. Chapter 66. Is it truly the worthless Sumu? As the helicopter gradually descended, Sumu astonishingly emerged from the cabin door amidst the gaze of the crowd. The old principal and Yu Hailong exhibited no surprise whatsoever, naturally approaching Sumu for a conversation. They appeared to be enjoying a lively discussion, seemingly there to welcome him. At that moment, the entire class was in an uproar. They could no longer maintain their composure. The esteemed figure they had speculated about turned out to be none other than their missing classmate, Sumu. Wasn't this fellow previously notorious for being a useless student? With poor academic performance, a reclusive personality, and a tendency to avoid social interactions, he often became the target of bullying and pranks by his peers. Some even derogatorily referred to him as the waste behind his back. What had he been up to during his month-long disappearance? Had he resorted to bank robbery? How else could he afford to return to school in such an extravagant helicopter? What on earth was happening? Lu Shua, like his classmates, was filled with questions. He, being one of Su Mu's few acquaintances, had never exploited his status to bully him. Thus, their relationship had developed into a somewhat amicable friendship. However, wasn't Su Mu famously known for his incompetence? Hadn't he previously been so impoverished that he couldn't even afford a pair of branded shoes? What was the meaning of this? How had he returned aboard a 96 helicopter? Hadn't the teachers mentioned that Su Mu was recuperating? If recuperation could yield such wealth, Lu Shua would gladly join him in retirement. How enviable it would be to earn money while recovering, Lu Shua thought, filled with admiration. Not just him. But the other students gazed at Su Mu conversing with the principal and Yu Hailong with expressions of envy. Occasionally, Su Mu would pat Yu Hailong on the shoulder, resembling a mentor guiding a junior. This left the students utterly exhilarated. He dared to pat Yu Hailong, as if he were his son. What on earth had Su Mu experienced during this time? Is this truly the same Su Mu who was once considered worthless? Keep your voice down. You were the one who dubbed him that nickname. Have you forgotten? A nearby classmate quickly reminded the one who had let slip, urging him to tone it down. For now, Su Mu had risen to prominence. If you continue speaking thoughtlessly, you might be the first to suffer if Su Mu remembers. The student who had initially spoken covered his mouth, realizing belatedly that this was indeed Su Mu, no longer the same useless individual, but rather a formidable figure returning to school aboard a helicopter. What brings you back to school? Have you grown weary of the outside world? Yu Hailong inquired. Intrigued by Su Mu's sudden return, Su Mu shrugged, exclaiming in exasperation, I had no choice. I couldn't manage out there anymore. The school is far better. Upon hearing this, the old principal, Xiao Tianyang, who was privy to some details, smiled. Well then, if you're tired, welcome back. The gates of Fengqing know. One high school will always remain open for you, the champion of the newcomer league. Su Mu tilted his head with a playful grin and remarked, of course. Just look at our strength. We are champions. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, Yu Hailong remembered that Su Mu had likely just disembarked from a flight and hadn't had the chance to eat. Instantly, his nurturing instincts kicked in. Let us grab a bite at the cafeteria. Our school has invested a considerable sum to renovate it after your award. The food there is certainly delightful. If you don't believe me, I shall take you there, and you'll see. As he spoke, Yu Hailong took the lead, guiding the way. Su Mu and the old principal lagged behind, the latter smiling warmly, saying, It's good to have you back, truly good. Su Mu exhaled a sigh of relief. He too felt exhausted. As a destroyer of realms, the weight of his responsibilities and pressures was immense. Wherever he went, troubles seemed to follow, and Su Mu felt powerless against it. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the troublesome system. Ah, I'm back, Su Mu mused, then added. The feeling of returning is quite pleasant, don't you think? Pointing at his previous class, he chuckled. Do you think they will be astonished that I have returned just like this? Xiao Tianyang quickly grasped Su Mu's intent. The class currently engaged in practical lessons was indeed Su Mu's former class 16. He laughed. They will undoubtedly be shocked, especially since you have been absent for so long. The commendation ceremony we prepared for you has yet to take place. They are unaware that our esteemed Su Mu is the fabled champion of the newcomer league. Seeing the old principal's understanding, Su Mu felt immense gratitude. The downside of campus life was its tranquility. As long as one didn't stir trouble, nothing would happen. Yet, such a mundane existence was far from what Su Mu desired. He was still young and did not wish to lead a life of retirement. A bland life devoid of excitement was not for him. Having returned, he would rather inject some surprises and let them speculate, as perhaps in their guessing, they would uncover many amusing truths. Su Mu smiled mischievously, his face radiant with joy. This was the true essence of the boy who laughed despite the adversities he faced. A learned individual adept at playing the fool while hiding his strength. Enough of your schemes, let us eat. After your meal, let Hailong accompany you home for a stroll. Xiao Tianyang chuckled resignedly, well aware of Su Mu's past experiences at the academy. The boy had endured his share of bullying, and now that he had returned in triumph, it was only fitting he indulged in some mischief. As for the future, Xiao Tianyang believed he could shield Su Mu from any storms while he remained at school. Seeing Su Mu, the principal, and Yu Hailong head toward the cafeteria, the astonished students of class 16 finally snapped back to reality. They confirmed with one another, each convinced they had not misidentified the figure who had just arrived. It was indeed Su Mu. They were left dumbfounded. Could it be? Wasn't Su Mu raised by a single mother? Isn't his family rather poor, having to walk to school? What is the current state of affairs? A struggling student has taken a month off from school, and upon his return, he arrives aboard the world's most extravagant helicopter. Lugia, are you certain you did not mistake the aircraft? Everyone is convinced they have not erred in identifying the individual. It is undoubtedly Su Mu. Doubts begin to arise regarding the veracity of the helicopter's exorbitance. Lugia, with a flourish, retrieves his phone and presents the original image. Observe closely. This particular helicopter is one of only 3 in Western Europe, with the other 2 being held in private collections. This one serves as the personal conveyance of Mr. Kyle, the chief of Western Europe. As he speaks, Lugia himself grows increasingly astonished. Could this truly be the Su Mu of yore, the so-called good-for-nothing? Unbelievable. Chapter 67, The Spectacle of Chaos. It is often said that human nature is most intriguing, though one claims to distrust hearsay. They are quick to believe the lies that come from indirect sources. Even when faced with undeniable evidence, many still hesitate to accept the truth before their very eyes. Take, for instance, the students of class 16. They witnessed Su Mu being personally welcomed by the principal. Yet they stubbornly cling to their perception of him as the same incompetent individual from before. Yet, what malicious intent could a mere group of students harbor? They merely wish to draw Sumu back from his lofty and unbelievable stature to the realm they are accustomed to, a so-called ordinary student phase, rather than that of a legendary figure. This sentiment is quite understandable, akin to encountering a classmate or colleague who, once unremarkable, suddenly reveals a remarkable identity. It is only natural to struggle to adapt. In an effort to reconnect, one may unconsciously gravitate toward discussing past experiences, seeking to realign the relationship to a familiar level. The same holds true for these students. Given that Sumu was previously regarded as a weaker member of the class, even earning the moniker of good for nothing, it is no wonder that they recently expressed incredulous remarks. However, this does not imply that Sumu was merely seeking to flaunt his success. What ill intentions could these children possibly possess? Sumu, what have you been up to during this time? Lu Shuo waited eagerly and finally encountered Sumu. Thus, he approached him the moment he returned to the classroom. The previously lively atmosphere suddenly shifted to one of calm upon Sumu's arrival. Sumu recalled this chubby fellow, who had previously regarded the former Sumu as a subordinate due to his wealth. Although he often put on airs, his character was relatively decent. After some reflection, Sumu decided it prudent to remain low-key, especially after having recently encountered some troubles. It was better not to attract too much attention. I merely went on a trip, just enjoying a few days away. Sumu fabricated a casual excuse, smiling as he took a seat and surveyed the room, only to find everyone gazing at him. He couldn't help but scratch his head and chuckle. Why are you all staring at me? Go on and do what you normally do. This rhetorical question served as a clever diversion. Sumu's deft maneuver left the students flustered, unsure of how to respond, and they felt too embarrassed to continue staring at him. They could only lower their heads and find something else to occupy themselves with. Sumu silently chuckled to himself, nonchalantly opening his book. He had always left these books at school. As a beleaguered senior, students typically left all their textbooks at school, bringing home only those subjects they needed to study. This arrangement conveniently suited Sumu. Physics and chemistry were still there, as were geography and history. How bothersome, he mused to himself, feeling a twinge of annoyance even before class had begun. Life on campus was delightful in many respects, but the daily classes were decidedly a drawback. If one could experience campus life without attending classes, Sumu would undoubtedly be the first to seize that opportunity. Zhao Xiaotian from class 16, come out. Just as Sumu was stewing over the impending lesson, a boisterous voice echoed at the classroom door. Peering outside, he spotted several unruly figures clad in school uniforms lounging at the entrance. It was obvious, they were there to stir trouble. What serious matters could a group of students possibly have? Sumu surmised that Zhao Xiaotian might have bumped into one of these delinquents while walking and failed to apologize, leading to this confrontation. Alternatively, perhaps Zhao Xiaotian had been tangled in some romantic escapade with a girl from another class, and now the class monitor had come to inquire about it. Regardless of the cause, it was undoubtedly a trivial matter. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Sumu chose to ignore these ruffians, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Blocking someone at the classroom door, no matter the reason, was a direct affront to the dignity of that class. If class 16 let this slide, their reputation in the year group would be irreparably tarnished. As expected, the moment the outsiders made their ruckus, the class monitor, Lin Zilong, stepped forward. Lu Kai, you and your crew should go where you feel comfortable and refrain from causing a scene at my classroom door. As the class monitor, Lin Zilong could not show fear towards delinquents. Although he felt a hint of apprehension, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Oh, class monitor Lin, what a surprise to see you here after such a long time. Ha ha ha. One of the delinquents, named Lu Kai, feigned exaggerated amusement upon seeing Lin Zilong speak. With a defiant glare, he continued, we're here to find Zhao Xiaotian. You know, this fellow has been entangled with a girl I'm interested in, so I thought I'd inquire about it. Upon hearing this, Sumu grasped the situation. It turned out this so-called delinquent had taken a liking to a girl from his class. Unable to compete, he was now seeking to confront Zhao Xiaotian. Such a trivial issue warranted this ruckus? With a cold chuckle, Sumu considered that in a few years, Lu Kai would likely look back on this day and lament his foolishness. But for now, he probably believed himself to be quite the tough guy. This is a matter between Lin Shui and me. What business do you have in it, Lu Kai? Zhao Xiaotian finally spoke up. If he remained silent while being confronted at the classroom door, it would be utterly humiliating. He rose and approached the entrance, standing defiantly before the group of delinquents. Just as Sumu anticipated that the situation would unfold in a manner he found entertaining, the classroom teacher arrived. As the homeroom teacher stood at the doorway, he witnessed an apparent standoff between Lu Kai and a few troublemakers alongside his own students, an exhilarating sight indeed. Sumu sensed that this teacher was even more eager to observe the unfolding drama than himself. Ahem, you must be Lu Kai from class 1, correct? Clearing his throat, Teacher Zhang, clutching a stack of books, endeavored to compose himself. Lu Kai felt a twinge of nervousness, despite his reputation. He could not shake the anxiety of encountering a teacher. Yes, good afternoon, Teacher Zhang. It was rather awkward to be caught in such a situation by the opposing class's homeroom teacher. Oh, it's quite all right, I merely passed by. Please, continue. Adjusting his glasses. Teacher Zhang intended to enter the classroom, but instead pivoted to head in another direction. As he walked away, he remarked, I believe any disputes between the two classes should ideally be resolved through Pokémon battles. If Lugia lacks confidence, he may call upon other classmates for assistance. Sumu, seated at his desk, felt somewhat bewildered. This teacher was quite the character, relishing the spectacle and even suggesting that others join in. Pokémon battles, while artfully phrased, seemed merely a pretext for a brawl between classes. Chapter 68. The King of Pressure, Sumu. Teacher Zhang paid no mind to Lugia or his class's thoughts as he hastened to the restroom, nearly bursting into laughter with excitement. While others may have been oblivious, he was fully aware of Sumu's extraordinary talent. The young prodigy had recently triumphed in the newcomer tournament, emerging as a dark horse champion. The school had acknowledged this feat, and while Sumu's brilliance was not directly linked to Teacher Zhang, being his student certainly brought a measure of pride. Initially, Teacher Zhang feared Sumu would soar to great heights, leaving the confines of their school behind. Yet here he was, having returned. Splendid. Class 16 had long been the perennial runner-up, overshadowed in both academics and athletics by Class 1. This had left Teacher Zhang feeling belittled by that formidable woman from Class 1. But now, with Sumu back, could he not expect to rise? Lugia seemed to be his fortunate star, presenting the perfect opportunity to showcase his own prowess. Overjoyed, Teacher Zhang concealed himself in the restroom, laughing heartily. Oblivious to the fact that behind him stood Sumu, a student not clad in the school uniform. Was this teacher unwell? Yet, according to the memories of his predecessor, Teacher Zhang had appeared quite amiable. What was the reason for his secretive giggles in the restroom? Sumu, with a hint of disdain, observed Teacher Zhang's amused demeanor from the corner and decided not to interrupt his whimsical revelry. He turned and returned to the classroom. Inside, discussions were underway regarding the challenge set for after school. Following Teacher Zhang's suggestion, Lugia naturally opted for a Pokémon battle. It was well known that Class 1 was the strongest. Lugia felt undaunted by the impending clash between the two classes. Class leader, as per our agreement, we will have a 5-on-5 match, with each class required to field 5 participants. How shall we arrange our team? A concerned girl gazed at class leader Lin Zilong. Aware that Class 16's strength was somewhat inferior to Class 1's, a consensus shared by all. At present, everyone remains a novice trainer, the majority having only recently acquired their Pokémon. In the heat of battle, fortune plays a significant role, akin to two fledgling fighters pecking at each other. Should one be favored by luck and land a critical hit, a turnaround may well be within reach. Thus, although Class 16 may lack prowess, they are not without a fighting chance. This is precisely why everyone agreed to Lugia's proposal. All are novices, and in a contest dictated by fate, who fears whom? Lu Shua, Zhao Xiaodian, and I are determined to participate. Lin Zilong contemplated briefly, deciding to confirm these 3 individuals, then turned his gaze to the classmates, seeking any willing volunteers. If it were a physical altercation, perhaps everyone would charge in without hesitation. However, in Pokémon battles, one's success relies heavily on the strength of their Pokémon and the trainer's skill. This realization left many young men disheartened, their heads bowed in frustration, lamenting their inadequacies in representing the class. Suddenly, a previously silent female classmate spoke up. I'll join. She was the class representative, her initial Pokémon a charming EV. Not particularly formidable in combat. Yet, in this context, she mustered her courage to step forward for the sake of the class. Very well, Wang Yu is counted in. Lin Zilong nodded, harboring no objections regarding her capabilities. Although EV is generally deemed less adept in battles, Wang Yu's willingness as a delicate girl was commendable. What more could he say? Let us proceed. Sumu will join as well, Lu Shua mused. Noticing Sumu idly observing, he decided to bring him into the fold. You're part of our class, so don't worry. No one will blame you if things don't go well. Lu Shua's emotional intelligence shone through as he effectively silenced Sumu, leaving no room for refusal. At that moment, Sumu finally grasped the situation. That scoundrel, Teacher Zhang, must be orchestrating this. Recalling the man's gleeful laughter in the restroom, Sumu felt a wave of irritation. What a character. I've only just returned. And you're already plotting against me? I get it now. You're eager to see the students clash. You deliberately proposed a Pokémon battle to pit our 2 classes against each other. You were waiting for me, calculating that I would have to take action, right? Sumu smiled, his expression radiating kindness and warmth. I understand. What I mean is, I can handle Class 1 on my own. Rising, he patted Lu Shua's broad shoulder. Everyone need not worry. Leave it to me after school. It's a trivial matter. Oh, and Zhao Xiaodian, be sure to arrange a meal for me afterward. Sumu's unwavering confidence left his classmates astonished. However, recalling that morning's event, where he had arrived in the helicopter of the Western European elite, they gradually set their minds at ease and returned to their seats. The afternoon classes concluded, ushering in the delightful moment of dismissal. Yet today, the students did not rush home. Instead, they gathered in the gymnasium. Class 1 from the 3rd year and Class 16 were set to battle. The news had already spread throughout the entire school by the afternoon. Such an intriguing event. How could anyone possibly miss it? The gymnasium was soon overflowing with people, and standing room was in short supply. Lugia led his classmates into the gym, eyeing the students from class 16 across the way, and declared, "Enough with the idle chatter, let us get straight to it. Who from your class will step up? I'll take the lead." Without hesitation, the rebellious Lugia was the first to stride onto the battlefield, showcasing his strength as he confidently gazed at the members of class 16. Sumu, having experienced numerous epic battles, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of these youngsters upon returning to school. Unsure of what to say, he quietly ascended the platform. After a moment's hesitation, he felt it better to put on a show than to remain passive. It would be a disservice otherwise. "Since I'm here, I won't hold back," he proclaimed, setting his sights on the audacious Lugia. "What are you?" Lugia, unfamiliar with Sumu, instinctively retorted with a sneer. Sumu remained unfazed. With a smile that radiated a blend of pseudo, humor, and goodwill, he replied, "I am your father. Let us cut to the chase. Who from your class is joining? Don't waste time. Bring as many as you like. I still need to get home for dinner." It was absurd to think that one could gain any advantage against Sumu, who was known for his vengeful spirit. To flaunt oneself in front of Sumu was nothing short of a folly. Lugia's face flushed crimson at Sumu's taunt, and he shouted back, "Stop boasting and summon your Pokémon. With your level of trash, my strength alone is sufficient." Chapter 69, The Vengeful Sumu. Sumu blinked, letting out a weary sigh. "Ah, youth, why do you not heed warnings? You will not turn back until you hit a wall. Fine. I will summon my Pokémon and see how your strength measures up." Sumu shook his head, deciding to let his Dragonite take the stage first. "Dragonite, this is our first battle, though the opponent seems rather weak. Since I have chosen to embrace the dog system and become the strongest trainer, I must consider the task at hand." The first task for Dragonite was to complete a battle at Fengsheng No. 1 High School. Thus, it was only fitting to have him step up first. Am I to fight him? Dragonite's expression was somewhat perplexed. Is this really about me bullying a child? Goodness, Dragonite. Who is this kid? How does he possess a Dragonite? I know him. He is that slacker from class 16, the one who is always stuck doing chores. How on earth did he acquire a Dragonite? Isn't he a novice trainer? Could it be that his starter Pokémon is a Dragonite? That seems improbable. But wait, can a novice even command a Dragonite? The audience erupted in astonishment. A student had actually summoned a Dragonite in a small place like Fengsheng. This news was sensational enough to make headlines in the city's daily newspaper. It was utterly astonishing. Dragonite is indeed a formidable entity, often regarded as a quasi-divine beast. A fully grown Dragonite possesses strength that is at least on par with that of an elite Pokémon trainer. A mere Mach-Hop with 100 in strength seems utterly insufficient. The students of Class 1 stood in stunned silence. Initially, Lugia had confidently declared an impending showdown with Class 16, fully believing in their superiority. After all, Class 1 was the most distinguished class in the year, capable of easily handling Class 16 with just a few chosen individuals. Yet, who is this newcomer? Is he from your class? I have never seen him before. The class leader of Class 1 stepped forward to demand justice from Lin Zilong. However, Lin Zilong paid him no heed, fixated on Sumu's Dragonite, his mind reeling in disbelief. What manner of monster has emerged from our class? This Dragonite. Sumu must be able to command it. Nonsense. If Sumu has the confidence to challenge all of Class 1, he must surely be capable of commanding the Dragonite. Lushua, do you think it's too late for me to recognize Sumu as my elder brother? Lushua rubbed his eyes, confirming once more that the Pokémon Sumu had released was indeed a Dragonite, and an intense glimmer ignited in his small eyes. I knew it. I knew Sumu must possess something extraordinary. Ha ha ha, father, I am friends with Sumu. Our Lu family is destined for greatness. Lushua laughed heartily, raising his arms in wild abandon, startling his classmates into retreating a few meters, fearing they might catch some peculiar affliction. Do you still think you stand a chance against him? Sumu smirked, flashing a sunny smile. Come on, I'll give you a chance. All of you can come at me together, lest others accuse me of bullying the weak. From this day forth, I believe that whenever Lugia encounters someone who smiles at him like that again, he will surely bear a psychological scar. Clenching his teeth in disbelief, he turned to his classmates. Is anyone willing to join me? The very utterance of this question left Lugia feeling a wave of shame. His erstwhile good friends and classmates now seemed like strangers, each bowing their heads in silence, avoiding his gaze. Sumu shrugged, expressing his exasperation. Well, it appears no one is willing to join you. With that, he signaled to the teacher, who was temporarily tasked with officiating the match, to announce the commencement of the battle. The teacher was equally bewildered. Where did this student come from? Is he some kind of freak? A Dragonite. You, a novice trainer. Casually unleashing a Dragonite. This is simply absurd. Am I truly to battle him? Once the referee declared the match began, the Dragonite hesitated momentarily before seeking Sumu's confirmation once more. Sumu nodded. Yes, that's the one. Remember to hold back a bit. Giving my all is a sign of respect to my opponent. As scholars, we do not understand the concept of letting up. With the decision to engage in battle made, the The Dragonite wasted no time, instantly entering a combat-ready state. Its gaze grew increasingly icy, as it began to emanate an aura befitting a true champion. Machop, overwhelmed, found himself frozen in fear. He stood dumbfounded, glancing back at his master, Lugia, who was equally at a loss, unsure how to issue commands. Dragontail. The dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. With a resounding roar, Dragonite summoned all its might, activating its reverse scale. Enveloped in a radiant red glow, it charged directly toward Machop. Like a bolt of lightning, Dragonite surged forward, embodying the formidable aura of a champion, launching a ferocious assault. Boom. A tremendous crash echoed, prompting everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. Poor Machop. Like a meteor, it was sent soaring by Dragonite's punch, crashing into the ceiling of the arena before plummeting heavily to the ground. Sumu couldn't help but cover his forehead. This guy, I did say to go easy. The battle concluded, and as Dragonite deactivated its reverse scale, it earnestly proclaimed, rest assured, he still has a breath left. Sparing him is the principle we scholars abide by. Sumu was left speechless. Good grief. So you're saying Machop and Lugia should thank you? Indeed. Dragonite attempted to elaborate further, but was promptly returned to its Pokeball by Sumu. Never mind. This guy is quite stubborn. Since gaining the ability to comprehend Pokémon language, Sumu had also realized the peculiarities of his Pokémon. First, there was Greninja, who was suffering from late-stage delusions, constantly fantasizing about being a ninja and calling himself a little master. Then there was Charizard, a paranoid individual, perpetually convinced that someone was plotting against him. Lastly, Arceus had no other flaw except for its insatiable appetite. It would be perpetually hungry, forever distracted by food. Dragonite, on the other hand, fancied itself an intellectual while, in reality, it was a brutal creature, disguising its inherent ferocity beneath a scholarly facade. And then there was the young Lugia, likely another troubled child. With the battle over, Sumu declared, I shall take my leave. Should anyone contest this, feel free to seek me out. I am Sumu from Class 16. With that, he sauntered down the arena, striding confidently toward his classmates. Teacher Zhang had stated that he was pleased with today's victory, and this weekend, he would treat the entire class to the finest buffet in Fengcheng. Everyone, do not forget to attend. Sumu conjured this out of thin air, leaving Teacher Zhang, who had been secretly observing, utterly flabbergasted. When did I ever say I would treat you all to a buffet? The entire class chimed in, completely oblivious to the fact that each of their words was driving a dagger into Teacher Zhang's heart. After regaining a measure of pride from Teacher Zhang, Sumu felt an uplift in his spirits. At that moment, the dog system hastily announced, Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Dragonite sign-in task. 1. Participate in a battle at Fengcheng No. 1 High School while carrying or using Dragonite. Reward, Awakening of Dragon-type Bloodline. Seeing the system's cautiousness, Sumu no longer felt inclined to utter further complaints. With matters settled, he slipped away, modestly concealing his achievements. After leaving the school, Sumu strolled homeward. As for why he did not ride Charizard back, it was due to the city's no-fly regulations. If flying-type Pokémon were allowed to soar freely, it would lead to chaos. Unless in cases of emergency, the use of flying-type Pokémon for transportation within the city was prohibited. Mom, I'm back. Returning to the warmest corners of his original memories, Sumu's mood softened considerably. His mother had received word of his return earlier that morning and had been busy preparing dinner for him. Upon seeing Sumu come home from school, she smiled and said, You're a bit late. The food has cooled. Yes, there were a few minor matters at school that delayed me, Sumu replied, setting down his backpack and washing his hands before taking a seat at the dining table. Bang! The delightful aroma of the meal wafted through the air, causing Arceus to leap excitedly from its Pokeball, ready to dive into the feast. Sumu swiftly caught the eager little creature. Wait, don't rush. There's plenty for you. Bang! Another sound echoed as Greninja appeared, performing a respectful ninja bow to Sumu's mother. Cool, it exclaimed, greetings, esteemed matron. Sumu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This overly dramatic frog was truly something else. Bang! Next to emerge was Charizard. The moment it appeared, it began to scan its surroundings with keen interest. After thoroughly checking the house for any threats, it finally relaxed. Roar! It's been a while, Sumu's mother. Bang! Sumu had grown indifferent to the spectacle. One hand grasped Arceus while he slumped into a chair, allowing Pokeballs to pop open one after another. The scholarly Dragonite made its entrance. Is this Sumu's mother? It pondered aloud. Am I in Sumu's home? How rude of me not to bow to Sumu's mother. With that, Dragonite performed a gentlemanly bow. Greetings. I am Dragonite. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Finally, little Lugia jumped out, eager to join the festivities, leaping into Sumu's embrace. Exuding joy despite its lack of understanding of the situation. Sumu's mother was momentarily taken aback by the antics of these little creatures. But soon she burst into laughter. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to meet you all. After warmly greeting each Pokémon, she felt that she had not prepared enough food. Son, you go ahead and eat. I'll whip up something more for you all. Sumu quickly intervened, stopping his mother from bustling about. No need. They have their food. A taste of these dishes is all they need. Overindulgence won't benefit them. As he spoke, he gently guided his mother to sit in a chair and poured her a glass of warm water. He then retrieved the pre-prepared food for the Pokémon before settling back down himself. Mom, I've seen him. Noticing the solemn expression on Su Mu's face, Su's mother sensed that he had something important to discuss, though she did not anticipate the nature of the news. How is he? Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, yet she maintained a smile, striving to conceal her sorrow from her son. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, Su Mu felt conflicted. His father had explicitly forbidden him from discussing this matter. However, keeping it from his mother felt equally inappropriate. He.s. doing well. He saved me, Su Mu replied in as neutral a tone as possible, recounting the recent events to his mother. Upon hearing that Su Mu had been cornered by numerous powerful foes due to the Fire Emperor, her heart tightened around the cup. Yet, when she learned of his father's triumphant return, she finally relaxed. Affecting a tone of feigned disdain, she remarked, "Well, I suppose he has his uses." Seeing his mother's improved spirit, Su Mu joked, "I'm sorry, I couldn't land a punch on him. He's too strong. I felt I wouldn't stand a chance." His words elicited a peal of laughter from Su's mother. It was only natural. If Su Mu had thrown a punch, it was likely his father could retaliate with 10 of his own. Su Mu then recounted the saga of Sharona and Kyle in detail. Though his mother was already aware of Sharona's circumstances, hearing it directly from Su Mu brought a smile of pride to her face. "My son has grown," she exclaimed. "This time, stay a few more days with me. That rascal will take care of everything outside. Once those matters are settled, you can focus on challenging the gyms." Her eyes reflected a hint of nostalgia as she reminisced about her own youth, recalling how she met that rascal while preparing to compete in the Champion Challenge. Indeed, Su Mu nodded, and the mother and son enjoyed their dinner in cheerful companionship. That night, Su Mu, in a state of drowsiness, sensed voices nearby. Squinting his eyes, he looked around. Indeed. Huh, training? At this late hour? Absolutely. We train at night. Come on, keep up. I feel restless if I don't train at night. I want to join too. Can you take me along? Su Mu was at a loss for words. He sat up, facing the 5 Pokémon encircling him. You all need to sleep peacefully. Starting tomorrow, I will train you during the day. No extra training at night. You need to rest. Almost shouting the last sentence, Su Mu hugged Arceus and Lugia, placing them beside him. He then kicked Greninja onto its small blanket and returned Charizard and Dragonite to their Pokeballs. Extra training? What nonsense. Meeting adjourned. Sleep. Chapter 71, The Simulated Gravity Room. After breakfast, Su Mu returned to school. As he entered the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere fell into silence once more. Good morning, Su Mu. Lu Shua approached Su Mu with a beaming smile, draping his chubby arm over Su Mu's shoulder. Boss, you were simply magnificent yesterday. Following Lu Shua's lead, several male classmates, including the class monitor Lin Zilong, enthusiastically gathered around Su Mu, bombarding him with praise for his remarkable feats from the previous day. Su Mu, you should have seen it. The faces of those guys from class 1 turned pale. Indeed, the moment you unleashed your Dragonite, they were utterly stunned. It was absolutely spectacular. But how could you command a Dragonite? I recall the teacher mentioning that an adult Dragonite possesses at least pseudo-king strength. Exactly. Su Mu, you've left us all in the dust. Not just in the dust. It's a lifetime ahead. Surrounded by his classmates, Su Mu suddenly felt a surge of youthful exuberance. Indeed, isn't that the essence of campus life? Engaging in banter and boasting. So delightful. Ahem. As for that matter, it's of little consequence. Su Mu cleared his throat, preparing to take the stage. Just as he was about to showcase his prowess, he noticed the class representative, Wang Yu, stepping before him, extending her petite hand. Su Mu, please hand in yesterday's homework. At her words, Su Mu inhaled sharply. So that was what he had forgotten yesterday. Ahem, just a moment please. Su Mu cleared his throat once more, scanning the room until his eyes landed on Lu Shua. Do you have your homework? Lend it to me. Lu Shua was momentarily taken aback, then quickly produced his assignment and placed it before Su Mu. Here you go, boss. Without hesitation, Su Mu seized the work and began to write furiously. After a prolonged hiatus from writing, his speed had significantly diminished. What used to take him merely 10 minutes now stretched to 20. It was not until the bell rang that Su Mu capped his pen and submitted the homework to Wang Yu. Indeed, he felt the weight of age upon him. His ability to copy assignments had markedly declined. With a sigh of resignation, Su Mu returned to his seat, awaiting the arrival of the teacher. The entire morning was devoted to theoretical courses, as various subjects that had once tormented Su Mu resurfaced, leaving him drowsy and disengaged. Fortunately, his illustrious exploits were well known among the teachers, who recognized him as a prodigy worthy of special admission to the Magic City Academy, without relying solely on academic performance. Thus, they turned a blind eye to his tendency to doze off in class. Otherwise, the experience would have been even more arduous. Su Mu, may I join you for lunch? While walking towards the cafeteria, a sweet-faced girl approached Su Mu. Unbeknownst to him, after his display the previous day, his reputation had spread throughout the school. Sumu had become the most dashing lad on campus, the dreamboat of countless female classmates. Shall we dine together? And you'll treat? Sumu silently chanted a prayer, hoping Shalona wouldn't hold any grievances against him. After the girl nodded in agreement, he cheerfully accompanied her to the cafeteria. Arceus's insatiable appetite erupted, devouring an extravagant array of delicacies worth over 1,000 alliance coins. Observing the despair etched on the sweet maiden's face, Sumu chuckled. After settling the bill, he departed with Arceus in a flourish. You wish to pursue me? How amusing. Do you possess the means? Only someone like Cynthia, a petite affluent lady, could afford to indulge me. As for you, forget it. I am a man forever out of your reach. After delivering this scathing blow to the sweet maiden, Sumu contentedly arrived at the school's simulated gravity chamber. Releasing his 5 Pokémon, Sumu proclaimed, "This is the simulated gravity chamber, designed to generate gravitational forces to aid your training, though it comes at a hefty price." Having promised his Pokémon serious training the day before, Sumu was determined to keep his word. Resigned to his fate after succumbing to the dogged system, he no longer resisted. A trainer is a trainer. After all, regardless of his role, danger looms large. He might as well embrace the system. Upon hearing about the training, the Froakie was filled with excitement, flailing its limbs in exuberance. Sumu then activated tenfold gravity. Boom. 5 resounding thuds echoed as the Pokémon collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. Now, your task is to acclimate to this tenfold gravity until you can move freely, Sumu instructed. Elaborating. This simulated gravity chamber is a common training facility where many trainers' Pokémon undergo rigorous training. My previous lack of diligence has left you at a disadvantage in this aspect. Compared to other trainers' Pokémon, Froakie, Charizard, and Dragonite, you 3 have honed your skills through unorthodox means, developing several detrimental habits and imperfect reflexes during battle. First, I will help you withstand the pressure of the gravity chamber, and then I will systematically teach you how to fight. Having conveyed this in one breath, Sumu noticed the 5 creatures were already drenched in sweat and adjusted the gravity to 3-fold. Instantly, the Pokémon felt a relief in pressure, managing to rise to their feet. Although they swayed precariously, they stood their ground, gritting their teeth against the weight imposed by gravity. Take your time. This 3-fold gravity is a significant challenge for you. The 10-fold was merely an introduction, Sumu remarked. In truth, he had never systematically learned how to train Pokémon. In his previous life, he was merely a champion in gaming. In the realm of data, Sumu was an invincible entity. However, this was the real world, rendering him somewhat of a novice in Pokémon training. Nevertheless, it wasn't overly complicated. He had simply called Kyle the day before for guidance, establishing a basic direction. As for more advanced training plans, he would learn when necessary. Simple enough, right? Being a trainer isn't all that difficult. Please practice for a while and try to freely utilize your ultimate moves in this triple gravity chamber. I need to make a phone call. With that, Sumu turned and stepped outside the gravity chamber to call Sharona. In a long-distance relationship, indulging in lengthy phone conversations is a vital skill to master. Having not seen each other for a day, Sumu and Sharona sweetly expressed their longing, with Sumu primarily speaking while Sharona listened, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from behind. It sounded as if something had exploded. Chapter 72. You said to leave it be. What is happening? Without even hanging up the phone, Sumu hurriedly rushed back into the gravity chamber. At that moment, the chamber was engulfed in thick black smoke, and the battered ceiling seemed to narrate the trials it had just endured. Glancing at his Pokémon, Sumu was at a loss for words. What on earth happened? Who did this? Greninja and Charizard exchanged guilty glances, both shaking their heads innocently. Meanwhile, the younger Arceus and Lugia were frolicking about, feeling light and buoyant due to the sudden absence of gravity. Dragonite stood steadfast, silent, and composed. What is going on, Red Lizard? Cried Greninja. Hey, don't blame me. I didn't break anything, retorted Charizard. If it wasn't you, then who? You insisted on battling just now, and now you're denying it? Initially, the 2 Pokémon whispered to one another, but when Charizard refused to take responsibility, Greninja grew agitated. Pointing at Charizard, Greninja shouted, "It was him. He scorched the ceiling with flamethrower." What? You're throwing me under the bus. You're the one who damaged the ceiling with your water shuriken. You can't escape blame. Upon realizing he had been betrayed by Greninja, Charizard was incensed. Are you joking? We're in the same boat. And you're jumping around trying to pin this on me. Sumu was at a loss for words. He had never known his Pokémon could be so mischievous. Though he had sensed their distinct personalities before, now, understanding their language revealed just how playful they truly were, especially Greninja. Alright, I understand now. You all return for the time being. Today's training schedule is postponed. I must consult the principal about compensation. The simulated gravity chamber, while being a common training facility, was still quite expensive. Sumu had initially refrained from becoming a trainer not only due to the high risk of mortality, but also because the costs were exorbitant. Look at those esteemed trainers. Each possessed the strength of a champion, yet they still fought tooth and nail over trivial sums and benefits. Principal, what are you busy with? Sumu entered the principal's office with a cheerful knock and took a seat respectfully. Upon seeing Sumu's arrival, the old principal's eyelids fluttered. Oh no. He must need something. A sense of foreboding arose within him as the old principal hesitated, saying, "It's nothing of great concern. I am merely preparing for a business trip." As he spoke, he picked up the folder from the desk, ready to depart. "Is there something you require? I am rather pressed for time. Should you have any issues, consult Yu Hailong," he added, swiftly exiting the room, leaving Sumu in a state of bewilderment. "Principal, wait. How much does our school's simulated gravity chamber cost?" Sumu called out, but the principal, already distant, responded without turning back. "You may utilize that as you wish. Just say it was my permission." As he jogged away from the teaching building, the old principal wiped the sweat from his brow. Sumu was indeed a significant troublemaker. How could he not be aware of the chaos he brought wherever he went? In just over a month, how many had perished due to his antics? Though the principal feigned indifference, his heart raced with anxiety upon Sumu's return. This child had an uncanny ability to stir trouble. Perhaps I should seek refuge elsewhere, he mused, thinking of the young ones at home who required suitable trainers. The principal's prized Pokémon were highly sought after, and periodically he would distribute some to the offspring of influential figures. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to step away to avoid further complications that Sumu might cause. "Director, our school's simulated gravity chamber is broken," Sumu stated bluntly upon finding Yu Hailong. "What? The simulated gravity chamber is broken? That is our school's treasured facility. It has been our only training room for years." Yu Hailong was taken aback, immediately rushing toward the gravity chamber, disregarding the game he had been playing. Sumu followed closely, and together they reached the gravity chamber. Yu Hailong gazed at the section of the ceiling emitting black smoke, his demeanor fraught with concern. How could this happen? It has never malfunctioned in all these years. Why now? He lamented, his heart aching. Having served at the school for many years, he had often enjoyed the privilege of training his Pokémon in the gravity chamber, relishing the complimentary benefit. But now, that luxury was lost. He pondered how much it would cost to repair the chamber. Who knows? It's simply broken, Sumu shrugged nonchalantly. The principal said I could use it freely. And while my Pokémon were training inside, I was unaware of the chamber's operational nuances. One careless mistake, and here we are? Yu Hailong was left speechless upon hearing Sumu invoke the principal's authority. The principal must be muddled. He sighed. There's nothing to be done but to call someone to repair it. I suspect the principal will be lamenting this expense for months. Yu Hailong furrowed his brow, fearing that his bonuses for the coming months were now in jeopardy. There is no way around it. The old principal's frugality is well known. The loss in the training room will undoubtedly be shared among all the staff members in some manner. Very well, I shall merely inform you of this. It suffices for you to know. Please send someone to repair it promptly, Sumu declared, striding away with an air of nonchalance. Internally, he felt a sense of relief that the old principal had departed. Otherwise, given his miserly nature, Sumu would surely have been compelled to compensate for the damage. Even if he were not to bear the full cost, he would still be expected to contribute in some fashion. TSK, discussing other matters is one thing. But discussing finances? Sumu shook his head repeatedly. That was simply unacceptable. Upon returning to the classroom, Sumu was met with his very first outdoor lesson in this world, essentially a class held outside the confines of a classroom. This type of course primarily focuses on enhancing students' physical fitness, preparing them for their future endeavors as trainers. Additionally, it would involve guiding the third-year students in Pokémon training and some foundational combat techniques. Alas, there would be no time for slumber. Sumu sighed heavily as he followed his classmates to the playground, entirely unaware of the peculiar course that awaited him. Chapter 73, The New Beautiful Teacher. Is that Sumu from Class 16, the champion of the Newcomer League? From a distance, a tall beauty in a purple tracksuit scrutinized Sumu with keen interest. Beside her stood a slightly plump middle-aged man. Indeed, this lad is a prodigy not seen in our school for decades. The middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly, eager to share Sumu's story further with the lady. No need for that. I am aware. Isn't he of king-level prowess? The beauty mused, stroking her chin. Lost in thought. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chuckled and said, I believe you might be mistaken, Teacher Xiaoyang. He scratched his head, appearing rather foolish. You are from Kyoto, while Sumu is a native of Fengcheng. How could you have encountered him? Realizing that the matter was beyond explanation for this simpleton, the beauty refrained from further clarification. With a shrug, she said, No, I distinctly remember seeing him near the Changpin's secret realm. Never mind, I must head to class now. Thank you for guiding me, Teacher Li. Recognizing the implication that the beautiful teacher was dismissing him, the simpleton took his leave with understanding. Hello, students. I am your new practical training instructor. My name is Yang Qianqian. I arrived in Fengcheng just last month, and today marks my first class with you all, so please take good care of me. Yang Qianqian introduced herself with poise, a gentle smile gracing her features. Her makeup was subtle, yet her striking appearance, coupled with her high ponytail and athletic attire, gave the impression of a sophisticated executive enjoying a round of golf. In essence, this was a look the students had only encountered in dramas. Now, Witnessing it come to life in reality stirred excitement among the inexperienced youths. Meanwhile, the female students glanced at themselves, then at Yang Qianqian, noting the stark contrast and finding it utterly incomparable. The allure of mature women is simply impeccable. Among the crowd, only Su Mu remained unenchanted by Yang Qianqian's beauty. He stared intently at her, scrutinizing her without blinking for an extended period, and finally remarked, though her legs are long, the proportions are not particularly commendable, there are still some flaws. What a professional observation. Yang Qianqian, with her acute hearing, caught his words despite their quietness. Audible only to him. However, having kept a watchful eye on Su Mu, she heard him nonetheless. With a fierce glare directed at him, she huffed coldly. All right, let us commence our class. With a clap of her hands, she signaled the students to regain their focus and prepare for the lesson. First on the agenda was warm-up exercises, which the students should have all learned. The sports representative was to lead everyone through it. It was customary to warm up before practical training. Although Yang Qianqian hailed from Kyoto, the approach to classes there was no different. The students found no fault in her method and dutifully followed her instructions, beginning their warm-up at the call of the sports representative. Su Mu, too, participated without any pretense. He sensed that this new teacher was somewhat peculiar, though he couldn't quite place what was amiss. He resolved to observe closely. Determined, Su Mu joined everyone in the warm-up. Shortly after, he witnessed Yang Qianqian using her psychokinetic abilities to levitate several boxes of mineral water towards them. All right, for our first lesson today, as I meet you all for the first time, I have chosen a special method to get acquainted, she announced. As aspiring trainers, your physical condition is of utmost importance. Whether in daily life or within the realms of Pokémon, a trainer's physique is crucial, sometimes even impacting our safety. Hence, I have decided that today, we shall engage in a slow jog. However, this was no ordinary jog. She insisted that everyone bring along their Pokémon. We shall start from here, not focusing on speed, but giving our all, running alongside our Pokémon until we are utterly exhausted. Upon hearing this, the students' faces reflected a bitter realization. Running to the limit while accompanying their Pokémon? Good heavens. This was no class, it was sheer physical training. When the students could no longer run, they could return to this spot and introduce themselves to the teacher so she could get to know them. Yang Qianqian's requirement was quite intriguing. The first attire would have to return and state their name. For the youthful and vigorous lads, this was undoubtedly a cunning ploy. To be the first to falter and then breathlessly return to announce one's name would be rather embarrassing. Meanwhile, the young girls harbored a similar competitive spirit among themselves. Truth be told, this tactic would only work on these youngsters who had yet to enter university. Were it in a college setting, Yang Qianqian would likely be surrounded by a throng of older admirers clamoring for her contact information, shamelessly racing to be the first to return. Teacher, I can't run anymore. May I know your contact information? I find myself feeling rather weak at present, perhaps on the verge of illness. I hope that should I fall ill, I will be able to reach out to my teacher in time. If I require an intravenous infusion, I wish to receive it while dreaming of you. Ahem, I momentarily indulged in recalling some charming college flirtation techniques, a faint smile gracing Su Mu's lips. Very well. Let us commence. Everyone, summon your initial Pokémon and begin jogging. At Yang Qianqian's command, the students complied without objection, obediently jogging around the playground. However, Su Mu was an exception. Calmly, he released his Greninja and observed his classmates running laps before leisurely strolling over to Yang Qianqian. Teacher, I am Su Mu. I previously injured my leg, and the doctor advised against engaging in such vigorous exercise for the time being. What a bold declaration. Su Mu's statement elicited exclamations of disbelief from classmates who had already ventured several dozen meters away. How shameless. Did you sustain your injury in a dream? Yang Qianqian was taken aback that her authoritative tactic was so swiftly unraveled by Su Mu. As a practical instructor, she needed to maintain an air of authority before her students. This role was not merely to guide them in physical exercise on the playground, but also to usher them into the simulation training room for foundational instruction. Additionally, she would accompany them to martial arts halls and various small secret realms. Thus, it was imperative for her students to be compliant. This tactic was a clever trick Yang Qianqian had learned from her mentor, specifically designed to charm young students. Little did she anticipate that Su Mu would be so audacious. Chapter 74, Su Mu versus Yang Qianqian. Young individuals often take pride in their image, reluctant to acknowledge their shortcomings, even if there were academic discrepancies. When it came to physical prowess, no one wished to appear inferior before such a beautiful teacher. Thus, in all fairness, Yang Qianqian's approach was indeed effective. Yet, she did not foresee encountering the anomaly that was Su Mu. In Su Mu's eyes, what was pride? Could it be consumed? What was its price per pound? To expect Su Mu to exhaust himself running laps, and then dutifully report his name, was utterly inconceivable. Su Mu was a rebel. He was here to play? Jogging. Only a fool would engage in such folly. Since Su Mu is injured, he cannot participate in collective activities, Yang Qianqian remarked with a smile, feigning a regretful sigh. As if Su Mu's inability to jog was a tremendous loss. This statement was not directed at Su Mu, but intended for the other students who had only just begun their run. Behold, Su Mu's behavior is one of individualism. He has distanced himself from your collective. Do not follow his example. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the students who had momentarily wavered regained their enthusiasm. With the rallying cries of the sports committee echoing in their ears, every stride they took was imbued with vigor. It was as if they were not merely jogging, but rather fulfilling a grand and noble mission. Su Mu silently mused, "This woman is extraordinary. Her methods and cunning are commendable. She is indeed worthy of a contest against him. Su Mu, why don't you rest here? You need not participate in the running this class," Yang Qianqian suggested, as she handed Su Mu a bottle of mineral water, her gaze subtly drifting towards the Greninja. "Oh dear, Su Mu, it seems your Pokémon is quite eager to train with everyone." Upon hearing the word training, Greninja's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Kukui, I wish to train myself." Su Mu facepalmed in exasperation, suddenly reminded of his frog's insatiable thirst for training. Oh no, she had caught onto his weakness. A tempest of challenges was likely to ensue. Su Mu mused internally, while maintaining an expression of helplessness. "Alas, Teacher Yang, I am unable to accompany him due to my physical limitations." He feigned regret, shaking his head with a sigh. Yang Qianqian smiled sweetly. "Since Su Mu cannot join the run, surely commanding your Pokémon in battle would be acceptable? How about we have my Shineiduo face off against your Greninja? Consider it training for Greninja." Su Mu was taken aback. A battle? So this was her intention? "Kukui, a battle sounds splendid. I am eager and ready." Casting a glance at his rather foolish frog, Su Mu felt utterly speechless. Well, at this point, could he really refuse? She had proposed the battle. And if Su Mu declined, would he still be deemed a competent trainer? Moreover, he did not wish to disappoint his silly frog. Since it yearned to grow stronger and relished combat, why not engage? He certainly was not intimidated by this female teacher. Alright then. Greninja was quite keen to learn from the teacher's Shineiduo as well. Su Mu acquiesced, and Yang Qianqian beamed with satisfaction. "Let us wait for everyone to finish their laps, and we shall commence the battle before class concludes." A class ISN merely 45 minutes. Practical sessions differ from regular classes. They often run uninterrupted for an entire morning or afternoon. Hence, Yang Qianqian was confident that the students would return exhausted before the class ended. Su Mu had no objections. If there was to be a battle, then let it be. He was indifferent, as long as the beautiful teacher didn't cry afterward. After all, Su Mu had yet to lose a battle since his debut, except against Kyle. When it came to combat, he was 100% confident. However, Yang Qianqian was equally prepared. She had witnessed the first half of Su Mu's battle in the Eternal Forest and had a general understanding of his prowess. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so audacious. Over an hour later, Lin Zilong was the last to return to the starting point. Class 16's leader, Lin Zilong. He declared with his last ounce of strength, nearly collapsing afterward. Several classmates rushed forward to support the drenched Lin Zilong. Su Mu scoffed from the sidelines, still too young. What is the point of pushing oneself so hard? Did you truly believe that by enduring until the very end, a certain enchanting teacher would spare you a glance? How naive. It turns out to be the class monitor. No wonder their physical prowess is so exceptional. Take a moment to rest and sip some water. Yang Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment, personally handing Lin Zilong a bottle of mineral water, as if to say, "I shall remember you." Yet, her thoughts were entirely consumed by Su Mu, strategizing for the upcoming battle and how to confront him. Lin Zilong received the water, astonished and apprehensive. Expressing his gratitude to the teacher, his heart blooming with joy. Alas, he was but a youth. Well then, our inaugural practical lesson has nearly come to a close. However, to conclude splendidly, I shall engage in a battle with Su Mu, Yang Qianqian said with a beaming smile. Her gaze fixed on Su Mu as if he were her prey. Su Mu, unfazed, boldly stepped forward, addressing his Koga-ninja frog. "Come forth, Koga-ninja frog. Let us show our prowess." Upon hearing the call to battle, Koga-ninja frog instantly perked up, leaping up from the ground and flicking its tongue scarf back, clapping its hands and exclaiming, "Cool, ribbit. Received, my young master." Fighting was indeed Koga-ninja frog's forte. The classmates were taken aback, glancing between Su Mu and Koga-ninja frog in bewilderment. Lu Shua was the first to break the silence. "Su Mu, don't you have a Dragonite?" Su Mu replied with a smile, "Yes, why is that?" Clearly, he had forgotten that the students of Class 16 were not yet trainers. They had not even attained the status of novice trainers, lacking the league's recognition, and could only possess a single Pokémon. Su Mu, as a bona fide trainer, was naturally entitled to multiple Pokémon. "All right, I am a novice trainer, and Koga-ninja frog is my starter Pokémon." The moment Su Mu uttered these words, a wave of realization washed over the crowd, followed by an uproar. They could hardly comprehend it. Why was Su Mu so remarkably exceptional, while they were all merely human? Chapter 75, The Final Touch of Provocation. I graduated this year from Kyoto Academy, and am currently honing my skills with the goal of competing in the Champion Challenge. Peak Trainer Yang Qianqian formally challenges you. The hierarchy of trainers is primarily divided into categories. Novice trainers, which is Su Mu's current status. Subsequently, within the academy or various league centers, one can advance to junior trainers, intermediate trainers, senior trainers, and elite trainers. Beyond elite trainers, there exists a more systematic and intricate classification. First, there are distinguished trainers, whose Pokémon generally possess strength at the pseudo-champion level. Following them are peak trainers, whose Pokémon strength lies between that of champions and masters. Specifically, to become a peak trainer, one must compete in the champion challenge and secure a position among the top 3, thereby attaining the title of champion trainer. Following this, they finally validated their prowess, ascending to a prestigious social status. Upon becoming a champion trainer, they gain the opportunity to participate in the World Champion Tournament, striving to break into the top 16 and earn their title, officially becoming a revered figure. Thus, reaching the pinnacle of training is somewhat of a liminal position. Most aspire to challenge for the title of champion, hoping to secure a place among the top 3 in the grand competition. Yang Qianqian embodies this ambition. Su Mu, a novice trainer, became serious upon hearing Yang Qianqian declare her name. However, his subsequent remark lacked gravity. You, a newcomer, wish to battle a peak trainer, and they are the ones extending the challenge? That seems rather implausible, does it not? Which novice trainer possesses Pokémon on par with a Master S level? Alright, Shinado, let us go. Yang Qianqian, undeterred by the absurdity of the situation, assumed a battle stance and directed her gaze towards Su Mu. As Su Mu observed, he realized that this beautiful teacher possessed considerable skill. The Shinado, judging by its coat and gaze, was surely at the pinnacle of champion level. While he praised her, he subtly conveyed to his Greninja that it must take the battle seriously. The opponent was formidable. Carelessness could lead to downfall. A peak champion Shinado was undoubtedly a fierce contender. Cool, Greninja exclaimed, ever enthusiastic for battle. Knowing the strength of the opponent only heightened its excitement. Let us do this. Bond transformation. Shinado, evolve. Without hesitation, both sides commenced their evolutions, revealing their initial trump cards. First was Shinado, who, already at the peak of champion level, saw her power skyrocket post-evolution, reaching the early stage of master level. Meanwhile, Su Mu's Greninja exceeded expectations, jumping from mid-champion to early master level, matching Shinado's strength. What? Despite having witnessed Greninja's prowess before, Yang Qianqian was still taken aback by this spectacle. She had not anticipated that such a unique evolution could yield a qualitative leap in power. Su Mu was indeed a formidable adversary. In a moment of mutual understanding, Su Mu and Yang Qianqian nearly simultaneously declared, Greninja, use Hydro Pump. Shinado, employ Psychic to disrupt the opponent's attack. Greninja's battle style was nearly fixed, following an established routine. It first executed the Shadow Clone technique, then unleashed a barrage of Hydro Pumps without restraint. However, Shinado, being a Psychic-type Pokémon, adeptly countered all of Greninja's Hydro Pumps with her Psychic abilities. Simultaneously, she took advantage of the openings between the Hydro Pumps to strike Greninja with a Dark Pulse. Su Mu was unyielding, promptly ordering Greninja to retaliate. Passively taking hits was not an option. We must seize the initiative. With sharp eyes, the Greninja unleashed the wave of darkness at the moment its Shadow Clone was shattered. Subsequently, the attack from the illusionary light descended, yet remarkably, Greninja emerged unscathed. What could possibly be the reason? Shaman, teleport away. As she commanded Shaman to evade the skill, Yang Qianqian's mind raced with thoughts. Although Greninja possessed both water and dark attributes, it was not purely of the dark type. In the face of psychic attacks, even if it could achieve immunity, it should only be able to withstand most of the damage while still sustaining some injury. Yet now, Greninja was able to withstand Shaman's attack completely unscathed. This was utterly illogical. However, Su Mu paid no heed to such perplexities. This was a battle. He would not foolishly explain to Yang Qianqian that his Greninja had the ability to adapt seamlessly. Only a fool would do such a thing. And he was far from foolish. Greninja, now is the time to strike with a dark assault. Seizing the moment of vulnerability was the essence of combat. Without a moment's hesitation, as Shaman landed after teleporting, Greninja transformed into a shadowy figure. Dark energy surged forth, aiming directly for Shaman's back. Shaman, use Protect. A faint green shield illuminated as Shaman narrowly blocked Greninja's assault. But could it withstand a second attack? Taunt. Su Mu was no fool. As a Psychic-type Pokémon, Shaman's speed and versatility far surpassed that of Greninja. The tactical options available to the opponent were exceedingly diverse. Yang Qianqian, caught off guard for just a moment, was still unaware of Greninja's abilities. Once the opponent adapted and fully unleashed Shaman's strengths, utilizing tactics like Trick Room, Greninja would find itself in a precarious position. Thus, he seized the opportunity while Shaman was using Protect to command Greninja to use Taunt. A clever maneuver. For 3 turns, Shaman would be unable to use non-damaging moves. This was his concern regarding her psychic strategy, and now he understood how to counter it. Yang Qianqian, a true prodigy, had risen to the pinnacle of trainers at such a young age, demonstrating her exceptional talent. Just from Su Mu's single taunt, she had devised the correct strategy for battle. Alas, she was still too young. 3 turns. That was more than enough. Shame in, foresee the future, then unleash a barrage of energy balls. Do not allow Greninja to close in. The instant Yang Qianqian issued her command, Sumu laughed outright. The opportunity has presented itself, hasn't it? Did you think I was unaware of your intent to use Future Sight? Trying to strike back the moment the taunt effect fades? Ah, indeed, Yang. You are still too young. Chapter 76. Assigning a month's worth of homework. Greninja, quick as lightning, then Shadow Ball. Sumu grinned with satisfaction. His Greninja was not merely a physical attacker. As a Pokémon with exceptionally high base stats, its special attack was often overlooked. Since Shinado is willing to endure an attack to utilize its foresight, let it commence. Greninja unleashed a Shadow Ball, establishing a connection with Sumu's mind, transforming into shadows to execute a surprise strike on the vital points. Shinado was struck by the Shadow Ball, yet it successfully launched a surge of psychic energy into the sky. This energy would inevitably strike Greninja 3 turns later. A cry of anguish escaped Shinado as the Shadow Ball and the surprise strike collided simultaneously. The double damage from type advantage plunged Shinado, already lacking in stamina, into a dire predicament. Furthermore, due to the effect of provocation, Shinado was unable to utilize instantaneous movement or self-restoration skills, allowing Sumu to seize control of the situation. Provocation, a seemingly inconspicuous skill often wielded by many roadside Pokémon, proved to be crucial in this early battle of masters. This exemplifies the tactical prowess of a master strategist, showcasing Sumu's formidable strength. Indeed, when it comes to the mastery of combat timing and understanding of training, Sumu is but a novice, even less experienced than many newcomers. However, in the realm of battle, Sumu possesses a unique perspective, truly impressive. Yang Qianqian, finding herself at a disadvantage, remained calm and genuinely praised him. Seeing Greninja poised to press the attack, she quickly commanded, Energy Ball, followed by Magical Leaf. The Energy Ball rapidly formed in Shinado's grasp, forcing Greninja to retreat and create distance to evade the impending attack. Subsequently, the Magical Leaf, though delayed, arrived with certainty. This assured strike rendered Greninja unable to dodge, despite the distance. This sequence of moves perfectly anticipated Greninja's actions. Had Sumu been truly helpless, he would have had no choice but to watch Yang Qianqian reclaim her position. Alas, this is Sumu. Would he truly be outmatched? Greninja, use Quick Attack. The flexible ability allowed the Pokémon to briefly change its type to that of the skill it employed. Quick Attack, as a flying type move, not only guaranteed a hit, but also enabled Greninja to evade much of the damage from the Magical Leaf, achieving a twofold effect. Sumu turned the tide flawlessly, counterattacking and regaining the upper hand. A masterful exchange resulted in Shinado's already depleted energy being completely extinguished. After Greninja delivered a finishing blow with Water Shuriken, Shinado fell valiantly, unconscious. In this battle, Sumu emerged victorious. Retrieving Shinado into its Pokeball, Yang Qianqian shook her head with a wry smile. Indeed, this fellow is a monster. Congratulations, Sumu, you have defeated me, a peak trainer. Yang Qianqian recognized that many seasoned champions had fallen to Sumu's prowess. Her status as a peak trainer was hardly significant. However, a loss is a loss, and she graciously approached Sumu, extending her hand. Though victorious, Sumu did not boast, and after a brief handshake with Yang Qianqian, he smiled. Fortune smiles upon us, indeed. Yet it is solely the result of this fellow's diligent efforts. I have contributed not. Truly remarkable. The Greninja interjected at an opportune moment, only to be promptly summoned into its Pokeball by Sumu. This fellow, such a chatterbox. I must inquire, am I permitted to be astonished? Feel free to be astounded, for I am utterly befuddled. My mind has completely lost its capacity for thought. Who could bestow upon me a slap to bring me back to my senses? But then again, who among the gathered would have the leisure to do so? On another note, I initially believed Sumu to be formidable, yet never did I anticipate him to be this formidable. How absurd that our new, stunning teacher is. In fact, a peak trainer. Even more outrageous is the revelation that a classmate of mine managed to defeat her. I shall recount this to my father, and he will surely take me to consult a psychologist. The murmurs of my classmates grew increasingly louder until they could no longer contain themselves. Launching into a full-fledged group chat, Yang Qianqian and Sumu exchanged a resigned glance. Indeed, their battle today would surely leave a significant impact on these young minds. In the small town of Fengcheng, witnessing such a confrontation could be an experience many students may never encounter in their lifetimes. A battle at the early stage of mastery is a rarity, gracing our screens only a few times a year. Now, they have the privilege of witnessing it firsthand, and the combatants are individuals they are well acquainted with. It is entirely natural for them to struggle to comprehend this spectacle. All right, students, let us cease the discussions. Our first class has concluded. In the time that follows, I shall offer training suggestions for each of your Pokémon. Yang Qianqian waited a moment, observing the discussions quieting down as her classmates emerged from their astonishment. She then took the opportunity to restore order and prepare for the ensuing tasks. Had she proposed providing training advice prior to the battle, it is likely the students would have dismissed it with a laugh and continued on their way. However, now, following the clash, They recognized that this formidable and captivating teacher, Yang Qianqian, possessed equal prowess. This revelation instantly heightened their anticipation for her guidance. Of course, this sentiment did not extend to Lu Shua, that clever little chubby boy. He is friends with Su Mu, who defeated Yang Qianqian. This implies that Su Mu surpasses Yang Qianqian in strength. In terms of expertise, Su Mu may well be more proficient. Moreover, given his relationship with Su Mu, why would he seek distant counsel when he could simply approach Su Mu directly? Brother, that battle must have tired you out. Allow me to massage your legs. Lu Shua approached, showering Su Mu with flattery. That battle just now was absolutely spectacular. You have no idea. The way you commanded Greninja was nothing short of legendary. Utterly captivating. Su Mu, sensing Lu Shua's eager demeanor, could surmise the boy's intentions. He merely sought a bit of guidance and advice, didn't he? Simple enough. I, Su Mu, am hardly one to hoard my knowledge. You may take on the entire month's assignments. Raising a finger, Su Mu spoke nonchalantly. Are you joking? Do you expect me to work for you for free? Absolutely not. Assign me a month's worth of tasks. Chapter 77. Unaware of one's own pretentiousness. Lu Shua quickly nodded, thumping his chest. Is it just a month's worth of assignments? Easy, leave it to me, Su Lauda. For affluent students, assignments could simply be purchased. Wasn't it trivial? Lu Shua mused that as long as Su Mu was content, he could handle a day's worth of assignments for him with ease. Seeing Lu Shua's unhesitating agreement, Su Mu felt a pang in his chest. Damn it, this is going to cost me. Observing Lu Shua's carefree demeanor made Su Mu feel as if he were losing a fortune. Fine, it's just a matter of guiding you, no problem. Su Mu replied with a smile, glancing at the small Snorlax beside Lu Shua. After sizing it up, Su Mu clicked his tongue. Your family is indeed wealthy. Look at this little fellow, you're overfeeding it to the point of digestive issues. Goodness, Snorlax is renowned for its voracious appetite, yet Lu Shua had managed to overindulge it. How much has it consumed? Su Mu was left speechless at the sight of the plump Snorlax. This is true opulence, lacking understanding, merely feeding. What a splendid Pokémon. Transformed into a glutton. If Arceus were to reside in your home, would you not end up inundated with its demands? Recalling his own gluttonous companion, Su Mu couldn't help but lament that this creature was born in the wrong era. Had it been with Lu Shua, perhaps it would have already been living a life of ease. Here's the deal. When you return, reduce Snorlax's meals. It shouldn't eat just because it feels hungry. With your current feeding method, Snorlax has lost the sense of hunger. It will eat as long as it is not full. This is detrimental to its health. If this continues, it may develop anorexia. The thought of a Snorlax facing anorexia was terrifying. Such financial resources could not merely be acquired. All right, I've noted that down. Now, regarding training, Lu Shua said, sweating profusely as he cautiously stole a glance at Su Mu. His agreement to take on a month's worth of assignments was solely to gain Su Mu's guidance on training. What training? Right now? Your priority is to manage Snorlax's diet, do you understand? We can discuss training once it regains its health. Su Mu replied impatiently, waving Lu Shua away. Even training my own Pokémon requires me to learn anew. How could I possibly instruct you? As for how he could discern Snorlax's obesity at a glance, Su Mu attributed it to his special fondness for the Snorlax lineage. In every version of the Pokémon games he played, he had always favored Snorlax, ensuring it held a position in his main team. This lovable behemoth was Su Mu's favorite Pokémon. Unfortunately, since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter a member of the Snorlax family. Otherwise, he would have certainly captured a suitable one to join his team. Well, wishing for something is not without merit. Xiaomu was merely concerned about his financial capability to support this extravagant creature. Although he fancied himself a super-rich second-generation heir, his so-called father seemed only competent in terms of strength, offering him no monetary assistance whatsoever. If that were not the case, he and his mother would not have endured such a mundane existence over the years. The funds he was currently spending originated from the sale of a small Charizard egg. As for his travels by plane and stays in luxurious villas, they were all courtesy of his friend Cynthia. In truth, Pokémon training largely relies on intuition. When one senses the effectiveness of training, it naturally yields positive results. Look at me. I lack a mentor or any formidable lineage. Yet my strength is largely due to the self-discipline of my Pokémon. To be honest, my Pokémon have their own training methods. They are remarkably diligent, refusing to rest each night unless I supervise them. Seeing the little chubby boy gazing up at him with a pitiful expression softened Xiaomu's heart. Very well. He would reluctantly offer some guidance. After all, kindness was in his nature. Back in the Evergrande secret realm, Xiaomu would educate any misbehaving individuals on behalf of their parents. The same applied now. Since the chubby boy had come to him in such a forlorn manner, he felt compelled to help. Thus, it was evident that one must possess both talent and luck to become a strong individual. Look at my Pokémon. Their potential is universally of the highest caliber, a feat that many esteemed trainers cannot achieve. My Pokémon team is what others can only dream of possessing. However, merely having such a team does not suffice for me to attain strength in a short span of time. The key lies in my Pokémon's self-motivation. I am not being humble. They truly train on their own, and even learn skills independently without my intervention. As Xiaomu spoke, he turned to find the chubby boy had somehow withdrawn, lying on the ground, clutching his little Snorlax and on the verge of tears. Xiaomu had gone too far. Showing off was one thing, but pretending to be a paragon of virtue was quite another. Would it be too much to ask for some humility? Claiming his Pokémon trained themselves? Why not announce he was a deity while he was at it? The chubby boy felt increasingly aggrieved, nearly ready to burst into sobs. Nearby, several classmates listening to their conversation wore various expressions, unsure of how to react. What was going on with Xiaomu? He certainly had a flair for pretentiousness. Overall, school life was quite enjoyable, though their penchant for trouble had wreaked havoc on the gravity chamber. Wasn't the free training facility appealing enough? Upon returning home, Xiaomu reflected on his day at school and felt it had gone rather well, aside from a few trivial imperfections and minor incidents. Cool, right? He thought. Didn't you say, little master, that one should be able to practice skills freely under triple gravity? The Greninja wasn't being cheeky, it merely stated the truth. Xiaomu paused, contemplating, and then vigorously shook his head. Impossible. I never said such a thing. You must have misheard. I shall permit you to utilize your skills within the training room? Impossible, absolutely impossible. With these words, Xiaomu shook his head vigorously, his gaze fixed intently upon the Gekigashara, attempting to convey through the sincerity in his eyes that he had never uttered such a statement. The Gekigashara, upon hearing Xiaomu's assertion, began to waver in its certainty. Did you truly not say that? Xiaomu clicked his tongue, feigning displeasure. Do you still doubt my word? With Xiaomu's insistence, the Gekigashara hesitated to question further, opting instead to retreat and ponder in confusion. Did he say it or not? It seemed he might have, yet the recollection was hazy. Perhaps it was merely a case of mishearing. Chapter 78. I truly did not cause a stir. It is the champion. Xiaomu noticed the Gekigashara beginning to doubt itself, a smile creeping onto his lips. Humph, young one, dare you question me? How amusing. Why would I ever admit that the gravity chamber was damaged due to my own folly? Opening the map, Xiaomu delved into his research. Acquiring all 16 city gym badges within 2 months posed a considerable challenge. Not to mention, the time consumed by the round trips would be substantial. Yet, there was no alternative. The champion challenge was imminent. If Xiaomu failed to gather the required 16 badges in time to qualify, he would have to wait until next year. Aside from the badge from the lava gym that I already possess, I am still short by 15. I hope my dear father can provide some guidance so I may set out promptly. Otherwise, my chances for this champion challenge may be dashed. Currently, Xiaomu maintained a low profile, refraining from wandering indiscriminately. The allure of Lugia was simply too great. With the small Lugia in his possession, without official recognition, his situation was precarious. Everyone understood the dangers of holding such a treasure without proper standing. Presently, Xiaomu could only engage with individuals of the esteemed level, any higher, and it would become arduous. Thus, for his own safety, as well as that of Lugia, it was best for him to refrain from unnecessary excursions, as unforeseen incidents could easily occur. His immediate task was to diligently attend school, awaiting guidance from his father and the chief researchers in the East regarding his situation, so that the authorities could officially designate Lugia under his trainer identity. Only then would he hold a rightful claim, becoming the legal guardian of Lugia. Should others attempt to encroach, they would be violating the law. Gekigashara, let us venture outside. There is a commendable training facility in Fengcheng. Xiaomu, noticing the Gekigashara idly engaging in push-ups, recalled his promise to the Pokémon to arrange training for them. Gyms are a form of legacy. Upon recognition by the Alliance, trainers of champion rank and above may establish gyms, passing on their unique training methodologies. Furthermore, gym leaders are entrusted with safeguarding the safety of the local populace. Much like that one individual who, at one time, faced 6 opponents with his Gekigashara. Not to say he was inept, for he indeed was rather lacking, though somewhat inexperienced. When the Scar-faced Charizard emerged to wreak havoc, this individual resolutely stepped forward, even willing to protect Xiaomu. This embodies the essence of a gym, the responsibilities of its master. In contrast to the training facility, this establishment is purely profit-driven. Here, trainers need only pay a fee to access a variety of training equipment and rooms. Although Xiaomu hesitated at the thought of spending money, he felt compelled to honor his promise to the Greninja and thus resolved to proceed. Cool. Training? That's fantastic. Upon hearing Xiaomu mention training, Greninja perked up instantly. Without a moment's delay, it ceased its push-ups and performed a somersault to stand before Xiaomu, ready and eager. All right. You are truly relentless, Xiaomu chuckled, observing the fiery enthusiasm burning in Greninja's eyes, urging him to hurry out. With a wry smile, Xiaomu began to change his clothes. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. Be safe, she replied. Mothers always seem to remain the same. Regardless of how far their children wander, they are forever ready with a gentle reminder to stay safe and return home. These are the subtle nuances of life. And without having traversed the paths of his past, Xiaomu might not have given them much thought. Yet now, as a traveler from another realm, he found himself momentarily lost in the echoes of a childhood admonition he had once disregarded. Okay, I'll be back soon. A radiant smile returned to Su Mu's face as he cheerfully agreed, ushering Greninja out the door. After Su Mu departed, his mother too seemed momentarily entranced, gazing blankly at the doorway. After a long pause, she mused, "It seems he has grown a bit after stepping out." Standing at the entrance of the Hawaii Training Center, Su Mu looked up at the grand sign. After all, this was the largest training facility in Feng City, part of a chain of hundreds across the east, and it boasted a solid reputation. Among trainers, it held considerable esteem. Training here would certainly cater to the diverse needs of Su Mu's Pokémon, which had already reached the level of champions, necessitating high-quality equipment for their training. "Let us go inside and take a look." Su Mu led Greninja through the doors, and the receptionist promptly bowed, greeting them. "Welcome to Hawaii Training Center, esteemed guests." In that instant, Su Mu felt as if he had been transported back to a previous life at a spa, nearly blurting out a request for a package. "Hello. This is my first time at the training center. Could you kindly provide me with an introduction?" Setting aside his other thoughts for the moment, Su Mu approached the receptionist and inquired. The young lady, clad in a professional uniform with her long hair elegantly styled into a bun, revealed a delicate oval face. While she might not be a stunning beauty by all accounts, she was certainly a high-quality beauty, deserving of an 8 or 9 out of 10. It was clear that she was well suited for her role at the front desk. "Greetings, sir. Please register first, and then I will arrange for a professional guide to familiarize you with the basic facilities of our Hawaii Training Center." Su Mu nodded, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that the charming young lady would be the one to show him around. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he had Xylona, and he shouldn't be distracted by other beautiful ladies. "Very well." He responded affirmatively and proceeded to complete his identity registration. In the section regarding his trainer level, he selected New Trainer, while in the section for Pokémon Strength, he chose Champion level. "Please hold on for a moment, sir. The staff responsible for guiding you will arrive shortly." The young lady smiled sweetly, speaking to Su Mu while she began to verify his registration form. "Sir, it seems you may have filled this out incorrectly." Gently pointing to the Pokémon Strength section, she inquired with a soft tone. Su Mu was taken aback and scrutinized the form closely. Indeed, it clearly indicated Champion level. The young lady appeared somewhat embarrassed, her professional smile momentarily faltering. "Sir, please do not jest. We need to recommend training areas based on the true strength of your Pokémon." Assuming Su Mu was being unreasonable, she spoke earnestly and seriously. Su Mu scratched his head. He wasn't causing a fuss. "I assure you, I am indeed a new trainer, but my Pokémon is genuinely at champion level. I'm not joking." Chapter 79. The city of Feng is too small. "Mr. Su, please take this seriously. Our Hawaii Training Center guarantees the utmost confidentiality regarding our client's identity information and will not disclose any of your details." "Xiao-sun, what is the matter?" Just as the young lady was preparing to continue persuading him to correct his information, a middle-aged man approached from a distance. Noticing the young lady's animated gestures, he quickly inquired about the situation. "Manager Wong, it is as follows. This Mr. Su is a new trainer, yet he has indicated champion level for his Pokémon strength. I am explaining our confidentiality principles to him." Manager Wong, upon hearing her explanation, began to understand the situation. It seemed Mr. Su was reluctant to reveal his true strength. Hence the casual entry on the registration form. "Greetings, sir. I am the manager here." Manager Wong gestured for the young lady to step aside and personally approached Su Mu. Su Mu nodded, somewhat speechless, bracing himself to hear what Manager Wong had to say. If he insisted on changing his information, Su Mu would simply choose not to train here. "How troublesome. I'm a new trainer, but I possess a Pokémon of champion strength. What is wrong with that? Must I resort to deceit for the sake of training?" "Mr. Su, we currently have an event that requires champion-level strength to participate. If you are interested, you might consider giving it a try." Manager Wong adeptly introduced a champion event. "This activity involves battling one of our peak trainers. If you emerge victorious, you can freely use any training equipment in our facility for a month." Upon hearing this, Su Mu couldn't help but smile. "All right, I'm willing to give it a shot. Free of charge?" I, Su Mu, absolutely relish such opportunities. Isn't it merely a battle? A peak trainer is one who has either participated in the champion challenge without securing a top 3 finish, or has yet to compete in the champion challenge. These peak trainers generally possess Pokémon of champion caliber, yet their prowess may be somewhat inferior to that of the true champion trainers. Take for instance the beautiful instructor from our training course, Yang Qianqian. She is a peak trainer currently preparing for the champion challenge. Although she has attained master level strength, she is yet unable to claim the title of champion trainer, as she has not yet participated in the challenge. "All right, Mr. Su. Please hold on a moment while I contact our peak trainer," Manager Wong stated, pouring a cup of coffee for Su Mu at the reception desk, indicating that he could take a seat on the sofa and relax. He then returned to the front desk and dialed a number. "Manager Wong, we really don't have this," came the hesitant reply from the receptionist. "Hush, what do you know? Be quiet." Manager Wong swiftly gestured for her to remain silent. If this Mr. Su does not possess a champion Pokémon and merely filled out the registration form haphazardly, it is likely he will not participate in this event. This way, during subsequent training, we can somewhat gauge his true capabilities without compromising the customer experience. However, since he has just expressed his agreement to the event I proposed, it implies that this Mr. Su is at the very least a peak trainer. His youth and possession of a champion Pokémon suggest boundless potential. If we can cultivate a relationship with him, not only could we waive his fees for a month, but for a year or even a lifetime. This is a directive from the chairman's daughter, so mind your words and remain quiet. With that, Manager Wang's call connected, and he bent respectfully, saying, Miss Yang, may I inquire if you are available at the moment? We have a newcomer at our training center who claims to possess champion-level strength, and I hope you could engage in a battle with him. This aligns with your previous request to spar with formidable peak trainers. And I believe this is a perfect opportunity to assess Mr. Su's true capabilities. After a brief exchange on the other end, Manager Wang quickly ended the call. Before long, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman entered the training center. Manager Wang, where is he? The beauty, adorned in sunglasses and a vibrant pink motorcycle outfit that accentuated her perfect figure, was indeed captivating. Just the sight of her legs was enough to leave countless men bewitched and dazed. This is Mr. Su, Manager Wang said hastily, introducing the motorcycle-clad beauty to Su Mu. Su Mu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what a surprise. It's Teacher Yang. During the day, she wore athletic attire, and it hadn't made much of an impression. But now, clad in that motorcycle outfit, her figure and legs were simply breathtaking. Two words came to mind, utterly stunning. Yang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback as well, realizing it was Su Mu. However, she quickly reconciled the situation, considering the small size of Feng City. How many trainers of champion caliber could there possibly be? Manager Wang, you may return now. I am acquainted with Mr. Su. He is my student. The fervor ignited in Yang Qianqian was abruptly extinguished by Su Mu's remark. Dismissing Manager Wang without a second thought, Yang Qianqian settled into her seat opposite Su Mu, crossing her legs. Su, is this a training session? Su Mu replied with a wry smile. Fengcheng is indeed a small place. To encounter my teacher during training is quite remarkable. Is it true that Teacher Yang works here? Su Mu inquired. Yang Qianqian shook her head, saying, No, I assure you, I am not clandestinely taking on private work for the school. This training facility belongs to my father. I am essentially a co-owner. With a haughty tilt of her head, she teased Su Mu. Manager Wang should have informed you that if you defeat me, you can enjoy a month of free training. Su Mu nodded earnestly, as he had not anticipated Yang Qianqian's involvement in this matter. Then, Teacher Yang, shall we engage in a match today? Su Mu hesitated, contemplating mentioning that she had already lost once today, but considering her status as the daughter of the owner, he wisely refrained. Yang Qianqian, recognizing that Su Mu had indeed brought up the matter, could only shake her head in resigned amusement. No need. You can directly enjoy your complimentary training. Su Mu thanked her profusely, then, with a puzzled expression, asked, why did you return to Fengcheng to become a practical instructor? You hardly seem in want of money. Yang Qianqian shrugged. I'm not short on finances. Rather, I am simply seeking something to occupy my time. In truth, I am preparing for the King's challenge, which is why I am back in Fengcheng, conducting my daily training at my father's facility. As for this event, I merely wish to engage in battles and exchanges with some local strong contenders, and on a whim, I asked Manager Wang to keep an eye out for it. Chapter 8. A tour of the training facility. After conversing with Yang Qianqian for a while, Su Mu resolved to explore the training facility. Fortunately, since Yang Qianqian was free, she decided to accompany him on the tour. This lava training room is primarily designed for elite trainers, allowing their Pokémon to train in a magma environment, which is highly beneficial for fire-type Pokémon. As Yang Qianqian elaborated, Su Mu felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, the real world differs profoundly from the game. This training room evoked the sensation of the Pokémon boxes within the game. It can create various terrains, enabling Pokémon to train within them. And the appropriate environment would yield immense benefits for the Pokémon. However, your Charizard is ill-suited for this place, Yang Qianqian remarked with a playful twist in her tone. It was hard to envision a long-legged beauty in a motorcycle outfit suddenly becoming whimsical. Su Mu admitted he was nearly taken aback. Why is that? Su Mu questioned, puzzled. How foolish. I have already stated that it is suitable only for elite trainers. Yang Qianqian explained. The environment and durability of this training room can only accommodate Pokémon belonging to trainers of elite status or lower. Otherwise, it could excessively strain the trainers and potentially lead to complications. Yang Qianqian's clarification enlightened Su Mu. It dawned on him that the damage to the school's gravity chamber had its reasons. It is undoubtedly due to the desire for frugality that the former principal employed subpar materials, ultimately resulting in the training room's inability to withstand attacks of a king-level caliber. Thus, the damage is not my responsibility. A perfect deflection. Su Mu continued to inquire, aside from terrains such as forests, oceans, caves, and magma, are there any other specialized training rooms? Not one to shy away from asking, Su Mu seized the opportunity presented by this knowledgeable guide. After all, it would be a pity not to inquire further. Additionally, since all my Pokémon possess king-level strength, what significance does my presence hold if they cannot train here? Yang Qianqian, deserving of her role as a teacher, exhibited remarkable patience. She responded slowly. In addition to these basic environmental simulation rooms, we also have electric simulation rooms, psychic simulation rooms, and combat training rooms, among others. There is a vast array of options available to meet the training needs of most Pokémon. As for your second question, I merely stated that this lava training room is unsuitable for your Pokémon. Who said we at Hawaii lack facilities appropriate for king-level Pokémon? Casting a glance at Sumu, Yang Qianqian let out a soft huff. Look, over there. Sumu followed her forward and beheld a row of independent small alloy houses. Each of these alloy structures stood 4 to 5 meters tall and occupied nearly 100 square meters. Given the immense destructive power inherent in king-level Pokémon, these training rooms must be constructed separately and crafted from superior alloys. What you may not realize is that each of these training rooms costs upwards of tens of millions to build, with some specialized training rooms costing even more than that. Yang Qianqian spoke with pride, beginning to introduce each facility to Sumu. He remained silent, listening attentively, understanding that interjecting would be impolite. Those who comprehend such matters know, and those who do not will come to understand with time. Well then, for the next month, you may train at Hawaii free of charge. While you attend classes during the day, your Pokémon may remain here, provided they do not slack off, Yang Qianqian generously offered, being the daughter of a prominent family. Sumu pondered for a moment and realized he could indeed leave his Greninja and others here. However, Arceus and Lugia would not be suitable candidates. Arceus, being quite the glutton, would likely consume everything in Hawaii if left unsupervised. It was far more reassuring to keep him nearby. As for Lugia, this creature was excessively clingy. Whenever he was out, he would insist on being wrapped around Sumu, exhibiting a strong sense of dependency. Then I shall not be courteous. Thank you, Teacher Yang, Sumu declared, having made up his mind. Without further ado, he proceeded to the gravity simulation room designated for king-level Pokémon. As per usual, he would take it step by step, first allowing his Pokémon to acclimate to the gravitational environment and enhance their fundamental attributes. Only thereafter would he venture into the specialized training rooms to practice energy sensing and skill mastery. If time permits, we may engage in further sparring sessions. Yang Qianqian is a girl who possesses a profound passion for Pokémon battles. Her decision to enlist Manager Wang's assistance in identifying elite trainers stems from her desire to engage in combat with a diverse array of trainers without compromising her work and fundamental training. As for why she refrains from traveling, one might wonder. Isn't the outside world filled with numerous top-tier trainers eager to battle with her? This question is indeed thought-provoking. And Sumu finds himself equally intrigued. Very well, I am at your service, he responds. By the way, Teacher Yang, given your fervor for Pokémon battles and your intent to participate in the Champion Challenge, what brings you to our school as a teacher? Upon hearing Sumu's inquiry, Yang Qianqian ponders while gently resting her chin on her hand. The truth is, I am currently in a preparatory phase, honing both my and my Pokémon's characteristics. I have already collected all the gym badges, and my next objective is to adjust my mindset and prepare rigorously for the challenges ahead. Thus, I returned to Fengcheng, my birthplace, to refine myself anew. As for teaching, I was invited by the former principal, and since I had some spare time, I accepted the offer. With a casual gesture, Yang Qianqian concludes her explanation and strides forward with her long legs. This is our gravity simulation room, capable of simulating gravity up to 100 times the norm. Though that figure is largely theoretical, in reality, a Pokémon of champion caliber can only withstand 10 times the gravity at most. The 100 times is merely a gimmick. Yang Qianqian speaks candidly to Sumu, providing him with insights that are often inaccessible, even for a price. Sumu listens intently, understanding that such knowledge is a rare gift, and he vows to remember her kindness. When the champion challenge arrives, he swears to tread lightly against this enchanting teacher, striving to avoid a humiliating 0 to 6 defeat. After Yang Qianqian departs, Sumu enters the gravity simulation room and releases his 5 Pokémon, positioning himself in a safe zone insulated from gravitational effects. Alright, everyone, we can begin our training. Cool, let us train. The moment training is mentioned, Froakie exuberantly jumps in place, clapping its hands. Charizard, radiating fierce determination, eagerly anticipates the opportunity to strengthen itself through this safe method of training. Dragonite scratches its head, appearing somewhat reluctant. Chapter 81. The first formal training session Fengcheng is rather diminutive, lacking the amenities of a larger city, such as gyms or expansive department stores. It is a place where even outstanding trainers are a rare sight. To clarify, novice trainers, intermediate trainers, advanced trainers, and elite trainers earn their titles through assessments at the academy. Once a student graduates from the academy, successfully completing their final evaluations and achieving a grade of level or higher, they become distinguished trainers. It is crucial to note that attaining the status of a distinguished trainer is no easy feat. To achieve this, one must undergo rigorous evaluations by the Alliance and meet strict criteria, including possessing more than 3 champion-level Pokémon. Only then can one ascend to the ranks of a peak trainer. In the quaint town of Fengcheng, there exists a scarcity of distinguished trainers. Only a select group of elite or advanced trainers can be found here, serving as the backbone of the community, frequently assisting the town's mayor with various matters. Thus, it becomes evident why the gravity chamber houses only Su Mu and no other trainers. They simply do not measure up. The prowess of a champion is an echelon they could only dream of reaching in a lifetime. If they were truly capable, they would undoubtedly still be ensnared in a slumber of illusion. What's the matter, Dragonite? Noticing a peculiar expression on Dragonite's face, Su Mu promptly approached with concern. Dragonite let out a soft call and placed a hand on Su Mu's shoulder. I wish to read. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had promised Dragonite that he would take him to see some books. Almost forgetting this matter, Su Mu slapped his forehead, called Dragonite over, and instructed the other Pokémon to continue their training. He then retrieved his phone, eager to teach Dragonite how to use it. You recognize human characters, do you not? Of course, Dragonite replied eagerly. Satisfied with Dragonite's enthusiasm, Su Mu began instructing him on how to operate the phone. This is a reading app that allows you to peruse various books and novels. This one is for watching short videos, enabling you to learn about whatever piques your interest. And this is a search application designed to answer any questions you may have. After a brief tutorial, this clever creature had successfully mastered the phone's functions, retreating to a corner to indulge in his newfound pastime. As Dragonite joyfully engaged with the content on the device while enduring the gravity training, Su Mu could only stare in astonishment. My Pokémon is incredibly diligent, training so rigorously while also seeking knowledge. No wonder you're so strong, Dragonite. After a moment of reflection, Su Mu resolved to purchase a phone for Dragonite, though he would strictly monitor the applications to prevent any negative influences from the chaotic online world. The thought of Dragonite encountering inappropriate content sent a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, Greninja was not only fervently honing his own skills, but also mentoring Arceus and little Lugia. Lugia had a singular quirk. He could not bear to be out of Su Mu's sight. The moment he emerged from his Pokeball, Su Mu had to be nearby, or else he would burst into tears. Greninja, when you have the chance, teach little Lugia the art of faux crying. I have a feeling he would excel at it. Su Mu jested, turning his gaze towards the fiery Charizard, who was engaged in an intense training regimen, seemingly pushing himself to the limits. This cautious creature, fearing a potential defeat outside, poured every ounce of effort into his training. In his own words, sweat during practice means less humiliation outside. Charizard understood all too well that only through formidable strength could one lay the foundation for success. Your unwavering dedication leaves me, as a trainer, feeling quite inadequate. Su Mu indeed feels a sense of indebtedness towards these companions, while he has endeavored to provide the best in terms of sustenance. That is not the crux of the matter. The primary issue lies in his previous reluctance to embrace the role of a trainer, resulting in a lack of proper nurturing and guidance for both the Greninja and the Charizard. Consequently, these two have relied solely on instinctive battle tactics to reach their current standing. The Greninja, however, is in a more favorable position, having been gifted to Su Mu by his father, already exhibiting elite-level prowess upon their first meeting. As for the Charizard, it was not raised by Su Mu from a young age. Had it not been for the assistance of the system, the Charizard's progress would likely have been far slower, lacking the formidable strength it currently possesses. The bloodline of the Dragon God indeed confers immense advantages to the Charizard's capabilities, and its presence has inadvertently saved Su Mu a significant sum of money. Without the system's aid, Su Mu might have faced financial ruin merely from nurturing the Charizard on his own. Now, Greninja, do not rush into actions. First acclimatize to this triple gravity and gradually attempt various maneuvers. Charizard, you have done well. If you find yourself fatigued, take a moment to rest. Do not overexert yourself. Su Mu cautioned. Injuries or illness would be quite distressing. Initially, the Charizard was reluctant to heed Su Mu's advice, believing that only through rigorous training could it reach its limit. Yet, a single phrase from Su Mu struck fear into the Charizard's heart. Roar. Then I shall take a break. The Charizard admitted to its fear, understanding that the risk of injury could be perilous. Having decided to rest, Su Mu also urged the Dragonite, who had been performing one-handed push-ups, to take a break. He then produced 5 bottles of Moo Moo milk for the Pokémon to replenish their strength. Within merely half an hour, Dragonite realized it had developed a genuine fondness for smartphones. They were incredibly convenient, providing access to knowledge without the need to scour through books. For a scholar, this was nothing short of a miraculous invention. Dragonite felt immensely fortunate to be alongside Su Mu. Without him, it might never have discovered the wonders of smart technology. Arceus, you and little Lugia cease your antics. If the triple gravity is insufficient, I shall increase it further, Su Mu proclaimed, doubling the gravitational force beneath the 2 legendary Pokémon to a staggering 6-fold. Instantly, both creatures collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile by the overwhelming weight. Clearly, they were not yet equipped to handle such intensity. However, there was no rush. They were still young, and it was not imperative for them to engage in battle at this moment. Chapter 82. My Pokémon were strong from the start. The Pokémon trained with utmost seriousness, to the point that even Su Mu, the trainer, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he not previously been indifferent to strengthening himself? Perhaps these individuals would have already ascended to a higher tier of prowess. It has been 5 hours. What could Sumu possibly be doing? Surely, he hasn't lost his way in the training facility on his first visit? Yang Qianqian muttered to herself, and upon noticing Sumu had yet to emerge, she resolved to check on him. Upon arriving at the gravity simulation room, Yang Qianqian was taken aback. Sumu stood within the safety zone, fervently directing his Pokémon in a variety of training exercises. Charizard and Greninja were engaged in push-up contests using only their fingers, while Arceus raced alongside a young Lugia. As for the Dragonite, it was already drenched in sweat, challenging itself under 5 times the normal gravity. What a monster! Is there something amiss with him and his Pokémon? This is merely training, isn't it? Sumu, you're not planning to remain here indefinitely, are you? Yang Qianqian inquired in astonishment as she stepped into the simulation room. She could hardly believe that anyone could endure over 5 hours in the training chamber. Even if a trainer could withstand such a feat, surely his Pokémon must have reached their limits. Indeed, no sooner had Yang Qianqian voiced her thoughts than Charizard collapsed to the ground. Rather than showing concern, Greninja wore a smug expression. Cool, lizard. Is that all you've got? It taunted. Roar. Blue Frog, you better watch closely. Charizard, incensed by the mockery, summoned his resolve and miraculously pushed his body back up with his fingers, continuing to perform push-ups at a slow pace. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the Dragon God. Previously, due to a lack of training, he had seldom experienced the sensation of reaching his limits. Thus, while the bloodline aided in strengthening Charizard, it had yet to be fully realized. As Charizard continued to expend the energy within him, the Dragon Goddess bloodline began to awaken. In truth, from the moment he started an hour ago, each push-up was solely a testament to his willpower. It was precisely because of this perseverance that the Dragon Goddess bloodline could be continually stimulated and activated, consistently supplying him with energy. Indeed, I am unfamiliar with the surroundings outside, and moreover, my Pokémon are still engaged in foundational training, so I can only remain here. Sumu explained as he allowed Dragonite to rest and adjusted the gravity back to 3 times normal. Your Pokémon already possess the strength of a champion. Why are they still engaged in basic training? Yang Qianqian questioned, puzzled. Most trainers venture into the gravity room to challenge their Pokémon's limits, attempting to endure gravity exceeding 10 times. Yet Sumu seemed to be starting from scratch with his Pokémon. How on earth did he attain champion status? Could it possibly be a Fade? You might find it hard to believe, Sumu said, shaking his head at Yang Qianqian's look of bewilderment. My Pokémon has always been this strong from the outset. Well then, Yang Qianqian replied, somewhat speechless. Regardless of her belief, she was not inclined to engage Sumu in further conversation. This fellow was far too discouraging. What does he mean by saying he was strong from the very beginning? Isn't it true that your Pokémon are trained little by little? Well, night has fallen. I will train them for a while longer before returning. Sumu thought that the training facility was about to close, which is why Yang Qianqian had come to remind him. Yang Qianqian, feeling wounded, chose not to speak. I'll take my leave now. You continue your training, but don't push them too hard at once, or they might develop a resistance to it. Though she was quite displeased, as a proud educator, she resolved to forgive Sumu and kindly offered her advice. Sumu nodded, secretly wishing that his Pokémon would indeed develop some resistance. Training was rather dull. There was no internet in this simulation room, and he couldn't even play on his phone. All right, I'll be cautious. By the way, Sumu recalled that he would be attending school the next day and might leave Greninja and the others here. He wondered if Yang Qianqian would permit it and decided to ask in advance. I have classes tomorrow. May I leave my Pokémon here to train in the gravity simulation room? Fearing that Yang Qianqian might refuse, Sumu clarified, not all of them, just Greninja, Charizard, and Dragonite. Yang Qianqian looked puzzled by Sumu's words. What do you mean? Your Pokémon can actually train themselves? That's quite unrealistic. It's fine to leave them here, but are you certain you want to do this? Without a trainer present, it's a bit impractical for Pokémon to train on their own. Yang Qianqian spoke the truth. Pokémon are independent beings. They possess simple, childlike thoughts. Similarly, Pokémon have their own feelings and are aware that training can be exhausting. Just like humans, they might also shy away from hardship. It's a matter of principle. Moreover, if Sumu were not present, even if his Pokémon could train independently, what would the training entail? Without a trainer to guide them, they could easily veer off course during training, leading to misunderstandings or even dangerous situations, commonly referred to as going astray. A classic example is a certain esteemed trainer in Western Europe who specialized in psychic types. He allowed his Pokémon to cultivate their psychic abilities alone, resulting in the Pokémon overtraining and nearly facing a mental collapse due to unawareness of its own limits. Thus, training without a trainer present is not only unrealistic but also perilous. Yet, Sumu remained unfazed. Absolutely, they can manage on their own. As he spoke, he gestured towards Charizard. This fellow knows his body better than I do. If he feels something amiss, he will stop. He then pointed at Greninja, adding, if there's any Pokémon that 1T slack off, it's him. Given a free training venue, he would relish the opportunity to practice around the clock. Finally, Under Yang Qianqian's incredulous gaze, Su Mu pointed at Dragonite. Look at him. He is learning while training, eager to squeeze every moment like a sponge soaking up water. Therefore, I believe there is no issue at all. After Su Mu finished speaking and turned around, he discovered that Yang Qianqian had inexplicably departed at some point. His expression was one of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Yang Qianqian, having exited the simulation room, clutched her heart, gasping for breath. It was unbearable. Su Mu was undoubtedly being deliberate. How could this guy be so insufferably arrogant? If she stayed any longer, she feared she might collapse on the spot. Chapter 83. Who told you I lack money? Why was his Pokémon so exceptionally strong from the outset? And why could his Pokémon train themselves? It was simply outrageous. Lowering her gaze to the 6 Pokeballs at her waist, Yang Qianqian took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She could not stoop to Su Mu's level. He was certainly doing this on purpose. Gritting her teeth, she left the training hall, feeling that sleep would evade her that night. Even with her eyes closed, the image of Su Mu, that unscrupulous fellow, boasting nonchalantly about how formidable his Pokémon were, lingered in her mind. This was simply too much. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Su Mu also rose early, escorting his Pokémon, including the Froakie, to the training hall on his way to school. With a serious demeanor, he instructed, Froakie, you need to be cautious. Do not overexert yourself, lest you strain your body. Training should be moderate. If you're tired, take a rest. The staff here will ensure that food and drink are prepared for you, so don't hesitate to indulge. Froakie nodded in understanding, giving Su Mu a thumbs up to indicate he was fine. Su Mu then turned to Charizard, pausing to consider his words before advising, You too. I'm not overly concerned about your health, but do be mindful of the facilities here. Please refrain from causing any damage. While this isn't our home, it is relatively safe, so you needn't be excessively cautious. After speaking, Su Mu produced his phone and handed it to Dragonite. This is my old phone. You can use it for now. I have downloaded and logged in everything you might need, so you can use it directly. And you, Dragonite, during training, don't be too distracted. Any mishap would be unfortunate. Having finished his admonitions, Su Mu felt satisfied and set off for school. In the distance, Yang Qianqian, who had been observing Su Mu's every move, was thoroughly convinced. She believed Su Mu must have noticed her, or else he wouldn't be spouting such pretentious remarks. If no one was around, he had no reason to show off like that. With no audience present, Su Mu would not act this way. Thus, she surmised that he had indeed discovered her presence, intentionally flaunting his words for her benefit. Absolutely. This lad was quite cunning. With a cold huff, Yang Qianqian turned to leave, mounting her beloved motorcycle en route to her workplace. And so began an unremarkable day. Upon arriving in the classroom, the first thing Su Mu did was grab Luxia's phone and immerse himself in it. There was no other choice. His phone had been given to Dragonite, and he would have to wait until lunchtime to purchase a new one. For now, he would have to make do with Luxia's device. As for the homework, Luxia, the chubby lad, proved to be remarkably dependable. Long before Su Mu's arrival, he had already placed today's assignments on his desk. Well done. A commendation was in order. Su Mu jested casually as he handed the work to the class representative. Sensing Su Mu's satisfaction, Luxia grinned widely and said, Hee, it's just a small matter, as long as you're happy, boss. With that, he mischievously slid to Su Mu's back desk, peering over and inquiring, Boss, I have a small question I'd like to ask you. Without lifting his gaze from his phone, where he was perusing the latest news, Su Mu replied, Go ahead. Well, yesterday I took my Snorlax to the Alliance Hospital for a checkup, and lo and behold, it was indeed just as you said. Luxia continued. I swiftly requested the doctor to draft a reasonable dietary plan. Could you take a look at it for me? Su Mu observed as Luxia produced a sheet of paper densely packed with various dietary recommendations, resembling an extensive recipe. After a cursory glance, he noted that, in addition to the usual Pokémon food, the doctor had suggested that Luxia feed his Snorlax some berries, such as spicy berry and red apple, which possess a notably intense flavor. The doctor's advice was sound. Controlling a Snorlax's appetite is akin to a Herculean task. Therefore, opting for fruits with distinct flavors would be remarkably effective in curbing the Snorlax's cravings. Just don't go soft-hearted when the time comes, Su Mu advised. Gratefully, Luxia nodded vigorously. Thank you, boss. For the sake of Snorlax's health, I will remain steadfast. He then stood up, preparing to return to his seat and await the ringing of the class bell. However, halfway back, he pivoted and returned to Su Mu's side once more. Boss, there's one more small matter. Su Mu, far from being impatient, found some amusement in the chatter of the chubby boy amidst the monotony of school. Speak. Luxia, seizing the opportunity, quickly explained, Our family has encountered some business difficulties recently and needs to attend a conference involving the 5 northern provinces. One requirement is for each family to dispatch a trainer for battles. The outcomes of these battles will significantly influence the business allocations for the coming year. The families with better rankings will wield greater power and advantages. Su Mu grasped the situation. There was a need for a fighter. It seemed these families convened annually to engage in underground dueling to determine their profit arrangements for the forthcoming year. This was a minor issue. Sumu was well versed in the art of combat. Rest assured, boss, it won't be for nothing. Although my father mentioned that he knows you might not be interested in our modest resources, the Lu family will do everything possible to meet your conditions. Lu Shua's sincerity was palpable. In their eyes, Sumu was a prodigious talent capable of defeating top trainers at such a young age, and undoubtedly not lacking in financial means. Rather than discuss money with Sumu, it was far more prudent to negotiate benefits. Our family has a Snorlax that has been with us since my great-grandfather's time. Last year, he left behind an offspring, which experts speculate to possess at least the qualifications of a champion. Our family's proposition is that if you, dear leader, are willing to lend your hand, this little creature shall serve as a reward, and we would deem it a suitable trainer for him. Sumu, upon hearing this, turned back to Lu Shua in surprise. How did you know that I am not lacking in funds? Isn't that amusing? Who told you I am not in need of money? I am in dire need. Currently, I am caring for 5 Pokémon, one of which is quite the glutton, resulting in a substantial daily expense. Yet here you are, I kindly assist you in battles. And you turn around to offer me a new little glutton. Isn't that excessive? Actually, I am not particularly interested in this little Snorlax. Assisting you in battles is no issue, but I believe we can negotiate the reward further. Sumu cleared his throat, intending to clarify to Lu Shua that he desired monetary compensation rather than a glutton. Chapter 84, Another Opportunity for Battle. Lu Shua, upon hearing Sumu's words, instantly comprehended the situation. He felt that Sumu was dissatisfied with the value of what he was offered. Boss, I knew you wouldn't come to help us merely for a little Snorlax. My father wouldn't believe it. I've already thought it through. As long as you are willing to assist, in addition to this little fellow, our family will provide you with the ancestral training methods for Snorlax, ensuring you can train this little one to the elite level. Sumu smacked his forehead, realizing the misunderstanding. No need to elaborate. It seems you've completely misunderstood. If your family possesses training methods for Snorlax, how could this little one be suffering from improper care? Sumu decided not to dwell on the matter of reward any longer. It seemed unnecessary. Continuing down that path would only make him appear greedy. A little Snorlax of champion potential paired with a specialized training plan is already worth millions. If Sumu were to demand more, it would indeed be rather ungracious. Lu Shua, sensing the awkwardness, gave a sheepish smile and scratched the back of his head. I apologize, the fault lies with me. Primarily, I have yet to qualify to learn our family's ancestral training methods. According to our rules, I need to become a novice trainer before I can access these. Thus, during this time, the little Snorlax has been with me, and my father has seldom seen him, leading to no one discovering the issue. Sumu scoffed. Is this how it is within a prominent family? Is this the first rich family of Fengcheng? Surely not. Are the regulations this convoluted? How significant is this gathering of the 5 provinces? Surely, it cannot warrant such a reward for me. Since he had agreed to Lu Shua, Sumu naturally sought to understand the situation better. Lu Shua, grinning, replied, my father stated that a friend like you is worth this price. Regardless of the outcome of the battles, as long as you can come to assist us, that is sufficient. Moreover, our family also wishes to find a suitable trainer for this little Snorlax. With Lu Shua's words, Sumu found it inappropriate to be overly finicky. It was evident that the other party aimed to seize this opportunity for personal connections, while monetary matters were of little concern to the Lu family. Overall, in this affair, Sumu emerged as the clear beneficiary. Very well, I shall grant your request, Sumu declared just as the school bell rang. Lu Shua, elated, bounced back to his seat, having completed the task assigned by his father. No more scolding awaited him. What a relief. Meanwhile, Sumu was beset by worries, for his wallet was destined to suffer. With the arrival of yet another insatiable eater, bankruptcy seemed imminent. It is well known that nurturing Pokémon like Snorlax and Gible is no small feat, although Gible eventually evolves into the formidable Garchomp, capable of rivaling Dragonite. The expenses associated with such Pokémon are exorbitant. The mere act of feeding poses a daunting challenge for most trainers. The reason is simple. Gible consumes rare minerals, and the more precious the minerals, the faster its strength increases. Snorlax, while less selective in its diet, can still eat a great deal. The more Sumu pondered, the more he fretted, and he began to contemplate whether he should truly assist Lu Shua. If things went awry, the arrival of Snorlax could very well coincide with Sumu's financial ruin. Days passed, and Friday arrived. After retrieving his 3 companions from the training facility, Sumu returned home. The trio had been visiting the Hua-E training center daily, spending the entire day in the gravity simulation chamber. They had gained a modest reputation there, and the effects of their rigorous training were evident. The 3 had managed to move freely under 10 times the normal gravity. Naturally, they still had a way to go before achieving complete mastery, but given the limited time, Sumu was quite pleased with their progress. I shall take you to a special place shortly, and if all goes well, we may have a match tomorrow, he announced. Saturday, a day off, coincidentally marked the Lu family gathering. Sumu had already discussed this with Lu Shua, so he would not renege on his word. Upon relaying the news of the impending match to his gecko, the Pokémon was understandably thrilled. What is the strength of our opponent, Master? It inquired eagerly. Sumu pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly. They may possess strength surpassing yours, or perhaps they are of similar caliber, likely at the champion level. If the Lu family could invite Sumu, other families would undoubtedly seek their own reinforcements. Sumu was not the sole external aid. Regardless of who our adversaries are, I shall ensure their defeat, the gecko declared, brimming with confidence. After just a few days of training, the gecko was in an exuberant state of self-assurance. Sumu chose not to disrupt this confidence. After all, being self-assured is a positive trait, provided it does not veer into arrogance. Yet, even should it become boastful, what could it matter? With Sumu by its side, the gecko was virtually invincible among its peers. Even the esteemed ones have vanquished more than one opponent. What grounds do they have to refrain from a little arrogance? Very well, you all take a good rest tonight. We shall set forth tomorrow morning. Father, you should keep a close watch on the ranking battles tomorrow. Sumu will undoubtedly help our family achieve remarkable success. Lu Shua was at home, proudly boasting to his father Lu Taiju about Sumu's extraordinary prowess. Setting aside everything else, Sumu's direct victory over the peak trainer Yang Qianqian already provides a glimpse into his formidable abilities. Indeed, I never anticipated that we would have a young talent and function capable of defeating Qianqian. Lu Taiju knew Yang Qianqian, having shared a generation with her father, and they were once old friends. Initially, Lu Taiju thought Yang Qianqian would be the one to take action, but unexpectedly, Sumu emerged. After hearing about Sumu from Lu Shua, the affluent Lu Taiju expressed that this young man could be worth befriending. This lad is likely a promising trainer with a boundless future. During the upcoming ranking competition, remember, regardless of Sumu's performance, do not display any disappointment or dissatisfaction. Our goal is to forge friendships. In my view, the camaraderie of a future powerhouse far outweighs this gathering. As Lu Taiju spoke, he extended his large hand and affectionately ruffled the head of his chubby son. Remarkably, the sensation was quite delightful. Father, that's enough. My head is already round enough because of you. I am undoubtedly this round because you've been shaping it since I was little. Chapter 85, The Death Arena Battle. Boss, I have arrived. Early the next morning, Lu Shua arrived punctually at Sumu's residence at 7 o'clock, shouting at the top of his lungs. Sumu, exasperated. Open the window. Don't shout, just wait. I never realized before how terrifyingly loud this chubby fellow could be. Mother, I'm heading out for a couple of days to participate in a small competition. Sumu could not divulge that he was engaging in underground fights. He could only refer to it as a competition. However, it was indeed true that the gatherings held by several prominent families across the 5 northern provinces were merely to carve up interests. And the means of division involved seeking assistance. Of course, if one had capable individuals within their own family, they could also be arranged to participate. Though it was styled as underground fighting, it seemed to genuinely resemble a competition. Be careful, Sumu's mother, upon seeing Lu Shua downstairs, was already aware of the situation but chose not to elaborate, offering a gentle smile instead. Sumu nodded in acknowledgement and left his home, backpack in tow. Once Sumu departed, his mother pouted and sat on the sofa. In that moment, her aura transformed, bearing a striking contrast to her earlier demeanor as a middle-aged woman. The way she pouted lent her an unexpected sense of youthful charm, coupled with her relatively young age. One could easily mistake her for Sumu's sister if she donned a touch of refined makeup. This child has truly grown, entangled in the affairs of these small families. Sigh, go on, go on. The fledgling must eventually spread its wings. Muttering to herself for a moment, Sumu's mother rose, retracting the fleeting mysterious aura, reverting to an ordinary mother as she began tidying up the household. Now, please refrain from shouting like that outside my building next time. This is not your villa district. There are many neighbors around, and it can be quite disturbing. Sumu stepped out and approached Lu Shua, offering some advice. Lu Shua, looking bewildered, nodded. He had never contemplated these matters before. Boss, this gathering will be held in our Liao province, in the city of Fengtian. Once the meeting concludes, we can enjoy a day there. Soon, Lu Shua regained his spirits, smiling as he leaned against Sumu, suggesting, what do you think? Sumu shrugged, responding, no problem. It's a perfect opportunity to unwind. Suddenly, with a pop, a Pokeball opened automatically, and a flash of red light revealed Dragonite leaping out. Wow! Exclaimed Lu Shua. Sumu, there's a gym in Fengtian. Sumu, exasperated, smacked his forehead, nodding, I know. He then covered his face and recalled Dragonite back into its Pokeball. Boss, what's wrong? Lu Shua, still confused, inquired. After a moment's thought, Sumu decided to be candid. After all, it was not a matter of great consequence. Why conceal it? It's nothing. Dragonite just reminded me about the gym in Fengtian. Lu Shua was taken aback. How could Dragonite know that? It even jumped out of its Pokeball to remind you. He mused inwardly, acknowledging that Sumu's Pokemon were indeed extraordinary. Indeed. Fengtian has a gym. Are you planning to challenge it? Lu Shua asked. Yes, I might as well take a look. Sumu confirmed without denying it. Lu Shua, puzzled, replied, but, Boss, if you're challenging the gym, does that mean you intend to participate in the upcoming champion challenge? One couldn't help but admire Lu Shua's keen intellect. Perhaps it was due to his father's frequent discussions. Connecting Su Mu's gym challenge to the champion challenge was quite an impressive leap of thought. Su Mu was indeed preparing for the champion challenge, but not for the current one. Seeing Lu Shua's astonishment, Su Mu sighed. We've known each other for so long. How can you still look so naive? You make a fuss over every little thing. How can you keep up with me like this? Casting a disdainful glance at Lu Shua, who was nervously patting his chest to calm his racing heart, Su Mu found his lack of composure unsatisfactory. This lad needed to bolster his mental fortitude if he wished to associate with someone of my caliber. Upon hearing that Su Mu was not participating in this year's competition, Lu Shua secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, it seems Su Mu had not yet reached that level of prowess. Otherwise, he would truly feel unworthy to stand beside him, let alone be his subordinate. Feeling fortunate, Lu Shua quickly said, "It's all right, boss. We're still young. We can take 2 years to prepare for the next champion challenge. I believe you will definitely secure a spot among the top 3. After speaking, Lu Shua noticed Su Mu looking at him with an even stranger expression. Scratching his head in confusion, he wondered if he had misspoken. Su Mu remained silent for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. He turned to board the car sent by Lu's family, softly stating, "Not the next one, nor the next one. I intend to participate in this one in 2 months." Su Mu slammed the car door shut, leaving Lu Shua standing in a daze. He felt like a fool, having been completely out of sync with Su Mu throughout their conversation. How embarrassing. "Hello, Uncle Lu." Upon arriving at Lu Shua's backyard, Su Mu politely greeted Lu Shua's father. The quarrel between him and Lu Shua was their own affair. After all, Lu Taiju was an elder, and Su Mu was determined to show him the respect he deserved. "Ah, Su Mu is it? What a fine young man you are. So talented at such a young age. Truly a remarkable individual," Lu Taiju exclaimed, habitually pulling Lu Shua close and ruffling his hair playfully. As he did so, he gave Lu Shua a couple of light pats, causing Lu Shua to grimace in annoyance. Unlike this lad of mine, so round and pudgy at such a young age, one can only imagine what he will become. Su Mu found himself at a loss for words in response to this remark. He could only smile politely, offering Lu Shua a sympathetic glance before following Lu Taiju onto the helicopter. To speak frankly, as the wealthiest tycoon in Fengcheng, Lu Taiju's private helicopter was indeed a lavish possession. Lu Shua's acquaintance with Su Mu stemmed from the fact that his family owned such an extravagant vehicle, which afforded him the opportunity to explore the world of luxury. After all, who could find the time to admire such things without the means to acquire them? "Uncle Lu, what will the competition format be for tonight's gathering? I would like to understand it in advance," Su Mu inquired, seeking a topic of conversation as they traveled, choosing to refrain from his phone. Upon hearing Su Mu's question regarding the gathering, Lu Taiju quickly responded, "It should be considered a battle arena. Each side can bring up to 6 Pokémon, and the combat takes place on the arena without any rules. The match concludes when one trainer is defeated or rendered unable to continue." Su Mu was taken aback by this revelation. Lu Shua had not previously detailed the specific rules to him. While he was aware that it was an underground fight, he had not anticipated such brutality in the regulations. "So, we can directly attack the opposing trainer, correct?" he asked. Lu Taiju nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you need not kill the opponent. You simply must defeat all of their Pokémon or incapacitate them to secure victory." A flicker of guilt crossed Lu Tieju's eyes as he spoke. "It seems Lu Shua failed to clarify this matter with you. This oversight lies with our family, since you were unaware of the specific rules beforehand. If you wish to withdraw now, I would not hold it against you." Lu Taiju had indeed neglected to remind Lu Shua to inform Su Mu about the rules of the death arena. It was not a matter of deceit, rather, it was a simple oversight. They were so accustomed to these rules, having held annual meetings and contests, that he had completely forgotten to introduce Su Mu to them in advance. Thus, he offered those last words, assuring Su Mu that he would not hinder his decision should he choose to withdraw. After all, it seems somewhat inappropriate to send a young man, nearly the same age as his son, to engage in underground boxing for the Lu family. Were it not for Su Mu's formidable strength, Lu Taiju would have preferred to hire someone rather than risk Su Mu's safety. "It's all right. I wish to give it a try," Su Mu replied calmly. "It's merely a bit dangerous. It's not a significant issue. I have witnessed death before, so what is a death match in comparison? Furthermore, the indiscriminate and unregulated battles of Pokémon were precisely what Su Mu had longed to experience in his previous life. This opportunity was too precious for him to overlook." Seeing that Su Mu had no intention of disembarking from the plane, Lu Tieju's eyes sparkled with sincerity, as though he were not merely putting on a brave face. He chuckled heartily. "Indeed, you are the top genius of Fengcheng. I am truly impressed by your audacity." He laughed boisterously, playfully ruffling Lu Shua's hair. "Rest assured, should any perilous situation arise, I will promptly halt the match." Lu Taiju primarily sought to befriend Su Mu. He had no intention of putting him in harm's way. Naturally, he would not allow any dangerous occurrences to transpire. Su Mu smiled. "Then I shall rely on you, uncle, to keep a vigilant eye on me. After all, This is my first time participating in such a battle, and I am indeed somewhat inexperienced. Humility fosters progress. A humble person can endure longer. Sumu understood this principle well. One must remain grounded, otherwise, one risks falling prey to danger. Fear not. After engaging in conversation for a while on the plain, the group arrived at their destination, Chingqing. Gazing at the towering city walls before him, Sumu found himself momentarily entranced. What kind of divine craftsmanship could have wrought such walls? Is this truly the economic center of the north, Chingqing? Upon his first visit to the legendary Chingqing, Sumu was taken aback. To be fair, he had not been sheltered from the world. In his previous life, he had visited major cities like Beijing and Shanghai, and even climbed the Great Wall several times. Yet now, he found himself awestruck by the walls of Chingqing. The colossal 100-meter-high walls stood resolutely, their surface rugged and weathered, revealing the ancient history to every visitor who arrived in the city. Young man, are you astonished? Lu Taiju chuckled, approaching Sumu. The first time I came here with my father, I was equally awed by these walls. My ancestor once remarked that the age of this wall surpasses that of our Lu family. After expressing his admiration, Lu Taiju presented his identification to the guard, leading Sumu and the others through the city gates. Crossing the threshold, the difference between the inside and outside of the city was stark. While Chongqing's outskirts were well-connected, they lacked a certain vibrancy. Dense forests flanked the main roads, imparting a sense of comfort in nature. However, the interior was a different story. The northern trade hub was no jest. Within Chongqing, skyscrapers and rail transit flourished, embodying urban prosperity. At that moment, Sumu genuinely felt that the city walls functioned like a grand lock, segregating the interior from the exterior, dividing them into two distinct worlds. The outside remained relatively primitive, while the inside epitomized a modern metropolis. Let us proceed to our lodging, Lu Taiju suggested. Although Sumu was filled with myriad emotions, he was by no means a simpleton. He merely cast a cursory glance before retracting his gaze. Lu Taiju, noticing Sumu's calm demeanor, felt a sense of curiosity but opted to say nothing further, instead leading everyone to the modest abode he had recently acquired for temporary respite. It was then that Sumu encountered the true essence of what the affluent termed a small house. How could this possibly be considered small? A towering edifice of 120 stories, Lu Taiju had procured 20 floors as his opulent residence. This bore no resemblance to a small house whatsoever. Sumu found himself at a loss for words. In the eyes of a tycoon like Lu Taiju, anything short of a villa was deemed a mere small house. All right, son, you shall take Sumu to one of the floors, familiarize him with the rooms, and don't get lost on your way back. Goodness, when I first bought this place, I couldn't even find the restroom in the middle of the night. As Lu Taiju spent more time with Sumu, his true nature began to surface. He was never one for flowery language, and it was a disservice to him to refrain from swearing for so long. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Taiju puffed on a distinctive cigar as he began to reach out to various prominent figures from other families. Lu Shua, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and led Sumu to the 110th floor. Your family is quite affluent. Why not invite a revered elder to assist? Sumu inquired, having separated from the group alongside Lu Shua, voicing the question that lingered in his mind. He had always perceived Lu Shua's family as a local minor clan, only to discover their immense wealth was beyond measure. Indeed, Sumu had misjudged the situation. He had assumed Lu Shua resided on the first floor, only to learn that this fellow had been living on the 5th floor all along, soon to be adjacent to Sumu's own floor. Astonished internally, Sumu resolved to engage Lu Shua in a deeper conversation to discern what secrets this individual had yet to reveal. Such familial rivalries were matters of private intrigue. Officially, they were not readily sanctioned. Thus, it was not prudent to seek the aid of well-known elders, as one needed to maintain their prowess at the level of a peak trainer. Lu Shua, with a wry smile, remarked, "Boss, I had no idea my father was so formidable. Truly, I fear you may not believe me, but let me clarify. I knew my father was a love child, enduring a life of hardship in his youth. It was only after my grandfather assumed control that he was brought back, as he was the sole male heir of his generation, hence he became the head of the Lu family. However, due to his lack of strength, his role as head is more a figurehead, if you catch my drift." Sumu's eyes flickered as he inquired further, "So, your uncle's life isn't as glamorous as it appears?" Lu Shua nodded vigorously, whispering, "Exactly. That is why my father is so stringent with me, hoping I can become a powerful trainer to bring him honor. Unfortunately, I lack the talent in that regard, or perhaps I possess it, but have yet to uncover it. Regardless, he is currently facing difficulties, overwhelmed with matters that keep him awake at night." Lu Shua refrained from mentioning how significant this gathering was for the Lu family and for Lu Taiju. Such matters were often understood without words. Given the current hardships faced by Lu Taiju, it is evident that others are well aware of the situation. I pondered on why such a generous reward was offered this time. Sumu chuckled, realizing that a small Snorlax and a copy of the Lu family's ancestral training program were treasures that could not be bought with mere gold or silver. To seek Sumu's assistance in a battle, the price seemed rather steep. "Hey, boss, you know, This reward is not solely for your service, chiefly. My father holds you in high regard, Lu Shua stated candidly, without any reservations. Individuals like him, scions of prominent families, are indeed a rarity. Having recently accompanied Sharona, Sumu had encountered many with formidable backgrounds. While Lu Shua might not possess the same family strength as those individuals, in terms of social acumen, he could easily outshine them by a significant margin. However, I am curious, given your family's circumstances, shouldn't you reside in Fengcheng? With such wealth, why live in a small city? Lu Taizhu certainly had properties in Fengtian and could have easily moved Lu Shua there for better educational opportunities. Well, my father believes it is preferable to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, Lu Shua replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing Su Mu's skeptical expression, he realized he could no longer conceal the truth. Thus, he decided to be forthright. The Lu family was assigned to Fengcheng due to our inferior strength compared to others during past gatherings. Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Mu understood entirely. With clarity in his mind, he felt reassured. I shall not concern myself with other matters. You summoned me for a fight, and I shall fulfill my role in that regard. With that, Su Mu promptly entered a room, awaiting the evening's gathering in silence. Kid. These families are renowned in the 5 northern provinces, Liaoning's Lin and Zhao families, and the Chun family from Heilongjiang, Lu Taizhu remarked. His eyes filled with envy as he observed the lofty figures presiding over the event. He quietly introduced them to Su Mu. Although he appeared devoid of humanity, he was, in truth, merely a small local tycoon. In comparison to these individuals, the Lu family was insignificant. Otherwise, they would not be relegated to Fengcheng year after year. Merely a small-time player. Deep down, he harbored discontent. If given the choice, who would not aspire to greatness? Relying on the Lu family's legacy, Lu Taizhu could sustain himself for 3 to 5 years, but certainly not for 10 or 20. Continuing to leave empty-handed from these gatherings year after year, he would inevitably find himself crushed, perhaps even destitute. His invitation to Su Mu was not born out of hope for miraculous victory or overwhelming dominance. Rather, he sought to foster a friendship with this talented individual, hoping to witness Su Mu's growth into a supportive ally for the Lu family and a guardian for the chubby Lu Shua. As the elite indulged in feasting and merriment, the arena battles officially commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, the Chun family presents my youngest son, Chun Fengxian. Boomed a voice. Ha ha ha. Old Chun, you truly are confident. Old Chun, your time has passed. This year, I have brought an extraordinary prodigy. Although he is merely 20 years of age, his prowess is undoubtedly among the elite of peak trainers. Just as in the world of underground boxing, the big shots are bound to boast about how exceptional their fighters are. Watching several middle-aged men puffing on cigars and boasting in the spotlight, Lu Taizhu felt a pang of discontent. Su Mu, however, remained unfazed. Whether he could hold his own would ultimately be determined by his fists. What use is there in idle chatter now? Lu Shua, when we compete later, will there be any betting? Suddenly, Su Mu conceived a brilliant idea to alleviate his financial woes. He turned to the chubby boy beside him and inquired. Upon hearing Su Mu's question, Lu Shua eagerly replied. Indeed, there are odds set up over there by the major families working together, and our Lu family holds a 1% stake. Su Mu nodded, satisfied that there was indeed an opportunity. Let us make it a grand affair. The competitors in the upcoming match are all peak trainers. And Su Mu regarded this as a rehearsal before his participation in the King S challenge. Having a grasp of his opponent's general strength, Su Mu felt increasingly confident. And if he was confident, why not stir the pot a bit? Lu Shua's eyes lit up at this notion. Are you certain? The boss is no longer addressing you. Upon contemplating the prospect of money, Lu Shua was instantly filled with desire, his little green bean eyes brimming with greed. Bring your father into the mix. Let us come up with a suitable excuse to place larger bets. After Su Mu spoke, Lu Taizhu had already sidled up. It was evident that the excellent genes of the old Lu family were hereditary. Upon hearing about money, the father and son duo transformed into cats catching a whiff of fish. Kid, are you sure there won't be any issues? You must be certain. I will join you just this once. Lu Taizhu had his own calculations in mind. He certainly did not share Lu Shua's small-time thinking. If he was going to act, he intended to make it a significant endeavor. This aligned perfectly with Su Mu's intentions. No problem, but once we succeed, I want a third. Su Mu boldly stated his demands. Although Lu Taizhu had a shrewd disposition, he was also reasonable in his dealings. This venture could not possibly succeed without Su Mu's input. So Su Mu's request for a third was entirely justified. Very well, it's settled then. Let us see what I can do. Lu Taizhu gritted his teeth and made the decision. With Su Mu's promise, he was ready to gamble on something substantial. After being suppressed for so many years, if he didn't seize the opportunity to regain some face, then Lu Taizhu would have lived in vain. Moreover, even if Su Mu faltered and lost the match, Lu Taizhu was not one to shy away from defeat. Given the current level of oppression, it was certain that the Lu family would be brought down within a decade. Rather than being butchered like swine, it would be better to take a bold leap with this fresh talent, Su Mu. Lu Taizhu appeared carefree. Yet he was far from foolish. Chapter 88. Shut your mouth, you brat. Just as Lu Taizhu and Su Mu were strategizing, the order of the battles had already been established. According to the customary practices of previous years, the 8 most formidable families from the past year would designate their representatives as seed competitors. Each contender must engage in combat against the representatives of 3 lesser families. And only upon achieving victory in all 3 bouts will they advance to the ranking matches among the remaining 8. The simplicity of these rules renders them increasingly brutal for the lesser families. Alas, our luck seems rather dismal, Lu Taizhu remarked, his weathered face bearing a look of resignation upon reviewing the match schedule. Each year, the Lu family finds themselves designated as the weakest clan, forced to confront the previous year's 8th place contender first. Thus, Su Mu's upcoming adversary is none other than Confronting, the youngest son of the Chun family and last year's 8th place finisher. This individual possesses notable prowess. Last year, he was merely preparing for the King's challenge and had not yet reached his peak strength. However, this year, he has amassed 16 gym badges, honing his spirit and skill to perfection, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the challenge. Having secured 8th place last year, he is undoubtedly stronger this time around. Do you possess confidence, young one? Lu Taizhu inquired, his expression grave. Truth be told, he would rather Su Mu face off against the top contenders from last year than this Confronting. The reason is simple. This young man is exceptionally gifted. He has participated in the banquet for 3 consecutive years, representing the Qin family. His ability has evolved remarkably, transforming from an outstanding trainer to a peak trainer within a mere 3 years. Let us proceed as planned. I have no objections, Su Mu declared. Indifferent to Lu Taizhu's concerns, his mind consumed with dreams of wealth. He is merely a peak trainer. Isn't Yang Qianqian also a peak trainer preparing for the King's challenge? I have already faced her, so what is the issue? Let us do this. Observing Su Mu's unwavering demeanor, Lu Taizhu could only compel himself to remain calm, silently chastising himself for being so anxious, unlike a child. As the battle commenced, the representative from the Lin family, who had claimed first place last year, took the stage. The family sent forth a muscular middle-aged man, appearing to be over 30. This individual had likely participated in the King's challenge multiple times without securing a top 3 position, thus remaining stagnant at this level. Nevertheless, despite being somewhat stuck, this middle-aged muscle man displayed commendable strength. During the arena clash, he unleashed his immense power while executing a technique known as Hell Roll. He utilized his formidable physique to fully perform this move, overpowering his opponent and slamming him into the ground with a series of throws. Amidst the cries of agony, it became evident to all present that this match would likely end in victory for the muscular middle-aged man. The subsequent matches unfolded with similar predictability, as the muscle man concluded his performance flawlessly, preserving the honor of the top 8. In the following contests, the top contenders from the previous year emerged victorious once more, with no upsets to speak of. This clearly illustrates the dominance and monopolistic control the prominent families exert over such brutal arena contests. With the top 7 contenders firmly established, anticipation mounted for Confronting's turn. This young prodigy, having achieved remarkable success at the tender age of 19, has accomplished feats that many trainers could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. This year, who knows how much his strength will have increased. The Qin family, Confronting. Upon ascending the stage, Confronting stood alone, exuding an ethereal grace as he gazed down at the crowd, embodying an air of unparalleled superiority. In his eyes, the 3 opponents that followed were merely an appetizer, failing to evoke any interest or desire for battle. Confronting's singular ambition is to claim the title of champion. From the Lu family, Su Mu. Su Mu swaggered onto the arena, nonchalantly tilting his neck as he awaited the staff to secure the platform, a carefree smile adorning his face. This young man appeared rather carefree. Was this the assistance the Lu family had summoned? Confronting's father was seated in the stands, engaging in casual conversation with several prominent figures from other families. Although his words were directed at Su Mu, the underlying message was clear. He wished for everyone to witness the remarkable prowess of his son, Confronting. Old Qin, if you wish to boast about your son, just say so. We are not afraid of losing. Indeed, Old Qin, you have truly sired a remarkable son. It is quite enviable. The art of fatherhood is profound. Yet I wonder how you managed to father such a son at your age. The distinguished gentlemen exchanged banter, all while keeping a casual eye on the arena. Despite a twinge of envy, they were eager to witness the true strength of this young prodigy from the Qin family. You shall see. My son's brilliance is beyond your grasp, Old Qin proclaimed, his face aglow with pride as he lifted his chin defiantly, peering through his nostrils at those beside him. He continued, just observe that lad from the Lu family. Within 3 minutes, my son will send him tumbling from the stage. Initially, his words were merely casual bravado, harboring no real malice towards Lu family or Su Mu. However, the listener's intent was keenly attuned. Lu Taizhu, who had been lurking in the shadows, seized upon Old Qin's statement, recognizing his opportunity. It is my time to shine, he thought with great delight as he leapt forth. You there, silence your mouth, he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of insults. Lu Taiju had no regard for face or decorum. His only pursuit was profit. The tangible gains were the lifeblood of the Lu family's survival. As for etiquette and reputation, apologies, but I am but a straightforward man. You speak nonsense. If your son can indeed defeat Su Mu within 3 minutes, I shall eat my words upside down. Lu Taiju raged, his face reddening with indignation. His fervent shouts had caused the veins on his neck to bulge, giving him a fearsome appearance that nearly intimidated the gathering of dignitaries. Nevertheless, true dignitaries remain unyielding. If they could be cowed by Lu Taiju, they would not deserve their esteemed positions. Old Chin swiftly regained his composure and bellowed, "How dare you, young man of the Lu family, speak so insolently? This is not a place for your words." Lu Taiju, undeterred, retorted defiantly, "I'm the head of the Lu family. Why should I not have a voice here?" Old Chun was infuriated by Lu Tieju's stubborn demeanor, struggling to catch his breath and coughing violently. "You old fool won't last long. I won't take advantage of you. Let me make myself clear today. Su Mu will surely win. I am wagering the entirety of the Lu family's assets, worth 300 million. Tell me, Old Chun, do you dare to accept?" Chapter 89. Instant Annihilation of the Fierce Bite Land Shark. Lu Taiju spoke with determination, tossing a stack of asset certificates from the Lu family onto the table of the event staff. The prominent figures present quickly exchanged glances, disregarding Old Chin's reaction. This was monumental. The Lu family's wealth was substantial, a hallmark of an established and powerful lineage. However, in recent years, their descendants had faltered, suppressed by these influential individuals. Lu Tieju's ability to stake 300 million was a testament to their foundation. They had long coveted this wealth, previously unable to act openly. But now the opportunity had presented itself. Old Chin hastily patted his chest, attempting to steady his breath. "Do not regret this, Lu family boy," he warned Lu Taiju. Though internally, he was elated. Chun Fengxian, his son, was well acquainted with his own prowess. In the realm of peak trainers, Chun Fengxian was undoubtedly exceptional, capable of securing a place in the current King Challenge. Lu Taiju, clearly overwhelmed, was driven by years of resentment and rivalry, and this was a rare opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Lu Taiju glared at Old Chun, his face a mask of disdain, radiating confidence in his imminent victory. Regret? Not a chance. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the arena, a subtle expression noticed by several influential figures. Without hesitation, they signaled to Old Chun, "Accept. This must be accepted." Lu Taiju was clearly uncertain deep down. Thus, Old Chin fell into the trap, decisively slamming his hand on the table, signaling that the matter was settled. From here on, it all depended on his son, Chun Fengxian. "It seems the Lu family has quite the confidence in you," Chun Fengxian remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed the scene from the stands. Su Mu smiled amiably in response, feigning innocence as he looked towards the referee outside the arena. The referee wasted no time, signaling for the match to commence. "Gekuga Charizard." At the referee's signal, Su Mu swiftly threw out 2 Pokeballs and leaped onto Charizard's back. Meanwhile, Chun Fengxian wasted no time either. The rules of a battle on the stage were that there were no rules. All means were fair to emerge as the last one standing. Fierce Bite Land Shark, Crocodile. Similarly, he released his 2 main Pokémon, reserving others for backup. In such unstructured battles, typical trainers would not readily reveal all 6 of their Pokémon. Given the limited area, even if one summoned all 6, they might not yield effective results. Instead, trainers often opt to summon 2 or 3 Pokémon at a time, seeking to gradually diminish the opponent's forces, whittling them down bit by bit. Greninja, Bond Transformation. Charizard Evolve. Su Mu displayed no hesitation. In this perilous encounter where defeat loomed at every turn, he approached the battle with utmost seriousness, exerting his full strength. Upon witnessing Su Mu's 2 Pokémon undergoing evolution, Chun Fengxian paused momentarily before promptly initiating the evolution of his own Garchomp. Garchomp Evolve. Feraligatr, Water Cannon. Feraligatr probed and disrupted the opponent, while Garchomp employed Dragon Dance immediately after evolving. This was Chun Fengxian's signature strategy, one that had secured him an impressive 8th place last year against stronger foes. This year, he had come to claim the championship. However, Su Mu remained unfazed by the Water Cannon from Feraligatr. Though seated upon Charizard's back, this did not hinder Charizard's agility. The Dragon Pulse intercepted the Water Cannon, while Greninja executed its signature technique, the Shadow Clone technique, followed swiftly by a barrage of water shurikens. Su Mu's Greninja and Charizard had endured numerous battles together, refining their tactical prowess to an exceptional degree. Upon hearing Su Mu's command, both Pokémon acted without a moment's hesitation. Charizard unleashed a Dragon Pulse, emitting a brilliant blue energy that intercepted the Water Cannon mid-air. Simultaneously, Greninja swiftly formed seals, launching dozens of spiraling water shurikens directly at Garchomp, who was in the midst of executing Dragon Dance. Though only one was the true form, Garchomp could not afford to be complacent. It activated Protect. It must be noted that Greninja's Shadow Clone technique had deceived many. Almost every trainer encountering this move for the first time instinctively mistook the water shurikens for mere illusions. Abruptly halting the ongoing dragon dance, Garchomp activated Protect, raising a faint green barrier. Meanwhile, it began to accumulate energy in preparation for a Dragon Meteor attack against Charizard. Soon, Garchomp realized the folly of its assumptions, and a grave miscalculation at that. With Charizard having acquired a Dragon type, Garchomp's preparation for Dragon Meteor seemed sound. Yet, the issue lay with Greninja's Shadow Clone technique. Protect managed to block the first 2 Water Shurikens, but could not withstand the subsequent barrage. Garchomp swiftly tasted the consequences as the Shurikens, imbued with explosive power, detonated, dealing devastating Water-type damage. In an instant, Garchomp's stamina plummeted, but the situation grew even more dire. Having previously charged energy for Dragon Meteor, the attack was thwarted and detonated within its mouth due to the assault it had just endured. The backlash of Dragon-type energy manifested upon the already formidable Garchomp, amplifying its power exponentially. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, causing Garchomp to collapse. With a gaze filled with resentment, it cast a final glance at Greninja before succumbing to unconsciousness. Within a mere 10 seconds, Chingqing had lost a key ally. A reality he found hard to accept. The spectators were left utterly bewildered. How could Sumu be so powerful? What were those uniquely shaped Water Shurikens? Chingqing's ace Pokémon was annihilated in an instant? Who exactly was this young man, and why had no one heard of him before? They had assumed he was merely a passerby recruited by Lu Taiju. A profound sense of shock surged through the crowd, while the elderly Chun, furious, pounded his fist on the table. He attempted to console himself. It's merely one Pokémon. It was just Sumu's stroke of luck. Chingqing would surely turn the tide. Chapter 90, a stunning debut, earning millions. With his main force defeated in an instant, Chingqing appeared somewhat dazed. However, realizing the nature of the competition, he had no choice but to summon his remaining 4 Pokémon, positioning them before him to thwart any sudden assaults from Sumu. What manner of individual are you, capable of vanquishing my Garchomp so effortlessly? Chingqing could no longer underestimate Sumu. Having lost his prideful trump card in a single blow, he felt vulnerable. Yet, Sumu paid him no mind, merely smiling indifferently as Chingqing unleashed all his Pokémon. He was in a rush. Greninja, Spiral Water Shuriken, unleash upon him. There was no need for flamboyance now. Chingqing's remaining 5 Pokémon were all at the peak of the champion level, while Greninja, post-bond transformation, had risen to the early master tier. It was a straightforward display of overwhelming strength. Charizard, don't just stand there, attack with Heat Wave. Dragonite, come forth and use Dragon Tail. With Dragonite summoned, Sumu commenced his full-on assault. Despite Chingqing's utmost efforts to defend, the disparity in strength and the difference in trainer skill rendered him entirely passive. Unless a miracle occurred, his defeat was imminent. In the stands, Lu Taiju clenched his fists in excitement, shouting, Chun Laogui, you are certain to lose. Sumu's odds were 1-to-1, meaning Lu Tieju's wager of 300 million alliance coins would soon double to 600 million. Even after paying Sumu a third, the remaining 200 million would be pure profit. Several prominent figures wore expressions of bitterness, pondering Lu Tieju's extraordinary luck. Where had he found this remarkable young man? Humph. Chun Laogui scoffed, his beard trembling in indignation. Never had he anticipated being outmaneuvered by the uneducated fool Lu Taiju. What a disgrace. Who exactly is Sumu? Find out his background. Meanwhile, a prominent member of the Lin family discreetly instructed his subordinates to investigate Sumu's situation. Though he maintained a facade of composure, he was concocting his own schemes in his mind. With various families from the northern 5 provinces present, he refrained from showing overt hostility. However, if one were to employ cunning tactics, in the eyes of the head of the Lin family, Lu Taiju would appear as but a mere child. This sentiment was shared by several other prominent figures, who simultaneously contacted their subordinates to begin gathering intelligence on Sumu. 3 minutes later, Sumu emerged victorious, having defeated all of Chingqing's Pokémon. Observing Chingqing kneeling in despair, Sumu, though disinclined to utter another word, maintained a warm and friendly smile upon his face. This smile unmistakably conveyed his triumph. Actually, you performed quite well. I hope you do not feel disheartened. We shall meet again in the upcoming King Challenge, Sumu said, approaching Chingqing like a compassionate older brother. Chingqing, bewildered, gazed at Sumu in confusion, unable to comprehend his words. He had expected Sumu to taunt him, yet instead, Sumu offered what seemed like words of comfort. Chingqing was taken aback, but he quickly grasped the situation, as Sumu continued, well, from the moment we began battling until I uttered that trivial remark, precisely 3 minutes elapsed. Young man, were you not aiming to defeat me in 3 minutes? Ironically, it appears you were the one who was dispatched in that time frame. I wasted my mental energy taking your foolish words seriously, believing you to be formidable. With a shake of his head, Sumu delivered a lethal verbal blow. This Chingqing is far too arrogant. His strength is not as impressive as it seems. He merely possesses a single evolved Pokémon, a peak king-level Garchomp. What else does he have to boast about? I dare say Yang Qianqian might be superior to him. Sumu did not hold Qin in contempt. Rather, the young man's previous demeanor had practically screamed, "I am powerful." And yet, the outcome was a swift defeat at Sumu's hands. Was this truly all there was? This stark contrast left Sumu feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Even in victory, a sense of displeasure lingered, for he had nearly been deceived by this novice, believing him to be a formidable opponent. So this was the so-called genius? As Sumu descended from the stage, he turned to Lu Taiju. Well then, let us discuss the distribution of spoils. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Tieju's temple. Sumu was indeed audacious. Yet, such audacity was commendable. Sumu was truly extraordinary. To defeat what others deemed a peerless genius with such ease, then calmly inquire, "Is that it?" was nothing short of remarkable. The King of Kings, Sumu, was most certainly deserving of the title. There are still 2 matches ahead. You will take Qin place in defending the arena. If you win them all, you shall secure a place in the top 8, Lu Taiju stated, casting a sidelong glance at the distant prominent figures. He had a nagging feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Would these esteemed individuals easily concede? Would they quietly accept the loss of 300 million? Something felt amiss. Sumu nodded, took a sip of water, and returned to the arena once more. The subsequent 2 adversaries, though both at the pinnacle of their training prowess, were not particularly formidable. One boasted a champion-level Blossom Pokémon, while the other wielded a late-stage Tyranitar. Sumu simply swept through them with ease. It was at this moment that the onlookers truly grasped the extent of Sumu's capabilities. "Good day, Mr. Sumu." As Sumu descended from the arena to take a moment's respite before the quarterfinals commenced, a middle-aged man clad in formal attire approached him, his demeanor marked by humility. "Might I inquire what remuneration the Lu family has prepared for your participation in this competition? If it pleases you, I am willing to offer 5 times that amount." Is this an attempt to poach talent? Sumu chuckled inwardly, amused that just as he lamented the departure of a potential windfall, they had now come knocking at his door. The current sum stood at 100 million. The Lu family's previous winnings had allotted him 1/3. "You propose 5 times that? Very well. If you offer me 500 million, I shall concede immediately. How does that sound?" The middle-aged gentleman, clearly not in a position to make unilateral decisions, promptly retrieved his phone to consult with the powerful figures behind him. A dialogue ensued among these influential individuals. "A mere native from Fengqing possesses quite the appetite. Let's agree to his terms for now. We can crush the Lu family first, and then deal with this upstart." Indeed. What audacity for a mere peak trainer to demand 500 million. Such aspirations were nothing short of fantastical. One must possess life to spend money, after all. Chapter 91. He is the son-in-law of the chief of Western Europe. With Qin Fengxian's defeat, Sumu's next opponent emerged from the Lin family. Lu Taiju, still brimming with excitement, regarded Sumu with eager anticipation. Just the display of Sumu's prowess had already validated his strength. The Lu family had a promising chance in this gathering. Clenching his fists, Lu Taiju felt an overwhelming urge to reward his chubby son with a couple of well-deserved slaps. What a remarkable young man. Why didn't you inform me sooner about such an impressive classmate? All those days I've spent in piety and virtue. And look where it has led you, such commendable company. In his mind, Lu Taiju envisioned the glory of the Lu family restored to its former splendor. On the stage, Sumu regarded the Lin family contender with a benevolent smile. Indeed, it radiated charity, tinged with a hint of pity. The match commenced. With the referee's authoritative call, the battle began. The Lin family contestant, brimming with arrogance, declared, "You're finished, kid." A typical provocation, it went unnoticed by the audience, including Lu Taiju below. At that moment, an elder from the Lin family suddenly rose. He gestured towards Lu Taiju and cleared his throat. "Taiju, you seem to have won quite a bit just now." Lu Taiju was perplexed, given Sumu's formidable display of combat prowess. It was unlikely that anyone would place significant bets against him. Yet, the elder's words were bewildering. Was he lamenting a prior loss and wishing to recoup? The Lin family indeed held the largest stake among the gamblers in this event. It was not unreasonable for him to seek a comeback. The dilemma lies in the undeniable strength of Sumu. It is evident that the contestant summoned by the old man Lin is no match for him. Why then? Would he proceed with such a strategy? Is he intentionally inviting financial ruin upon himself? A cascade of questions flooded Lu Tieju's mind, prompting him to cast a bewildered glance at Sumu. Sumu, in turn, met his gaze, offering a reassuring look. Encouraged by Sumu's response, Lu Taiju cast aside his hesitations. The situation posed little concern. He would seize the opportunity. "What is it, old man Lin? Haven't you lost enough? Yet you wish to continue this charade?" The term arrogant and overbearing aptly encapsulated Lu Tieju's current demeanor. He tilted his chin defiantly, a disdainful expression etched upon his face. Seeing this, the old man Lin couldn't help but smile. "What a jest. I have already discreetly bribed your enforcers at a staggering price of 500 million. You, young man, are still quite naive. Indeed, I believe our family's Chingqing shall triumph in this round. Shall we engage in a wager?" Lu Taiju, upon hearing this, agreed without a moment's hesitation. Why would I refuse such a generous offer? Very well, if you are unconvinced, let us proceed. He cast a brazen look at the old man Lin, dramatically slamming down the bank card containing 300 million alliance coins onto the table. 300 million. Should you win, I shall return it to you. But should you lose? Oh dear. 300 million, even if shared among the various families, constitutes a significant expense. Should Lu Taiju emerge victorious once more, it would amass a total of 600 million alliance coins. The prominent families across the 5 northern provinces would undoubtedly feel a substantial impact. Let us not belabor the point that these individuals are affluent. They are not lacking in funds. While they possess wealth, much of it is tied up in fixed assets or family holdings. The money at stake represents the liquidity each mogul has on hand, and this gathering was intended as an opportunity for supplementary income, initially perceived as a mere pastime. Yet, Lu Taiju's reckless gamble on Su Mu has turned the tables, extracting 300 million from these tycoons, an outcome one can easily fathom. This is precisely why the old man Lin promised Su Mu a reward of 500 million in advance. It was not merely for appearances. Primarily, they were genuinely intent on reclaiming their losses. As for Su Mu's share, they had no intention of honoring that. Very well, 300 million it is. I shall match you, but I must raise the stakes by an additional 200 million. The old man Lin chuckled lightly, casting a furtive glance at Su Mu. Su Mu's expression mirrored his reassurances. By increasing the bet to 500 million, Lin aimed to bolster Su Mu's confidence. The old man was clearly signaling to Su Mu that they desired face. The 500 million at stake would be his. Despite the fact that he was weaving a web of deceit, he presumed Su Mu would be oblivious to such trickery. A mere child, attempting to outmaneuver a seasoned veteran? 500 million? Very well, I shall gladly oblige. Lu Taiju displayed no sign of intimidation, directly matching Lin's wager. Rest assured, we have investigated thoroughly. Su Mu and Lu Taiju are complete strangers. The only connection is that he is a classmate of Lu Taiju's son, lured into this affair under false pretenses. Reported a subordinate who had just returned from outside. His words were like a soothing balm, instilling in old Lin an unwavering confidence that victory was assured. Splendid. Throwing back his head in laughter, old Lin gazed at Lu Taiju with a sense of triumph, his heart filled with determination. This time, he was resolute in devouring the Lu family's lucrative assets. Winning 200 million from Lu Taiju was merely the first step. There was much more to accomplish. The subsequent plans had already taken shape in old Lin's mind, and he awaited Su Mu to turn against him, orchestrating a rigged match. However, the smile on his face gradually froze, shock etched across old Lin's features as he stared at the arena. What was happening? On the stage, Su Mu and Chingqing, summoned by the Lin family, had already begun their duel. Su Mu's Koga Ninja Frog sprang into action, single-handedly obliterating his opponents. A barrage of dozens, if not hundreds, of spiral water shurikens was unleashed, leaving Chingqing no opportunity to retaliate. Su Mu executed a swift and decisive victory. Thus, old Lin was left dumbfounded. Had this young man lost his mind? Surely he did not believe that Lu Taiju could safeguard him? How dare he deceive me? He must be tired of living. Old Lin's mind screamed in furious rage, yet outwardly he could only glare menacingly at Su Mu. If looks could kill, Su Mu would have perished countless times by now. Old Lin, do not gaze at me so intensely. I have no faith that you will truly grant me 500 million. Su Mu shrugged, expressing his exasperation. Honestly, do not consider me a fool. Lu Taiju, exuberant, leapt with delight. Another 500 million. Today he had already amassed 800 million. Even if he were to grant Su Mu a third, the remaining 500 million would suffice for the Lu family's development for years to come. Coming to this gathering and enlisting Su Mu's assistance had proven immensely profitable. With this 500 million, even if Su Mu were to lose the next match, it would matter not. He had already secured his fortune, satiated. It was indeed Su Mu. This young man was truly capable of great feats. Speaking of great endeavors, one of old Lin's subordinates returned, leaning by the furious old Lin. Master, we have investigated. Su Mu's identity is not as simple as it appears. He is the son-in-law of the chief of Western Europe, Kyle. This news has already spread in the West. Old Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he promptly fainted from the shock. Chapter 92. Capture Su Mu for me. What? Old Lin was unable to finish his last words, as blood rushed to his head, and a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse. Old Lin, what has happened to you? The others inquired with concern, bewildered by his sudden fainting spell. Was it merely a few 100 million alliance coins that caused such a dramatic reaction? Who could say? Everyone was aware of old Lin's avarice. Perhaps he truly had lost his mind over the loss. Witnessing old Lin's collapse, several prominent figures stepped forward, expressing their concern while exchanging sardonic remarks. While the previous 300 million had been a shared burden, including a portion for Lu Taiju himself, the situation was now drastically different. Due to greed, when old Lin accepted Lu Tieju's 500 million wager, he did so under his own identity. This meant that, in principle, the Lin family was solely responsible for this sum. Essentially, if old Lin did not retract his decision, the Lin family was doomed. Naturally, the elites would suspect that old Lin was attempting to evade the bet by feigning unconsciousness. Who, pray tell, is Lu Taiju? Is he truly capable of confronting the old man Lin? Do not speak of fainting, even if one were to perish. Lu Taiju would still find a way to berate the deceased and demand repayment. Such is his ruthlessness. Old Lin, do not feign death. Where are the skills you showcased moments ago? Continue to dance, continue to shout. Come now, do not remain silent. I know you are at home. Get up, old man. After several shouts from Lu Taiju, and seeing that old Lin truly did not respond, he seized the opportunity to grab the eldest son of Lin, Lin Haoding, from the audience. This matter was settled between your father and me, yet now he pretends to be dead. Thus, the debts of the father must be repaid by the son. If your father does not awaken, I shall have no choice but to take you with me. Lu Tieju's intentions were crystal clear. If your father is absent, then I shall hold you, Lin Haoding, as collateral. This sum of 500 million is non-negotiable. Lin Haoding, being grasped by the burly Lu Taiju by his collar, was paralyzed with fear, nodding obediently. He indicated that the Lin family would indeed scrape together the funds, even if it meant selling everything they owned. He repeatedly assured Lu Taiju that the Lin family would honor their word, provided he released him. However, Lu Taiju harbored no trust, not even a modicum of belief. Release you? Dream on. If your father does not pay, I shall have raised you for nothing. Determined, Lu Taiju resolved to keep Lin Haoding by his side until old Lin decided to pay up. Fortunately for him, Lin Haoding's capabilities were rather mediocre, even inferior to Lu Tieju's. Otherwise, should he unleash his prowess, the situation could have shifted dramatically. Do not worry, my brother Lin, as long as your father pays. I shall release you immediately. My word is my bond, Lu Taiju declared earnestly, as if he were solely interested in the monetary exchange. Observing this, Lin Haoding relinquished any thoughts of resistance, resigned to follow Lu Taiju, awaiting his father's rescue. However, instead of old Lin arriving, several formidable members of the Lin family emerged. Lu Taiju, release our young master, or face dire consequences. A powerful figure clad in white robes exclaimed, incensed at Lu Taiju for demanding money and abducting their young leader. Accompanying him were several other elite trainers, known as the Heavenly Kings, a title reserved for the top competitors in challenge tournaments. The presence of multiple Heavenly Kings underscored the Lin family's profound strength and resources. Yet, in that moment, Lin Haoding wished fervently that his family lacked such power. His own kin were in Lu Tieju's grasp, and these fools had the audacity to provoke someone as reckless as Lu Taiju. If he truly lost his temper, he might very well take Lin Haoding away without a second thought. This was precisely what frightened Lin Haoding. Lu Taiju was indeed capable of anything. Old Lu, should I intervene, it will require additional compensation, Su Mu remarked, noting the emergence of the enemy's formidable forces, evidently aimed at Lu Taiju. With a grin, he raised his price on the spot, ascending atop his Charizard, and approached Lu Tieju's side. Lu Taiju chuckled upon hearing this. Very well. Then I shall offer you another 100 million. Will that ensure my safety? Su Mu nodded. With wealth, everything could be negotiated. After all, what were a few formidable Heavenly Kings? When I was battling the Supreme, these fellows were likely engaged in their own trivial pursuits. Let us proceed. A modest smile graced Su Mu's lips as he prepared for battle. Greninja, Charizard, Dragonite, let the conflict commence. Without granting his opponents a moment's respite, Su Mu initiated the attack. Greninja had awaited this moment for quite some time, and upon Su Mu's command, immediately unleashed the Shadow Clone technique, surging forward first. The Lin family, witnessing this development, could only release their Pokémon to retaliate while simultaneously searching for opportunities to rescue their young master, Lin Haoding. Unfortunately, Su Mu was not one to afford his adversaries any chances. Once he decided to engage, he would do so with unwavering resolve. Greninja, Bond Transformation, Charizard, evolve and annihilate them. As for the wealth, Lin's elder had the audacity to feign unconsciousness while discussing finances. Regardless of whether the old man was genuinely incapacitated or merely avoiding embarrassment, the fact remained that he had not delivered the funds, and Su Mu was growing increasingly anxious. This amounted to 500 million alliance coins, and according to the agreement with Lu Taiju, Su Mu stood to gain over 400 million after accounting for previous distributions. This was a substantial sum. Yet, the elder had succumbed to unconsciousness. He simply could not tolerate it. Thus, being averse to complications, Su Mu resolved to assist Lu Taiju, the honest man who had been evaded. However, once Su Mu intervened, he found himself unable to contain the situation. As a natural instigator, Su Mu inadvertently escalated matters further. Under the rampaging attack of Dragonite's Dragon Rage, a trainer who failed to evade was struck squarely by Dragonite's fist, incapacitating him instantly. This incited the fury of the Lin family's elite trainers, who rallied to counterattack, pouring every ounce of their strength into rescuing Lin Haoding. Regrettably, this desperate assault only exacerbated their imminent defeat. With the tide of battle shifting overwhelmingly in Su Mu's favor, the Lin family's forces were on the brink of annihilation. Unable to restrain himself, old Chun spoke up. Shall we merely stand by and observe? Another prominent figure pondered for a moment before responding. I believe Lu Taiju of the Lu family has intentionally disrupted the order of this gathering and kidnapped the Lin family's young master. He should be expelled from the alliance of the 5 northern provinces. I second that. I concur, came the affirmations from the other dignitaries. As their consensus was reached in mere moments. Bolstered by the support of his allies, Old Chen rose with newfound confidence. What are we waiting for? All heavenly kings and supreme experts present, heed my command. Seize Lu Taiju and Su Mu. Chapter 93, No one acts against him. The scene became truly spectacular. At Old Chen's command, all those above the heavenly king level unleashed their Pokémon, their gazes fixated on Su Mu and Lu Taiju. Young man, you have truly escalated this situation. Lu Taiju lamented, regretting not simply taking the 300 million and fleeing. Yet, he had been greedy, desiring the Elder Lin's 500 million in addition. It is utterly finished. These individuals have completely lost their sense of shame. Su Mu's face was etched with bitterness as he pondered how calamity seemed to follow him wherever he went. What kind of world is this, where a mere disagreement results in being besieged by a cadre of seasoned powerhouses? Do these old-timers not fear death? Despite having indirectly vanquished so many of their kind, there still exist those who lack common sense. Casting a speechless glance around, Su Mu, though unperturbed, began to secretly strategize a resolution to this dire predicament. The odds were overwhelmingly against him. A ferocious tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Moreover, having recently emerged from a fierce battle, his spirit stamina was waning. In this perilous situation, he muttered in exasperation, "Is this my fault? They are practically delivering themselves to me on a silver platter." Addressing the formidable foes encircling him, Su Mu displayed no fear, instead adopting a tone of arrogance as he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to capture me? Ignore that brat. He is merely posturing. What can a peak trainer do, even if he is strong? Come on, all of you attack." Chun Laogui shouted in frustration, prompting the assembled strongmen to spring into action. Seeing Chun Laogui's fury, they hesitated no longer, commanding their Pokémon to unleash their most formidable techniques: Destruction Ray, Hyper Beam, Ice Beam, Inferno, Solar Beam. A relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon Su Mu's 3 Pokémon. In a single flurry, they were sent flying, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Su Mu's eyes reddened. He had never encountered such shamelessness before. While the prior assailants had been somewhat reasonable, driven by the desire for something he possessed, they had tempered their assault out of fear of mutual destruction. The current scenario was starkly different. Su Mu stood alone, devoid of any enticing interest for the crowd. Neither the small Lugia nor Arceus had taken to the battlefield this time. Thus, when these individuals chose to strike, they did so without hesitation, swiftly decimating Su Mu's team. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Su Mu hastily recalled his 3 Pokémon, fearing for their safety and potential demise. Anger surged within him as he fixed his gaze on the distant Chun Laogui, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. You have the numbers, you possess strength. You flaunt your superiority, and you injure my Pokémon. All of this is acceptable. However, should you succeed in killing me, I shall call you father. Bastard, come forth. I have faced death countless times. Even Lugia could not vanquish me. I refuse to believe you can succeed. As long as I survive today, Chun Laogui. Remember this. I will not forget you, you scoundrel. Su Mu's character was defined by his penchant for revenge, and as he gazed at Chun Laogui, he etched this adversary into his memory, marking him with a blood-red symbol in his mental ledger of grudges. Ha! Your Pokémon have been defeated. Now, I am eager to see what you are still capable of. Chun Laogui, along with the other strongmen, approached with a mocking grin after their triumph over the Lu family's Pokémon, casting a derisive glance at Lu Taiju while stealing a sidelong look at Su Mu. Humph. After losing such a significant figure, are you now subdued? Su Mu remained silent, casting a cold gaze upon those present. What do you intend to do, Chun Laogui? Lu Taiju gritted his teeth and roared in fury, astonished that he had been outmatched in strength. It seemed that the oppression of the Lu family by these prominent clans over the years was not without reason. When one lacks the strength of others, one naturally becomes a target for suppression. Just like now, he could only unleash impotent roars, yearning to alter the situation yet unable to effect any change. What do I intend to do? I have no particular desire, merely to apprehend you 2 troublemakers and await old Lin's awakening, so he may witness your punishment. With a smug smile, Chun Laogui shifted the blame to the unconscious old Lin. Indeed, I am shameless. What can you do about it? You scoundrel, Chun Laogui you. Lu Taiju attempted to utter further curses, but was met with a resounding slap across his face by Chun Laogui. Smack! The crisp sound reverberated, shocking everyone present. He had struck Lu Taiju. Silence! You worthless fool! Chun Laogui disdainfully waved his hand, his expression dark as he glared at Lu Taiju. Stunned, Lu Taiju had never imagined he would be slapped in front of so many people, including his own son. Damn it, I'll fight you. With a thunderous roar, Lu Taiju was about to leap into action against Chun Laogui when he was intercepted by the Chun family's formidable warriors, who restrained him, pinning him to the ground. Hold this brat down as well. Seemingly indifferent, Chun Laogui reminded everyone not to forget Su Mu. Su Mu chuckled coldly. This old wretch is quite clever. Indeed, very clever. Come on, seize me. He spread his arms, offering no resistance, eager to witness what further schemes this Chun Laogui had in mind. No, you cannot apprehend him. Just as the powerful figures moved to restrain Su Mu, an aged voice suddenly echoed through the room. The crowd turned, and to their astonishment, old Lin, who had just been unconscious, was now standing, trembling hands braced against the table. Old Lin, what are you saying? Chun Laogui stared incredulously at old Lin, baffled by what had transpired. Did the old fool lose his mind? He was actually demanding the release of this young rascal. Impossible. I said, release him. No one shall lay a hand on him. Old Lin's voice quivered, nearly a howl. His erratic behavior left the surrounding dignitaries puzzled. They were all heads of esteemed families, familiar with one another for decades. They understood old Lin's avaricious nature all too well. But what was happening today? Why? And Lu Taiju, why are you holding him down? Release him at once. Seeing Lu Taiju pinned to the ground, old Lin shouted again. Suddenly, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation, gazing in astonishment at old Lin, unable to comprehend why the old man would relinquish such a prized opportunity. Slowly, old Lin descended from the platform, making his way to Su Mu, and then, with a thud, he knelt before him. Young Master Su, I, Lin, am unworthy and blind to the greatness before me. I inadvertently offended you, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Chapter 94. The King of Kings, a grudge must be repaid. Alas, old Lin's actions astounded everyone. Kneeling and apologizing. What kind of absurd logic is this? To treat a mere commoner with such deference? Old Lin, have you lost your mind? Seeing this, old Chen attempted to intervene and assist Lin, but was stubbornly pushed away. Lin, agitated, declared, I do not know you. Keep your distance. He then turned to Su Mu, his face alight with obsequiousness, and said, Young Master Su, I truly was unaware of their matters. I simply wish to present you with a generous gift of 500 million. Su Mu shook his finger, replying, Your people have injured my spirit. Old Lin promptly responded, I will add 300 million for medical expenses, Young Master Su, to ensure your spirit receives proper care. 100 million for each spirit-S treatment. Will that suffice? As those words left his lips, Lin's heart ached at the thought. 300 million was a sum that would take him years to earn. Cursed be old Chun. A man who accomplishes nothing but creates chaos. Now was not the time to dwell on Chun. Lin needed to placate Su Mu. Who could have imagined that the son-in-law of the chief of Western Europe would attend their modest gathering, and in the guise of a mere enforcer, no less? Could it be that Su Mu harbored some peculiar fascination for the tumultuous? 300 million is somewhat acceptable, I suppose. Su Mu mused, realizing that old Lin must have discerned his identity as a prominent heir. Otherwise, he would not be so humble. Indeed, while the title of son-in-law to the chief may seem less impressive than that of a direct descendant, it is well known that the chief of Kyle has but one daughter. Su Mu, in essence, stands as the prince consort of Western Europe, and may even ascend to the position of chief in the future. In light of this relationship, the families from the 5 northern provinces dare not boast, regardless of their wealth. Compared to power, their riches and status are but trifles. Seeing Su Mu reluctantly acquiesce, Lin, feeling the sting of loss, quickly added, As long as young Master Su is satisfied. I suppose I am satisfied, but Lu Taiju is my friend. Ask him if he is content. Upon hearing this, Lin's heart sank. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and approached Lu Taiju. At that moment, Lu Taiju had been released by the crowd and stood rubbing his wrist, his eyes dark and menacing. Lu, look here. Before Lin could finish, Lu Taiju interjected. He struck me, so I retaliated. Is there anything wrong with that? Though he was unaware of what Su Mu had done to command the respect of old Lin, Lu Taiju was clearly too absorbed in his own thoughts to ponder further. He would not forget the slap delivered by old Chun. And no, nothing wrong, Lin managed to utter, swallowing hard as he glanced at Su Mu. What a disparity in stature between Lu Taiju and old Chun. Two individuals stood side by side, with Lu Taiju towering like a giant over the diminutive figure of Chun Laogui. Old Lin harbored concerns that a mere slap from Lu Taiju could potentially be fatal for Chun Laogui. What was the rationale behind this? Old Lin, what on earth is happening? The Chun family's prowess is not inferior to that of the Lin family. In a comparison, Chun Laogui would not necessarily fear old Lin. Observing Chun Laogui's determination to allow Lu Taiju to retaliate, he could no longer contain his agitation and exclaimed, What is happening? The sins you have wrought. You must bear the consequences. Old Lin, reluctant to delve into lengthy explanations with this fool, was nonetheless anxious that he might provoke Su Mu once more. Steeling himself, he said, This is a firm matter. Chun Laogui stared blankly at Su Mu, perplexed. Firm matter? But didn't we just send someone to investigate? This lad hails from an ordinary family. How can he be considered a firm matter? In disbelief, Chun Laogui questioned old Lin, unable to articulate the truth directly. Old Lin replied, Young Master Su is merely 16 years old, having acquired his initial spirit for just over 3 months. With such strength, would you not agree it is a firm matter? Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. 16 years old, capable of defeating a peak trainer and overpowering Qin Fengxian? Surely this is a jest. Old Lin, however, had no time for levity. He merely wished to rid himself of this troublesome entity, Su Mu. This young man was exceedingly peculiar, possessing an exalted status, yet choosing to remain hidden. Were it not for one of his subordinates stationed in Western Europe, it seemed that all present would be doomed today. Trust me, let him return a slap, and it will all be resolved. Losing patience, Old Lin urged once more. Chen Laogui was not truly foolish. He had merely been blinded by the allure of the Lu family's substantial influence. Now, witnessing Old Lin's series of unusual actions, he began to understand. Without further ado, he approached Lu Taizhu and extended his face forward. Lu Taizhu, unceremonious, remembered the earlier slap delivered by Chen Laogui before an audience. Now, he was ready to retaliate fiercely. Swinging his arm in a wide arc, Lu Taizhu's hand struck Chen Laogui's face, sending him flying. Blood arced through the air gracefully, following him as he fell to the ground. Upon landing, Chen Laogui was rendered unconscious. Young Master Su, look. Su Mu observed Old Lin's humility and could only respond with a smile. I find it quite agreeable. However, the Chen family name does not roll off the tongue as smoothly. It would be better if it were the Lu family instead. With this remark, Su Mu departed. The king seeks revenge without delay. The ruler of kings. A grudge must be avenged. As the onlookers witnessed Su Mu stride away with confidence, two thoughts instantly sprang to mind. Su Mu, uninterested in the unfolding events, made his way directly to the Alliance Center to tend to his Pokémon. The injuries sustained by Greninja and Dragonite were the most severe, while Charizard fared comparatively better. At the moment of checkout, Su Mu was astonished to discover that the medical expenses for his Charizard were several times that of his Frogadier and Dragonite. I sincerely apologize, sir, but your Charizard insists on the finest healing items, as do we. Watching the petite nurse blush as she explained, Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. This creature truly valued its life. Fortunately, he had amassed over 600 million Alliance coins this time. Otherwise, he would certainly struggle to afford the extravagant medical needs of his Charizard. The funds from Lu Taizhu had already been swiftly transferred to Su Mu's account. Returning to Lu Taizhu's modest abode, Su Mu took a night to rest. The next day, he was to embark on his inaugural gym challenge in this new world. The previous attempt, where the trainer was absent, did not count. As night fell, a few of Su Mu's Pokémon, having just recovered from their injuries, convened by his bedside. For tomorrow's gym battle, we need to select 3 participants. Who wishes to join? Frogadier, as the eldest, was the first to speak. Setting the tone for this meeting, the selection of tomorrow's fighters. Having once single-handedly taken down the lava gym, Frogadier had a fair understanding of gym challenges. Moreover, being Su Mu's starter Pokémon, it was only fitting for him to preside over this internal gathering. Roar, 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 roar. Charizard waved its hands repeatedly. Gym battle? I think not. I've just finished a fight, and my body has yet to return to its prime. In truth, Charizard had fully recovered, but its overly cautious nature made it reluctant to take center stage and bask in the limelight. If given the choice, Charizard would prefer to be the strongest in the world and then act freely, dispensing justice as it saw fit. Frogadier, well accustomed to Charizard's personality, understood that its voluntary withdrawal was part of the plan. Don't look at me. We scholars do not engage in brawls. Force cannot solve every problem. As an intellectual, Dragonite was resolutely opposed to such brutish conduct. Of course, circumstances could warrant a different approach. This isn't a brawl, it's a gym battle. Do you not understand? Only by defeating 15 more gyms can our master become a champion. And we shall be the Pokémon of the champion. Frogadier's demeanor was earnest. As if Su Mu's growth and strength was a sacred matter to him. Dragonite was swayed by this appeal. All right, you win. I'll join as well. With Charizard opting out, only 2 remained. First, there was the young Lugia, who Frogadier observed with a slight click of his tongue. This one clung to Su Mu like a shadow, and it would likely take some time before it was ready to participate in battles. Thus, his gaze shifted to Arceus, and a smile spread across Frogadier's face. Come with me to battle, and if we win, our master will treat you to a feast. What a straightforward and enticing proposition. With a cunning maneuver, Arceus, without hesitation, swiftly ensnared him with temptation. In the presence of delicacies, he is perpetually the most defenseless. Su Mu remained blissfully unaware that, while he slumbered, his Greninja had already organized the roster for the upcoming battle. It seemed as though it were Greninja, rather than Su Mu, poised for combat the following day. This was a classic case of the Emperor's impatience, while the eunuchs were overly eager. On the morrow, Su Mu, guided by the portly Lu Shuo, arrived at the martial arts dojo in Fengtian City. The dojo's master, Yu Zong, was reputed to be the mightiest in Fengtian. Possessing the strength of a revered master, he had returned to this place not out of ambition, but to ensure the legacy of his family and to propagate the spirit of martial arts. Lu Shuo, being well informed, eagerly began to introduce the dojo to Su Mu. Master Yu specialized in combat-type Pokémon, and it was said that his Chevalant and Abilene could shatter a mountain with a single kick. However, Yu's trump card was none other than an Ailerado. Lu Shua spoke as if he were intimately familiar with Master Yu, animatedly boasting and gesticulating. Su Mu, not wishing to interrupt, watched Lu Shua's performance with interest, gradually forming a foundational understanding of Master Yu. A revered master, a Laredo, and a combat dojo. These keywords crystallized in Su Mu's mind as he began to mentally simulate the forthcoming battle. He pondered what lineup he should deploy, entirely oblivious that the Pokémon he would utilize had already been preordained by Greninja. Alas, his limited selection of Pokémon rendered his strategies rather monotonous. Reflecting on his thoughts, Su Mu realized that many of his intricate tactics could not be executed due to the absence of Psychic and Ghost-type Pokémon, the very types that countered fighting types. He was left with no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation. After all, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. Lu Shua, when will you procure that little Snorlax for me? Su Mu casually inquired, reminiscing about his fondness for the extraordinary Snorlax. Lu Shua, caught up in his fervent narration of the dojo, momentarily paused at Su Mu's question. He then replied, "Rest assured, upon our return to Fengtian, my father will provide it for you. Our family is not lacking in resources." Su Mu acknowledged this, not genuinely concerned about Lu's family's generosity, but merely asking out of curiosity. Should he possess a Snorlax that resonated with him, the multitude of superlative strategies swirling in his mind would unleash formidable power. How many would be left weeping in despair at his prowess? With a contemplative shake of his head, Su Mu dared not dwell further on such thoughts. Upon arriving at the dojo's entrance, Lu Shua stepped forward, addressing the apprentice stationed at the door. "We are trainers from Fengtian City, seeking to challenge the dojo." The apprentice, perceiving their youth and naivety, regarded them as mere novices. Although he felt disdain internally, he maintained a facade of professionalism, asking, "Trainer level, name, please register. Then proceed to the queue." The dojo master was not a marketplace. Not just anyone could issue a challenge. To challenge a gym, one must undergo a series of evaluations conducted by the gym apprentices, and only after demonstrating their prowess will the gym leader emerge for a battle. However, it is not solely the challengers who possess the strength to defeat the leader that may challenge the gym. Each visit requires a fee, after which the gym will match the challengers with apprentices of similar strength. Thus, lacking the ability to defeat the gym leader does not preclude one from engaging in a challenge. As long as one has the means, they can spend their money to spar with the apprentices, akin to hiring a practice partner. The apprentice at the door assumed that Su Mu and his companion were merely affluent young men, fresh from school and seeking to broaden their horizons through monetary means. Su Mu, a novice trainer, upon realizing the situation, declared his trainer level, only to receive an even more disdainful glance from the apprentice. Indeed, this spoiled rich kid dares to challenge the gym with such nascent skills. If I had such a family, I would too. The envious apprentice said little more, guiding Su Mu and his companion into the gym, where he exchanged a few words with a fellow apprentice before indicating that Su Mu could commence the battle. "Humph. This is our most ruthless brother Fu. You, the spoiled rich kid, are in for a lesson. I shall make you understand that the gym is not a place for just anyone." Chapter 96. Where are the muscles of the martial artists? The apprentice, with a mischievous grin, concealed himself in the shadows, eager to witness Su Mu's embarrassment. He had just instructed Brother Fu to take it easy on the newcomer, advising him to be a bit rough, so that these fellows wouldn't regard them as mere low-tier sparring partners, coming back time and again. The novice trainer Su Mu faced off against the martial arts apprentice Fu Yu as the match commenced. The impromptu referee was also a gym apprentice. With the drop of 2 small flags, the match was officially underway. Standing opposite Su Mu was Brother Fu, a rugged-looking man whose appearance bore no resemblance to his name. The contrast was striking. Due to his looks, he had always despised the clean-cut pretty boys. Upon learning about Su Mu's background, Fu Yu looked down upon him even more, wishing to deliver a severe beating to this wealthy pretty boy. "Hey, I hear you were just a novice trainer?" Although the match had begun, Fu Yu could not suppress his restless emotions and was ready to hurl some trash talk to warm up. Su Mu, hearing this, looked up in confusion. "Yes, I am a novice trainer. Is there a problem?" Fu Yu erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, no problem at all, if you wish to pay for punishment. Who am I to object? Let me tell you, I am an intermediate trainer. Although battling you may seem like bullying, to uphold the prestige of our gym and to make you realize that not just anyone can challenge us, I have decided to give it my all. A pretext for bullying the weak, indeed," Fu Yu shamelessly proclaimed, his mind already conjuring images of defeating Su Mu, envisioning the scene where Su Mu would weep, cradling his Pokémon in despair. Su Mu, however, looked at Fu Yu with a face full of questions. Are intermediate trainers really that strong? His inquiry was not a taunt, but a genuine curiosity. Since his debut, Su Mu had never faced a proper intermediate trainer, not even once. Whether during the initial campus league or the subsequent small-scale second-generation competitions, he had yet to encounter a trainer of that caliber. As for Fu Yu's inexplicable confidence, Su Mu could only feel helpless. In this world, there were always fools who believed themselves invincible and would willingly present their faces for a beating. It was rather awkward. "Heh, just try it. and you'll find out how strong intermediate trainers really are. Fuyu scoffed, inwardly cursing. This kid must come from some prestigious family to look down on intermediate trainers. Fine, today, I shall show you that while intermediate trainers may not be overwhelmingly strong, I can certainly dominate you. As he fervently hyped himself up, Fuyu remained blissfully unaware of the hint of resignation in Sumu's gaze. Indeed, Sumu had no interest in humiliating others or putting on a show. Yet, circumstances compelled him to engage in actions he found distasteful. Truth be told, he had no desire to flaunt his prowess. But who would believe that? Oh dear. Fuyu is doomed. The chubby boy watched Fuyu's arrogance, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy for the rough and tumble fellow. After all, foolish children always evoke a sense of protectiveness. He silently hoped that his leader would go easy on Fuyu and spare him any lasting trauma. Lu Shuo muttered to himself, leaving the apprentice lurking in the shadows utterly confused. What was going on? Were these two not on the same side? What was he mumbling about? However, upon reflection, the apprentice thought it was understandable. After all, a rookie trainer daring to provoke an intermediate trainer was akin to courting disaster. It was indeed prudent to offer a prayer for him. Otherwise, enduring psychological scars would be unfortunate. After meandering for quite some time, Fuyu finally resolved to engage in a serious battle. He summoned his initial Pokémon, Mach-Hop. Proudly, he looked at Sumu and boldly declared, "Come on, little baby. Unleash your Pokémon." Sumu awkwardly scratched his head. Is this person for real? Greninja, be gentle. Cool. Why must I always be the one to hold back? Greninja mirrored Sumu's embarrassment, scratching its head in a similarly awkward manner. The moment it appeared, the entire gym fell silent. Fuyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sumu and his Greninja, a duo that seemed utterly implausible. The apprentice beside them was equally astonished. What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be a rookie trainer? And this rookie already had a Greninja? Damn. Fuyu's mind went blank for a long moment before he slowly uttered two words. If there were a crack in the ground, Fuyu would have dove into it without hesitation. How embarrassing. So, the jester was indeed me? You actually. Fuyu found himself at a loss for words, his imagination conjuring an image of his formidable self sprawled on the ground. Perhaps this was a lesson to be learned. One must refrain from arrogance, for the world outside holds its own perils. With the tender heart of a father, Sumu offered heartfelt solace to Fuyu. After all, the child was still young, and mistakes were an inevitable part of growing up. To hold a child accountable to an excessive degree would render Sumu's 2 decades of existence as futile as a dog's life. There was no need for that. A gentle education would suffice without the need to bully the young one. As Sumu spoke, he gestured for the apprentice guard in the distance to approach. Please contact the gym leader. My Greninja is of the champion level. Surely it qualifies for a direct battle with the leader? The apprentice, bowing humbly, listened attentively to Sumu's words. Once he had finished, the apprentice nodded eagerly. Yes, just a moment. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and promptly reported to his senior brother. Senior brother, we have a formidable champion-level fighter here. When would Master be available to arrange a gym battle? After a brief pause, a cool voice responded from the other end. In half an hour. The apprentice, now perspiring heavily, looked up at Sumu. Mr. Su, the gym battle will commence in half an hour. You may rest in the VIP room until then. His demeanor had shifted dramatically from before. Sumu paid little mind to the apprentice's previous attitude, nodding before leading Lu Shuo to the VIP room to await the match. Half an hour later, Yuzong arrived. The apprentice escorted Sumu and Lu Shuo to the central battlefield of the gym, then respectfully withdrew. As Sumu entered the arena, he observed the martial arts gym leader across from him, his mind filled with confusion. Why did this individual appear so scholarly, dressed in flowing robes? Shouldn't a martial artist be a muscular figure? Just like Fuyu, Yuzong should embody the essence of physical might, brimming with muscle. Noticing the deep skepticism in Sumu's gaze, Yuzong graciously extended his hand and smiled openly. Mr. Su, shall we commence the match? Chapter 97, The 3 vs. 3 Gym Battle. Certainly. Sumu swiftly gestured, indicating his readiness. The referee promptly announced the rules. Each side would employ 3 Pokémon in one-on-one battles. The gym leader would release his Pokémon first and could not switch them during the fight. The match would conclude when one side's Pokémon had all succumbed to defeat. The rules were straightforward, and Sumu expressed no confusion. At that moment, he recalled how his Greninja had once single-handedly taken down the entire lava gym, defeating the leader 6-1. How had that been accomplished? Had it battled from the apprentice all the way to the leader, sweeping through them with ease? What a chilling thought. It seemed Greninja possessed an attribute for clearing challenges. Truly astonishing. Go Sok. Sok, also known as the kicking Pokémon, was one of Yuzong's primary fighters, having reached the pinnacle of champion status. Just a step away from becoming a master. Sok, you say? Sumu licked his lips, his focus sharpening. Let my Charizard take the stage for the first round. With that thought, he grasped Charizard's Pokeball. Bang! With a crisp sound, Greninja leapt out on its own. It then returned Charizard's Pokeball to Sumu's belt and picked up Arceus's Pokeball, handing it back to Sumu. After completing these tasks, Greninja nodded in satisfaction and returned to its Pokeball. Sumu stared blankly at Greninja's actions, feeling somewhat bewildered. Am I the trainer, or are you the trainer? You decide when to battle and how to fight. Is my sole purpose merely to feed you and clean up after you? Yuzong, witnessing this scene, smiled gently, a rare expression of amusement gracing her usually serene face. This young man is quite interesting. Like an elder observing with keen interest, Yuzong regarded Sumu thoughtfully. Sumu, though exasperated, recognized that as a competent trainer, listening to one's Pokemon was an essential lesson. Complying, he summoned Arceus, re-establishing his composure. Little one, prepare for battle, he called out. Understood, Sumu, came Arceus's excited mental response. Sumu was momentarily taken aback. Since when did Arceus become so battle-hungry? It dawned on him that he seemed more like a mere supporting actor in this dynamic. Indeed, being a trainer could be quite exhausting. It felt as though he had been ensnared by the whims of the system. What kind of Pokemon is that? Yuzong asked, her face alight with curiosity as she gazed at Arceus, her excitement palpable. She had not anticipated encountering such a rare creature. Sumu had grown accustomed to this world where people were unfamiliar with Arceus. It was a curious phenomenon. This is Arceus, a remarkably rare Pokemon. There is currently only one in existence, Sumu explained with responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yuzong promptly took out her phone and dashed to the arena, snapping pictures with Arceus. Seemingly dissatisfied with the angle, she handed her camera to the referee, requesting a photograph of herself with Arceus. Sumu realized that this gym leader, Yuzong, was genuinely fond of Pokemon. However, one could be fond without reacting so exuberantly. This is my Pokemon. There is a fee for photos, you know? After a considerable time, Yuzong reluctantly stepped away from Arceus and began reviewing the photos she had just taken. After some editing, she posted an update on her social media. Only then did she turn to Sumu, saying, I sincerely apologize. I became a bit too excited upon encountering such an unfamiliar Pokemon. Sumu chuckled in understanding and then nonchalantly extended his hand. That will be 1,500 yuan. Yuzong was taken aback. What 1,500 yuan? Sumu replied naturally. The fee for the photos, of course. 1,500 yuan. You took 15 pictures. And I charge 100 per photo. That's quite reasonable, isn't it? Yuzong considered this and realized there was indeed no flaw in his logic. Charging for photos, was that wrong? No, it was not. Alright, I don't have cash on me right now, but I will pay you after the battle. I can also invite you and Arceus to dinner. Upon hearing the word dinner, Arceus jumped up excitedly. Yoshi, seeing Arceus so exhilarated. One could hardly wait for the match to conclude, while Sumu silently rubbed his forehead. I shall not hold back any longer. Let us engage in battle now. For this little one can hardly contain itself. Very well, let the battle commence. With these words from Yuzong, the expressions of Sumu and his companion gradually shifted, the previous levity vanishing in an instant. Shavalent, double kick. Arceus, swift counterattack. A brilliant white light enveloped Shavalent's legs as it surged toward Arceus at breakneck speed. At the very moment it was about to reach Arceus, it unleashed a powerful kick, imbued with tremendous force. Heeding Sumu's command, Arceus executed swift, evading the lethal strike of Shavalent, and capitalized on the momentum to launch a counteroffensive. Shavalent, a seasoned veteran among Pokemon, had intentionally held back one kick, awaiting Arceus's response. In an almost instantaneous motion, Shavalent's rear leg struck out with precision, sending the unsuspecting Arceus hurtling away. Still lacking experience, Sumu thought, his heart heavy as he observed Arceus being overwhelmed in its autonomous judgment by Shavalent. Although Arceus possessed the strength of a champion from birth, it remained outmatched by a seasoned Pokemon that had clawed its way to the top. Yet, is that not the essence of a trainer's role? To enable the weak to triumph over the strong, guiding their Pokemon and finding their rhythm in battle. This is the very purpose of a trainer, is it not? With a calm smile and unwavering confidence, Sumu issued his command. Arceus, feign strength, and then use substitute. The feigned display would incite the opponent, throwing them into disarray while significantly enhancing physical attacks. Yuzong, evidently unprepared for such a tactical maneuver, failed to anticipate Sumu's use of the seemingly rudimentary move, resulting in Shavalent being struck directly. As its physical attack was greatly amplified, Shavalent fell into a state of confusion. Shavalent, flying knee kick. Unfortunately, Yuzong's command was disregarded by the bewildered Shavalent, which continued to spin in place. Seizing the opportunity, Arceus employed substitute. Foresee the future, self-recover. Sumu remained composed and unflustered as he issued his orders. Under the resigned gaze of Yuzong, Arceus swiftly executed two psychic-type moves. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Sumu's prowess as a trainer was showcased to its fullest extent. Chapter 98. The intense battle continues. Taking advantage of Shavalent's confusion, Sumu continued to command Thunderwave, followed by continuous meditation. Thunderwave would ensure the opponent fell into a state of paralysis. As the creator god, Arceus wielded a vast array of skills. By employing successive change-based moves, Sumu gradually tilted the advantage in his favor. Yuzong was not to be underestimated, however. After being struck by Thunder Wave, Charmeleon had already dispelled its confusion, mustering its strength despite its paralyzed state. It executed a flying kick, demolishing Arceus's substitute. Regrettably, Arceus has fully regained its strength and, seizing the opportunity, employed Meditate to significantly enhance its special attack, Earth Power. Sumu opted against using Earthquake and instead unleashed the special attack, Earth Power. It is likely that Yuzong's Charmeleon underwent rigorous training to bolster its physical resistance. Thus, rather than combining Swords Dance with Earthquake, Sumu chose to enhance the potency of his previously used Future Sight through Meditate in conjunction with Earth Power. As Arceus forcefully stomped the ground, the first battle came to a close. A sudden purple gleam illuminated the horizon, Future Sight, under the barrage of multiple strikes. Charmeleon was swiftly condemned, collapsing onto the ground. Yuzong, somewhat astonished, recalled Charmeleon and regarded Sumu with newfound respect. I was careless. I didn't anticipate your fighting style to be so agile. With a quiet reflection, Yuzong reignited his fighting spirit and bellowed, however, in the upcoming battles, I shall show you the true essence of combat. The allure of martial arts had once been vividly demonstrated by this man on the grandest stage, the World Champion Tournament. Consequently, he established this martial arts dojo to propagate the fighting discipline. Now, having been defeated by Sumu's tactical skills, Yuzong felt a genuine sense of dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue. He still possessed 2 Pokémon, and the battle had merely begun. Abling, let our opponent witness the charm of our martial arts. He released his second Pokémon, fixing his gaze upon Sumu, awaiting his decision. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Arceus sign-in task. 3. By carrying or using Arceus to participate in a battle of the champion level. Reward, a random plate. Ding. All Arceus sign-in tasks have been completed. Given that Arceus has acquired 3 plates, the system will unlock the legendary sign-in task, the Lost Plates of Arceus. To collect the Lost Plates of Arceus, the host must explore the secret realms around the world. At each location, signing in will automatically gather Arceus' plates. Sumu felt somewhat uneasy. Why must he go to the secret realms to collect a plate? Wasn't he that rather redundant? Does the system know that I've been blacklisted from the secret realms by the officials? Is this a deliberate mockery? Entering a secret realm is no easy feat. I've only been there twice, and now I'm blacklisted. Asking me to go again feels utterly futile. Perhaps you should discuss this with the chief of Dongtu and see what he has to say. If the big shots have no objections, I shall undoubtedly strive to complete the task. No theatrics. Feeling exasperated with the system, Sumu had grown accustomed to the dogged machinations of the system. However, he truly did not expect the system to propose that he personally sign in at the secret realms. Goodness, he too wished to visit such places. Who could resist acquiring a divine beast from just one visit? Alas, he decided to prioritize resolving the battle at hand. Contemplating his current predicament of being confined to the school, Sumu shook his head in resignation and resolved to earnestly conclude this gym battle. Arceus, you've worked hard. I promise you a feast tonight. After praising the little fellow, Sumu recalled him into his Pokeball and, with a sense of purpose, released his Greninja to determine the next Pokémon for battle. Observing Sumu's decisiveness, Greninja smiled with pride and summoned Dragonite. Come on, Dragonite. Let us give our all in this battle. Dragonite responded eloquently, to which Sumu felt a twinge of annoyance. So, this is the true nature of you, Dragonite. You previously claimed to dislike fighting, which led me to choose you. And now, you advocate for violence to solve problems? Never mind. Sumu chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. Since Dragonite desired to fight, then let it be so. As a trainer, his responsibility was to assist Dragonite earnestly and to maximize its potential in battle. Dragonite, use extreme speed. Absol, use Sonic Punch. Both trainers issued their commands simultaneously, with no regard for precedence. In comparison to Arceus, Dragonite possessed a wealth of combat experience. Although it often relied on its rage mode induced by its ability, it had gathered some experience nonetheless. Faced with Absol's swift initial attack, Dragonite charged forward even quicker with extreme speed. Realizing the unfavorable start, using hastily commanded, Absol, use Body Slam. Dragonite, take to the air to evade, then execute Dragon Dance. Sumu's philosophy of battle was straightforward. Enhancement. Strengthening oneself was the key. Only by amplifying one's abilities could one defeat formidable opponents with minimal effort. The path of enhancement was indeed the essence of combat. This was a profound summary from a tactical expert of champion caliber. As Dragonite danced to enhance itself, Yuzong would not allow it to bolster its strength unchallenged and quickly ordered Aura Sphere as one of the few ranged attacks available to fighting-type Pokémon. Aura Sphere was one of Absol's most reliable techniques. It was an apt choice to disrupt Dragonite's enhancement. However, was the situation truly that simple? Sumu chuckled. Dragonite, evade and continue with Dragon Dance. Dancing, as they say, isn't it only natural to dodge an attack while executing a move? With deftness, Dragonite performed an intricate dance while skillfully avoiding the Aura Sphere, resuming its rhythmic movements. Yuzong felt a surge of frustration. This seemed somewhat unfair. Evading attacks while executing skills? Surely that was cheating. Absol, leap and follow up with a series of thunder punches. If long-range tactics failed, they would engage in close combat. Seeing Absol leap high to close the distance, Sumu merely smiled. Dragonite, it's time to unleash your true potential. Do not suppress your fighting spirit. Use Rage. Sumu's Dragonite's signature move was indeed Rage, a quintessential skill. Moreover, this was no ordinary Rage. It was empowered by 2 consecutive Dragon Dances. Dragonite was on the brink of achieving greatness. Chapter 99, The Face-Off. Dragonite ascends to glory. The Dragon Dance has elevated its prowess to a level unattainable by ordinary elves. At present, not only can it easily vanquish the present opponent, Aberrang, but it could also pose a significant threat to deities. The furious Dragonite relentlessly hurls its fists, sending the fighting-type Aberrang soaring time and again, the forceful punches raining down upon Aberrang's frame like a torrential downpour. When the Dragonite unleashes its violence, it is truly a terrifying sight. Sumu, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, observed Aberrang gradually losing its will to resist and promptly exclaimed, Dragonite, that's enough. If this continues, there will be dire consequences. Can Aberrang withstand such relentless assault? Even with its fighting-type advantage, it is futile. The innate type disadvantage, combined with the enhancements from Dragon Dance, renders Aberrang incapable of enduring Dragonite's fury, regardless of its original strength. This is the unequivocal embodiment of a Pokémon version of the Hulk. Aberrang, you've done well. Resignedly recalling Aberrang, Yuzong offered words of consolation. He had not anticipated that Sumu, this young individual, possessed such formidable command skills. Initially, he had assumed that Sumu was merely a second-generation trainer, relying on family power to achieve his current accomplishments. However, he would no longer entertain such notions. Sumu truly exhibited strength at the level of a revered master. This was no jest. To have achieved consecutive victories against opponents of superior strength, Sumu was undoubtedly relying on sheer skill, not any underhanded tactics. Such a young trainer holds a future that is likely boundless. Gazing at Sumu with newfound respect, Yuzong remarked, Young man, you are quite impressive. In that moment, his perception of Sumu shifted from that of a senior observing a junior to one of true equality. Sumu had earned the acknowledgement of the martial arts dojo's master through his own prowess. This recognition was of immense importance. Thank you for your kind words, master. Sumu replied with a smile as he returned Dragonite to its Pokeball. He had already surmised who would be sent into the next battle. Given the combative nature of Greninja, he would not allow himself to be left behind. Thus, the crucial finale would undoubtedly feature him. Greninja, step forth for battle. With a light chuckle, Sumu released Greninja. Cool. I am Greninja, willing to serve the Su family for generations. Stop. Sumu quickly interrupted Greninja before it could continue, finding the situation too embarrassing to handle. Fortunately, Yuzong could not comprehend the words, or he would have surely scrutinized Sumu with a perplexed gaze. A Pokémon of such eccentricity could hardly be cultivated by an ordinary trainer. Let us transform and prepare for battle. Sumu sighed in resignation, placing a hand on his forehead, unwilling to let the frog prattle on any further. Combat was the true path forward. Greninja, dissatisfied with being interrupted, stubbornly shouted, Cool. I am Greninja, willing to brave fire and water for the Su family without hesitation. Indeed, having completed its introduction, it was time to engage in battle. Greninja, invigorated, swiftly transformed. Under Yuzong's astonished gaze, Greninja urged him to summon his own Pokémon. Cool. Hurry up, I can hardly contain my excitement. As the Froakie spoke, it provocatively flicked its fingers at Yuzong. Yuzong couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. How had this frog been raised to appear so cheeky? Aromatisse. It seems we have been underestimated. Observing Froakie's demeanor, Yuzong sighed softly, reigniting his competitive spirit as he summoned his ace Pokémon, Aromatisse. Let him witness our prowess. Aromatisse, brimming with enthusiasm, swung its arms, ready to teach Froakie a lesson. Cool frog. Froakie retorted, Your partner has already been defeated by mine. Now it is my turn to vanquish you. Trained under the esteemed Master Sumu, Froakie's taunting was remarkably sharp. The previous battle's outcome, a resounding 2-0, lingered in the air despite the Pokémon being confined within their Pokeballs. Froakie's blunt reminder of this embarrassment truly struck a nerve with Aromatisse. Silence. Aromatisse exclaimed in fury, As long as I can defeat the 3 of you, that will suffice. Aromatisse, incensed by Froakie's derisive remarks, displayed its muscles, determined to defeat the arrogant frog in a grand display. Do not assume that transforming is something remarkable. Anyone can do that. With a powerful shout, Yuzong commanded, Aromatisse, evolve. The evolution stone on Aromatisse glowed in tandem with his call. Transformations were commonplace. What was there to boast about? Unfamiliar with Aromatisse's ability to evolve, Froakie was taken aback as the light enveloped Aromatisse, altering its appearance. Suddenly, Froakie recognized the gravity of the situation. This was a formidable opponent. The already master-level Aromatisse, upon evolution, had gained even greater strength, ascending to a higher tier. This was disheartening for Froakie, already formidable. It had now become even more powerful. Was this not an unfair advantage? However, as a ninja of the Su family, Froakie was not one to concede defeat easily. Observing Aromatisse, it began to form hand seals. Froakie executed its classic move, the Shadow Clone technique, followed by a Water Shuriken. There was nothing flashy about it. The signature skill of Naruto Uzumaki had been perfected by Froakie, with a Shadow Clone followed by a Water Shuriken infused with spiraling energy. This opening move was Froakie's trademark. Indeed, a signature move was meant to shine. In battles, Froakie's technique had proven consistently effective. As Yuzing witnessed Froakie conjuring multiple clones while simultaneously launching 2 Water Shurikens, he immediately assumed these were mere illusions. Aromatisse, anticipate. The fighting type's anticipation allowed it to completely evade the next attack. However, after dodging the first Water Shuriken, Aromatisse faced a dire predicament. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless onslaught of attacks rained down upon its face, sending Aromatisse hurtling through the air. Evil Wave. Sumu anticipated that Yuzeng's next move would undoubtedly be the psychic-type skill, Mind Force. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded his Greninja to unleash the move, Dark Pulse. While offering no defense against the impending assault, boom, a wave of psychic energy collided with Greninja, inflicting not the slightest harm. Witnessing his counterattack flawlessly neutralized, Alakazam was taken aback, and before he could contemplate further, he was struck directly by Dark Pulse. Following that, Sumu launched another strike, the move, Aerial Ace. His relentless offensive continued, thoroughly confounding Alakazam with his strategic type advantage. You believe yourself powerful? Very well, I shall wield the advantage of type.